Chapter 1. So cold. Wang Yu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His flimsy clothing offered no refuge against the bone-chilling cold. In a daze, he suddenly felt warmth enveloping him, and in a haze began to shed his trousers and shirt. Once divested of all clothing, Wang Yu finally felt a modicum of comfort, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upwards. Before long, his blurred consciousness succumbed entirely to darkness. The void before him was abruptly illuminated by an unexpected light, causing the disoriented Wang Yu to squint. A tattooed man clad in a tank top stood before him, scrutinizing him closely before nodding slightly. "Not bad, that's him." He then pulled a black cloth bag over Wang Yu's head, prompting an instinctive struggle from him. A hard, tubular object pressed against the back of his skull. "Don't move, or it'll blow your brains out." Feeling the icy barrel of the gun, Wang Yu immediately ceased his resistance. It was only then that he began to comprehend. Have I been reborn? Brother Ming, I've brought him as requested. What about the 300,000? A familiar voice interrupted Wang Yu's thoughts. "Rest assured, this is not our first transaction. Do you still doubt me? I am a businessman, and my word is my bond. Check your bank account. It should have arrived by now." Despite having experienced this once before, Wang Yu could not help but grit his teeth in anger. "Yang Xing, you deceived me. Did you truly think I would fancy you, you poor wretch? I was merely assisting someone in finding a suitable kidney." Yang Xing's tone dripped with derision. Yang Xing was Wang Yu's girlfriend, and they had met at a health examination facility, quickly becoming romantically involved. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yu realized that this was all a conspiracy. Yang Xing must have secretly accessed internal information from the health examination center, or perhaps the center itself was an integral part of this dark industry. The facility held all the health metrics of the examinees and could even conduct additional tests on their blood. Only through rigorous checks could they ascertain the compatibility of the kidneys. In his previous life, upon realizing all of this, a seething rage propelled him to break free from his restraints and recklessly charge at Yang Xing, intent on killing her. However, in his sudden bid for freedom, Brother Ming's henchman shot him in the leg, leaving him with no chance to escape this den of iniquity. Having been granted a second chance at life, Wang Yu was determined not to act so impulsively. He exhaled deeply and replied coldly, "Be wary, earning money this way may cost you your life." Yang Xing merely scoffed. "You needn't concern yourself with that. Goodbye." With that, she swayed her serpentine waist and turned to leave. Brother Ming waved his hand, and a subordinate forced Wang Yu into a vehicle, which soon jolted along the mountain roads. With his head covered, Wang Yu's mind raced as he contemplated how to escape this dire situation, not only because they intended to harvest his kidney, but also due to an impending calamity. The sun, which had diligently risen and set, would not rise as expected the following morning. The entire blue star would be engulfed in darkness, with surface temperatures plummeting rapidly within a single daylight cycle. Temperatures would plummet to -50 degrees, leading to Wang Yu's frozen demise. With this thought, Wang Yu clenched his fists once more. He could not allow himself to perish in this second chance at life. Yet, bound and with armed foes surrounding him, he found himself in a perilous predicament. Why couldn't I have been reborn a bit earlier? Wang Yu lamented internally. Had he awoken earlier, he would never have heeded Yang Xing's words and traveled to the border of Long Country with her. He would have had ample time to prepare supplies to face the sudden onset of an eternal winter night. Is it destined that I must die frozen once more? At that moment, Wang Yu felt a jolt in his mind, followed by an electronic voice resonating in his consciousness. Model manifestation system activated. All established models can be manifested. Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not been blindfolded, Brother Ming and his associates would surely have noticed his astonished expression. As a recent graduate, Wang Yu possessed a remarkable capacity for embracing new concepts. Though he was uncertain as to why this system had appeared, it seemed less implausible given his rebirth. Suppressing his astonishment, Wang Yu began to explore this newly manifested system. The interface was remarkably simplistic, featuring only 3 functions: model scanning, model manifestation, and model research. Model scanning allows for the modeling of physical entities through scanning, requiring mental energy. Model manifestation enables the manifestation of established models into physical objects. Utilizing two methods, one consumes only mental energy for manifestation, while the other requires both mental energy and basic materials. The former demands a greater expenditure of mental energy for the same model. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu grasped the distinction between the two methods. The former involved conjuring items from thin air, while the latter utilized materials, naturally consuming less energy. Contemplating further, Wang Yu understood that the scanning range was likely a spherical space with a 1-meter diameter. If the target exceeded that size, he would need to scan in segments and merge the models using the research function. Isn't that rather cumbersome? I wonder if the system can be upgraded? Wang Yu mused with a slight frown. However, such matters could be explored later. His immediate priority was to escape. Brother Ming, cigar in mouth, ambled over to the cell and instructed the guards. Unbind him, prepare a hearty dinner, keep him in good condition, inform me immediately of any issues. The buyer will arrive the day after tomorrow for the operation. Yes, Brother Ming. The guards acknowledged, and one entered the cell to release Wang Yu from his bindings. Rubbing his chafed wrists, Wang Yu cast a cold glare at Brother Ming. Brother Ming paid him no mind, turning to leave. What was there to say to a corpse? Though Wang Yu did not plead for mercy, which surprised Brother Ming, he dismissed that he had dealt with countless organ donors and had seen all types of people. A recent graduate with no family entering his territory was akin to meat on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. The guards returned to their posts, casually chatting while munching on sunflower seeds. Wang Yu, meanwhile, continued to test the system, modeling everything within his reach. The modeling of air has been successfully accomplished, encompassing models for nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. The modeling of reinforced concrete has also been successfully completed, which includes models for solidified cement and iron-carbon alloy. The modeling of soil has been successfully achieved. The modeling of rocks has been successfully finalized. Completing these models left him somewhat fatigued. Modeling does consume a certain amount of mental energy, albeit not excessively. However, continuous use of the modeling function would undoubtedly deplete his mental reserves. He rubbed his forehead, preparing to take a brief respite. At that moment, a fast food meal was pushed through the delivery hatch. This is your dinner. Cherish it well, as you want to have many more. Wang Yu paid no heed to the guard's words, instead directly taking the meal and scanning it with the system. Scan complete. Polypropylene food container modeled successfully. Scan complete. Cooked rice modeled successfully. Braised chicken leg modeled successfully. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes modeled successfully. Braised pork modeled successfully. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes modeled successfully. The provisions ordered by Ming Gu were indeed satisfactory, although each dish was modest in portion. The meal comprised 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. Once the modeling was complete, Wang Yu devoured the entire meal with remarkable speed. Only a full stomach would grant him the strength to escape. Wang Yu returned the empty food container to the delivery hatch and began to survey his cell in his previous life. He had perished from the cold in this very place, but he was determined that this time would be different. He slowly closed his eyes, needing to optimize his mental state, and considering the guard's heightened vigilance at this hour, it was not the opportune moment to act. He would wait until after midnight. During the early hours of the night, the guards conducted checks every hour, and Wang Yu quietly noted the frequency of their patrols. As time crept toward midnight, 2 guards, yawning, passed by his cell. That girl from yesterday was too wild. I was up all night, and my back can't take it anymore. I need to catch a nap when I get back. Yeah, sleep easy once you're locked in here. No one gets out. After the guards departed, Wang Yu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a glimmer of brilliance flashing momentarily. He rose and approached the iron bars, gripping one of the rods tightly with his right hand, mentally initiating the model manifestation. Manifest iron-carbon alloy rod. Before his eyes, the iron bar he held in his right hand abruptly vanished for a meter, instantly reappearing in his left hand as a nearly identical iron rod, with some impurities falling to the ground. The iron-carbon alloy used in Ming Gu's cell was not entirely pure, containing a fair amount of impurities. It truly works. Wang Yu's heart raced with elation. He had employed the second method of manifestation, utilizing raw materials along with mental energy to create objects. Wang Yu regarded the iron bars of the cell as raw materials, manifesting them onto his left hand. The manifested items could be placed in any location within his reach. With readily available materials, the mental energy expenditure for manifestation was not high, though it was considerably more than that required for scanning. With his current mental energy, he could only manifest 10 iron carbon alloy rods, and that was under the condition of having raw materials. If relying solely on mental energy, he could only manifest once. Without further contemplation, Wang Yu continued to manifest 4 more times, thereby creating an opening at the base of the iron bars, through which he carefully crawled. Upon emerging, he swiftly made his way toward the exit, passing by several other empty cells. Am I truly the only one deceived into this place? Wang Yu felt rather foolish. Soon he arrived at the first metal door, where the soft sounds of 2 guards snoring emanated from a small room beside it. He stealthily entered, observing one guard sprawled on a single bed while the other rested his head on the table. Both lost in slumber. Noticing their uniforms and the access cards dangling from their waists, Wang Yu held his breath and carefully brushed against these items, immediately proceeding to scan and model them. The modeling of the polyester uniforms was successful. The modeling of the RFID card, IC card, was also successful. After achieving this, Wang Yu quietly exited the room, simultaneously manifesting the uniform and the IC card onto himself through his mental prowess. The ability to directly manifest the uniform onto himself was indeed convenient, sparing him the time it would take to put it on. He refrained from using the guards' uniforms as raw materials, fearing that their disappearance would rouse them, which would spell trouble. Wang Yu pressed the IC card against the access panel. Beep! The crisp sound made his heart leap into his throat. However, the snoring from the small room completely masked the noise. Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief and opened the door to step outside. Before the second door, 2 guards were still dozing. Wang Yu pondered briefly, lowered the brim of his hat, and confidently approached the second door. Beep! Another crisp sound startled the 2 drowsy guards awake. Hey, Mouse, what are you doing out here? One guard asked, glancing up. Just caught a donor who's got an upset stomach. I'm going to report to Ming Gu about it. Probably needs some treatment. Wang Yu replied, mimicking the voice of the guard, lowering his tone. Although his voice wasn't a perfect match, the 2 guards, still groggy, didn't suspect a thing. After all, the donor they had captured was merely a frail recent graduate. Regardless, they would never imagine that Wang Yu could escape from the cell, nonchalantly wielding an access card. Thus their vigilance was not particularly high. All right, you better hurry then. The guard waved his hand, returning to his drowsy state. Ming Gu had previously mentioned ensuring the health of the donors and notifying them of any issues, so it was deemed normal for Mouse to go report and fetch medicine. Wang Yu thus sauntered out of the cell, incredulous at how smoothly everything was proceeding. Now, how was he to escape this base? Wang Yu furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. When he arrived, he had been blindfolded with a black bag, completely unaware of his location. Just as he was observing the environment, the door beside him suddenly swung open, and a group of people quickly approached him. Seeing them, Wang Yu tensed up, contemplating whether to manifest a weapon and confront them. However, the number of opponents was overwhelming, and several were armed. Even if he manifested a weapon, he couldn't take down all the armed individuals simultaneously, especially since he had never handled a real firearm before. At that moment, someone called out, "Quit dawdling, come help us move some stuff," perhaps due to the dim lighting and his hat. They only saw Wang Yu in a uniform and did not recognize him as an outsider. Wang Yu quickly nodded and rushed over to join them. Be careful while moving. These are all weapons for our evacuation. Ming Gu instructed the group. They all responded in unison. After Ming Gu left, the group began discussing while transporting the weapons. Damn it. We're just a small operation trying to make some money. How could we attract the attention of the patrolling officers here? Probably due to pressure from Longhua. They need to show some results to give them an explanation, but that's why they're using our small operation as an example. It seems Ming Gu didn't handle things well up top. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to relocate. Listening to their conversation, Wang Yu quickly realized why he was the only one in the cell. They were preparing to relocate, and he was likely the last business transaction here. Perhaps it was due to the impending move that there were no surveillance cameras in the cell, or they might have never installed them. Considering it was merely a small operation, the weapons in the vehicle were quite diverse, ranging from various firearms, grenades, to even light mortars and ammunition. Wang Yu's eyes gleamed at the sight. As he helped move the items, he scanned the weapons. He easily completed the modeling for pistols, rifles, grenades, and even light mortars. But encountered issues with the sniper rifle. The rifle exceeded 1 meter in length, making it impossible for him to scan it all at once with his current mental capacity. Thus, he had to divide it into 2 segments. The modeling for the incomplete semi-automatic sniper rifle was successful. The modeling for the sniper barrel was successful. Wang Yu issued a command in his mind to merge the incomplete sniper model with the sniper barrel model. The models were in the process of being merged, with an estimated completion time of 24 hours for the semi-automatic sniper rifle model. Although it would take 24 hours, Wang Yu was not in a rush. Even if the merger succeeded, he couldn't manifest it yet, as he could only manifest items under 1 meter. At that moment, Wang Yu felt a surge of gratitude towards Yang Xing if she hadn't tricked him into coming here. He would never have had the opportunity to encounter these weapons. The gun control in Longhua was extremely strict. Ordinary individuals had no chance to access such armaments if he were to meet Yang Xing again. He would definitely express his gratitude in a decisive manner. After they finished moving the last box of mortar shells into the armory, the warehouse manager completed the inventory and said, "All right, everyone, go take a break." Wang Yu followed the group back, realizing he had been out of the cell for over 50 minutes. If the guards were still adhering to their routine of patrolling every hour, in a few minutes, they would discover he had escaped. Stomachache, need to hit the restroom. Wang Yu suddenly clutched his stomach and walked aside. The others paid him no mind and continued towards the dormitory. Just as Wang Yu thought he could finally evade them, one person suddenly said, "I need to use the restroom too. Let's go together." With no choice, Wang Yu followed the individual into the restroom. Fortunately, the other person only needed to urinate and left after finishing. Waving to Wang Yu. Once the individual departed, Wang Yu quickly pulled up his pants. Manifest grenade. This time, there were no raw materials. It was purely a manifestation using mental energy. He felt his mental energy rapidly depleting. And then a weight settled in his hand. A grenade appeared. Estimating his mental capacity, he realized he could manifest 5 grenades at full mental strength. This was far more useful than a steel rod. Wang Yu felt a sense of gratitude. After moving the weapons earlier, his mental energy had nearly returned to full. Besides the grenade in his hand, he could still manifest 4 more, with grenades in hand. It would be much easier for him to stir up trouble. After studying it briefly, Wang Yu understood how to use the grenade. The system's grenade model indicated all the part names, so he just needed to find the safety pin. As he exited the restroom, he pulled the pin and hurled the grenade into the toilet from a distance. Boom! The restroom erupted in a violent explosion, debris flying everywhere. The blast instantly drew everyone's attention towards the restroom. Mingge hurriedly emerged from his room, frowning as he asked, "What's going on?" "Still unclear. There's been an explosion in the restroom." One of the subordinates shook his head, responding gravely. "Could it be that the methane buildup in the restroom caused someone to light a cigarette and set it off? I saw a video where someone smoking in a restroom got blown into the sky." Minggu was at a loss for words, preparing to send someone to investigate when his walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. "Minggu, it's bad. The donor is missing." "What?" Ming Ge's eyes widened in disbelief as he cursed. Are those 2 guards just sitting around doing nothing? As he berated them, he headed towards the cell, simultaneously ordering, "Immediately investigate the cause of the restroom explosion." Some subordinates rushed towards the restroom, while others followed Ming Gu to the cell to at this moment. Wang Yu had already arrived behind the weapon storage. Pressing his right hand against the wall, using the system to manifest reinforced concrete, the reinforced concrete from the wall of the armory suddenly vanished, reappearing near his left hand. This method of transferring from the right hand to the left was the best way to dismantle. Albeit slightly draining on mental energy, a hole, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, swiftly manifested in the wall near the ground. Immediately thereafter, he materialized 3 hand grenades, each one stripped of its safety pin, which he then hurled through the opening into the armory. Having completed this task, Wang Yu took advantage of the building's shadows to further distance himself from the armory. Boom, boom, boom. The successive detonations of the 3 grenades triggered an instantaneous chain reaction, igniting all the grenades and shells within the armory. The deafening roar of the explosions resonated, followed by a tremor that shook the very earth. Wang Yu, clutching his ears, experienced a ringing in his head, and then the entire world fell silent. He realized he had been rendered deafened by the blast. He quickly sought refuge in a nearby corner piled high with debris, hiding away. Unable to hear, escape was out of the question, especially with the chaos unfolding outside. It was prudent to observe the situation for now. Caught completely off guard, Minggu and his entourage were left in a state of utter confusion. Minggu vigorously shook his head and bellowed at the younger members beside him. What's happening? How on earth did the armory explode? The disheveled subordinates trailing Minggu stood in bewilderment. What are you all doing standing around? Hurry and find out what is going on, Minggu continued to shout. Yet, those underlings remained rooted to the spot, not due to unwillingness to follow orders, but because they simply could not hear Ming Ji's commands. After a considerable time, their hearing gradually returned, and a portion of them immediately dashed towards the armory. Even at this juncture, Minggu had yet to connect the explosions with the disappearance of Wang Yu. Intelligence indicated that Wang Yu was merely an ordinary university graduate, nothing more. Minggu's expression darkened as he commanded, "Notify everyone to prepare for battle." Damn it, this explosion has surely alerted the patrol officers. They might come straight here. Remind the brothers guarding outside to stay vigilant. This clandestine operation was nestled deep within the mountains, where the patrol officers generally lacked the motivation to conduct searches, often choosing to turn a blind eye. However, given the pressure from the Dragon Country, they were compelled to deliver a decisive blow to provide a satisfactory explanation. Minggu, who had mishandled relationships, was likely to become the target of the patrol. With such a massive explosion occurring, they would likely follow the sound. Yes, a subordinate immediately took his leave. Minggu continued deeper into the holding cells. The explosion had already caused losses, and there was no need to dwell on it. Yet, Wang Yu was the subject, and this transaction remained incomplete. It was imperative to locate him, which might also mitigate some losses. The guards in the holding area stood in formation, heads bowed. Although the two doors showed no signs of damage. Wang Yu had vanished, they asked the guards. They bore an undeniable responsibility. Who can explain this? Minggu asked in a low voice. The guard, known as Mouse, who had discovered Wang Yu's absence, could only respond under duress. During my patrol at 1 o'clock, I found the subject missing. The iron bars of his cell were broken in 4 places, with extremely smooth-cut surfaces that it looked as if they had been severed by an exceptionally sharp machine. Gazing at the severed bars, Minggu was utterly astonished, then furrowed his brow. How could he possibly possess instruments to cut steel bars? Did you not hear any sounds? Mouse immediately replied, no. Minggu turned to the guard by the outer door and inquired, did you notice anything unusual? Nothing unusual, except that Mouse went out about 40 minutes ago. No one else opened the door. The guard replied. Mouse paused for a moment, then exclaimed, nonsense. What are you babbling about? I never went out. How could that be? I distinctly saw you use your card to unlock the door, the guard argued vehemently. Listening to their dispute, Minggu inquired gravely, are you certain you saw Mouse leave? The guard hesitated slightly. I'm not sure, but he was wearing our uniform and had the access card. Useless. It must have been the subject in disguise, Minggu shouted immediately. Yet, at that moment, Mouse frowned and said, but our uniforms and IC cards are all accounted for. At this, Minggu was momentarily taken aback. Then how could he have them? Mouse and the others were equally puzzled. Let us not dwell on that for now. Gather everyone immediately. He might still be mingling within our ranks. Minggu understood that this was not the time to fixate on the issue, and promptly commanded, yes. Soon, all of Minggu's subordinates congregated in the square. They removed their hats to confirm whether those standing beside them were indeed allies. Upon hearing Minggu's order, everyone momentarily froze. Then swiftly removed their hats to verify. Just then, a guard burst in from outside, visibly flustered. Minggu, something's wrong. The patrol team is here. Upon hearing this, Ming Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, they've really come. Looking at the armory, now reduced to ruins, he realized he could not possibly fend off the patrol. If the armory had remained intact, they could have easily repelled the patrol and then evacuated. Now he could only helplessly order, we retreat. Tat tat tat. The brothers outside had already engaged in gunfire with the patrol. Damn it, what on earth happened at the armory? Minggu seized a weapon nearby. Retreating while questioning, a hole, about 30 centimeters in diameter, had appeared in the wall behind the armory, as if it had been cut with a tool. The armory administrator replied immediately to smooth-cut surface. Minggu felt a sense of unease. Perhaps the soundproofing in the holding cell was quite effective. preventing those outside from hearing. But why had no one heard the wall being cut? Moreover, cutting through a wall must take time. Right? The administrator nodded. But I did not hear any sound of cutting through the wall. This is absolutely absurd. Ming Gu cursed under his breath and led the group to retreat into the adjacent forest. Wang Yu's hearing had returned to normal, and he could hear the fierce gunfire outside, leaving him somewhat dazed. Then he recalled the discussion about retreating during the transfer of weapons. Could it be that the patrol had arrived? That would be splendid. Although this was a possibility, Wang Yu still hesitated to step outside in the corner. He pressed his right hand against himself, reconstituting the clothing on his left hand and tossing it aside. If the patrol truly had arrived, wearing Ming Gu's crew's uniform would undoubtedly make him appear as one of Ming Ji's accomplices. He certainly did not wish to be caught in a crossfire. As the gunfire receded, a series of footsteps gradually approached and then halted near his hiding spot. Following that was a cacophony of chatter in a foreign tongue, which was then translated into broken Dragon Country language. Individuals inside, you are surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. These patrol officers had located Wang Yu hiding amidst the debris using thermal imaging. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu promptly raised his hands and replied, "Don't shoot. I was captured by them." The foreign patrol officers seemed either unable to understand or disbelieving, continuing to aim their guns at Wang Yu. At that moment, a man from the Dragon Country approached briskly, scrutinizing Wang Yu before inquiring, "Are you Wang Yu?" Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He did not recognize this middle-aged man. "Hello, I am Lin Jiangwo, responsible for overseas security for the Dragon Country." The man introduced himself, extending his hand. Recently graduated, Wang Yu momentarily failed to respond, staring blankly before hastily shaking his hand. The local patrol officers, seeing their recognition, lowered their weapons. "But how do you know me?" Wang Yu still felt puzzled. "About 7 hours ago, someone reported that you were missing while traveling in the pagan country, and we happened to be working with their patrol to dismantle an organ trafficking operation. And your information was relayed to me. I didn't expect such a coincidence. We just destroyed the first hideout and found you." Lin Jiangwo was somewhat surprised as well. Wang Yu nodded in understanding. "Do you know what caused the previous explosion?" Lin Jiangwo, observing the surroundings, casually asked. Wang Yu immediately shook his head. "I have no idea. I only heard one explosion. Then everything descended into chaos, and I took the opportunity to hide here." Lin Jiangwo regarded him thoughtfully, sensing something was amiss. Just as he was about to inquire further, a patrol officer from the pagan country brought Wang Yu's identification documents. Lin Jiangwo reviewed them and returned all the items to him. "Director Lin, they say they need to continue the assault on the next hideout." A patrol officer from the Dragon Nation approached and saluted Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo nodded slightly and gestured towards Wang Yu. "Instructing, arrange for someone to escort him back to the country." "Understood," the officer replied. Wang Yu expressed his profound gratitude. "Thank you, Director Lin." Lin Jiangwo continued, "Keep your phone accessible. I will reach out to you for some information once you return." "Of course, I assure you I will be readily available," Wang Yu responded. Lin Jiangwo adjusted his gear and proceeded to exit. "Director Lin." Wang Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately called out to him. Lin Jiangwo looked at him in puzzlement. "Is there something you need?" Wang Yu carefully considered his words before speaking. "Thank you. The mountains can be quite chilly. Please ensure you have adequate warm clothing. Also, make certain you return to the Dragon Nation before tomorrow morning." Lin Jiangwo paused in surprise. It was currently midsummer, and the altitude here was not particularly high, making the suggestion for warm gear somewhat exaggerated. It was just past 2 in the morning, one of the cooler times of the day, yet they were merely clad in light clothing and would be sweating profusely while on duty, rendering warm gear unnecessary. Lin Jiangwo attributed Wang Yu's comments to a lack of common sense, choosing to dismiss it with a hearty laugh. "No need to be concerned. This is our duty. If all goes smoothly, we should be able to return to the Dragon Nation tonight." Wang Yu nodded, refraining from further words, and boarded a vehicle with the patrol officer, heading towards the Dragon Nation. Though the officer had only casually rescued him, his presence had spared Wang Yu considerable trouble. After all, being abroad, if he had managed to escape alone without a passport, he might have been apprehended as an illegal immigrant. Lacking transportation, he could not fathom when he would return to the Dragon Nation. Riding in the car arranged by Lin Jiangwo would save him a significant amount of time. With less than 30 hours remaining until the eternal night, every moment was precious. Wang Yu needed to expedite his search for the necessary supplies to complete his modeling. Lin Jiangwo had provided him with substantial assistance. Thus, despite the inherent risks, he felt compelled to caution Lin Jiangwo, albeit indirectly. Should he divulge the matter of the eternal night, Lin Jiangwo would likely not only dismiss him as delusional, but also press him for answers, thereby wasting valuable time. Most critically, he had perished in the first wave of the temperature drop during the eternal night, and he could not explain to Lin Jiangwo what had transpired. Having manifested 4 grenades and relocated a block of concrete along with the uniform, Wang Yu felt fatigued and dozed off in the vehicle. He was jolted awake after an indeterminate period when someone nudged him. The young man has quite the carefree attitude, sleeping the entire journey, chuckled the patrol officer beside him. Wang Yu smiled in return. With your protection, I naturally sleep soundly. Thank you for your hard work. The officer, momentarily taken aback, shook his head with a grin, redirecting the conversation. We are now in a secure area. You may return home on your OW and by the way. Do you have any money? Yes, thank you. Wang Yu hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the officer and no need for thanks. I have other duties to attend to. Farewell. The officer waved and departed in his vehicle. At this point, it was nearing 5 in the morning, and the bus station was nearly deserted. The sound of sweeping echoed from a distance as the janitors began their work, while nearby breakfast stalls busied themselves with steaming buns and boiling soy milk. Wang Yu felt a sense of disconnection. Just hours ago, he had been involved in a prison escape, detonating an arsenal amidst a hail of bullets. Now, returning to the Dragon Nation, he found himself enveloped in tranquility and safety. The stark contrast was almost surreal, leaving him to ponder how long this peace would endure. With a sigh, he unlocked his phone. Beep, beep, beep. It rang incessantly as if infected by a virus, compelling him to silence it before checking the notifications. Over 100 missed calls and an equal number of messages, all from the same individual. Wang Yu felt a warmth in his heart as he glanced at the time, pondering, perhaps he was still asleep at this hour. Thus, he replied to a message, I'm alive and safe. No sooner had he sent it than his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and answered, Boss, where have you been? The phone was unreachable, and you didn't respond to my texts. I was about to file a missing persons report. The patrol office refused to initiate a case due to the short duration of your disappearance. However, once they learned you went missing in Plunging, they recorded your information and told me to await further notice. What exactly happened over there? As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end unleashed a torrent of questions. What a surprise to see you up so early today. Wang Yu teased. Are you perhaps overly concerned about me? The caller was none other than his university dorm mate, Duan Nan, a stocky fellow nicknamed Fatty, who shared a close friendship with Wang Yu, being the oldest in the dorm. Wang Yu was affectionately referred to as boss by Duan Nan, lending an air of camaraderie. Who the hell is concerned about you? If it weren't for the $2.50 you owe me, I wouldn't even bother, Duan Nan retorted, filled with disdain. Wang Yu chuckled softly and said sincerely, Thank you, don't get all mushy on me. Hurry up and explain what happened. Duan Nan interrupted brusquely, pressing for details. I was deceived by Yang Xing and nearly had my kidney taken. Thankfully, the patrol thwarted that operation, Wang Yu succinctly explained. Upon hearing the conclusion, Duan Nan visibly relaxed, then began cursing profusely. Damn it, I never would have thought Yang Xing was capable of such treachery. Boss, do you want me to teach her a lesson? Are you certain you can find her now? Wang Yu countered. Duan Nan paused, exhaling heavily. Damn it, I can't let this slide. Enough, there's no time to deal with Yang Xing now. Wang Yu asserted, we have more pressing matters at hand. More pressing matters? Duan Nan inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Suddenly, Wang Yu asked, Fatty, do you believe me? Huh? What do you mean? Duan Nan appeared perplexed. Wang Yu fell silent, seemingly waiting for Duan Nan to provide an answer. Understanding dawned on Duan Nan, and he replied, Of course I do. But why do you seem so strange today? Am I falling victim to a telecom scam? No, I need to verify that you're really the boss, Duan Nan insisted, unexpectedly initiating a video call. Wang Yu promptly accepted, observing Duan Nan's skeptical expression on the screen that he began. Remember that time in freshman year when you were caught watching an adult film during a dorm check and ended up inviting the instructor to join you? I recall the lead actor was Kos. Enough, don't say another word. What do you want to discuss? Duan Nan interrupted, then pressed further. Wang Yu's expression turned serious. Immediately procure warm clothing, lighting supplies, food, and water. Get as much as you can. Duan Nan was taken aback once more, his mind racing in confusion. Is the boss suffering from some kind of trauma after being kidnapped? Why would we need warm clothing in the middle of summer? In this weather, I can hardly bear to wear clothes to work, Duan Nan queried. Tomorrow, the sun will not rise again, and the temperature on the blue star's surface will plummet, Wang Yu intoned gravely. Ah, Duan Nan was stunned again. Boss, how about we hit an internet CF to unwind first? Wang Yu's expression remained grave as he silently regarded Duan Nan. Are you serious? Duan Nan asked uncertainly. Wang Yu nodded earnestly. But how do you know about tomorrow? Duan Nan's brow furrowed. How I know is irrelevant. Just trust me and do as I say, Wang Yu replied. Duan Nan hesitated, then asked, Can I inform others? Do you think others would believe it? Wang Yu retorted. Duan Nan paused before shaking his head. Only someone with a sound mind would find this hard to accept. Of course, I'm not opposed to you sharing this information, but do not invite trouble upon yourself. Wang Yu continued, Remember, once the eternal night descends, a benevolent heart will be of no use. I understand. Duan Nan nodded, then asked, Boss, do you need any money? As a fresh graduate, his savings were indeed limited. Since Duan Nan brought up finances, Wang Yu felt no need for pretense, nodding slightly. Yes, please transfer me some. Although he possessed a manifestation system for models, it ultimately consumed mental energy. Being able to prepare some resources in advance would allow him to allocate his mental energy to more crucial tasks. All right, Duan Nan replied. When will you return? There are still some matters I need to attend to. I should be purchasing a flight ticket back for noon. Wang Yu calculated in his mind and responded. Then we shall meet in the afternoon. Duan Nan concluded the conversation proactively. Wang Yu made his way to the nearest breakfast shop, ordering a plethora of items from the menu, consuming them while simultaneously completing his modeling tasks. Once his hunger was sated, he hailed a taxi to the largest supermarket in the area. Upon entering the supermarket, he continued with his modeling, but soon encountered a dilemma. For packaged goods, he could only create models of the outer packaging. While the food inside remained unmodelable, it was a limitation set by the system. He had to physically interact with the items to model them. Wang Yu felt somewhat helpless, having initially thought he could simply scan items in the supermarket, only to realize he still needed to buy them first. Shaking his head, he proceeded to the loose food section, intending to model whatever he could touch first. After completing his scans, he successfully modeled rice, dried black fungus, jackfruit, and pork. He rummaged through the supermarket's loose food area, yet showed no intention of making a purchase. The sales clerk couldn't help but remind him, If you're not buying, please refrain from touching. Wang Yu casually filled a small bag with rice and handed it to her, saying, Could you please weigh this for me? The clerk, somewhat speechless, complied, weighed it, affixed a label, and handed it back to Wang Yu. With a slight smile, he paid for the small bag of rice and left the supermarket. Exiting the store, Wang Yu quickly hailed a taxi, instructing the driver, Take me to your largest seed company. This thought had occurred to him while scanning soybeans. He was uncertain how long the sun's disappearance would last, but after the extreme cold, the entire ecological environment was likely to collapse. However, as long as there were plant seeds, there remained a chance for recovery. Even if not for environmental restoration, he could engage in agricultural planting. He couldn't manifest everything, as his mental energy was finite. The system space for model placement was infinitely vast. He could create models and store them there. Even if he didn't use them, he couldn't be without them. The taxi swiftly delivered him to the nearest large seed company. Wang Yu approached the business representative and directly inquired, What types of seeds does your company offer? We have all common agricultural crop seeds available on the market, including various fruits. The representative replied with a beaming smile. Could you provide me with some samples? I'd like to see the quality of your seeds, Wang Yu requested. The representative paused slightly, then politely declined. Each seed incurs a cost, so we do not provide free samples. Wang Yu understood their point. He was asking for too many samples, with thousands of seed types available. Even a small amount from each would accumulate to quite a lot. Wang Yu comprehended the implication and suggested, How about 1,000 yuan? I will only be observing, not taking anything with me. Not taking anything? The representative was momentarily taken aback, then replied, That can certainly be arranged. As long as the customer did not take anything, it would be a complete profit for them. Wang Yu promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to the representative via his phone, reflecting on the necessity of money everywhere. Just then, a notification chimed on his phone. You have received a transfer of 200. yuan to your savings account ending in 365, with a balance of 203,888.88 yuan. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing this was the money Duan Nen had sent him. He had expected a transfer of 10,000 at most, but was astonished to find it was a full 200,000. It seemed his family was quite well off. Wang Yu mused internally. The timing of Duan Nan's funds was impeccable, as he needed capital to purchase resources. Are you ready to look at the seeds now? The seed company's representative, having received the 1,000 yuan, became notably more enthusiastic. Wang Yu put away his phone and nodded. Please, lead the way. The representative began excitedly introducing the products. This is a high-yield hybrid rice seed. It can yield 1,500 kilograms per mu without any issue. This is... Wang Yu listened to the representative's enthusiastic ramblings while picking up a few seeds, ostensibly inspecting them but actually modeling them. After finishing the scans, he successfully created models for hybrid rice seeds and jackfruit seeds, although individual seeds were not large and did not consume much mental energy to scan. Completing thousands of scans for different seeds left Wang Yu feeling somewhat fatigued. What you've seen are basically all the seeds our company offers. Are you satisfied? The representative inquired with a smile. Wang Yu gave him a thumbs up. Absolutely. You are quite professional. In the future, our company will procure seeds from you. That's wonderful. Here's my business card. If you have any needs, just give me a call. The representative handed him a business card. Wang Yu nodded slightly, then excused himself and hailed a car directly to the airport. Since scanning in the supermarket wasn't feasible, he needed to rush back to Muquan City. Leaving ample time for procurement, it was already 9 in the morning, and he bought the next available flight to Muquan City. Upon entering the waiting hall, he promptly found a seat and closed his eyes to rest. As the earlier scans and modeling of over 1,000 seeds had drained his mental energy significantly, just then, a woman wearing sunglasses, swaying her hips, sauntered into the waiting hall. Upon spotting Wang Yu, who was resting with his eyes closed, her expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly ducked to the side to hide. She removed her sunglasses for a closer look, pondering, how could he be here? This woman was Yang Xing, who had deceived Wang Yu into going to the kingdom of Pugan. After completing the transaction, she had stayed overnight, intending to gauge the situation that if she were to be wanted, she would not return to her home country. However, the night passed without incident, and there was no reaction domestically. Thus, she planned to return to Muquan City today. After all, she and Wang Yu had not traveled to the kingdom of Pugan together, nor were they on the same flight. Even if the authorities came to inquire, she could feign ignorance. Returning to Long Country would allow her to seek her next target. With a little scheming over 2 to 3 months, she could easily acquire 300,000, a profit substantial enough to justify her risky return to Muquan City. But now that Wang Yu had inexplicably returned alive to Long Country, the situation had become troublesome. How did he escape from Minggu? Yang Xing found it hard to believe, considering Wang Yu was merely an inexperienced young man. Since he had returned to Long Country, why hadn't he reported to the authorities immediately? Countless questions plagued Yang Xing's mind. After a moment of contemplation, she promptly called Minggu. Minggu, how did the person I sent you yesterday manage to escape? She inquired in a hushed tone once the call connected. Minggu was momentarily stunned before asking excitedly, did you find him? Where is he now? Yes. Wang Yu is waiting for a flight at the airport. He seems to be returning to Muquan City. If he makes it back to Muquan City, I'm finished. Yang Xing's brow furrowed deeply. Fantastic. Keep an eye on him for me. I'll give you 20,000. No, 50,000 that you don't have to get involved. I will arrange for someone to capture him. Minggu immediately replied. Yang Xing hesitated slightly, then shook her head. I'm afraid that won't work. Although he hasn't reported to the authorities yet, there's no telling when he might. It's too dangerous that I plan to head to the kingdom of Pugan right away. Don't. Even if you escape to Pugan, Long Country will request Pugan's assistance in the investigation. And you'll still have to hide. Minggu urged that if you help me catch him, I'll make him disappear. You won't have any trouble and can still enjoy yourself in the country. Think it over. Are you sure you can apprehend him within Long Country? Yang Xing expressed skepticism that I'll find a way. Money can make things happen, can't it? Minggu countered. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xing finally nodded. I can help keep an eye on him, but the price must be higher. 100,000. I'll watch him, but you need to pay up front, and your actions must be swift. No problem. The money will be transferred immediately. I'm even more anxious than you. Damn, The buyer's influence this time is immense that it took a lot of effort to find a suitable donor, and now I've lost him. If I can't handle this, I'll be in even bigger trouble. Minggu agreed readily. All right, I'm in Terminal 3. I'll send you a photo shortly. Yang Xing ended the call with a terse remark, donned a hat, and positioned herself at a distance to capture a few photographs, all the while meticulously observing Wang Yu. Meanwhile, Minggu immediately placed a call, arranged for someone to head to Gate 3 at Guangsong Airport without delay. Whatever it takes, ensure that Wang Yu is detained. Understood. It was somewhat easier to maneuver here. If Wang Yu returned to Muchuan City, it would be far more complicated to take action there. Attention, passengers. Boarding for the flight from Guangsong to Muchuan has commenced. Upon hearing this announcement, Wang Yu finally opened his eyes and proceeded toward the boarding gate. Yang Xing furrowed her brow slightly and sent a message to Minggu. What is happening? Where are your people? Boarding is about to begin. You're not seriously considering taking action in Muchuan City, are you? Don't worry, they have arrived. Minggu replied. At that moment, several individuals squeezed their way toward Wang Yu. He frowned slightly and stepped back, but those people pressed closer. It was evident that they were targeting him. My wallet is missing. There's a thief, someone suddenly shouted. Instantly, the crowd surrounding Wang Yu closed in on him. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, and, recalling that someone had just shoved something into his pocket, he quickly realized this was a setup to frame him. But he didn't recognize any of these individuals. Could they be Ming Ji's people? Wang Yu frowned. It seemed the officers hadn't apprehended Minggu after all. Airport security rushed over, inquiring in a deep voice, what is going on? My wallet is missing. And he was the only one who got close to me. The accuser claimed, pointing at Wang Yu. That I can vouch for that. We were together, and only this young man approached us. Others chimed in. Security picked up a radio and requested, check the surveillance footage from Gate 3 immediately. Someone in this group has lost their wallet. Soon, feedback from the surveillance room arrived. There were too many people clustered together. It is unclear if anyone was acting suspiciously. Security frowned and looked at Wang Yu. They all claim you stole his wallet. That I did not. Wang Yu interjected, shoving his hands into his pockets. He had quickly scanned the interior of his wallet, confirming the models for his ID and cash were intact. What a coincidence. His accuser's wallet was made of the same material as Wang Yu's. This made things simpler. A thief would never admit to stealing. The accuser scoffed. We demand a body search. My wallet must be on him. On what grounds? Wang Yu firmly refused, hands still in his pockets. If you didn't steal anything, why are you afraid of a search? The accuser was not in a hurry. They merely sought to stall Wang Yu. Yet, Wang Yu had no time to waste. So he stated, a search is acceptable, but only by security personnel. If I do not have your lost wallet, you must publicly apologize and refrain from obstructing my boarding. That is only fair. We are reasonable people. The accuser nodded. He personally placed the wallet into Wang Yu's pocket, and their group quickly surrounded him, ensuring he could not dispose of the wallet. That a search would undoubtedly reveal it, seeing that both parties had reached an agreement. Security stepped forward to begin the search. They indeed found a wallet in Wang Yu's pocket. Before the accuser could fully comprehend, he shouted, that is my wallet. What else do you have to say? Hurry and arrest him. Since security had just retrieved the wallet from the pocket where it had been placed, it was certainly the accuser's. A crowd had gathered, pointing and whispering about Wang Yu. Why resort to thievery when you have hands and feet? So handsome, yet such a thief. Have people's morals really sunk so low? Security ignored the crowd and asked Wang Yu, is this wallet yours? Wang Yu nodded. The evidence is right in front of you. My ID is inside. The accuser appeared confident. Security nodded, opened the wallet, and indeed found an ID. He examined it, compared it to Wang Yu, and then returned it. After rummaging through the wallet, they found only 2 bank cards and a little over $100, no other IDs. Thus, security returned the wallet to Wang Yu. Thank you for your cooperation. You may board. What? He stole my wallet. Why are you letting him go? The accuser was momentarily stunned, then quickly raised his voice. Wang Yu opened the wallet and displayed his ID. Open your eyes and see. This is my ID. Are you sure this is your wallet? Upon seeing Wang Yu's ID in the wallet, and realizing that the wallet was indeed much larger than his own, the accuser was utterly dumbfounded. How can this be? I clearly placed the wallet. He nearly blurted out the details of his own scheme to frame Wang Yu. Wang Yu stepped closer, a smile on his face, pressing, where exactly did you place the wallet? The accuser, flustered and sweating, struggled to respond. At this point, the onlookers finally understood that this individual had been attempting to scam Wang Yu. After this commotion, the boarding gate was nearly closing, and Wang Yu no longer wished to engage with them. He simply told security, "I have proven my innocence. I leave these slanderers in your hands. We will investigate thoroughly. We apologize for the delay." Security nodded and expressed their regrets. "No, he cannot leave. He must have hidden my wallet elsewhere." The accuser attempted to reach out and grab Wang Yu. Security swiftly intervened. "I have thoroughly searched him. He does not possess your wallet. I now suspect you of deliberately disrupting public order. Please come with me." With that, several security personnel stepped forward to restrain the group and escorted them away. Wang Yu ignored them and boarded the plane just before the gate closed. He found his seat and sat down, rubbing his forehead. After a hard-fought effort to regain some mental energy, he felt it slip away again. Wang Yu sighed in resignation. He had utilized both his wallet and the accused wallet as materials to manifest a new wallet. The new wallet was slightly larger and made of much thicker leather. Wang Yu discovered that stacking the same material was not restricted by the system. For example, this time he consumed 2 wallets of identical material, resulting in a new wallet that was simply a larger, thicker version. The other person's ID had been used directly as material to create his own ID. He dared not stack 2 IDs together. Since all IDs are of uniform size, any overlap would be easily noticed by security, leading to further delays. To ensure he could board the flight, he maintained control over his original ID, discreetly shifting it around. When security checked his upper body, he manifested the ID at his feet. When they moved to check his feet, he would shift it to his shoulder as long as it remained in contact with him. Not limited to his hands, Wang Yu could continuously reposition it. This was akin to playing hide-and-seek with a single ID, and the careful manipulation drained a considerable amount of mental energy. If security discovered 2 identical IDs, it would surely cause significant delays. After boarding the plane, Wang Yu continued to rest his eyes and recover his mental strength. Meanwhile, Yang Xing, still in the terminal, immediately called Ming Gu. "Your people failed to detain Wang Yu and were apprehended by airport security." Ming Gu was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Damn it, you couldn't handle this small matter? A bunch of useless fools. Didn't you follow him onto the plane? If I had followed him, I would have been discovered." There were no other passengers boarding at that point. Yang Xing replied, somewhat helplessly, "Are you still determined to apprehend him?" "Certainly. You should take the next available flight back," Ming Gu said in a low voice. "First, tell me his address in Muchuan City." Yang Xing hesitated. Returning to Muchuan City was indeed perilous. If he intended to report to the police, he would have done so by now. "You needn't worry too much. I will definitely apprehend him before he has the chance to report," Ming Gu reassured her. Contemplating the 100,000 yuan, Yang Xing finally gritted her teeth and replied, "All right, I will change my flight to the next one." Upon receiving Wang Yu's address from Yang Xing, Ming Gu immediately began to make arrangements. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Muchuan City International Airport. As Wang Yu exited the airport, he quickly noticed someone following him. He furrowed his brow. Does Ming Ji's reach extend this far? Since he had arranged for someone to keep tabs on him here, it was certain that his residence was also under surveillance. Ming Gu would undoubtedly inquire with Yang Xing about his address. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yu hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to the clothing market. In the clothing market, the majority of shops offered summer apparel. Wang Yu casually entered a store, modeling the summer clothes while asking the shopkeeper, "Do you have any leftover down jackets from last season?" The shopkeeper was taken aback. "Young man, why are you asking about down jackets in this sweltering heat?" he inquired, puzzled. "That I heard there's going to be a significant drop in temperature soon, so I want to buy a few down jackets to prepare," Wang Yu replied earnestly. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, "You're quite the joker. Even with a temperature drop, you won't need down jackets in the middle of summer. Do you have any down jackets in stock?" Wang Yu pressed again. The shopkeeper shook his head. "We've cleared out last season's stock long ago. I'll check with other stores," Wang Yu said, promptly turning to leave. The shopkeeper shook his head with a smile. "These young people today are concerning. Buying down jackets in summer. Is the pressure of life too much?" Ignoring the shopkeeper's incredulous gaze, Wang Yu inquired at store after store until he finally found one with dozens of down jackets still in stock. "How many do you need?" the shopkeeper asked. "I'll take one of each style," Wang Yu replied without hesitation. "One of each style. Do you want the women's as well?" The shopkeeper was even more confused. Wang Yu nodded. "Yes, all of them." Though somewhat perplexed, the shopkeeper was delighted to offload last season's inventory. He immediately sent an employee to fetch various styles of down jackets, 8 styles each for men and women, totaling 16 pieces, all brand name products. Although they were from last season, their quality was top-notch. I won't charge you much, just 5,000 yuan for all of it. You can take them, the shopkeeper said, pointing to the down jackets the employee brought. Wang Yu nodded slightly and replied, no problem. After the employee helped package the 16 down jackets, Wang Yu paid and carried them deeper into the clothing market. After circling the market, he exited through another door, hailed a taxi, and said, to the used car market. After all this commotion, Wang Yu successfully shook off his pursuers and acquired warm clothing. However, he couldn't return to his own residence and needed to find a place to rest. His plan was to scour the used car market for a vehicle to make do with. As his original residence was rented, there was no need to return. Upon reaching the used car market, Wang Yu approached a salesperson and stated directly, I am looking for a used car priced under 50,000, with ample space, and model is not a concern. The salesperson promptly handed over a tablet. Based on your criteria, there are many vehicles available. Please take a look. Wang Yu nodded and began to browse the tablet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he found a used RV among the filtered options. I'll take this one. Wang Yu pointed at the RV. The salesperson paused momentarily and cautioned, Sir, many of the features in this RV are broken. It can only be driven. It probably won't pass inspection. Are you sure you want this one? Wang Yu nodded affirmatively, providing a fabricated rationale. This will do. With some modifications, it can serve as a living space, and parking fees are much cheaper than renting an apartment. The salesperson was momentarily taken aback, then gave a thumbs up. Young people indeed have creative ideas. After Wang Yu completed the payment, all the necessary paperwork was processed, except for the license plate. In Muchuan City, plates are allocated by lottery. However, the absence of a license plate was no longer a pressing issue. Only 16 hours remained until the temperature dropped. A temporary plate would suffice for now. After receiving the keys to the RV, Wang Yu immediately boarded to inspect it. Indeed, as the salesperson had indicated, most of the equipment inside the RV was defective. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a diesel generator that still started. He tossed the down jackets he had purchased into the vehicle and then moved to the driver's seat to start the engine and drive out. Fortunately, during his university days, Duan Nan had dragged him along to obtain a driver's license, and he had even covered the cost at the time. However, Wang Yu repaid Duan Nan as soon as he received his first month's salary after graduation. Thankfully, he had a license. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to drive off with the vehicle he had just bought. Just as Wang Yu was feeling relieved, Duan Nan's call came through. Boss, when is your flight? Wang Yu replied with a smile. I've already arrived. What? You've arrived? Why didn't you notify me so I could pick you up? Duan Nan exclaimed. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Not necessary for now. Wang Yu decisively refused. Duan Nan was slightly taken aback. Why? Aren't you alone now? Come to my place. I've prepared plenty of supplies, enough for us to eat for a year and a half. Wang Yu explained. Someone is following me. There might be someone watching you too. Minggu is likely not done yet and still wants to take me back. We shouldn't meet for the time being. What? Are they that audacious? They dare to act domestically. Duan Nan was astonished. Since they have someone tailing me, they are certainly planning to take action. If it weren't for the impending disaster, I would have reported it already. Wang Yu replied. In that case, you should come over. Being together would provide some protection. Duan Nan continued. Fatty, I understand your intentions, but I genuinely have matters to attend to. We will meet eventually. Just wait for me. Wang Yu said solemnly. Duan Nan furrowed his brow slightly but did not insist further, instead saying, all right, stay safe and contact me if there are any issues. Of course. Right now, you are my only brother. Wang Yu replied with a smile. I'm driving. Let's talk later. Okay. Duan Nan hung up the call. A somewhat plump middle-aged woman spoke up. Nan, is your classmate reliable? Of course, he is my best brother, Duan Nan affirmed. Then asked, Mom, will Dad be back tonight? I told him that no matter how busy he is, he must come home to rest tonight. He promised, so he should return. Duan Nan's mother replied with a nod. That's good. Duan Nan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if he relayed Wang Yu's words verbatim to his father, he would surely be scolded, so he could only request his mother to ensure his father came home to rest tonight. According to Wang Yu, the temperature would begin to plummet rapidly at 6 o'clock the next morning. He had to drag his father to that point at that time. Revealing Wang Yu's prediction should convince his father. Meanwhile, Wang Yu arrived at a gas station and asked the staff, "Can I use a fuel can to refuel?" The staff shook their head. "Generally, that's not allowed unless there are special circumstances. You'll need your ID and other documentation." "I only need a little bit, about 10 milliliters of each type. Do I still need documentation for that?" Wang Yu pressed on. "You do?" The staff nodded, then curiously asked, "So little? What do you need it for?" "I just want to conduct some research on different types of gasoline and diesel," Wang Yu replied. "Could you possibly make an exception?" "Principally, it's not allowed." The staff discreetly rubbed their fingers together. Wang Yu immediately understood. "No problem. Just name your price." The staff lowered their voices and said, "Our gas station has samples of various types of gasoline and diesel that I can set aside a portion for you. 2,000 yuan will suffice. And we have all kinds available." Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, let me scan you." He promptly transferred 2,000 to the staff member, who immediately proceeded to the back office. After a brief flurry of activity, he emerged with a small box. "This is it. Wait to open it until after you leave," the staff cautioned. Wang Yu nodded and replied, "Okay, please fill up the fuel tank of my RV first." Once the fuel was topped off and he departed the gas station, Wang Yu eagerly opened the small box. Inside were numerous test tubes. He casually opened one and lightly touched the liquid within while issuing a scanning command. The scan succeeded. Modeling for number 98 gasoline was complete. He then confirmed the contents of the other test tubes, and, indeed, they contained every type of gasoline and diesel available on the market, proving that the staff had not deceived him. After completing the modeling for all varieties of gasoline and diesel, Wang Yu drove his RV directly to the supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, he immediately began a massive shopping spree, taking one of each packaged food item while modeling any unwrapped products on the spot. After 2 hours of this endeavor, Wang Yu's mental energy was nearly depleted. Rubbing his temples, he maneuvered 5 small carts piled high to the checkout counter. The cashier, taken aback by the sheer quantity of items, couldn't help but think, what on earth is the reason for such a haul when it's neither a holiday nor a celebration? Although reluctant, she proceeded with her work. By the time she finished scanning and processing the payment, a full 40 minutes had passed. Wang Yu paid, opting not to receive a receipt, and pulled the 5 carts away. After transferring all the items from the carts into the RV and locking the vehicle, he changed the bedding inside and lay down. At this moment, sleeping was the most effective way to restore his mental energy. Just as Wang Yu succumbed to slumber, Minggu was frantically searching for him. "What? Are you all idiots? How could you lose track of one person?" He fumed. "Has he not returned to his residence? Damn it. Have you exposed yourselves?" He discovered someone was tailing him, so he didn't go back. "Keep watching him for me. I refuse to believe he won't return to his home eventually." "What about his close friend? Is he still at home, not going out? Damn it. It seems their friendship isn't as solid as thought. If Wang Yu returned, wouldn't they have met?" Unable to locate Wang Yu, Minggu called Yang Xing, aside from his residence and his close friend's house. "Where else might Wang Yu go?" Yang Xing shook her head. "He shouldn't go to other places. He's quite the homebody. Homebody my foot. He hasn't returned to his place yet. Who knows where he's gallivanting?" Minggu exhaled in frustration. "You better help me look. We can't just take the money and not do any work. Rest assured, I too hope he's captured by you. Our goals are aligned," Yang Xing replied. After hanging up, she furrowed her brow, having returned to Makawa City, yet she had no leads in her search for Wang Yu. At that moment, a post appeared across various online forums and message boards. "Tomorrow at 6 o'clock. The sun will vanish and temperatures will plummet. Please take precautions against the cold." It was the end of the workday, and many people were browsing the internet on their way home, upon stumbling across such a post. They were momentarily taken aback before beginning to leave humorous comments. "A drop in temperature? Isn't that a good thing? In the middle of summer, the cooler, the better. The sun disappearing? That's utterly ridiculous. How could such a massive celestial body simply vanish? Can't you put a little more thought into your storytelling? Precautions against the cold? I want to go to work completely undressed. If the sun truly did disappear and the temperature dropped drastically, that would undoubtedly be the end of the world. Here we go again." They were claiming 2012 would be the apocalypse, and just as I eagerly awaited it, nothing happened and I continued with my mundane life. If this time it's true, I would genuinely thank the poster in the heavens. Everyone treated the post as mere gossip to pass the time. However, it was soon overshadowed by news of a celebrity couple's divorce. Noticing the waning interest in his post, Duan Nan felt a twinge of helplessness. The boss was right. No one will ever believe it. Even the National Information Department dismissed the post as an individual's end-of-the-world fantasy. Something that pops up every so often. Since it wouldn't disrupt stability, they decided to let it be. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm rang, and Wang Yu opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented before quickly regaining his senses. He shut off the alarm and glanced at the time. It was 7 in the evening. Duan Nin had sent him a message, venting about the situation online that you've done your part, if they don't believe it. There's nothing more to be done, Wang Yu replied before stepping out of the RV to find a place to eat, naturally engaging in more modeling, as his model library was already filled with numerous snack models. After satisfying his hunger, he continued to fill in the gaps, purchasing supplies in preparation for the first wave of the temperature drop. He acquired insulating cotton, smokeless coal, and even managed to procure some honeycomb coal along with appropriate stoves. While Wang Yu frantically gathered various items, Duan Nan's father, Duan Haochuan, returned home. Upon seeing the house overflowing with various supplies, he frowned slightly. What is going on here? Why did you buy so many things? Just as Duan Nan was about to speak, his mother, Mei, quickly replied, I've been dealing with some goods. We'll be moving out tomorrow. They had made their fortune through business, so Duan Haochuan had no reason to doubt her words. However, he frowned again. Didn't I say to let you rest at home? Why are you moving goods again? I got someone else to help move. I'm not doing any heavy lifting. Mei smiled slightly as she replied, Well, Nan, when you have time, help your mother out. Don't let her wear herself out, Duan Haochuan said as he walked toward the bedroom, passing through the piles of supplies. Sure thing, Dad. Seeing his mother cover for him, Duan Nan felt pleased. If Duan Haochuan knew it was his son who had filled the house with supplies to prepare for tomorrow's temperature drop. Explaining it would have taken a great deal of effort, but once tomorrow came, no further explanation would be necessary. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had also filled his RV to the brim. Looking at the loaded vehicle, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. The speed of tomorrow's temperature drop was too rapid. Lingering on the surface was not an option. Wang Yu contemplated his options, ultimately deciding to seek out an underground parking garage. However, most underground garages have height restrictions, and his RV would likely not fit. After searching online, he discovered the largest commercial complex nearby, which had no height restrictions at its underground garage entrance. Moreover, this complex boasted 3 levels of underground parking. Entering the 3rd level should mitigate the temperature drop considerably. More importantly, the commercial complex could also provide some supplies. Although the funds Duan Nan had transferred to him were nearly exhausted after the extreme cold, money would become irrelevant. Wang Yu drove his RV to the commercial complex, but upon entering the underground garage, he was stopped. Your RV is too tall. Better park in the surface lot, the security guard frowned. It's just a small RV, not excessively tall. Could you make an exception? Wang Yu said, sliding 1,000 yuan in cash into the guard's pocket. Feeling the weight of the money, the guard immediately replied, Go ahead, but watch the height of your parking space. We won't be responsible if your vehicle gets scratched. Of course, that goes without saying. Thank you, and I appreciate your hard work, Wang Yu responded promptly. Then started the RV and drove into the underground garage. Not far away, Yang Xing watched the scene with wide eyes. Wang Yu actually bought an RV. Where did he get the money? But she quickly realized. Snapping a side photo of the RV before it entered the garage, it must be noted that Wang Yu and Yang Xing shared an uncanny connection. She had merely come to the commercial complex for dinner and, after a brief stroll, happened to see Wang Yu. Although the distance was somewhat far, she was certain that the individual driving the RV was indeed Wang Yu. Yang Xing immediately called Ming Gu. Ming Gu, I found Wang Yu. That's fantastic. Where is he? Quickly send me the location. Ming Ji's voice brimmed with excitement. Yang Xing quickly sent her location while saying, I saw him drive his RV into the underground garage. I can't keep up, so hurry and arrange for people to guard all the exits. He absolutely won't escape. Very well. You keep an eye on it. I will arrange for someone to go there right away. Ming Gu responded. This time, make sure to send some reliable people. I cannot afford another failure. Yang Xing continued. If you still cannot capture him this time, I will leave the country immediately. Rest assured, there will be no issues this time. Ming Gu assured her. Yang Xing inwardly scoffed. They always say that. Yet we have already failed twice. Upon entering the underground parking garage, Wang Yu drove straight to the 3rd basement level. Once there, he distanced himself from the entrance, steering towards the innermost corner. Now. It was quite late, and the third basement level was almost devoid of vehicles. Wang Yu parked the camper van in the corner, drew the curtains, ensuring that the interior was completely concealed from outside view. He then took out insulation material and began to affix it inside the vehicle. An hour later, the walls of the camper van were entirely covered with a thick layer of insulation, and Wang Yu was drenched in sweat. He hurriedly dove into the restroom for a shower and emerged with his shirt off. He casually turned on the air conditioning and collapsed onto the bed. The air conditioning in the back of the van had already malfunctioned, but the vehicle's air conditioning was still functional. Fortunately, the driver's cabin and the living area of the camper were connected. Otherwise, Wang Yu would have had to endure the heat in the driver's seat alone. At that moment, Ming Ji's people had just arrived. Why so late? Yang Xing frowned slightly. I cannot keep watch alone. I am unsure whether he has left, but his camper has not. The newcomers disregarded her complaints and coldly stated, "Understood. We will handle the rest." After saying that, the group dispersed, securing each exit and meticulously checking the individuals exiting the shopping mall. The leader, accompanied by several others, headed directly into the mall. Naturally, Yang Xing did not leave. She needed to ascertain whether Wang Yu had been captured, as it pertained to her ability to remain in Muchuan City. "You all conduct the search. Stay sharp. I will check the underground parking garage." "Yes, Brother Dao." The younger members scattered, while Brother Dao headed straight for the elevator. Although Yang Xing followed, she dared not get too close. Merely finding a corner to observe from a distance, seeing Brother Dao head to the basement, Yang Xing thought to herself, "These people appear very professional. Wang Yu should not be able to escape this time." Although she had provided a photograph of the camper van, the underground garage was vast, and it would take at least half an hour to scour just one level by the time Brother Dao completed his inspection of the first two levels. An hour had passed. He wouldn't stop at the third level, would he? With so many vacant parking spaces on the upper two levels, is he out of his mind? Brother Dao muttered in exasperation. Meanwhile, Wang Yu sneezed, rubbed his nose, and turned off the air conditioning. Could it be that the temperature is set too low? Dingling. His phone rang. It was a call from the police precinct. Wang Yu promptly answered. "Hello, this is Lin Jiangwo," the caller stated directly. "Hello, Director Lin. Have you completed your mission and returned safely to the homeland?" Wang Yu inquired with a smile. "Not quite. While I did dismantle several dens, I did not catch a single big fish." Lin Jiangwo replied casually before asking, "Have you returned to Muchuan City yet?" "Yes." Wang Yu nodded affirmatively. "Do you have time now? I would like to discuss some matters with you," Lin Jiangwo continued. "Of course, go ahead. How did you end up in their clutches?" "My ex-girlfriend invited me to travel to the kingdom of Bagan," Wang Yu recounted. Upon hearing Wang Yu's narrative, Lin Jiangwo frowned slightly. "Since you went with your girlfriend, why did you not take the same flight?" "She said her company reimbursed her ticket for a business trip there. We agreed to meet up once we arrived," Wang Yu replied helplessly. Lin Jiangwo narrowed his eyes, contemplating. "Yang Xing's company warrants further investigation. Now, tell me how you managed to escape their grasp and hide." Lin Jiangwo continued. "I suddenly heard an explosion, followed shortly by intense gunfire. Then they dragged me out of my cell. The scene was chaotic, and I managed to break free from their control and hide amidst the turmoil," Wang Yu explained. "You are quite lucky," Lin Jiangwo remarked with a smile. "Indeed, now that I think about it. It is rather unbelievable that they did not shoot at me. Perhaps they still needed my kidneys," Wang Yu reflected with a hint of nostalgia. "All right, we will leave it at that for now. I may reach out to you again if necessary." Lin Jiangwo concluded the conversation. Suddenly, Wang Yu asked, "Have you seen the reports online about the sun disappearing and temperatures plummeting?" Lin Jiangwo paused momentarily before chuckling. "Surely you do not believe such nonsense. What if it is true? You should prepare some warm clothing. It is better to be safe than sorry," Wang Yu insisted. Lin Jiangwo was taken aback again. "Are you feeling overly stressed?" "Perhaps," Wang Yu replied. "Then you should get some rest. A good night's sleep will help." Lin Jiangwo consoled him before hanging up. Wang Yu shook his head in resignation. He had done his best to warn them, but they did not believe him, and there was little he could do. At this moment, a young officer beside Lin Jiangwo spoke up. "Director Lin, do you think what Wang Yu said is true?" The young officer had been taking notes during Lin Jiangwo's inquiry and had naturally heard Wang Yu's words. Lin Jiangwo shot him an exasperated glance. "You cannot possibly believe that, can you? If you do, then go prepare." With that, Lin Jiangwo left. The young officer pondered for a moment before indeed rushing out to procure warm supplies. This young officer was the one who had accompanied Wang Yu back to Longhua. He sensed that Wang Yu's mental state was entirely sound, and Wang Yu's repeated warnings certainly indicated he had discovered something. Even if it turned out to be false, the warm supplies he purchased could still serve as gifts for their northern brothers. Having ended the call, Wang Yu was now ready to rest. He needed ample energy to face the impending drop in temperature tomorrow. However, before resting, he manifested a handgun and 2 magazines using his mental energy, depleting it entirely before drifting off to sleep. Upon awakening, his mental energy would be fully restored, maximizing the efficiency of its usage. It was not that he did not wish to manifest a rifle, but rather that his mental energy was insufficient. While it was possible to use materials along with mental energy to manifest one, he currently had no materials on hand. Yet, he devised a plan. First, he would use mental energy to manifest several handguns, then utilize these handguns as materials, combined with mental energy, to manifest a rifle. Just as Wang Yu fell into a deep slumber, Brother Dao had located the camper van's position. He snapped a photo and sent it to Yang Xing, asking, "Is this Wang Yu's camper van?" "Yes," Yang Xing replied immediately. The camper van remained in the underground garage, indicating that Wang Yu was still within the complex. Brother Dao promptly issued orders. "Aside from the brothers watching the exits, the rest of you drive 2 vehicles to the 3rd basement level. We will guard the camper." The younger members searching for Wang Yu within the commercial complex quickly departed, arriving in 2 vehicles at the 3rd basement level and parking not far from the camper van. Brother Dao entered a vehicle and instructed, "You all manage it. Ensure that at least 2 people are always keeping watch." After saying that, he reclined in the back seat to rest. Brother Dao slept soundly until 2 in the morning, at which point he sat up and asked, "Has Wang Yu not returned yet?" The 2 younger members tasked with watching shook their heads. "No." Brother Dao furrowed his brow. "Is this kid really that engrossed? It has been nearly an entire night, and he still has not returned." "Do you think he might have checked into a hotel?" one of the younger members speculated. Brother Dao nodded. "That is possible, but we cannot just barge into a hotel to apprehend him. We shall wait. After all, his camper is here. He wouldn't just leave it behind. We have people outside keeping watch. It should be fine." The commercial complex operates 24 hours a day, but the foot traffic dwindles significantly in the late hours. Yang Xing could no longer endure, so she found an internet CF, booked a private room, and began to rest as dawn approached at 5 o'clock. Duan Haochuan, accustomed to rising early, woke up promptly. He carefully fumbled for his clothes, wary of disturbing his wife. "Inmei's rest up so early." Inmei's voice drifted from beside him. Duan Haochuan smiled and replied, "It is a habit. You should sleep a bit longer. I will head to the office first." Inmei sat up and switched on the bedside lamp. When Duan Haochuan turned around, he was taken aback to see that she bore a pair of dark circles under her eyes. "Did you not sleep well last night?" he inquired with a furrowed brow. "I couldn't fall asleep," Inmei replied, shaking her head. Duan Haochuan, despite his usual obliviousness, sensed that something weighed heavily on her mind. "What is it? Has something happened?" he asked, returning to the warmth of the bed and embracing her. Inmei nestled into his arms comfortably and responded, "Do you think the sun could really disappear?" "Ah." Duan Haochuan was utterly taken aback. Inmei pulled out her phone, opened a post from a forum, and held it up for him to see. He glanced at it in confusion, catching sight of a post claiming that the sun would vanish and temperatures would plummet. "You can't possibly believe this nonsense. You don't even know the poster. There's no need to pay attention to such frivolous information." Duan Haochuan expressed his disbelief, puzzled as to why his otherwise rational wife would entertain such apocalyptic musings from the internet. "I do know the poster, and so do you," Inmei replied. Duan Haochuan was even more perplexed. "Who?" "Our son, Nan Nan," Inmei answered. "What?" Duan Haochuan exclaimed. "I have repeatedly told him not to indulge in those ridiculous novels and films. Has he become bewitched by them?" He stood up, preparing to go reprimand Duan Nan. Inmei pulled him back and asked, "What are you doing?" "I need to teach that rascal a lesson. He spreads such negative rhetoric without fear of repercussions from the cyber police. Does he think the internet is a lawless realm?" Duan Haochuan said, his frustration evident. "Are you so certain that Nan Nan is speaking falsely?" Inmei countered. Duan Haochuan paused, his brow furrowing. "He is not a deity. How could he possibly know about future events?" It was his college classmate, Wang Yu, who informed him. Inmei continued to explain. "Wang Yu? How can that be?" Duan Haochuan was taken aback. He recognized Wang Yu, having met him once. To his knowledge, Wang Yu was an outstanding student. Consistently ranking first in each of his 8 semesters at university, he had always encouraged Duan Nan to befriend such a scholar. Yet, he could not fathom that Wang Yu would claim the sun would vanish today. I inquired closely with Nan. Apparently, Wang Yu was deceived by his girlfriend and taken to a factory in Bagan, where they intended to harvest his kidney. However, he managed to escape. Mei elaborated. Generally speaking, it is highly improbable for a freshly graduated student to flee from such a factory. Even if someone attempted a rescue, it would be exceedingly difficult. Are you suggesting that Wang Yu might have had an extraordinary experience? Duan Haochuan inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Mei nodded. Yes, since he shared this with Nan, he must have sensed something amiss. That is why I allowed Nan to stockpile so many supplies at home. Are you implying that these supplies are intended for a potential extreme cold weather event? Duan Haochuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Mei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, even if my judgments are entirely mistaken. At worst, we can sell these supplies at a discount without incurring significant loss. But if it turns out to be true, these supplies could be our salvation. Duan Haochuan nodded, somewhat reproachfully saying, in light of these developments, you could have informed me directly. You're so intimidating that Nan wouldn't dare say such things to you directly. Otherwise, you'd surely berate him. Mei chuckled in response. Duan Haochuan shook his head helplessly and asked, did Wang Yu mention when the temperature would begin to drop? At 6 o'clock this morning, which is in half an hour. Mei glanced at the time and replied. Duan Haochuan nodded. In that case, I will wait for this half hour. With that, he dressed and got out of bed. Where are you going? Mei asked in confusion. Did you not say you would wait? I need to organize the basement. If we truly face extreme cold, we will have to reside there, Duan Haochuan replied, heading downstairs. Mei paused for a moment, then immediately sat up and declared, I will help you. There's no need. You should rest a little longer. Duan Haochuan's voice floated back from the hallway. Yet, Mei still dressed and followed him outside. Dad, you're up early. Duan Nan was already seated in the living room, and upon seeing Duan Haochuan descend the stairs, he hurriedly greeted him. Why not have breakfast before heading out? Duan Haochuan scrutinized Duan Nan carefully. The latter felt somewhat uneasy under his father's gaze and steeled himself to speak. Dad, there is something I want to tell you. I already know. Your mother has informed me, Duan Haochuan replied, retracting his scrutinizing gaze as he approached the dining table and picked up a slightly burnt slice of toast. You are growing up now. In the future, speak openly about any matters. Duan Nan was momentarily taken aback, then promptly replied with enthusiasm, okay. However, for matters like this, you must consult me at the earliest opportunity, with an extra mind involved. Our considerations will be more comprehensive, Duan Haochuan said after swallowing a mouthful of toast. Understood, but Dad, do you truly believe what Wang Yu said? Duan Nan asked curiously. Logically, I find it hard to believe. But I trust your judgment and friends and your mother's intuition, Duan Haochuan replied. Come with me to the basement. If the temperature truly drops drastically, it will be more suitable for us to stay there. All right, Duan Nan eagerly followed. Seeing the father and son in such harmony, Mei smiled at that moment. Wang Yu had been awakened by the alarm clock. The RV he was in was already quite soundproof. And with the additional layer of thick insulation he had applied, the sounds from outside were nearly inaudible. The watchers, Daoj and his companions, had not approached too closely, thus they remained oblivious to the ringing alarm. Having only used the air conditioning for a short while the previous day, the insulation had kept the RV at a comfortable temperature throughout the night. Wang Yu was quite pleased with the RV's thermal performance. Should I venture outside to experience the last half hour of warmth? A thought suddenly crossed Wang Yu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After a significant drop in temperature, there would surely be a period of chaos. It was best not to join in the fray, and he decided to wait until the turmoil subsided before assessing the necessity of going out. He casually grabbed some snacks to serve as breakfast, and then opened his laptop to stream the footage from the RV's exterior cameras. Should anyone attempt to vandalize his RV amidst the chaos, he would be able to respond promptly. He also opened his phone to browse relevant news online. Time passed slowly, and it was nearly 6 o'clock. Duan Haochuan arrived at the top floor of his villa, gazing eastward, where the dawn glow had begun to appear. What am I anticipating? How could the sun possibly disappear? Duan Haochuan shook his head in resignation, concluding it was merely Wang Yu's prank. Beside him, Duan Nan looked somewhat awkward, unsure of what to say. Beep, beep, beep. The 6 o'clock alarm on the phone rang out. At that moment, the once vivid dawn glow abruptly vanished, and the entire sky darkened. Duan Haochuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Duan Nan was equally shocked, muttering, "The big guy truly did not deceive me. Everything he said is real. It seems our decision was correct. Wang Yu has saved our family," Yin exclaimed, her face a mixture of incredulity and awe. Duan Haochuan quickly regained his composure and urged Duan Nan downstairs. "Did anyone see you unloading the supplies yesterday? There was so much stuff. I'm sure someone noticed." Duan Nan replied helplessly. "Go reinforce the back door, stacking everything possible against it. I will secure the front door," Duan Haochuan commanded in a low voice. Duan Nan immediately understood his father's intent, nodded, and hurried toward the back door. Meanwhile, the early risers and those just finishing their night shifts had begun to notice the unusual darkness outside, sparking discussions online. What is going on? Why did it suddenly turn dark? The weather forecast indicated rain, right? Isn't this typical for summer? It can go from sunny to dark in an instant as clouds gather. But our weather forecast predicted a clear day. How did it turn dark? Wait, there's more? I just climbed over the wall to check, and other countries are experiencing the same phenomenon, even across the ocean. Though it's nearing nightfall there, it has also suddenly become pitch black. Oh my, do you all remember the post from yesterday regarding the sun's disappearance? It coincided precisely with the anomalous occurrence at 6 o'clock. It appears that the prophecy has indeed come true. Does this mean an abrupt drop in temperature is imminent? Damn it, regardless of the truth behind it, we must hasten to procure supplies for storage. Seriously, you all shouldn't jump to conclusions. Given our nation's resource supply, there is no need to hoard. We will undoubtedly have enough. Haha. While resources may be sufficient, do you dare to venture outside to retrieve them? Precisely, if the temperature truly plummets to a certain degree, you will be confined to the safety of your homes. In an instant, many rushed out of their houses, hurrying towards the nearest shops and supermarkets. However, those shopkeepers had also received the news and promptly closed their doors, ceasing all sales of supplies. Most supermarkets were still not open at this hour. Establishments like the one where Wang Yu was located, which operated 24 hours a day, became the target for the anxious crowd. At that moment, a young man stationed at the entrance immediately reported to Brother Dao. "Brother Dao, I'm not sure what is happening, but a massive crowd is suddenly flooding into the complex." Upon hearing this, Brother Dao was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that everyone has decided to shop so early? Just then, a young man beside him handed over his phone. "Brother Dao, take a look at the news online." Brother Dao took the phone, scanned through the information, his brow furrowing, and immediately inquired, "Is it still dark outside?" The young man stationed outside quickly responded, "It suddenly became much darker just now. The streetlights have all turned on." Could it be true? Brother Dao frowned slightly, then commanded the two young men beside him, "You two, hurry up and buy some food and gather some warm supplies." Understood. The two men quickly exited the vehicle and made their way to the elevator. The camera on the RV captured the two leaving, prompting an alert on Wang Yu's laptop. He set his phone down and quickly checked the surveillance footage. Frowning slightly as he reviewed last night's recordings, he discovered that around 10 o'clock the previous night, an individual had walked into the third level of the underground garage, glanced at his RV, and then summoned two vehicles to park not far from it. Several people entered those vehicles and did not exit again. It was evident they were targeting him. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Had he not managed to shake off those who were tailing him? Regardless, he had no inkling that he had been seen by Yang Xing upon entering the underground garage. Unable to comprehend the situation, he chose not to dwell on it, but instead considered how to evade their surveillance. Since they hadn't taken action, they were likely waiting for him to emerge or assumed he was not inside the RV, merely lying in wait. After contemplating, Wang Yu decided to remain observant. Once the temperature dropped, they would likely lack the energy to monitor him, focusing instead on how to survive in extreme cold. At this moment, senior officials of Long Nation were convening an emergency meeting. "We cannot ascertain what has obscured the sunlight, and our satellites are all offline. The only certainty is that surface temperatures will decline," reported a meteorological expert. "At what rate?" a senior official inquired, frowning. "That it is estimated that in about a month, temperatures will plummet to -20 degrees, the expert speculated. Just then, a secretary entered the conference room and whispered to the leading official. Director Lin Jiangwo called, stating he has an important report. The official frowned slightly, but still took the call. Leader, during my mission in the kingdom of Bagan last night, I rescued a young man who continually reminded me to keep warm. When I contacted him yesterday, he reiterated this warning and mentioned that after the sun vanishes, the temperature will plummet. How does he know this? The official queried, frowning. I'm not sure, but he seems quite certain this will happen, Lin Zhengwo replied. The official pondered for a moment before instructing, send me his information. Understood, Lin Zhengwo responded. Upon receiving Wang Yu's information, the senior officials of Long Nation immediately contacted him. Ring, ring. Wang Yu noticed that the caller's number was hidden, and his suspicions were aroused as he answered the call. Hello, Wang Yu. This is Long Jun. A commanding voice resonated. Greetings, esteemed leader. I had already anticipated your call. Wang Yu acknowledged, continuing, I do not know the reason behind the sun's disappearance. All I know is that following its vanishing today, the temperature will drop sharply. However, meteorologists have analyzed that temperatures will not plummet drastically. Long Jun replied, frowning. Have they determined why the sun disappeared? Wang Yu countered, this situation is inherently bizarre and cannot be deduced by existing theories. Long Jun nodded slightly and continued, to what degree will temperatures fall? During my last experience, I lacked a thermometer. It was simply freezing. If I do not prepare in advance, I will surely perish from the cold. Wang Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Long Jun's brow furrowed deeply as he contemplated the information. After a moment, he issued a command. Immediately issue a notification to all citizens of Long Nation, warning them that temperatures will drop sharply. And instruct everyone to take precautions for warmth. What? Temperatures will not suddenly plummet. A meteorologist immediately objected. Issue the notification as I directed, Long Jun asserted in a low voice. But this will only incite greater panic among the populace. Someone retorted that I understand. But if the public does not take this temperature drop seriously, more lives will be lost, Long Jun replied. The meteorologists believed that while temperatures would decrease, it would not be so rapid, allowing for a response time. Hence they sought to argue further. Just then, a meteorological monitor burst into the room. This is bad. The temperature is dropping faster than we predicted. The meteorologists were left utterly dumbfounded. Immediately issue the notification, Long Jun commanded once more. Understood. Soon, a notification was sent to everyone's phones, and various media outlets began to circulate the announcement. Due to unknown reasons, Blue Star is unable to receive sunlight. Temperatures will plummet rapidly. All residents are advised to take precautions against the cold. If conditions allow, please seek shelter in basements. The state will coordinate efforts to ensure resource supply, and we urge everyone not to hoard supplies, but to assist one another in overcoming this crisis. Initially, many believed the darkness was merely temporary. However, this announcement sent them into a complete panic. It's over. The prophecy from that post has come to fruition. Why didn't I heed that post yesterday and procure supplies sooner? I could have lasted a bit longer. Stop complaining. Let us hurry and purchase some supplies while it's still not too cold. Food and down jackets have skyrocketed in price. I can't afford them. Damn it. Even if it's the end of the world, it remains unforgiving to the poor. After issuing his orders, Long Jun continued to inquire of Wang Yu. Could you elaborate on your previous experience? Last time, I was trapped in a black factory in the kingdom of Bagan. I only lasted half a day before succumbing to the cold. Thus, I cannot provide much information regarding this anomaly. Wang Yu lamented. Long Jun nodded slightly. You are currently in Mukwang City, correct? Wang Yu confirmed. Yes, but please do not waste too much time on me. I understand, Long Jun replied. Thank you for providing this information. No need for gratitude. It's just unfortunate that it's a bit too late. Please prepare yourself as well. Wang Yu sighed in response. Even if you had warned me earlier, I wouldn't have believed it. Long Jun shook his head. Take care of yourself and strive to survive. I will, Wang Yu affirmed, and Long Jun ended the call. After hanging up, Long Jun immediately instructed, have the military in Mukwang City keep an eye on this young man named Wang Yu. Understood, the secretary replied, albeit puzzled. Leader, since he does not possess any other useful information, why should we monitor this young man? Regardless of how he obtained foreknowledge of the sun's disappearance, he is undoubtedly a person of great fortune. It would do no harm to keep an eye on him. Long Jun replied solemnly, evidently not believing Wang Yu's claims of rebirth. The secretary was momentarily taken aback. Fortune? Long Jun nodded slightly. Indeed. Though it may seem ethereal, it certainly exists. But let us not dwell on that. What is the progress on the construction of the underground base? The secretary at the side immediately reported, "We are expanding the original underground civil defense project. It is estimated that it will take another week to take shape. The time frame is still too lengthy. We must hasten our progress." Long Jun furrowed his brow. Understood. In a mere half hour, the temperature had plummeted by 10 degrees. The previously warm city of Mukyuan, which had basked in over 30 degrees, now hovered around 20, with the perceived temperature even lower. Everyone rummaged through their winter attire. Those who ventured out to procure supplies, regardless of their success, hastily rushed home. The scarcity of goods outside could only be endured momentarily, but should they fail to return home in time, given the rapid drop in temperature, they risked freezing to death outdoors. At that moment, 2 underlings dispatched by Brother Dao to gather supplies returned, clutching only a small bag of food and a few light garments. "Where are the items you were supposed to buy?" Brother Dao asked, his brow knitted in concern that it was impossible to secure anything. The underling replied, visibly helpless. Brother Dao glanced at the notification on his phone, hesitated slightly, and then spoke in a low voice. "Get in the car. We are heading back." "Isn't someone supposed to be keeping watch here?" one of the underlings inquired. "Survival comes first." Brother Dao shook his head. "With such a notice from above, those we were supposed to monitor might not even return." The remaining underlings nodded in agreement, then started the vehicle and drove towards the exit. Seeing them depart, Wang Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. They must have received the government's notification and were preparing to return to cope with the drop in temperature. At that moment, Yang Xing made a similar decision, but upon exiting the commercial complex, he discovered the roads had become utterly congested. What on earth is happening? Why are all the vehicles halted? The sudden drop in temperature had left many car batteries drained, rendering them unable to start, and now they were all calling for roadside assistance. Yet, with so many requests at once, help was impossible to provide. Indeed, it would be best to take the subway back. Don't be foolish. With the temperature dropping so rapidly, what if something goes awry with the subway, and we end up trapped in the tunnels? That would be truly dire. By your reasoning, does that mean we must either walk home or ride bicycles? Those living nearby might consider it, but for those farther away, it is advisable to seek refuge in the basement and hope for a swift response from above. An hour after the sun vanished, the temperature had dropped by 20 degrees at this point. Brother Dao and his group had yet to exit the parking garage, stuck on the first underground level. "Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have come out." Brother Dao muttered under his breath. They were now trapped in the middle, unable to ascend or descend, left to wait in place while the chill seeped into the vehicle. Fortunately, the air conditioning was still running, but their fuel tank was nearing empty. Once they ran out of gas, the car would stall, leaving them to rely solely on their bodies to withstand the cold. "Why didn't you fill the tank before coming here?" Brother Dao questioned the driving underling. "That I never anticipated such a situation," the underling replied, exasperated. Hearing this, Brother Dao could only relent. Indeed, no one had foreseen such a predicament. Meanwhile, on the 3rd level of the underground garage, Wang Yu sent a video message to Duan Nan. "What is the situation on your end?" "It's manageable. We've just reinforced the doors and are preparing to move to the basement." Duan Nan responded, "My father asked me to invite you over. You are truly the savior of our family." Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot leave right now." "Haven't you seen the information online? The roads are completely blocked. If they don't abandon their vehicles, they might freeze to death on the streets." "What? How could this happen?" Duan Nan, having been preoccupied with fortifying his family's villa alongside his father, had yet to check online updates. The temperature has dropped too swiftly. Many items cannot withstand such a drastic decline. For instance, electric vehicle batteries. There are so many electric cars now. This widespread paralysis will undoubtedly disrupt traffic. Wang Yu succinctly explained. Duan Nan realized. "I see now. Boss, do you have enough supplies over there?" "Rest assured, I have enough to last me at least 10 to 15 days, Wang Yu replied, reiterating, "At this moment, do not act like a saint. Otherwise, your entire family could be in jeopardy." "Don't worry. I understand," Duan Nan quickly replied. "I've read plenty of post-apocalyptic novels. That's good to hear." Wang Yu nodded slightly. "Send me your address. Once the situation stabilizes, I will come find you." "All right." Duan Nan promptly shared his location. Upon seeing that it was in a villa area, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. "I didn't realize you lived in such a grand villa." "Well, it's all my parents' doing. I lack the means to afford such a place." Duan then shook his head. Your parents are also your assets, Wang Yu remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Then added, please remind your uncle and aunt to remain cautious and not to pity others indiscriminately. I understand. I've already communicated this to them. They are aware. Duan then nodded affirmatively. That's reassuring. The internet may cut out at any moment. You should wait for me in the villa, Wang Yu concluded. The internet shouldn't go down, right? Those signal stations shouldn't be that fragile, Duan then said. Somewhat uncertain. Wang Yu shook his head. Signal stations might withstand the severe cold, but without power, they cannot function properly. Duan then pondered for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, the harsh cold could affect the power system, which in turn impacts all other systems. You didn't forget to prepare a generator, did you? Wang Yu asked. Of course not. I was worried about a power outage, and all heating devices require electricity. Duan then replied promptly. I've prepared a diesel generator and several barrels of diesel. Wang Yu nodded slightly, just about to continue speaking when the monitoring software on his laptop emitted another alert. We'll talk later. I must go, he replied, ending the conversation. Noticing two individuals stealthily approach his RV, Wang Yu frowned slightly. As expected, they returned. These two were indeed the underlings of Brother Dao he had seen earlier. It turned out they had been trapped on the first level of the underground parking, and with their fuel quickly depleted, the vehicle had stalled, the air conditioning ceasing to function, even with the windows tightly sealed. The cold seeped relentlessly into the vehicle. Just as they were shivering uncontrollably, one underling suddenly suggested that they could steal the RV. Although fear gripped them, a semblance of order still prevailed. They didn't dare to brazenly rob it, resorting instead to theft. Thus, Brother Dao and his men made their way back to the third level of the underground garage. One of Brother Dao's subordinates, skilled in lock-picking, was tasked with the job, while another was assigned to keep watch. The two stealthily approached Wang Yu's RV. One of them produced a bobby pin from his pocket, reshaped it, and inserted it into the RV's lock. At that moment, Wang Yu activated the RV's alarm system. The piercing alarm blared immediately, startling the lock picker, who fled in fright. By now, a number of people had gathered on this level of the garage, all unable to return home and seeking refuge from the cold. The sudden alarm drew everyone's attention, and they turned to look in that direction. Upon seeing the two fleeing figures, whispers erupted among the onlookers. What are they thinking, trying to steal at a time like this? Even if they managed to steal a vehicle, what would it matter? Exactly. They should be focusing on how to get back home. Alas, it's far too cold outside, and we're dressed so lightly. There's no way we can return. We can only hope that Xiao Min can organize a rescue team for us. The likelihood of rescue seemed slim. It was the height of summer, and with the sudden chill, people across the nation required assistance. It was simply beyond capacity. At that moment, Yang Xing, hiding among the crowd, also noted Brother Dao's two underlings attempting to steal the RV. Her eyes darting, she promptly spoke up. That vehicle appears to be an RV. Those two thieves must be after the supplies inside. Indeed, it is an RV. Regardless of the equipment inside, there should at least be blankets. It does seem so. No wonder it caught their attention. Yang Xing's intention was to divert everyone's focus toward Wang Yu's RV, hoping they would converge upon it and possibly vandalize it. If she could not possess it, then she would rather see it destroyed. Yet, for now, the crowd was still bound by societal norms, although everyone felt a pang of envy. No one dared to take action. After scaring away the two lackeys of Brother Dao, Wang Yu promptly deactivated the alarm, knowing full well that the adversaries would not relent, even if it were not for Ming Ji's mission. They had their own reasons for seizing the RV, aside from Brother Dao. As the temperature continued to plummet, others might also be tempted to take matters into their own hands regarding the RV. With this thought in mind, Wang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to electricity. If they truly attempted to forcibly seize the RV, he would electrify the entire vehicle. With this in mind, Wang Yu donned his insulated suit and carefully observed the situation outside. Simultaneously, he utilized his mental power to conjure a handgun and ammunition. Over the next hour, the third level of the underground parking garage grew increasingly crowded. The surface temperature had dropped to -10 degrees Celsius, while the coldest record in Muquan City was only -5 degrees. Those remaining above ground were already suffering from frostbite, and some had even succumbed to death. These individuals sought refuge on the third level, where the temperature remained around 0 degrees. Yet, everyone was shivering, inadequately dressed for such frigid conditions. They could hardly bear it any longer. It was too cold. They needed to squeeze into a vehicle for warmth. Indeed, staying outside would surely lead to a frozen demise. Big brother, please have mercy. Let us in to warm up. One compassionate individual, unable to bear the sight of others suffering, opened the car door to allow strangers inside. Consequently, a throng surged forward, and what had originally been a vehicle with 3 seats suddenly accommodated 6 people, causing the door to remain ajar and the warmth inside to dissipate rapidly, rendering it indistinguishable from the frigid exterior. The kind-hearted soul who opened the door was filled with regret. Witnessing this scene, others felt relieved that they had not shown weakness by opening their doors, lest they too find themselves in the same predicament, unable to close the door once opened. At that moment, Yangxing approached Brother Dao and inquired, "Did you not arrive by car? We intended to drive back, but we got stuck on the first underground level, and the fuel ran out, so we returned to this third underground level." Brother Dao replied with a hint of frustration, his words flowing more freely. "What if we work together to take Wang Yu's RV?" Yangxing suggested, her voice trembling from the cold. "But that RV has an alarm." Brother Dao furrowed his brow. At this point, who cares about that? Just force it open. Yangxing countered, "If anyone asks, just say that this is my boyfriend's vehicle, and you are the locksmiths I called. Who would dare to question it?" Brother Dao paused in surprise, then gritted his teeth and replied, "Let's do it. Move out." This time, they swaggered to the RV, and the lackey skilled in lockpicking inserted a hairpin into the keyhole. Naturally, Wang Yu activated the alarm once more. But this time they showed no signs of retreat. Wang Yu had no choice but to start the generator inside the RV, preparing to give them a taste of electric therapy. The sound of the generator was completely drowned out by the alarm, and Brother Dao and his crew remained oblivious. Drawn by the alarm, a crowd began to gather. "What are you looking at? Is there a problem with me calling a locksmith to unlock my boyfriend's car?" Yangxing shouted defiantly, hands on her hips. "Boyfriend? The owner of this RV probably doesn't even know he has such a girlfriend." Someone scoffed. "Exactly. If you want to steal the RV, just say so instead of putting on such a grand facade. I could just as easily claim this as my husband's vehicle." At that moment, a robust security guard approached briskly, limping slightly. "Stop! What are you doing?" he commanded sternly. "Did you not hear? This RV belongs to this lady's boyfriend, and we were merely summoned as locksmiths." Brother Dao scrutinized the somewhat limping security guard. "Since you are locksmiths, please present your credentials." The guard demanded gravely. "We came in a hurry, and didn't he bring them?" Brother Dao replied, feigning ignorance. "Then you cannot unlock the vehicle." The guard stepped forward to block the lackey attempting to pick the lock. Brother Dao seized the guard by the collar, coldly stating, "You earn a few $100 a month. Why are you so serious about your job?" "It's my duty," the limping guard retorted with righteous indignation. Brother Dao laughed in anger, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Get lost, or face the consequences." Just then, more security guards arrived, led by the very one Wang Yu had bribed. "What is going on here?" the guard demanded haughtily. "Who dares to cause a disturbance?" Upon entering the crowd and spotting Brother Dao, his expression shifted entirely. "Oh, it's Brother Dao. When did you arrive? Care for a smoke?" Brother Dao was taken aback that the head of security recognized him. He looked at the man quizzically. "And you are?" "My name is Wu Da." "I have indeed heard of your reputation." The head of security replied with a smile. "What is happening here?" The guard captured by Brother Dao quickly explained, "They don't have the keys and are trying to force open this RV. This lady claims it belongs to her boyfriend, but she has no proof, and they lack locksmith credentials. Who says I can't prove it?" Yangxing interjected suddenly. "The owner of this vehicle is named Wang Yu. You can verify it. I even have his photo." Yangxing attempted to retrieve her phone, only to find it had shut down due to the extreme cold. "You can connect my phone to a computer and pull up the images," she continued. "Lin Yan, can you stop being so stubborn? If everyone is so certain, there must be no issue." Wuda immediately pulled Lin Yan over. "What if they have already investigated the owner of this vehicle? We cannot allow them to vandalize the cars in this parking facility. It is our duty." Lin Yan stood his ground, refusing to budge. "That I swear." Wuda wanted to curse, but restrained himself, instructing, "Someone check who the owner of this vehicle is." "And you, madam, may I see the photos on your phone?" Yangxing promptly handed her phone over. A security guard quickly discovered the RV's owner and rushed back, stating, "The owner of this RV is Wang Yu." The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had assumed these individuals were attempting to steal the vehicle, but they truly knew who the owner was. At that moment, the photos on Yangxing's phone were retrieved, And upon comparison with the surveillance footage from the entrance of the underground garage, it was confirmed that the man in Yangxing's phone was indeed Wang Yu. Do you have anything else to say? Wu scoffed. The way you treated our customer is unacceptable, and you are fired. Lin Yan frowned, still harboring doubts. If this RV truly belonged to that lady's boyfriend, why did she not simply call to verify instead of relying on a few photos? Even if her phone was dead, there were plenty of other phones on site. However, he was already dismissed by the security team and could not dwell on it further. Thus, he offered his apologies to Yangxing and Brother Dao before preparing to leave. Wait. Wu squinted. Since you've been dismissed, return your uniform to the company. Lin Yan exhaled deeply, removing his security uniform and tossing it to Wu De before silently departing. Brother Dao and his crew made no effort to stop Lin Yan from leaving. They were eager to open the RV and seek refuge inside. Inside the RV, Wang Yu witnessed everything unfolding outside, feeling somewhat perplexed. That security guard, Lin Yan, appeared somewhat cowed, yet possessed a strange sense of pride. Nevertheless, he was the only one who stood in the way of Brother Dao and his crew from unlocking the vehicle. For this reason, Wang Yu held a far more favorable impression of him than the others. At that moment, with no one obstructing them, Brother Dao's lackey finally began to take action. Meanwhile, the RV had already been electrified, and as the lackey inserted the hairpin into the lock, he immediately began to tremble. What is happening? The crowd gasped, and another lackey attempting to assist him also began to shake. Oh no, the RV is electrified. Brother Dao was the first to react, grabbing a nearby trash can and hurling it at his lackey. Bang! The two lackeys collapsed to the ground, occasionally convulsing. The surrounding crowd began to murmur once more to is this the RV's self-defense system? An alarm combined with electric shocks. This security level is unbeatable. I was just about to try it out. Thank goodness I didn't, or I'd be lying on the ground right now. Yangxing was utterly dumbfounded. Who would install such an extravagant array of defense systems in an RV? Damn it, what a waste of electricity. Brother Dao cursed, isn't it delightful to leave the air conditioning running while using electricity? Yangxing nodded in agreement, yet her brow furrowed slightly as she pondered. Do you think he has discovered us and deliberately set things up this way to ambush us? Brother Dao hesitated momentarily. Although they weren't overtly conspicuous, a keen observer could still pick up on certain subtle clues that it is indeed a possibility. Damn it, it seems we won't be able to seize this RV for the time being. Brother Dao replied, trembling. Despite being unable to unlock the RV, they chose to remain nearby and took a rest. The temperature outside was steadily dropping, and sheltering within the vehicle was comparatively better, even without air conditioning. It offered some respite from the chill. Meanwhile, those outside were nearing their breaking point. I can't hold on much longer. Open the door quickly, or I'll smash it, a man exclaimed, shivering as he pulled a fire extinguisher from a nearby hydrant and directed his ire towards a compact car. What are you doing? You're damaging someone else's property and endangering their safety. If caught, you'll face imprisonment. The occupants of the car attempted to instill a sense of legal reverence within him. Imprisoned? I have to survive first before worrying about that. With that, he raised the fire extinguisher and swung it violently at the car window. Bang! The first strike failed to break through, but he persisted, smashing the extinguisher against the window once, twice, thrice. Crash! The glass shattered into a million pieces. He yanked the occupants from the car and tossed them outside, then jumped in himself. Witnessing someone succeed ignited chaos in the vicinity. People were smashing car windows left and right. Conflicts and brawls erupted. The security guards, led by Wu De, could only retreat to the sidelines amidst the pandemonium. If only Lin Yan were here, at least we wouldn't have to worry about being assaulted, one guard muttered under his breath. Wu De shot him a glare. What? Do you want to end up like Lin Yan and get fired? The guard immediately shrank back. No, I don't want that. Who knows how many people I would offend by following him. It's better to be as adaptable as I am, Wu De continued. Indeed, indeed. The other guards chimed in. Captain, what should we do now? One of the guards asked softly, given that no rescue has arrived yet. It seems unlikely that it will. This world is about to change. Wu De remarked that, what are we going to do? A young guard panicked. Calm down. In times like this, the only way to survive is to align with someone formidable. Wu De replied solemnly. Formidable? The other guards looked at Wu De with confusion. Wu De slightly raised his chin, gesturing towards Brother Dao. Brother Dao carved out a place for himself with just a knife. Though that was in the past, his strength remains formidable, and we should ally with him. Will he accept us? One guard questioned, lacking confidence that as long as we prove our worth, he will. Wuda replied with a slight smile before commanding. Bring out the spare military coats from our security supply warehouse. Grab rubber batons and riot shields. We are going to pledge our allegiance to Brother Dao. Yes, Captain, just as the security team began to mobilize. The underground garage descended into utter chaos, as people fought fiercely over a vehicle, sustaining injuries in the process. Even when successful in their heists, they bore the marks of their struggles. Moreover, the stolen cars drew attention everywhere. In a desperate bid for survival, some individuals even stripped clothes from others, using them to block the broken windows or to wear themselves. Watching the turmoil unfold, Yang Xing felt disoriented. How could things spiral into chaos so suddenly? Just 2 days ago, she had received 300,000 and hadn't even had the chance to enjoy it before encountering this disaster. At that moment, Wang Yu's last words echoed in her mind. Be careful with money like this. You might earn it, but lose your life spending it. Had he truly foretold this calamity? Yang Xing shrank back, cursing Wang Yu for his ominous words. Observing the chaos, she realized she needed to make a decision. Exhaling deeply, she approached Brother Dao and said, Brother Dao, from now on, I will follow you. I hope you will accept me. Brother Dao appraised her with a discerning gaze and nodded slightly. All right, for now, you can accompany me. Brother Dao and his crew were naturally involved in the looting. Given their streetwise skills, no one could stand against them. They successfully commandeered 3 vehicles and some clothing. Brother Dao chose a spacious business SUV. Sheltering inside, where he finally felt some warmth, and Yang Xing naturally joined him in the vehicle. However, Brother Dao wore a worried expression. The 2 subordinates who had been electrocuted by the RV were still unconscious. Their breathing faint. Although they had donned multiple layers of clothing, they were all summer attire and provided little warmth. At that moment, a subordinate stationed outside suddenly exclaimed, Halt! What are you doing? I am the security team leader. Wuda, leading my guards to seek refuge with Brother Dao. We hope he will take us in. Upon hearing Wuda's voice, Brother Dao pondered briefly before rolling down the window. I can accept you. But each of you must possess your own value. Brother Dao observed the military coats they wore, hinting at his expectations that I understand perfectly. We are the security for this commercial complex and are very familiar with the area. Furthermore, we bring military coats, weapons, and shields, which I believe will be of assistance to Brother Dao. Wuda promptly replied. Hearing this, Brother Dao's eyes lit up. Quickly, bring the military coats over. The guards behind Wuda swiftly delivered the coats to the vehicle. Upon seeing the military coats, Brother Ming smiled with satisfaction. Good, from now on, you will follow me. Clear out all the people from nearby vehicles. This area belongs to us. Understood. Wuda immediately led the guards to drive others away. This was their specialty. Armed with riot shields and batons, ordinary people dared not confront them and could only flee in panic. Brother Ming promptly distributed the military coats to his subordinates, 1 for each. And astonishingly, there were 3 left over. Once donned, the subordinates immediately felt much warmer. Even the 2 unconscious subordinates seemed to stabilize their breathing under the warmth of the military coats. Yang Xing immediately approached. Brother Dao, could I also have a military coat? Brother Dao replied with a smile. That depends on your performance. What kind of performance did Brother Dao expect? Yang Xing batted her eyelashes enticingly. Kneel, Brother Dao commanded. Stroking her head. Obediently, Yang Xing complied. 3 minutes later, she received her coveted military coat. Brother Dao, however, gazed thoughtfully at the RV. The recent chaos had left the RV untouched. Everyone knew that it was electrified. Anyone who dared to tamper with it risked electrocution. Attacking the RV would be tantamount to courting death. Even if one managed to shatter the glass with a thrown fire extinguisher, they would still need to turn off the power from inside. Who knew where the power source was located? Even if they broke in, they couldn't utilize it. Why waste energy when they could seize usable vehicles instead? Thus, the RV remained a rare zone of tranquility. Just as Lin Yan was about to leave, he unexpectedly returned to the vicinity of the RV. Cradling a small child, Wuda naturally spotted him and approached immediately. You've been dismissed from the company. Why are you back? Lin Yan shot him a glance. This is an underground garage. Are there rules against me being here? Wuda was momentarily taken aback, only able to huff and turn away. I'll see how long you can last. Inside the RV, Wang Yu had activated the vehicle's air conditioning, maintaining a temperature around 20 degrees. He was also surprised to see Lin Yan return with the child. Meanwhile, Wuda returned to Brother Dao's designated territory. A scheming glint in his eye, he approached Brother Dao's vehicle and whispered, "Brother Dao, I believe we should find a way to capture that RV. Even if the driver's cabin is damaged, the rear compartment should still be sealed, and it might contain a bed and blankets." Brother Dao nodded slightly. "Indeed, I've been considering that. A blanket would make things much more comfortable. I suggest we smash the glass first and assess the situation inside the driver's cabin." Wuda proposed that as soon as Brother Dao took action, he would undoubtedly clear the area, allowing him to drive Lin Yan away without question. He couldn't stand Lin Yan's righteous demeanor. Who was he trying to impress? The other guards held Lin Yan in high esteem. If it were just Wuda attempting to rally them against Lin Yan, they might hesitate. However, if Brother Dao commanded them, along with his subordinates, it would be a different story. "All right, that works. You all go clear the area." Brother Dao nodded. "Indeed," Wuda replied excitedly, then beckoned the other security personnel and Brother Dao subordinates to head towards the RV. Lin Yan observed their actions with a slight furrow of his brow, ensuring the child was settled behind him, cautioning her to remain still before rising to meet them. Just as the two parties were about to converge, the lights in the underground garage suddenly extinguished. The abrupt darkness sent many into a frenzy of screams. Wuda and the others hastily retreated, pulling out their phones to activate the flashlights. The remaining individuals did likewise, and in an instant, the underground garage transformed into a concert venue. Yet, all faces were marked by panic. What was happening? Why had the power suddenly gone out? Surely, the rapid drop in temperature had affected the power supply equipment. Could it be? Would they thus have to navigate life in darkness? He recalled that this complex should possess a backup power source. Why had it not restored power? It appeared that the backup power had also been compromised by the low temperatures. What were they to do? Remaining here would ultimately lead to their demise by freezing. No, they must take action to save themselves. They needed to find a relatively enclosed space, gather some flammable materials to start a fire. For this garage was far too spacious. Let us work together. In the face of such a calamity, one cannot survive alone. After much discussion, everyone felt compelled to act. Brother Dao pondered briefly before inquiring, "Wuda, is there a relatively enclosed space on the third underground level?" Having returned to Brother Dao's side, Wuda thought for a moment before responding, "Yes, there is an abandoned car wash down there, which contains a small partitioned room." "Excellent. Lead us there swiftly," Brother Dao commanded, his eyes glimmering with hope. Wuda nodded, then gestured towards Wang Yu's RV. "With the power out, the generator in that RV should also be inactive. Right? Even if we commandeer it, can we all fit inside?" Brother Dao countered, "Let us first secure the location you mentioned. As for the RV, it's not going anywhere. There will surely be other opportunities." Hearing Brother Dao's words, Wuda had no choice but to relent. In truth, his only target was Lin Yan. Before departing, he cast a resentful glance at Lin Yan, who remained seated beside the RV, curiously wrapped in his coat around the little girl. "What a fool, just waiting here to freeze to death," Wuda muttered, tightening his military coat as he and Brother Dao's group departed. In an instant, the vicinity of the RV was engulfed in darkness, with everyone rushing toward corners and other relatively confined spaces like the civil defense passage. Sensing that all had vacated the area, Lin Yan activated his phone's flashlight, cradling the child as he circled around, confirming no one was left behind before returning to the front of the RV. Wang Yu, observing his actions with narrowed eyes, questioned, "Are you also intent on seizing my RV?" Lin Yan stood directly in front of a camera, bowed slightly, and spoke, "Greetings. I know you are watching. I hope you can open the door and save the child that I can remain outside and guard it for you." Wang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Yan would notice his presence inside the vehicle. Under normal circumstances, one might observe closely enough to detect someone inside the RV. Yet in this situation, it was rare for anyone to maintain such composure. "How did you know there was someone in the RV?" Wang Yu queried in a low voice. His voice emanated clearly from the camera's location. Initially, when Lin Yan had prevented Brother Dao and the others from opening the RV, Wang Yu had formed a favorable impression of him. Thus, he responded, but it did not mean he would allow him inside. Upon hearing Wang Yu's voice, Lin Yan's eyes brightened. "I merely saw that the engine and the cameras were operational. Even if there were no one inside, this vehicle should be capable of being remotely unlocked." Lin Yan replied candidly. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned, mentally chiding himself. The other merely sought the vehicle owner's assistance in opening the door and had not definitively determined someone was inside, yet his own words had inadvertently revealed his presence. What was your previous occupation? Is that little girl your daughter? But Wang Yu did not express regret. Instead, he continued to inquire, I am a retired soldier. No, she is the daughter of a comrade, Lin Yin succinctly stated. Wang Yu paused, then asked in a low voice, did you injure your foot in battle? Yes. How old is she? 3.5. She is very obedient and does not fuss. Lin Yin offered a rare elaboration. Wang Yu contemplated briefly, then stated solemnly, place her at my door, and you step back 10 meters. Understood. Lin Yin replied, softly instructing the little girl in his arms. In a moment, you will get into that uncle's RV. It will be warm inside, but you must listen to him. I will remain outside to keep watch over you. Lin Susu. You R&T going up? The girl blinked her bright eyes, puzzled. Uncle Lin has tasks to attend to outside. You must listen to that uncle inside. Do you understand? Lin Yin patiently replied. The girl nodded. Junjun is very good and obedient. Lin Yin placed her at the RV's entrance, swiftly retreating until he stopped 10 meters away. Wang Yu retrieved a complete set of thermal gear from his supplies, took 2 packets of compressed biscuits, poured a cup of hot water from a thermos, and finally picked up a walkie-talkie. After confirming that Lin Yin had indeed stepped back the required distance and that no one else was around, Wang Yu cautiously opened the door. Light and warmth surged forth from the RV, enveloping the area in a mist. In the distance, Lin Yin widened his eyes. With the lights and heating on, how long could this RV sustain itself? After all, these resources required diesel or gasoline, both of which were limited. However, he soon noticed thick insulation material nailed to the door, indicating that the owner had prepared in advance. How could they have known temperatures would drop? Unable to ponder further, Lin Yin focused solely on ensuring Junjun would not freeze. Wang Yu placed the prepared supplies on the ground, then scooped up the shivering little girl and brought her into the RV, closing the door tightly behind them. Inside, the temperature remained around 20 degrees Celsius. The girl, who had been trembling, quickly regained her normal state. Although curious, she refrained from asking questions. Wang Yu seated her beside him and instructed, stay here and don't move. Then, he continued speaking through the camera to Lin Yin. Quickly put on the clothes on the ground, and keep the walkie-talkie handy. We will use this to communicate. Lin Yin had returned to the RV's side, astonished to see thermal underwear, a wool sweater, thick pants, snow boots, and a long down jacket laid out before him. How do you have these? Are they all for me? Lin Yin found it hard to believe. Don't linger here. If you do, someone else will come and take them. Wang Yu reminded him. Lin Yin immediately snapped back to reality, swiftly donning all the clothing. Finally, warmth enveloped him. Though he had a robust constitution, better than most at resisting cold, it was still frigid, even with several layers of clothing. They could not fend off the chill. When he spotted the 2 packets of compressed biscuits and the thermos, Lin Yin seized the walkie-talkie and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Hold your thanks. These provisions come with conditions. Wang Yu replied. Lin Yin paused, then nodded. He understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and since the other was offering materials, there must be stipulations attached. What do you require? What is your current combat capability? Wang Yu's voice came through the walkie-talkie. In a typical fight, I can handle 4 or 5 ordinary individuals. If it's a life or death struggle, I could take down at least 10 before I fall. Lin Yin replied solemnly. Wang Yu nodded slightly. Then you will be my bodyguard from now on. First, find a complete vehicle for yourself. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the other to overlook his disability. Given the regard Wang Yu held for him, he would not disappoint. All right, but it seems there are no vehicles here with fuel left. Lin Yin furrowed his brow, feeling that searching for a vehicle was futile. A normal vehicle, fully fueled, could likely run the air conditioning for only 4 to 5 hours. Now, nearly 6 hours had passed, and with the external temperatures so low, fuel consumption would be even higher. No worries. I have some. The statement sounded remarkably affluent. Lin Yin nodded, immediately making his way toward the first Jeep whose door had been opened. The Jeep's owner had opened the door and had not been able to close it since. The windows of his vehicle remained intact, while the owner curled up in the driver's seat, his body now stiff with rigor mortis. This was not an isolated incident. Numerous individuals had forever succumbed to slumber within their cars. Those still capable of movement had huddled together in the corners, seeking warmth from one another. Lin Yin extricated the corpse from the vehicle and assessed its condition. It was in decent shape. Save for the fact that it was out of fuel, he seated himself in the Jeep and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Boss, I found a Jeep in good condition, but it's out of gas. What type of fuel does it require?" Wang Yu's voice crackled through the device. Lin Yin paused, pondering. Could it be that the boss has every type of gasoline on his RV, despite his confusion? He promptly replied, 95 octane. "All right, come over and collect it. There's also a bottle of antifreeze. You'll need to add it to the radiator," Wang Yu responded. Lin Yin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such thorough preparations from Wang Yu. He exited the Jeep and approached the RV's entrance, where 2 containers were already placed. After scrutinizing them briefly, he deduced that the larger one contained gasoline, while the smaller one likely held antifreeze. Lin Yin carried both to the side of the Jeep, filled the gas tank, added the antifreeze to the radiator, and attempted to start the vehicle. It roared to life. He quickly drove the Jeep alongside the RV. Wang Yu, observing through the surveillance, remarked, "You can keep the air conditioning running. If you run out of gas, just ask me. Hurry and eat something. I suspect others will arrive shortly." Lin Yin nodded, settled into the Jeep, opened a pack of compressed biscuits, and took a small bite, savoring the flavor. After sipping from his thermos filled with hot water, he felt revitalized. After consuming half a biscuit, Lin Yin stepped down from the Jeep and stood guard beside the RV. Inside the RV, Wang Yu heated a sandwich and handed it to Junjun. Be careful. It's hot. Once you're full, you can rest over there for a bit. Just keep the noise down, understand? Wang Yu cautioned. Junjun nodded. Okay, Su. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback before quickly correcting her. Call me brother. All right, brother. Junjun promptly amended her address and quietly began to eat. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Her obedient demeanor was a relief, and providing her with food posed no inconvenience to him. Moreover, having an ex-soldier as a bodyguard was undoubtedly advantageous. Knife Brother and his crew would surely not give up on the RV. And other survivors were equally covetous. Having a bodyguard could only help. Wang Yu opened a bag of bread and returned to the surveillance screen, noticing Lin Yin standing outside. "Are you not cold?" he asked through the walkie-talkie. "I'm fine. As a bodyguard, it's my duty," Lin Yin replied. Wang Yu felt a pang of helplessness, but Lin Yin was clad in thermal underwear and a down jacket, so he should be all right. With nothing urgent at hand, Wang Yu curiously initiated conversation. "Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person?" "Just like that, you entrust Junjun to me. Honestly, I didn't know you were inside. I merely wanted to open the RV and find shelter," Lin Yin responded. "Once I discovered someone was inside, I had no choice but to take the risk. If you can accommodate a burden like me, it can't be all that bad." Lin Yin paused before continuing. "Even if I did encounter a nefarious individual with peculiar tendencies, I would still find a way to access the RV. Brother is a good person, not a bad person," Junjun piped up suddenly. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. He had just received a good person card from a child. Lin Yin was equally taken aback. Was the other party quite youthful? Junjun referred to him as brother rather than uncle. Suppressing his curiosity, he quickly replied, "Yes, Junjun is correct." He then turned back to Wang Yu. "Your willingness to provide me with these resources reassures me that entrusting Junjun to you was indeed a prudent choice." Wang Yu nodded slightly and inquired, "Do you have a way to open the RV?" "Yes, I learned vehicle maintenance in the military, and it's essential to maintain transport during combat," Lin Yin explained. "Disassembling a vehicle is not particularly difficult. Many cars have tools in the trunk. Can you still dismantle it if I supply power to the vehicle?" Wang Yu pressed on. Lin Yin hesitated, asking, "But we can't keep it powered indefinitely, can we? The diesel will eventually run out." "That is a valid point," Wang Yu conceded, falling silent. "And you? Why are you providing me with such precious resources?" Lin Yin countered. "As a cripple, I hardly seem worth these supplies, let alone the burden of a dependent, because of your former identity," Wang Yu replied. Lin Yin's body jolted slightly. Then he nodded, offering a respectful bow to the camera, whispering, "Thank you." At that moment, several shadowy figures approached from a distance. Wang Yu immediately warned, "There are 4 individuals closing in on your left, armed with clubs." The RV's cameras had night vision capabilities, allowing Wang Yu to ascertain the number of assailants and their weaponry. Lin Yin nodded slightly, silently awaiting the 4 figures advancing through the darkness. The RV's security system was robust. It surely housed luxurious amenities, and if only he could gain entry, they would be shielded from the frost. But the RV was powered. What's there to fear? The power is out everywhere. How long can the RV last? It might even be out of power by now. Don't be so cowardly. The voices of the approaching individuals grew louder. Lin Yin suddenly called out, "You should turn back. This RV belongs to me." The four were startled, the garage cloaked in darkness, and they had yet to notice Lin Yin standing beside the RV. One of them swiftly illuminated his phone's flashlight, finally revealing Lin Yin, clad in a down jacket. The eyes of the four glimmered with greed. They had to seize that down jacket. This was the unspoken consensus among them. Ignoring Lin Yin's warning, they trembled and advanced toward him. "Quick, take off your clothes, and we might spare your life," one of them threatened outright. Lin Yin frowned slightly. "Are you attempting to rob me?" "Isn't it obvious? Strip off your clothes and crawl into the corner." They brandished their clubs, and if not for their trembling hands, they might have seemed more intimidating. Lin Yin shook his head, ceasing to parley, and charged directly at the four that despite having an injured foot, he moved swiftly. The assailants were taken aback, wildly swinging their clubs in a desperate attempt to ward him off. Lin Yin closed the distance, deftly seizing one of their clubs, deflecting the other's weapons, and swiftly delivering two kicks that sent two of them sprawling while he knocked the remaining two out with a punch. "Get lost," Lin Yin barked coldly. The two still conscious bent over, trembling as they dragged their unconscious companions away. Wang Yu, watching through the surveillance, nodded in approval as Lin Yin dispatched the four with such efficiency. It was evident that Lin Yin was no ordinary soldier. His earlier self-assessment had clearly been modest. Previously, Lin Yin had claimed he could take on four opponents, and it now appeared he could handle more than that. Of course, the prior assertion likely pertained to typical, average individuals. However, in this environment, those hiding here were on the brink of frostbite, while Lin Yin, clad in warm thermal gear and a down jacket, remained agile. By now, it was past noon, and the surface temperature had plummeted to -30 degrees. Continuing to drop, the entrance to the underground garage was not sealed, allowing the cold to infiltrate, causing the temperature within the garage to descend to around -15 degrees. It wasn't that they did not wish to close it off. Many vehicles were congested at the entrance, rendering closure impossible. Survivors who had taken refuge in the underground garage mostly wore short-sleeved shirts. Unable to withstand such frigid temperatures, they huddled in various cramped corners. Seeking anything combustible to ignite a fire, they were wholly dependent on the warmth of the flames encircling the fire pit. The sole exception was Knife Brother and his crew, who had military overcoats provided by Wu Da. Although there was only one coat, it was far superior to what the others had. Under Wu Da's guidance, Knife Brother's group discovered an abandoned car wash, but they found it already occupied. However, they forcefully expelled the occupants. Though reluctant, the others had no choice but to comply. After all, Knife Brother and his crew were armed and wore the coats. They were too cold to resist. Inside the small room, Knife Brother and his companions found some discarded cardboard boxes and set them ablaze. "It's freezing. We can't get out." "Indeed, I had originally intended to venture out to procure that RV. However, I find myself reluctant to leave. The cold would surely render me immobile, incapacitating me entirely." At this juncture, Brother Dao spoke up. "Given the current circumstances, we must venture outside. The resources available here are limited. Flammable materials, food, and warmth are all in short supply, and the temperature is likely to continue its descent. If we remain here, we may as well await our demise." Upon hearing this, Wu Da recoiled slightly. "Are we to scavenge for sustenance on the surface? The third level underground is already frigid. The surface must be even colder, and we would surely perish from the cold." "Not necessarily," Brother Dao retorted with a cynical smile. "There are still many vehicles and people on this underground level." "Are there not? You mean to suggest we seize resources from others?" Wu Da paused, his eyes alight with realization. Brother Dao nodded. "We shall take turns going out. Let us first remove everything we can from the vehicles, while also surveying the number of inhabitants at various settlements to facilitate our actions." The group nodded in agreement. "That Wu Da, you send out 2 individuals, and we shall send 2 as well. Let us first venture forth to search for supplies, while the remaining members guard the home front." Brother Dao continued, "For you are the most familiar with this area." Wu Da slightly inclined his head and promptly designated 2 security personnel. The 2 security guards appeared somewhat reluctant, prompting Wu Da to frown. "Have you not heard Brother Dao's orders? We must take turns going out. No one is to laze about and wait for death." The 2 guards shrank back. realizing that their role as security was merely to pass the time. It seemed their days of idleness were numbered. Brother Dao then procured some softer cardboard and stuffed it into his coat before rising to casually select a subordinate. "You. Come with me. The rest of you stay here, and if anyone attempts to encroach upon our territory, show no mercy." Observing Brother Dao's actions, Wuda felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated Brother Dao would be among the first to seek out supplies. Yet he quickly came to understand that the sooner one ventured out, the lower the risk. With the temperature continually dropping, Wuda resolved to join the expedition himself, eager to impress Brother Dao. "I shall go in search of supplies. Which of you two wishes to accompany me?" Wuda inquired of the previously assigned security guards. None of the guards expressed a desire to go. "What of the others? Surely one of you must accompany me." Wuda scanned the remaining guards, who all averted their gazes in silence. Brother Dao also noted this scene, his expression rife with disdain. Were it not for Wuda providing military coats, and given these guards' familiarity with the area, he would not have accepted this inept group. In the future, supplies will be allocated based on contributions. Those who do not venture out to seek resources shall not receive any. You all must figure this out for yourselves, Brother Dao cautioned. Even so, the guards remained unwilling to venture forth. After all, no one could ascertain how long this cold spell would last. What if it were to clear up by tomorrow? There would be no need to risk going out in search of supplies now. Brother Dao pointed directly at one guard. "You, come with us to search for supplies." "Why me? I refuse to go." The guard immediately rejected the order. Brother Dao swiftly drew his rubber baton and struck him on the head. Thud! The guard collapsed without uttering a sound. Brother Dao's movements were so rapid that the other guards were caught off guard. "That I do not enjoy repeating myself," Brother Dao declared, directing his baton at another guard. "You. Accompany us in our search for supplies." "Ah, yes, understood." The guard's voice trembled slightly. They had only ever used the rubber baton as a prop. This was the first time witnessing someone use it to incapacitate another. The force and speed displayed by Brother Dao were utterly terrifying. If he were to strike them, they would have no means of escape. Brother Dao led them outside, inquiring as they walked, "Where is the nearest police station?" "Police station?" Wuda paused, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Dao, what do you need a police station for?" Brother Dao tightened his military coat and retorted, "In situations like this, what could be more intimidating than a firearm?" Wuda was momentarily taken aback. Brother Dao continued, "No matter how skilled I am, my stamina is finite. But do we really intend to rob the police station?" Wuda gulped nervously. "In times of peace, the police exert considerable influence over ordinary citizens." Brother Dao shot him a sidelong glance. "We are not robbing. We are merely borrowing. Do you understand?" Wuda blinked in surprise before nodding in agreement. "Therefore, where is the nearest police station?" Brother Dao inquired once more. "It is still somewhat distant. Approximately 3 kilometers from here." Wuda hesitated before cautiously adding, "Even if we make it there, we may not necessarily find a cache of weapons. Is this risk truly worth it? We must at least attempt it. Should we succeed, we will gain complete control over everyone here." Brother Dao replied, narrowing his eyes. That Wuda was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Brother Dao's grand ambitions. "Let us move swiftly. We must make haste and return quickly. We may also find additional supplies along the way." Brother Dao took the lead, heading outside, aware that others would likely not be searching for resources above ground. Upon hearing this, Wuda and the others' eyes brightened. As the first to take such a risk, they were bound to reap significant rewards. Brother Dao and his companions arrived at the garage entrance, where the cold was so intense it felt as if their very breath would freeze. "Damn, why is it so cold?" Brother Dao tightened his military coat once more and sprinted in a particular direction, reasoning that movement would stave off the chill. On the 3rd level of the underground garage, the 4 individuals who had been repelled by Lin Yin felt resentful. Yet, unable to contend with Lin Yin, they resorted to spreading rumors that RV contains an abundance of winter clothing, which has been monopolized by that cripple. The RV also holds a substantial amount of food, sufficient for one person for at least 3 months. We sought to procure some clothing for everyone, only to be assaulted in return. Upon hearing their claims, the others were naturally skeptical. How could that be? Who would prepare winter clothing in the midst of summer? Furthermore, isn't that RV powered? Who would dare approach it? The entire garage has lost power, so the RV's electricity might also have been depleted. Perhaps that cripple truly has stumbled upon a fortune. If you don't believe us, Simply go check for yourselves. That cripple is right in front of the RV, clad in a thick down jacket. Really? I must go take a look. Perhaps not. In such frigid weather, it is impossible to stray far from the fire. A portion of the group shivered as they made their way toward the RV's location. Inside the RV, Jun had been settled onto the elevated bed and had fallen into a deep slumber. Wang Yu had materialized 2 additional handguns, bringing the total to 4 handguns and 8 magazines. Using these items as raw materials, he finally manifested an assault rifle, although he had never wielded a gun before. The sensation of holding a real firearm was exhilarating. At that moment, the surveillance feed revealed a multitude of individuals approaching. Wang Yu furrowed his brow and picked up the intercom. Warning, more people are coming. And there are likely many. They are probably the 4 individuals from before. I have been too lenient. Lin Yin reflected. Will you be able to keep the RV powered? Of course, Wang Yu replied. Should they dare to harm the RV, I will show no mercy, Lin Yin declared, his voice low and resolute. Very well. Let us see how you perform. Wang Yu replied with a slight smile, his tone relaxed. Hearing Wang Yu's carefree demeanor, Lin Yin felt a twinge of surprise. A typical person would likely be somewhat flustered in such a situation, especially with a large group approaching. Yet Wang Yu appeared so unfazed, which seemed rather unusual. Does he have a backup plan? Lin Yin pondered as he concealed himself in a nearby shadow. The group soon arrived near the RV. If everyone turns on their flashlights, we should be able to locate him, one person exclaimed. The others immediately activated their flashlights, attempting to find Lin Yin's silhouette. However, Lin Yin had already concealed himself. Where is he? You 4 frauds. Indeed, what benefit would there be in deceiving you? I am freezing to death. We absolutely did not deceive you. He must be hiding. It is even possible he has taken refuge inside the RV. Then let us approach the RV to investigate. The crowd converged around the RV. You had best keep your distance from that RV. Otherwise, I shall not be merciful. The voice of Lin Yin echoed from a distance. The crowd immediately turned to look in the direction from which the sound emanated. Yet they found no trace of a figure. What was going on? Was this merely a ruse? Indeed, how impolite. With so many of us gathered, I am quite curious to see how you intend to remain uncivil. If you refuse to let me approach, I shall draw near regardless. One individual boldly stepped forward, attempting to grasp the handle of the RV door. Inside, Wang Yu had already powered the entire vehicle. The man felt a jolt coursing through his body, causing him to tremble even more violently. Upon witnessing yet another person being shocked, the crowd quickly retreated from the RV. Damn it, this RV is still electrified. How did that cripple manage to get inside? Perhaps he never entered at all, deliberately misleading us into getting electrocuted, thus enabling him to easily seize the supplies we possess. That cripple's cunning is exceedingly vile. No, even if we cannot obtain this RV, we cannot allow it to remain intact here. Yes, let us all join forces and find something to shatter its windows, the crowd responded fervently. If we cannot possess it, then let us destroy it. The malevolence of human nature was laid bare in that moment. Observing the others taking action, Lin Yin swiftly joined in. One individual, wielding a fire extinguisher, swung it with all his might. Before he could release his grip, a sharp pain struck the back of his neck, causing him to collapse to the ground. The sound of his fall instantly drew the attention of the crowd, who turned to this commotion. Clad in a down jacket, Lin Yin appeared before them. He truly possesses a down jacket. The claims made by those 4 individuals were indeed true. Quick, seize him. We must acquire the down jacket he wears. It will be essential for our future ventures in search of supplies. Perhaps there are many more down jackets within the RV. First, let us apprehend this cripple, and once he unlocks the RV, the supplies inside will belong to us. Yes, everyone, let us act together. Seeing that he had drawn their attention, Lin Yin immediately darted to the side, using the parked vehicles to evade their pursuit, while seeking opportunities to take down a few of them. As the crowd chased for a while, they soon noticed something amiss. Their numbers were dwindling. Stop. Everyone halt. We cannot pursue him in such a scattered manner, or we will be picked off one by one. Someone shouted. Everyone came to a standstill. They quickly regrouped, astonished to discover that they were missing 13 individuals. How could this cripple be so formidable? Formidable, my foot. If I donned a down jacket, I could be just as impressive. You are all freezing. Your movements and reactions have slowed considerably, and he is stealthily ambushing us, making it all too easy for him. What shall we do now? One individual pondered briefly before breaking into a cold smile. We need not chase him. We shall return to attack the RV, and he will inevitably reveal himself. That makes sense. I propose we kindle a fire around the RV. This way, we can shield ourselves from the cold while also retaining the ability to counterattack when he strikes. They promptly divided into groups, with some returning to gather torches while the rest searched the nearby vehicles for combustible materials. Seeing that they had ceased their pursuit, Lin Yin quickly reported to Wang Yu via the intercom. Boss, it seems they have retreated. Yes, I have observed. They likely aim to force your appearance. Be cautious. Wang Yu replied. Understood. Lin Yin responded, placing the intercom down carefully, and he cautiously made his way back. Those who had returned for torches began to rally the other survivors, who soon gathered around. Even members of his survivor group arrived upon hearing the commotion. The crowd encircled the RV, keeping a vigilant watch over one another. I have heard there are warmth supplies within that RV. You cannot hoard them all for yourselves. What do you mean by hoarding? These supplies are ownerless. Whoever finds them claims them. In that case, we shall not hold back. Such words cannot be uttered. We have already lost over 10 individuals due to this RV. Thus it rightfully belongs to us. What nonsense. Just because more have perished, does that grant you priority? Exactly. Everyone relies on their own abilities. Whoever can seize it shall claim it. Are you attempting to rob us outright? Haha. As if you are not attempting the same. Wait, we have yet to open the RV, and already we are turning on each other. This is incredibly unwise. Indeed, we must first gain access to the RV. And then the contents shall be claimed based on merit. At this, the crowd calmed down, nodding in agreement. What are we hesitating for? Let us break it open. One individual brandished a fire extinguisher and stepped forward, raising it high to strike the glass door. Bang! The glass shattered instantly, and the one who struck began to tremble violently, clearly having been electrocuted. What the hell? This RV is still electrified, one exclaimed in shock. Is it true? Does this RV really possess such abundant power? With the glass broken, yet they remained unable to enter. The crowd felt utterly thwarted. Inside the RV, Wang Yu continued to examine the automatic rifle in his hands, needing to familiarize himself with the real firearm for the first time. Suddenly, Lin Yin heard Wang Yu's voice through the intercom. Lin Yin, what should I be mindful of when using an assault rifle? Lin Yin was taken aback, incredulously asking, You possess an assault rifle? Whether I have one or not, I can learn the basics. Please, instruct me on how to use it. Wang Yu replied. Lin Yin, no longer hesitating, began to explain the essentials of utilizing an assault rifle. Grip the handle with your right hand, firm but not too tight. Brace the stock against the area just below your collarbone, in the shoulder pocket of your inner right arm. Following Lin Yan's verbal guidance, Wang Yu practiced earnestly. Just as he was preparing to charge out for a real encounter, Lin Yan suddenly exclaimed, Boss, another group is approaching. They seem to be coming down from above. Wang Yu halted, peering through the surveillance camera at the entrance of the underground parking garage. The newcomers were all wrapped in blankets. The other survivors, upon witnessing this spectacle, immediately converged toward them. The newcomers brandished various weapons, warning the surrounding survivors, Halt! If you advance any further, we shall attack. They wielded kitchen knives, daggers, and even pipes, and upon seeing these weapons, the survivors instinctively recoiled. One among the newly arrived stepped forward, introducing himself. Greetings, I am Li Taidi, the general manager of the 8 Days Hotel. We are establishing the 8 Days Survivor Base. Joining our base grants access to shared warmth supplies, with the stipulation of adhering to management protocols that if you are willing, proceed to the innermost part of the garage. We shall establish our base there. With that, Li Taidi led his group deeper into the garage. Noticing that each of them carried hefty bundles of bedding, the survivors quickly followed suit. That RV is quite small. Even if it contains warmth supplies, it would suffice for only a few individuals. Meanwhile, Li Taidi's group possesses so many blankets. If we can just acquire one, we can withstand the bitter cold. Why did I not think to search for blankets at the hotel? One of the survivors lamented. It's just that you didn't think of it. Many others did. However, Li Taidi had long since closed the hotel's doors, prohibiting entry. Is Li Taidi truly that resolute? He must be intent on holding out in the hotel until help arrives. But upon realizing the surface temperature is too frigid and having received no news from rescue teams, he has chosen to bring people down. Do you think they might have overlooked some blankets? Are you dreaming? Such crucial supplies in this extreme cold. They wouldn't leave a single one behind. As the temperature continued to plunge, it was likely that more and more people would descend to the basement. Indeed, we should hasten to align ourselves with Li Taidi. While there are still few in number, we might secure a blanket to warm ourselves. As they discussed, the determination to ally with Li Taidi solidified among them. Soon, not a single person remained around the RV. In any case, Wang Yu had never anticipated that the encirclement issue would be resolved in such a manner. Lin Yan outside felt equally taken aback. Boss, the glass on the driver's side of your RV is shattered. I can find a similar piece from another vehicle to replace it, at least to block some of the cold air from entering. Lin Yan returned, glanced at the broken glass, and suggested, "No need. I have prepared for this." Wang Yu immediately declined, and then utilized the system to materialize a piece of glass. After acquiring the RV, although he was unable to perform an overall scan, he had successfully completed the scanning and modeling of each component. Fortunately, the glass that was smashed was from the driver's side door, measuring no more than 1 meter in length and width. Had it been the front or rear windshield, he would have been unable to materialize it. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Who in their right mind would keep spare car window glass inside a vehicle? Watching a whole sheet of glass emerge from the gap in the insulation cotton, Lin Yan stepped forward to receive it immediately. The vehicle had been unlocked, and the toolbox in the rear storage compartment was already open. He could fetch it himself, with an assault rifle in hand. Wang Yu instructed, "Make the repairs swiftly and return everything to its original position." "Yes, boss." Lin Yan suppressed his curiosity and promptly began replacing the car window. Observing Lin Yan complete the glass replacement in under 10 minutes, Wang Yu felt as though he had stumbled upon a true jack of all trades. Wang Yu was no mechanic, and with the network down, he had no way to access instructional videos. He would likely have settled for merely covering the window with something. Once the glass was repaired, Lin Yan organized everything, closed the car door, and picked up the walkie-talkie to say, "Boss, I feel it's unsafe to linger here. Shall we relocate?" Wang Yu pondered briefly but ultimately shook his head. "Moving on this layer is pointless. We will eventually be discovered by other survivors. If they realize we can move, they will become even more frenzied." Lin Yan was momentarily stunned but then nodded in agreement. If they could ascend to the layer above, perhaps they could evade detection. However, with the exits blocked by vehicles, it was impossible to drive up. Remaining on the same layer, they would inevitably be found. It was best to stay put and observe the situation. As time slowly passed, night fell, and the surface temperature plummeted to -50 degrees Celsius. Wang Yu glanced at the thermometer, which read -35 degrees Celsius. "It's far too cold outside. You should stay in the car." Wang Yu commanded over the walkie-talkie. "The others likely won't come out either. It's too frigid. You can monitor the situation from the vehicle." Lin Yan hesitated briefly before responding. "Understood." Wang Yu surveyed the now empty model research area, contemplated briefly, and promptly initiated the next study. Having previously obtained a semi-automatic sniper rifle model, this time he aimed to research a cold-resistant suit inspired by spacesuits. He gathered models of a windproof helmet, electric blanket, down jacket, thermal underwear, snow boots, gloves, and button batteries for the study. During the model merging process, he anticipated obtaining the integrated electric cold-resistant suit model within 24 hours. Upon seeing the system prompt, Wang Yu was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected that merging so many models would only take 24 hours. Unfortunately, there was currently only one queue for model research, and he was uncertain if he could open multiple queues in the future to conduct simultaneous studies. If he could have several queues, the efficiency of research would significantly increase. "Junjun, are you awake?" Wang Yu inquired. "I am." Junjun's soft voice came from the bed at the front of the vehicle. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Wang Yu casually asked. "Whatever brother makes. Junjun will eat." "Junjun is not picky," she replied, leaning over the edge of the bed. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and said, "Then let us have braised beef over rice." Hearing Wang Yu's words, Junjun's eyes suddenly sparkled, clearly enthusiastic about the prospect of meat. "Brother, is there really meat?" she asked, nearly drooling. Wang Yu chuckled and nodded. "Watch me perform a magic trick." He picked up a piece of black cloth and theatrically covered his hands, utilizing the system to materialize the braised beef over rice and corn rib soup he had enjoyed at the restaurant the previous night. The aroma of meat wafted through the air immediately. Junjun, catching a whiff of the enticing fragrance, began to swallow repeatedly. Wang Yu took a plate and served her a small bowl of rice, topped it with braised beef, and placed a bowl of soup beside it. Come down now. It's time for dinner. Wang Yu approached and lifted Junjun down from the bed at the front of the vehicle. Thank you, brother. Junjun sweetly expressed her gratitude. Dig in. Wang Yu smiled slightly, dividing the remaining food into 2 portions, one of which he placed in an insulated lunchbox. He scanned the surroundings, donned his down jacket, concealed his handgun within it, and then opened the car door. A wave of cold air rushed into the vehicle, and even clad in a down jacket, Wang Yu shivered. He immediately knocked on the window of the Jeep with the lunchbox. Lin Yan, who had been munching on compressed biscuits inside the vehicle, paused momentarily before promptly rolling down the window. Wang Yu tossed the lunchbox into the Jeep and quickly closed the RV door behind him. This cursed weather is unbearably cold. Wang Yu cursed under his breath as he returned to the dining table to enjoy his dinner. The temperature inside the Jeep plummeted rapidly, prompting Lin Yan to shudder before he realized what was happening and quickly rolled up the window. As he opened the lunchbox that Wang Yu had tossed in, a wave of savory meat aroma greeted him, staring at the steaming braised beef over rice and corn rib soup. Lin Yan was completely taken aback. Wang Yu was actually cooking inside the RV. This was far too extravagant. At this rate, how much food and fuel would Wang Yu need to prepare? Regardless, Lin Yan felt immense gratitude knowing that Wang Yu thought of him while eating. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Thank you, boss. No need for thanks. You're my bodyguard now, so providing meals and shelter is the least I can do. Being well-fed and warm will enable you to work better for me." Wang Yu replied, "Hurry and eat. This weather will make it cold quickly." "Yes, boss," Lin Yan responded, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Boss, I wonder if Junjun. She has already made quite a mess while eating." Wang Yu glanced at Junjun, who had food all over her face, and chuckled as he replied, then placed the walkie-talkie in front of her. Junjun immediately understood his intention and said, "Lin Susu, the meat today is really delicious." Hearing Junjun's cheerful and relaxed voice, Lin Yan felt completely at ease. You must listen to your brother?" Junjun nodded vigorously in agreement. "All right, don't delay her mealtime. You should eat as well," Wang Yu interjected, cutting off Lin Yan's lecture. "Yes," Lin Yan replied, and began to eat, enjoying the hot meal and warm soup. He felt himself warming up. After finishing, Lin Yan looked at the insulated lunchbox with a slight frown. He had no water to wash it and couldn't possibly ask the boss to wash his dishes, could he? "Boss, could you please give me some water? I'll clean the lunchbox." With no other option, Lin Yan asked Wang Yu for water. "No need. There's an automatic dishwasher in the vehicle. Just toss it in there," Wang Yu replied, shaking his head. This dishwasher was a recent purchase. The original one in the RV was broken. In the future, he might have Lin Yan take a look to see if it could be repaired, or perhaps replace the broken one to avoid it taking up space. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a bit numb. Others were struggling to survive here, yet it seemed Wang Yu had come for a vacation, enjoying life. When comparing oneself to others, one can feel disheartened. "All right, I'll place the lunchbox in the rear storage compartment. You should be able to retrieve items from there. In the future, please put everything there for me to collect," Lin Yan suggested. "Good idea. From now on, everything will go into the storage compartment," Wang Yu nodded. "Tonight, you can rest during the first half of the night, and take the watch during the second half." "Boss, I can guard all night," Lin Yan immediately replied. Wang Yu shook his head. "Can you really go without sleep? No one knows how long this endless night and extreme cold will last. We must prepare for a protracted struggle." Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, but ceased his objections. "All right, I'll rest during the first half of the night, and take over for the second half." Wang Yu agreed. "Okay, keep the air conditioning on high. I'll prepare gasoline for you in the storage compartment, so you can refill it during your watch." "Thank you, boss," Lin Yan replied. Wang Yu waved his hand and activated the surveillance video, idly staring at the computer screen. Meanwhile, a satisfied Junjun cautiously asked, "Brother, can I help with anything?" Wang Yu was momentarily surprised, then smiled and replied, "You can go to the back of the vehicle and retrieve Uncle Lin's lunchbox to put in the dishwasher." Junjun immediately nodded and squeezed past Wang Yu. The RV was somewhat cluttered with supplies, making the space rather cramped. Wang Yu followed her, teaching her how to open the storage compartment at the back of the vehicle, how to place the meal boxes into the dishwasher, and how to start it. "Have you learned it all?" Wang Yu asked with a smile. "Yes, I've got it. From now on, this task will be mine," Junjun declared, resembling a little adult. "All right then, I'll leave the washing of the dishes to you. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Once the dishwasher was activated, Jun grew bored and exchanged wide-eyed glances with Wang Yu. In truth, there was no need to constantly monitor the surveillance footage. The human detection system would automatically alert them if someone approached. Having someone on night watch was merely a precaution to ensure a quicker response in case of an intrusion. Wang Yu thought to himself that he should have modeled some entertainment options beforehand, or else the days ahead might become exceedingly dull. He furrowed his brow slightly before the natural disaster struck. The internet had been incredibly advanced, with every mobile game being online. There were virtually no single-player games. Now, with the internet severed, their phones could only perform offline functions, such as serving as a watch or flashlight. Even so, they dared not use them recklessly, as the battery drained far too quickly, especially in such frigid weather. Only Wang Yu felt bold enough to use his phone freely. Within his reach, various gasoline and diesel supplies were nearly limitless. He could alternate between using the vehicles and the backup generator, allowing both to rest in between, thus preventing damage from prolonged use. In the afternoon, Lin Yin had chosen not to remain in the Jeep for too long, considering that excessive use could lead to wear and tear. Brother, why has it become so cold? Jun felt the need to say something, so she randomly posed a question. Wang Yu shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. But the temperature is dropping because we are no longer receiving sunlight. Will it snow here? Jun continued to inquire. Wang Yu paused for a moment, then nodded. Definitely. Wonderful. I can finally see snow. Jun clapped her hands joyfully that it had been several years since Muchuan City had last seen snow, and at just 3.5 years old, Jun had never experienced it. Wang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. The child was unaware of what this drop in temperature truly meant, only fixating on the prospect of snow. However, he refrained from lecturing her, and instead, with a smile, asked, "The snow can be quite slippery. Aren't you afraid of falling?" Just after posing the question, a sudden thought struck Wang Yu, and he smacked his forehead. Of course, I can make the nearby ground very slippery, preventing anyone from easily approaching our RV. Jun, you are truly remarkable. Jun, still clueless about the sudden excitement, giggled as Wang Yu lifted her high into the air, although she had no idea what was happening. Seeing Wang Yu's happiness made her burst into laughter. Wang Yu gently placed her on the bed at the front of the vehicle, saying with a smile, "Play for a while. When you're tired, you can simply go to sleep." Okay. Jun nodded obediently. Wang Yu returned to his computer, using the camera to survey the surroundings and determine where to sprinkle water to create a nice surface. While this might complicate Lin Yan's patrols, as long as a portion of the space remained dry, it would suffice. At the same time, Wang Yu prepared to research models for anti-slip snow boots and tires. Ensuring that the icy ground would not pose a threat to him, there was so much to study. Wang Yu sighed softly. Yet, meals must be consumed bite by bite, and models must be researched one by one. There was no need to rush. Just then, the surveillance footage picked up some faint commotion. Wang Yu swiftly adjusted the camera towards the source of the noise. Before long, a group of individuals appeared at the entrance of the underground garage on the 3rd floor. They were bundled in blankets, approaching a vehicle and shouting in unison as they began to push it away. What could they possibly be up to? Wang Yu frowned slightly. Soon enough, they cleared away all the vehicles blocking the entrance. Were they attempting to clear a path? Did they plan to drive up to the surface? Wang Yu speculated. The group then began to pull down the rolling shutter door of the 3rd floor entrance. Perhaps due to some sections being frozen, they could only lower it halfway, leaving the remaining portion to be blocked with other items. So, they intended to seal off the 3rd floor. Wang Yu nodded slightly. Although it couldn't be completely sealed, at least it would reduce the influx of cold air from the surface, allowing them to survive a bit longer in this frigid weather. Just then, a sudden shout pierced through the air. "What are you doing? Stop right now." The voice was unmistakably familiar to Wang Yu. It was the voice of Brother Dao. The individuals blocking the entrance were taken aback to see Brother Dao striding in from outside. In such weather, no one dared venture to the surface. It was far too cold, and could truly be life-threatening. Li Taidi pushed through the crowd and approached Brother Dao, his eyes lighting up upon noticing the bundles on their backs. "Brother, are you here to join our 8-day survivor base?" Li Taidi smiled, attempting to project a friendly demeanor. Brother Dao frowned slightly. 8-day survivor base? Not interested. We were already on this level. We just went out to gather some supplies. Move aside. Li Taidi paused, then shook his head. This third floor is now under the control of our 8-day base. If you want to come in, you must surrender a portion of your supplies. Clearly, Li Taidi viewed the third floor as his own territory. If others wished to enter, they would have to pay a toll. Is that so? Brother Dao retorted coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Li Taidi. Li Taidi frowned slightly. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Since you have come to this level, you naturally must abide by its rules. The others chimed in agreement. Our 8-day base has already absorbed 90% of the survivors on this level. You had better adhere to our regulations, or else face the consequences. Indeed, if you wish to stay here, you must pay a protection fee. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao chuckled. He had always been the one collecting protection fees from others. Yet now he was being asked for one. You see, this is the consensus of the vast majority of survivors on this level. The majority rules. Do you still wish to oppose the will of the people? Li Taidi seemed confident of his victory. Brother Dao pulled out a handgun from his pocket, pointing it directly at Li Taidi. I will not surrender my supplies. Do we have a problem? Li Taidi's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the gun, and he immediately cowered. He had never expected the other party to be armed. Bro, calm down. We can discuss this. Brother Dao sneered. I was just about to have a civil discussion with you. But you weren't willing. Step aside quickly. I'm freezing to death. Li Taidi hastily moved aside, and Brother Dao did not fire. He simply led his group further inside. After they left the entrance, one of Brother Dao's subordinates furrowed his brow and asked, "Why didn't you just take him out? That individual should hold some influence among the survivors. Our numbers are limited, and with only 10 bullets in the gun, it wouldn't be wise to engage in conflict." Brother Dao shook his head. The subordinate scoffed. With that bunch of cowards? I bet if you had killed that guy just now, the others would have flocked to us. What if they all resist? Brother Dao countered, we just returned from the outside, exhausted. How many can you still fight? The subordinate hesitated, then shook his head. You're right. We wouldn't be able to take on many that you've thought this through. Boss, Brother Dao had indeed found a handgun during this outing, but not from the police station. Rather, he had discovered it on the way back, from a frozen corpse dressed in a uniform near the entrance of the underground garage. Initially, Brother Dao had thought it would be impossible to find a gun this time, yet upon returning to the garage entrance, he had struck gold. Along the way, they had looted every accessible room, gathering a stash of blankets and other warm supplies, as well as some food. Upon returning to the abandoned car wash, the waiting subordinates beamed with joy at the sight of Brother Dao and his team laden with supplies. Brother Dao, you truly are incredible. You managed to find so much, Yang Xing exclaimed, rushing over with an expression of admiration. Brother Dao seemed to relish this adoration, responding with a smile. Of course, as long as I step in. There will always be gains. However, there is no one left on the surface right now. As long as you dare to venture out, the supplies up there are yours for the taking, Brother Dao. Do you have any warm supplies? I'm freezing to death. Yang Xing continued to cling to Brother Dao. Then let us warm up first. Dao Gu pulled Yang Xing along, laughing as they entered the small room within. 2 minutes later, Dao Gu emerged, beginning to organize the supplies they had gathered during their outing. Meanwhile, Li Taidi, who was blocking the entrance, found himself contemplating the need to venture out in search of more supplies. After all, the resources brought from the hotel were limited. If they did not seek additional provisions, they would soon be depleted. If Dao Gu could safely return with such a substantial amount of supplies, then surely they could do the same. Leave an exit. We need not seal it entirely, Li Taidi commanded in a grave tone. We too must set out to gather more provisions. It's so cold outside. We freeze to death. Someone protested. Li Taidi snorted coldly. Look at them. Have they frozen to death? Our supplies are finite. We cannot afford to consume them idly. Li Zong is right. Who knows how long this dreadful weather will persist? We must gather more provisions. However, they had military coats. Were they expected to wrap themselves in blankets to search for supplies? Indeed, it would be cumbersome to move while swaddled in blankets. Li Taidi pondered momentarily before suggesting. Let us first find some individuals skilled in sewing. They can repurpose blankets into a few thick garments for those who will seek supplies. Excellent idea. Li Zong is truly impressive. A bystander immediately flattered. Li Taidi waved his hand, directing the others to barricade the entrance of the garage on the 3rd floor, leaving only a narrow passage for a single person to pass through, and then hurried back. Although the distance was considerable, Wang Yu witnessed the entire sequence of events. Dao Gu actually dared to search for supplies on the surface, and he had even found a handgun. Wang Yu furrowed his brow. Dao Ji's original target was himself, and now that he had acquired a firearm, it posed a significant complication. Lin Yin must be armed. Wang Yu thought to himself. That assault rifle was certainly not to be given to Lin Yin. It was his trump card. Thus, he would need to materialize another handgun. However, perhaps Dao Gu would not turn his attention toward his RV. Through the camera, Wang Yu had already seen Dao Gu return with numerous supplies, including bedding for warmth. Initially, Dao Gu and his group sought to access the RV primarily to search for warm supplies. Now that they had secured some, there was no need to continue targeting the RV. Furthermore, with another formidable force present, Dao Gu would likely redirect his focus toward the 8-day base. This was quite advantageous, as it would spare him from unnecessary disturbances. Time swiftly passed until midnight, and since most of the entrance had been blocked, the temperature in the third underground level had noticeably stabilized. Even so, it had still plummeted to over -40 degrees. The surface was even more terrifying, having descended to over -70 degrees. Lin Yin, it's your turn for the night watch. Wang Yu's voice echoed through the intercom. Lin Yin immediately woke, responding, "Understood, boss. In the first half of the night, I considered that we could utilize the low ambient temperature to create a layer of ice around us as a form of defense. I've boiled some water and stored it in the rear compartment of the vehicle. You can sprinkle it around, but be sure to leave yourself some space to move." Wang Yu continued to instruct. Lin Yan's eyes brightened. "Good idea. I'll get right on it." He donned his down jacket, turned off the vehicle, opened the door, and a gust of cold air rushed in, approaching the rear of the RV. He opened the storage compartment and retrieved a bucket of hot water. Lin Yin surveyed the surroundings and began to pour the water. Although it had just been boiled, it quickly froze upon contact with the ground. After dousing the area, he carefully returned through the gap, placing the bucket back in the storage compartment. "Boss, I've put the bucket back. Please lock the RV again." Lin Yin whispered. "Wait a moment." Grab the weapons from the storage compartment. Wang Yu's voice came through. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. Weapons. He walked back to the rear of the RV, opened the storage compartment again, and was astonished to find a handgun and 2 magazines inside. Lin Yan's eyes widened. "Boss, how do you have a handgun?" "How I acquired it is not for you to question. It is merely for self-defense." Wang Yu replied. "All right, I need to rest now. The latter half of the night is yours." "Yes, boss." Lin Yin refrained from asking further and secured the handgun, keeping it close to him. Once Lin Yin had stowed the firearms safely, Wang Yu locked the RV and lay down on the large bed at the rear. Drawing the partition curtain, he utilized the system to expend some mental energy to materialize a supply of diesel, reserving only a minimal amount for emergencies, and then fell into a deep slumber. Lin Yin circled around the RV twice and tested the newly created ice surface. He stumbled slightly, bracing himself against a patch that had not frozen. The results appeared promising. He carefully returned to the solid ground. Tightening his down jacket, despite wearing multiple layers of warm clothing, Lin Yin still felt the chill. He could only propel himself into motion, jogging along the path he had cleared, as temperatures continued to drop. Virtually no one dared to venture out, all preferring to huddle around the communal fire or nestle under blankets, such as those at the 8-day base. However, blankets were limited, and the number of survivors seeking refuge at the 8-day base was particularly high. Additionally, with Li Tidy repurposing blankets into garments for those seeking supplies, many were currently sharing a single blanket. For many, it was their first experience sharing a bed with a stranger. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to endure. Without blankets, they would surely freeze to death. Even with a fire nearby, conditions were slightly better on Dao Ji's side. Their group was smaller, and Wuda had brought a batch of military coats. After another successful outing, they returned with a substantial amount of supplies. Furthermore, the abandoned car wash was not large, so by closing the door, they could greatly minimize heat loss. "Dao Gu, I heard that the limping security guard found down jackets and other warm supplies in the RV. Others attempted to raid the RV for its provisions, but were reprimanded by that guard. It seems the RV still has power." A subordinate reported to Dao Gu. Dao Gu, wrapped in a blanket, furrowed his brow slightly. How did that guard manage to open the RV? The subordinate shook his head. No one knows how he got it open, but curiously, he has remained outside without entering the RV. Wuda suddenly inquired, "Is that little child he brought still with him?" The subordinate paused, then replied, "According to others, the child should no longer be with him." "Did he abandon the child?" Dao Gu speculated. Frowning, "Impossible. Wuda immediately shook his head, asserting, given his character, he would not abandon the child. The child must be in the RV. Why would a grown man carry a child? Where is his wife? Daogu questioned. Puzzled, that child is not his. Wuda clarified. I heard it's his squad leader's child. After being injured and discharged, he has been caring for the child. Was he a soldier? Daogu squinted, inquiring. Wuda nodded. Yes, it was precisely because of this background that the company recruited him into the security team. They provide subsidies, otherwise he would hire a limping man as a guard. Daogu nodded slightly. Falling into contemplation, Daogu, since there are supplies within the RV, should we seize the opportunity to acquire them? Wuda promptly suggested. Now that we have firearms, we can simply have Lin Yan open the RV. It would be far less troublesome than before. It's worth considering. Let us assess the situation tomorrow morning. Daogu replied, curling deeper into his blanket. All right, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Wuda responded with a smile. Everyone was clad in military coats and wrapped in an additional layer of blankets, yet still felt somewhat cold. However, it was bearable, and they gradually drifted off to sleep. The night passed without incident, and at 5 o'clock the next morning, everyone at the 8-day base and Dao Ji's group awoke to the biting cold. Damn it, it feels even colder, Daogu cursed. Pulling his small blanket tighter around himself, Wuda shivered in response. It truly is colder. Surely this temperature drop must have a limit? Heaven knows. Daogu shuddered and continued. If the temperature keeps plummeting, we might as well stop struggling and lie down to await our fate. Wuda nodded in agreement. Anyone willing to venture out in search of supplies today, step forward. Daogu scanned the security personnel beside Wuda and spoke. Two of Dao Ji's subordinates immediately stepped forward, having stuffed additional insulating materials beneath their military coats. Meanwhile, those in the security team who had not ventured out the previous day were now filled with regret. The temperature yesterday was far more favorable than today. In this frigid weather, venturing to the surface could indeed result in frostbite, or worse, that it may be wiser for them to scour the underground garage for supplies instead. Wuda could not help but plead. Knife Brother nodded slightly. Very well. If we can secure the RV, we should not need to venture out for resources. Indeed, the RV must contain some supplies. Wuda agreed. Yet with Lin Yan guarding nearby, it will be quite challenging. In light of this, you should first gather supplies from other vehicles in the vicinity. Once I awaken, we shall collectively seize the RV. Knife Brother felt a tinge of helplessness. Nevertheless, he understood that the other party had military experience. Even with a limp, he still possessed a degree of combat capability. For safety's sake, a firearm would be prudent. The entire underground garage was shrouded in darkness, and Knife Brother required some illuminating torches. The quartet tasked with scavenging supplies trembled as they emerged from the car wash, searching for resources among the nearby vehicles. At 6 in the morning, Wang Yu awoke. Stretching amidst the cramped confines of the vehicle, he entered the narrow restroom to attend to personal hygiene and emerged feeling refreshed. He switched on the computer to browse through the surveillance footage from the previous night. Only Lin Yan's silhouette appeared regularly before the camera. This bodyguard truly is diligent, Wang Yu mused, retrieving a lunchbox from the dishwasher intended for Lin Yan, utilizing the hot soy milk model, the noodle model, and the soup dumpling model to fill the breakfast box before placing it in the storage compartment at the rear of the vehicle. He picked up the intercom. Great work. Breakfast has been placed in the storage compartment for you to collect. Enjoy and take a moment to rest. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Yu would rise so early and prepare breakfast so promptly. Yes, boss, Lin Yan responded, heading to the rear storage compartment to retrieve the lunchbox before returning to the Jeep and activating the air conditioning. Outside, it was likely that once the insulated lunchbox was opened, its contents would freeze instantly. Fortunately, the Jeep's air conditioning worked remarkably well, quickly warming the interior. Lin Yan opened the lunchbox. Atop was a serving of noodles. Beneath was a cup of soy milk, and beside it were steaming soup dumplings. The food exuded a fragrant vapor, clearly freshly cooked. How fortunate it is to follow the boss. Even in such conditions, one can still enjoy a warm meal, Lin Yan thought to himself as he swiftly devoured his breakfast. Meanwhile, other survivors huddled around a fire, attempting to heat the food that had turned into icy blocks. Every morsel was rendered nearly unyielding by the extreme cold. The sole advantage was that they need not worry about spoilage. Yet, none possessed heating equipment. Resorting to roasting over the fire, the cooking was tricky. The exterior charred while the interior remained icy, compelling them to eat in intervals. Their bottled water had also frozen solid, making it necessary to warm it by the fire before they could sip. Even drinking water proved a challenge. How could one endure such a life? Just be content. From now on, each day will be worse than the last. This is your best situation yet. Surely not. How can one live like this? Alas, each day survived is a victory. Knife Brother similarly struggled through breakfast, donning his military coat in preparation to seize the RV. Dawuda and Yangxing unexpectedly followed him out. Knife Brother's group of 7 made their way toward the RV, when suddenly they spotted several torches in the distance, also heading toward the RV. Knife Brother frowned slightly. It seems the 8-day base has set its sights on that RV as well. Drive them away with firearms. Wuda remarked indifferently, "It may not be that simple." Knife Brother shook his head. They soon arrived near the RV, where the opposing group had also gathered. By the light of the torches, they recognized one another. "This RV was first discovered by our base members. Please vacate the area." Li Taidi spoke directly. Knife Brother shrugged. "Resources such as these do not belong to those who merely discover them. I have heard that someone is guarding this RV. Whoever can persuade him to open it shall claim it. Are you attempting to rob us?" Li Taidi narrowed his eyes, warning against taking advantage of your firearm. "How many of us do you think you could take down?" Knife Brother furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "This calamity has only just begun. There is no need for internal strife. Instead, let us collaborate to secure the RV, splitting the resources 70-30 in my favor." Li Taidi frowned, calculating before replying. "Cooperation is acceptable, but it must be 50-50. That will not do. The individual guarding the RV was once a soldier. Without firearms, you will find it difficult to subdue him. Thus, I must retain 70%. Knife Brother decisively shook his head. Listening to their negotiations over how to divide the spoils, Lin Yan, lurking in the shadows, felt exasperated, as if Wang Yu's RV had already become their prey. After finishing his breakfast, he returned the lunchbox to the storage compartment and stepped outside for a stroll, only to be alerted by Wang Yu of 2 approaching groups, prompting him to take refuge in the shadows. The haggling continued, ultimately settling on a 60-40 split in Knife Brother's favor. "Let us first search the surrounding area to confirm whether Lin Yan is indeed hiding in some shadow," Knife Brother said in a low voice. "That seems unnecessary. Even if he has a down jacket, he cannot remain outside indefinitely. It is far too cold, and he has likely returned to the RV." Li Taidi shook his head. "Furthermore, our target is the RV, not Lin Yan." Knife Brother frowned slightly before nodding. "Very well. Let us proceed to seize the RV." Both parties cautiously advanced toward the RV, remaining vigilant of their surroundings, wary of Lin Yan potentially springing from the shadows. Thud. Thud. "Oh no, my back is breaking. Why is it so slippery? I've twisted my ankle." I fell awkwardly. The leading individuals all slipped and fell, causing those behind them to hesitate. "What is happening?" Li Taidi asked. Frowning, one person approached the ground with a torch, only to discover a thick layer of ice covering the surface. "The ground is frozen," that person exclaimed. Everyone turned their gaze to the ground, displaying confusion. How could this area be frozen? It seems there is no water leaking anywhere. Even if there were a leak, it would have frozen long ago and would not flow here. "It appears that only this area is icy." Knife Brother observed the extent of the ice, stating, "Clearly, this ice was intentionally created by Lin Yan to impede our approach to the RV." "Surely not. Does he have an abundance of water? Such wastefulness." Li Taidi frowned. "His actions indicate that the RV contains a wealth of supplies." Knife Brother sneered, drawing his firearm, and called out loudly, "Lin Yan, I know you are inside the RV. Open the door and come out that we can spare your life. Otherwise, we will breach the door, and neither you nor the child will survive." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Knife Brother collapsed to the ground. The others, startled, immediately crouched down, while Li Taidi cursed. "Damn it! You could at least warn us before shooting." But shouts arose from Knife Brother's side. "Knife Brother, what happened to you? They have firearms. Quickly retreat." Knife Brother managed to utter those words with great effort. 2 of his subordinates quickly assisted him, making their way toward the car wash. Upon hearing Knife Brother's words, Li Taidi was momentarily stunned before immediately beckoning his companions. "Retreat." Li Taidi led his group hurriedly back to their base. How can there be so many people with firearms? Li Taidi pondered in confusion. A single shot had sent both groups fleeing. and Lin Yin was quite pleased with the outcome of that shot. In truth, his mindset had not yet shifted. He was not inclined to unleash a massacre upon the survivors. The gunshot was merely a response to Knife Brother brandishing his firearm. Wang Yu, observing the unfolding events from within the vehicle, felt that while Lin Yan's hesitance was somewhat concerning, as long as the trouble was resolved, all would be well. Upon witnessing Knife Brother being shot, Wang Yu suddenly realized a pressing issue. He had not prepared any medical supplies. His system contained various models for food, warm clothing, daily necessities, etc., but lacked models for pharmaceuticals that in such circumstances, falling ill without medicine would pose a significant problem. It seems I must find a way to acquire some medications. Wang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Not much is needed. A single pill of each type would suffice, as he could create models to manifest them. With that in mind, Wang Yu picked up the intercom. Lin Yin. Do you know of any pharmacies nearby? Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought for a brief moment, before replying, I am aware that there is a pharmacy approximately 1 kilometer away from this commercial complex. He then furrowed his brow and inquired, Boss, are you unwell? Falling ill at this juncture could be quite troublesome. Are you hoping for my illness? Wang Yu rolled his eyes. I merely recalled that you injured Brother Dao earlier and realized I seemed to have neglected to prepare any medical supplies. I was merely considering gathering some. Lin Yin sighed in relief, yet his brow furrowed once more. Even if we know the pharmacy's location, the surface temperature is far too low for us to venture outside. Although I have not been to the surface since the sun vanished, the temperatures here are already frigid. One can only imagine how severe it is above. If we must indeed search for supplies on the surface, we must prepare thoroughly before venturing out. There's no need to rush, Wang Yu replied. Your shot should deter them for a while. You need not remain outside constantly. Understood, Lin Yin responded. Boss, your supplies must be limited. I will search other vehicles for some resources. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Wang Yu pondered briefly before responding. That is acceptable. Take the time you have to dismantle other vehicles. Bring back any parts like engines, tires, or anything else that can be removed and is under 1 meter in size. Lin Yin was once again taken aback. While everyone else was scouring for warm supplies, food, and water, Wang Yu was instructing him to dismantle cars. Right, just bring back one of each type. This statement left Lin Yin utterly stunned, and he began to question internally. At a time like this, does the boss still wish to study wheels and engines? Despite his confusion, since the boss provided sustenance and took care of Jun, he resolved to follow the boss's instructions. That as for the significance of such actions, that was for the boss to consider, not him. All right, boss, Lin Yin affirmed. Retrieving a toolbox from the RV's storage compartment, he made his way towards the nearest vehicle. The underground garage was not a place to linger, and since Lin Yin also intended to search for his good brother, he had to contemplate future travel logistics. Completing the modeling of all vehicle parts, the next step would be to study vehicles capable of operating in extreme cold, as well as wheels that could maintain stability on snow or ice. Only with Wu De retorted that of course not. It must be parked on the ground, as it would be shrouded in darkness in the underground garage. Yang Xing immediately replied, and upon finishing her words, she grasped Wu De's implication. Thus, it was undoubtedly due to some irresistible force that he had to park the RV on the 3rd underground level. Wu De analyzed, noting that his choice of the 3rd level over the 1st and 2nd suggested a belief that the upper 2 levels were also insufficiently secure, especially given the current drop in temperature, which indeed rendered the 1st and 2nd levels unsafe. Yang Xing suddenly realized. That makes sense. However, a trace of disdain flickered in her heart. He parked on the 3rd level purely to evade the pursuit of Brother Dao and his men. He was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly have foreseen the onset of the eternal night's bitter cold? Yang Xing refrained from mentioning her betrayal of Wang Yu to the organ black market, choosing instead to act as if she were unaware of everything. After all, Brother Dao was now dead, and his subordinates were oblivious to the actual situation. They merely knew they were here to capture someone. If my speculation holds true, then Wang Yu must be inside the RV. Wu De wore an expression that suggested he had seen through everything. He was aware of the impending catastrophe and had even acquired a firearm. It seemed that his journey to the kingdom of Bagan was anything but simple. His wild analysis, surprisingly, had hit the mark quite accurately. Yang Xing was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yu was in the RV? Yet, it seemed as if there were no lights on in that RV. If you had foreseen the rapid drop in temperature, Wouldn't you have laid down a layer of insulation inside the RV? Wuda countered. Are you implying that he meticulously insulated the interior of the RV, rendering it completely imperceptible from the outside? Yang Xing was taken aback even further. Wuda nodded, including the earlier incident involving the electric shock. I suspect he was manipulating that from within. No wonder your limping security guard obtained warm clothing from the RV. He must have struck some sort of deal with Wang Yu. Yang Xing was almost swayed by Wuda's deductions. It was highly probable that this was the case. To verify this, we merely need to confirm whether the cameras on the RV are still operational. If Wang Yu truly is inside the RV, the external cameras must be functioning. Otherwise, he would be blind within the RV. Wuda continued. Yang Xing slightly nodded, pondering briefly before volunteering. Wu Ge, let me verify this. It will be a contribution to our team. Go ahead. Wuda was about to suggest that Yang Xing take the initiative, but to his surprise, she proposed it herself. Yang Xing stuffed a few extra layers of clothing into her military coat and then stepped outside. She had volunteered for this task for several reasons. She considered it relatively simple, believed it could advance their subsequent resource search, and was genuinely curious if Wang Yu was indeed inside the RV. Boss, I've dragged over a car engine. It's too heavy to move into the storage compartment, so I've left it in front of the RV. Lin Yan's voice came over the intercom, slightly breathless. Good work. Just leave it there? Wang Yu replied through the intercom. Fortunately, we managed to create some ice surfaces. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to drag it back. Lin Yan chuckled, adding that there was a tire next to the engine. All right, you should head back to the Jeep and rest for a bit, Wang Yu responded. Okay, boss. Lin Yan returned to the Jeep, turned on the air conditioning, and felt the warm air enveloping him, making him feel much more comfortable. To avoid attracting attention, he refrained from turning on the interior lights. Apart from the faint hum of the engine, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, the door of the RV appeared to shift slightly, and a faint beam of light spilled from within. A finger then extended out, poking the engine and tire before retracting, and the RV door closed, plunging the area back into darkness. Lin Yan was puzzled. Did the boss ask him to dismantle the engine and tire just to poke at them like that? Unbeknownst to him, that single poke resulted in Wang Yu's system acquiring 2 new templates. Scan complete. 110, horsepower gasoline engine modeling successful. Scan complete. Will modeling successful, including the 18565 R15 tire model and 15-inch rim model. Wang Yu glanced at the model research in his system, noting that it would take another 8 hours to complete. He would have to wait a bit longer to AT that moment. The surveillance footage suddenly triggered an alarm, indicating that someone was nearby. Wang Yu swiftly approached the computer to check the surveillance, discovering a figure lurking behind a car approximately 30 meters away, observing intently. Upon seeing this person, Wang Yu's expression turned cold. Yang Xing. Oh, Yang Xing, I wonder how many more days you can keep this up. In previous encounters, Wang Yu had indeed seen Yang Xing and had opportunities to eliminate her himself or have Lin Yan do so. However, he refrained from taking action. Having been frozen to death in a black factory during his last life, he intended for Yang Xing to experience the same fate. Resolving her quickly with a gun would be too merciful. Just then, Yang Xing seemed to catch a glimpse of a fleeting red light from the camera. Immediately Ben Wu had no choice but to draw his pistol once more, waving it in front of him. If Brother Dao were still alive, would he give me the gun? Li Taidi nodded slightly before inquiring, what brings you here this time? Well, Wu Dao explained, after our observations, it's evident that the surveillance cameras on the RV are still operational, indicating that there are people inside and that it has power. Shouldn't we join forces to take that RV? Although it cannot accommodate many, we could take turns inside to warm ourselves. Wu Dao candidly stated his intentions. Li Taidi appeared somewhat tempted, but soon his brow furrowed. The other party has firearms. It's too dangerous. It is indeed perilous. Yet the warmth within that RV is worth the risk. Wu Dao continued to persuade him. After all, bullets are limited, and with so many of us, victory will ultimately belong to us. That may be true, but who would be willing to take the lead? Li Taidi countered. You all? Certainly. We have individuals willing to step forward. You cannot simply stand by and watch. Wu Dao retorted. Li Taidi shook his head. The level of trust among us is insufficient for cooperation. It's better to abandon this discussion. What a pity. Such a warm RV will only be enjoyed by others. Wu Dao sighed. Turning away with Yang Xing, the exchange between the two was overheard by the survivors at the 8-day base, who immediately began to whisper among themselves. There are actually people inside that RV. It's completely undetectable from the outside. They must have covered the windows with blackout material, which is why we can't see in. How can the RV still have power after the prolonged outage? Could there be a generator inside? Most likely. Why don't we see if we can persuade those inside to open the door, allowing us to warm up for a bit? Good idea. After all, we're not trying to seize their RV. We just want to warm ourselves for a moment. They should be willing to oblige. Let us go. The larger the group, the greater the chances of success. Having so many people might pressure them morally. All the survivors at the 8-day base were stirred, rising in unison to head towards the RV. The biting cold drove them, and with the knowledge of a warm refuge nearby, everyone was eager to spend some time there. Seeing the survivors mobilizing, Tidy hesitated but ultimately did not stop them if they could indeed persuade the RV's occupants to open the door. He could join in and simply reap the benefits from behind. Meanwhile, Wuda also noticed the actions of the 8-day survivors and promptly commanded, "Gather everyone and head over to the RV. Inform Brother Dao's subordinates that we've located the one who shot at him, and they're inside the RV." A security guard nodded and immediately rushed out. The crowd quickly converged near the RV again. Wang Yu, monitoring from the surveillance feed, spotted the gathering and swiftly alerted Lin Yan. Lin Yan wasted no time and leapt from the jeep, disappearing into the shadows. They stood beyond the ice, and one person shouted, "We know there are people inside the RV and that it has power that we're freezing out here. Please open the door and let us warm up for a while." "Indeed. Look, my girlfriend's face is all red from the cold. Hurry and let us in. My old leg pains are flaring up again. If I'm not allowed inside soon, I might just die from the pain." The crowd chimed in, echoing each other to "Is this how you plead for help?" Wang Yu's voice emerged from the surveillance camera, marking his first utterance in front of the crowd. Upon hearing the voice from within the RV, the crowd erupted in excitement. At least they could confirm that there were indeed people inside. "How can you be so heartless? We're all out here freezing while you enjoy your warmth inside. Isn't that inappropriate?" "Inappropriate? This is my RV, and all the supplies are mine that I'm using my own belongings. How is that inappropriate?" Wang Yu retorted with a laugh of disbelief. With so many suffering from hunger and cold, shouldn't you lend a helping hand? Exactly. One cannot be so selfish, only thinking of one's own comfort. "Open the door quickly. I'm on the verge of freezing to death." Wang Yu scoffed. "You all truly have no shame. I can only say you're delusional. You want the door opened? Not a chance. Damn it, talking to him is futile. Let us all work together and flip his RV." One person shouted, cautiously advancing towards the RV. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and that individual fell to the ground. The others immediately snapped to attention, realizing the opposing side was armed. Moreover, the icy terrain made it difficult to approach the RV. The crowd instinctively retreated. At that moment, Wuda arrived with his group, calling out, "The gunfire came from over there. Everyone, take cover." The crowd quickly ducked behind nearby vehicles, warily watching the direction from which the gunshot had come. Seeing everyone hiding behind the cars, Tidy had a sudden idea and suggested, "Let us push the cars closer to the RV. Their handgun can't penetrate the vehicles." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up, and they began to push the sedan towards the RV. Observing this scene, Lin Yan hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie, saying, "Boss, you need to start the RV and leave now. There are too many people, visibility is poor, and the handgun ammunition is limited. It's best to avoid confrontation for now." When Lin Yan returned, he brought with him a handgun, the very one that Brother Dao had sought. Wuda, who had been hiding, fortuitously managed to escape death amidst the explosion of the grenade, though he was left terrified, having soiled himself at the mere thought of Wang Yu's grenade. Thus, when Lin Yan appeared before him, he handed over the handgun without a moment's hesitation. Lin Yan, of course, did not hesitate to confiscate it. Upon seeing Lin Yan return with Brother Dao's firearm, Wang Yu inquired, "That woman in their team, is she still alive?" Lin Yan paused slightly before nodding. "Yes, should I bring her here?" Wang Yu shook his head, informed them and the Baitian base that no one is to take in that woman. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. "She seems to be your girlfriend, doesn't she?" Previously, when Lin Yan had stopped Brother Dao from opening the RV door, Yang Xing had claimed that the owner of the RV was her boyfriend. And later, Wuda confirmed through the system that Yang Xing's words were true. "She was," Wang Yu replied through clenched teeth. Lin Yan was even more perplexed. If they had once been in a relationship, why now seek her demise? If they were incompatible, a simple breakup would suffice. There was no need to endanger each other's lives. 3 days ago, she deceived me into going to Beijing and sold me to a black factory. Had I not fortuitously encountered the local patrol that dismantled that black factory, I would have either had my kidneys harvested or frozen to death in the factory cell, Wang Yu explained coolly. Lin Yan suddenly understood and coldly remarked, such a person indeed deserves death. Did you require my assistance in this matter? No, death would be too merciful. Let her experience the despair I felt when entering that black factory. Wang Yu shook his head. That I understand that I will convey your intentions to them. Lin Yan nodded and turned to leave. Upon seeing Lin Yan return, Wu De quickly approached with a subservient demeanor. Brother Lin, do you have further instructions? At that moment, he no longer exuded the authority of a security captain. Our boss has ordered that no team is to take in Yangxing, Lin Yan stated, casting a glance at the terrified Yangxing before departing. Hearing this command, Wu De was completely stunned. Wang Yu was indeed ruthless. It seemed he intended to play with his ex-girlfriend's life. However, considering Wang Yu's audacity to hurl grenades into the crowd, it was evident he was not one to be trifled with. With this in mind, Wu De approached Yangxing and said, "You should leave on your own. Don't make me resort to force." "No, you can't drive me away," Yangxing immediately pleaded. "I will do anything. Just let me stay here." Wu De shook his head. Once Wang Yu produced the grenade, there was no longer any place for you here. No one will risk their life for you. The other 3 surviving security personnel immediately echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, you should leave quickly. Don't drag us down." Wu De and the others pushed Yangxing out. "Instead of begging us, you should plead with Wang Yu. Only if he relents will you have a chance to survive," Wu De advised. Yangxing trembled slightly, instinctively shaking her head as she turned towards the Beitian base. Observing her actions, Wu De frowned slightly. Realizing that Yangxing had not been truthful before, there was surely a deep-seated animosity between them. Previously, Yangxing had merely claimed they were ordinary lovers who had broken up. But it now appeared there was much more to the story. Her willingness to seek help from the Beitian base rather than her ex indicated she had undoubtedly committed an unforgivable act against Wang Yu. Given this, why not simply bind Yangxing and deliver her to Wang Yu? It could be regarded as an achievement. One security guard proposed that. Wu De shook his head. If Wang Yu truly wished to capture Yangxing, would we need to intervene? The guard paused, then immediately shook his head. Lin Yan possessed a gun and could easily subdue Yangxing, yet he chose not to act, simply conveying Wang Yu's words. Clearly, Wang Yu did not intend to resolve the matter with Yangxing so simply. If we capture Yangxing and present her to him, we might provoke Wang Yu's ire. Wu De continued. Thus it is best not to take matters into our own hands. We should proceed as Wang Yu instructed. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Yangxing soon arrived at the vicinity of the Beitian base. But regardless of her pleas, no one was willing to allow her entry. Everyone was terrified by the grenades. Overcome with despair, she hesitated, contemplating whether she should indeed seek out Wang Yu. She stood at the entrance of the garage. She realized that advancing further would lead her to Wang Yu's RV. Just then, several beams of light appeared at the entrance. Yangxing's eyes immediately brightened, despite her body nearly succumbing to the cold. She sprinted toward the exit with all her might. Those within followed Wang Yu's orders, but surely not everyone outside did. With her beauty, she would surely find a team willing to take her in. Before she could reach the entrance, a group of individuals streamed in from outside. Upon spotting Yangxing, they immediately raised their weapons. "Halt!" Yangxing promptly raised her hands and replied, "Don't shoot," to her surprise. They had already made a catch upon arriving. One stepped forward, shining a flashlight on Yangxing's face, clearly assessing her quality. "Old 3, focus on the task at hand." Another called out, inquiring about the situation here. Old 3 nodded and asked Yangxing, "Tell us, how many survivors are there? Do they possess any weapons? Was the recent explosion here?" It turned out this group had also heard the explosions of the 3 grenades. Although they appeared to be unsavory characters, Yangxing recognized this was her chance for survival. Thus, she disclosed everything about the situation without reservation. There should now be only around 200 survivors left. The recent explosion indeed occurred here, as 2 factions aimed to seize the RV, resulting in the deployment of 3 grenades that killed many. Why do they want to seize the RV? Old 3 inquired curiously. The RV contains a significant amount of supplies, and as of now, it still has power, making it incredibly warm inside. Yangxing quickly responded. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes lit up. The term supplies and warmth were immensely enticing. So, the owner of that RV possesses a handgun and grenades. Another confirmed with Yang Xing yes. Yang Xing affirmed with a nod. The handgun is of little concern, but the grenades could pose a problem. Boss, let us first recruit the other survivors. Then we can slowly devise a plan to seize that RV. Old 3 suggested. The boss nodded slightly, and Old 3 prodded Yang Xing with his gun. Commanding, lead the way. Yang Xing complied immediately, guiding them toward the Baitian base. The RV's cameras captured the scene at the entrance, and Wang Yu observed everything unfold. Another group has arrived. He frowned slightly. It was only natural for survivors to gather in this commercial complex. Given that it had 3 underground levels, that he needed to secure a vehicle capable of traversing extreme cold weather as soon as possible. Previously, he had refrained from meeting with Duan Nan, fearing that Ming Gu might station someone to guard against him. Engaging with those individuals would certainly waste time and could potentially endanger Duan Nan. Now, it seemed no one was on watch, and he could rendezvous with Duan Nan. Furthermore, he did not wish to deal with so many survivors. Once he had the means, he would certainly leave. However, the external environment was far too harsh. He suspected that the RV would break down on the surface. Wang Yu even feared that the RV would likely stall by the time it reached the 2nd underground level. There were too many systems needing research and upgrades, but the system only had 1 research queue, and progress would be slow. Wang Yu sighed lightly, and then picked up the intercom. Lin Yan. A new group has appeared at the entrance. They have wrapped their weapons in clothing, and judging by their length, they are likely rifles. Return to rest for now. While dismantling another vehicle, Lin Yan halted at Wang Yu's voice. His brow furrowing. Could they be military personnel? They likely aren't. One of them was seen making advances on Yang Xing. Wang Yu shook his head slightly. They appear more akin to bandits. Lin Yan nodded slightly, and quickly returned with his flashlight in hand. Wang Yu continued. They followed Yang Xing to the Baitian base. She must have relayed information about us to their group, possibly exaggerating the conditions of the RV to entice them into attacking us. I should have shot her on sight. Lin Yan suggested. Shall I make a trip over there? He possessed a firearm. A surprise attack could potentially eliminate a portion of the adversaries. Wang Yu shook his head. There is no need to take such a risk for now. After all, the enemy has rifles, and Lin Yan is injured. If something goes awry, I would not only lose a bodyguard, but also a car mechanic. He continued. There are 2 grenades in the storage compartment at the back. Take them with you. As they conversed, Lin Yan had already reached the rear of the RV and retrieved the grenades from the storage compartment. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, Boss, how many grenades do you have left? There are a few more. Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Since meeting Wang Yu, he felt he was either in a state of shock or en route to one. With such stringent national regulations, how could the boss procure so many grenades? Despite his myriad of questions, he recognized this was Wang Yu's secret and refrained from probing further. If we had enough grenades, we could annihilate them all. Lin Yan proposed once more. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lin Yan would suggest such a course of action. He frowned slightly. That may not be feasible. The quantity of grenades is still limited. The enemy won't foolishly group together for us to bombard them. Currently, he could materialize 5 grenades at once, but he would need nearly an hour to fully replenish his mental energy. This meant that, unless he was given ample time, he could only summon 5 grenades in an hour without creating other items. The previous group consisted of nearly 20 individuals, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them all with the existing grenades unless they clustered together. Yang Xing would certainly inform the others about the grenades, and they would undoubtedly be on guard, ensuring they wouldn't be caught in a trap. Lin Yan nodded slightly, pondering before speaking again. Since a proactive assault is not viable, let us fortify our defenses, making them hesitant to approach. He paused before continuing. Boss, do you have any thinner lines? I could set up grenade traps along their path. If we can set off just a couple, they will be deterred from advancing. Wang Yu's eyes brightened, replying immediately, yes. While scanning the yarn model, he had one for fine yarn, which he materialized into a fine ball of wool and tossed it into the storage compartment. Lin Yan approached the storage compartment and, upon seeing the pristine ball of yarn, felt deeply perplexed. Has the boss prepared for everything? Knowing that preparing warm clothing for the impending frigid weather was reasonable. What did the yarn signify? Did he intend to knit sweaters in such conditions? The thought of a man sitting in a vehicle knitting made Lin Yan uncomfortable. He shook his head. dismissing the image of Wang Yu knitting from his mind, and began to set up traps along the anticipated route of their foes. To ensure the enemy could not detonate the grenades, he deliberately ran a line into his vehicle. If he noticed that the grenades had not been triggered, he would assist in pulling the pins. The ample yarn provided sufficient material for his setup. Additionally, he fashioned some snares using the yarn, which were not linked to the grenades, merely to create some hindrance for their adversaries. Once all was prepared, he rubbed his frostbitten hands together and returned to the jeep, activating the air conditioning. Meanwhile, the group, led by Yang Xing, easily conscripted the survivors from the 8 days base using their rifles. Wu Da and his companions were similarly coerced at gunpoint to the 8 days base. Let me introduce myself. My name is He Long. I just escaped from prison yesterday, and from now on, you are all under my command. Anyone who disobeys will face death. Understood? The crowd nodded in terror. He Long continued. Are there any other survivors in this level of the garage? Li Taidi promptly replied. They're shooting TB. They've all gathered at our base. He Long regarded him for a moment before asking, what about that RV? It was clear he was not fully convinced by Yang Xing. Li Taidi recounted everything he knew about Wang Yu's RV, which was essentially consistent with what Yang Xing had said, prompting a slight nod from He Long, noticing the third brother groping Yang Xing. He Long frowned slightly. Third brother, can you not be so frivolous? In such cold weather, you're still thinking about that. Let us seize the RV first. At least it will be warm inside. The third brother chuckled. Boss, you know Hey Bao, have such interests. However, you are right. Let us take the RV first. He Long casually pointed to a few individuals. You four, come with me. Wu Da was among them, albeit most unwillingly. Yet, seeing the rifle in He Long's hand, they could only steel themselves and follow. Where are we going, big brother? Someone asked cautiously to the RV. Of course. He Long replied with a grin. No, I refuse to go there. The man exclaimed, retreating. Tat tat tat. 3 bloody holes appeared on the man's body as he fell, not even letting out a scream. He Long smiled at the others. Now, is there anyone else unwilling to go? Everyone shook their heads in terror. The risk of being blown up by Wang Yu's grenades was present. Yet refraining from going there guaranteed death? Excellent. Let us move out immediately. He Long ordered. Wu Da and the others, holding torches, cautiously approached the RV. 10 minutes later, they neared the vicinity of the traps Lin Yan had set. Wu Da pointed at the RV from a distance, saying, Big brother, that's the RV. The area around it has been doused with water, turning into ice, making it difficult to approach. He Long paused, then picked up a torch. Examining the ground closely, discovering indeed the icy surface, it seems there are valuable items within that RV. He Long remarked with a grin. The third brother instantly became excited. Should we just attack directly? He raised his rifle in preparation. He Long pressed down on his weapon. Don't shoot. If we damage it, we'll have to repair it ourselves. The third brother hesitated before nodding. That makes sense. Let us just call them out. He Long nodded slightly, instructing, everyone spread out. Third brother, keep an eye on the skylight of the RV. If anyone shows their head, shoot immediately. All right. The third brother excitedly aimed his rifle at the RV's roof. He Long pointed his gun at Wu Da, commanding, you, step forward and call out, saying He Long, am requisitioning his RV. He must come out. Otherwise, we will open fire with our rifles to force him out. Wu Da was near tears. The last time he survived the grenade explosion was by standing in the back, and now he had to go to the forefront. He Long raised his rifle, and Wu Da had no choice but to take 2 steps forward. In those 2 steps, he felt he stumbled over something. In the darkness, a faint sound was followed by an object dropping and rolling toward Wu Da and the others. A grenade, Wu Da shouted, darting to the side between 2 vehicles. His movement was fluid, akin to a well-trained soldier. He Long immediately grabbed a survivor, using him as a human shield, pressing him firmly in front of himself. Boom! The grenade exploded, and the man before He Long absorbed the shrapnel and shockwave, his body becoming a mangled mess. Upon finishing his words, he led the third brother back. Wu Da immediately followed closely behind. Seeing that the enemy had retreated, Wang Yu and Lin Yan both sighed in relief. At this moment, an hour had passed since Wang Yu had previously materialized a grenade, witnessing the recent fright it had instilled in the enemy. He promptly manifested 5 more and placed them in the storage compartment behind. There are 5 grenades in the storage. Take them and set up more around us, Wang Yu commanded over the intercom. Understood, boss, Lin Yan responded, momentarily taken aback before quickly complying. He took the 5 grenades and began to arrange them around. Following the same setup as before, each grenade had a spare pull cord placed on the jeep, allowing for immediate detonation at his discretion. Once everything was arranged, Lin Yan returned to the jeep, picked up the intercom, and reported, "Boss, everything is set. If they dare approach again, they will surely meet their demise." Wang Yu nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, but I am concerned they may act out of desperation. If they realize they cannot get close to the RV, they might resort to gunfire. The RV may not withstand the onslaught of their rifles. The glass would undoubtedly shatter, and even if I am inside, I would be in danger." Lin Yan frowned slightly, understanding Wang Yu's concerns. Primarily, the enemy's rifles posed a long-range threat with considerable power, allowing them to inflict damage without needing to approach the RV. If only we had weapons that could reach beyond their rifles. Lin Yan mused, then shook his head. Wang Yu had been hiding in the RV, indicating that his handgun and grenades were acquired before the calamity. Securing handguns and grenades before the disaster was already a formidable feat. Obtaining more advanced weaponry in Longwa was utterly impossible. The rifles in the enemy's possession were likely acquired post-calamity, much like how Brother Dao had procured his handgun earlier. Weapons that can reach further than rifles? That would only be a sniper rifle. Wang Yu interjected. Lin Yan paused, incredulous, and asked, "Boss, you don't mean to say you have a sniper rifle too, do you?" Wang Yu did not respond, but instead checked the system to see the range of his mental power for scanning or materializing. 1.1 meters. When he first activated the system, the range was merely 1 meter, but after continuous use over the past few days, his mental power had grown, extending the range to 1.1 meters. The model of the sniper rifle in the system measured 1.12 meters, just 2 centimeters short. He needed to accelerate the enhancement of his mental power. He hoped the enemy would not act in desperation too soon. Wang Yu mused. After a brief contemplation, he placed the assault rifle he had previously materialized into the storage compartment at the rear of the vehicle. Over this period of interaction, Wang Yu's trust in Lin Yan had increased somewhat. Additionally, with the threat of a rifle safeguarding the RV, he decided to entrust this assault rifle to Lin Yan. Armed with this assault rifle, Lin Yan would at least be able to suppress the enemy, preventing them from recklessly damaging the RV. Coupled with the grenades set up, they should be able to thwart any attempts to harm the RV. Lin Yan put the handgun back in the storage compartment. Wang Yu instructed via intercom. Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Given the external threat, why was his gun being taken away? Though puzzled, he complied with Wang Yu's orders and walked toward the rear storage compartment of the RV. "There is an assault rifle in the storage. Take it, and if they dare to attack the RV from a distance, retaliate," Wang Yu continued. Upon reaching the rear, Lin Yan was utterly stunned. "Boss, are you saying you have an assault rifle? Open the storage compartment and see for yourself," Wang Yu replied. Lin Yan hurriedly opened the compartment to reveal a brand new assault rifle lying quietly within, along with 2 magazines. "What? You don't know how to use it?" Wang Yu's voice came through the intercom. Lin Yan finally snapped back to reality. "Of course I do." He placed the handgun and the used magazine back inside, then took out the assault rifle and magazines. The AKM assault rifle, an improvement upon the AK-47. Lin Yan expertly inspected the weapon while rattling off its various specifications with ease. Truly professional. Wang Yu praised. "From now on, it is up to you to safeguard the RV's security." "Rest assured, boss," Lin Yan replied confidently. "Though my foot is injured, I may struggle in a mobile engagement, but in a defensive position, I will have no issues, and with the grenades we set up beforehand, I will ensure they have no opportunity to damage the RV." "That is reassuring," Wang Yu responded. "Are 3 magazines sufficient?" Lin Yan hesitated before quickly replying. "The more magazines, the better." "All right, use these for now, and I'll prepare a few more for you shortly." Wang Yu continued. "Thank you, boss," Lin Yan exclaimed with excitement that it had been quite some time since he had held a weapon. Now, having it in his hands felt like reuniting with an old friend. With this assault rifle in hand, Lin Yan felt completely at ease. Meanwhile, Heilong was discussing with his companions how to seize the RV. "I wonder how many grenades that Wang Yu possesses." Heilong's brow furrowed in concern. "Surely not too many," the third brother mused, cradling Yang Xing in his arms. "Our area is strictly regulated." Heilong nodded slightly, continuing, "While it may not be many, we must not take unnecessary risks." "That's simple. We have around 200 people here," a towering figure interjected, his expression stern. "Second brother, you truly have a plan. The third brother gave a thumbs up to the imposing man. All right, let's proceed. Hei Long nodded in agreement. Solidifying their decision. Boss, when shall we strike? The third brother hurriedly inquired. Hei Long shot him a glance and retorted, when do you wish to act? Shall we wait until nightfall? The third brother chuckled. Hei Long was somewhat exasperated. You truly are full of energy. The towering figure immediately opposed. No, we must act immediately. If we wait until night, they will surely have new preparations. New preparations? Does that RV have the capability to produce weapons? The third brother responded nonchalantly, I believe we should strike decisively to avoid lingering troubles. The towering figure insisted on his stance. Hei Long pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then let us act at once. Leave that woman to you. The third brother's eyes lit up. Thank you, boss. Hearing that she would not have to clear minds for them, Yang Xing was naturally elated, practically clinging to the third brother. Hei Long rallied his brothers, gathering all the survivors together. Tie them up with some ropes to prevent their escape. Hei Long commanded. Yes, soon. The 200 individuals were bound in groups of 10 of the survivors. Still oblivious to Hei Long's intentions, gazed at him in confusion. Hei Long smiled. Let us move towards the RV. Upon hearing this command, the crowd erupted in terrified protests. No, I refuse to go near the RV. He has grenades that will kill us. I'd rather die than go. Heading there is a death sentence. Please, spare me. I can do anything. The towering figure raised his rifle without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The group of 10 was swiftly silenced, never to make a sound again. Following the gunfire, the remaining survivors fell silent. They dared not continue their cries. Going towards the RV could lead to their demise, yet refusing to comply would mean death at that very moment. Moreover, bound in groups of 10, escape was utterly impossible. If even one person were shot, the remaining 9 would be unable to flee. With no other option, they had no choice but to march forward resolutely. Observing that the others had finally complied, Hei Long led his group toward the RV. There was no need for surveillance. Wang Yu and Lin Yan were aware that someone was approaching, the chaotic footsteps echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. However, when Wang Yu saw on the monitor that the survivors were bound together, he was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly reacted. How ruthless they are. Lin Yan, take action at the first opportunity. Prioritize eliminating the armed enemies. Though Lin Yan was uncertain as to why Wang Yu remarked on the ferocity of the opposing side, he responded in a hushed tone. Concealed behind the jeep, he focused intently on the direction from which the sound emanated. Flames flickered around the corner, and illuminated by this glow, he peered through his scope to assess the situation of the survivors. Finally grasping Wang Yu's meaning, his brow furrowed slightly. The survivors obstructed his view, leaving him no chance to strike at the enemies lurking behind them. However, Lin Yan soon noticed that they held their torches a bit too high. Thus, he switched his assault rifle to single-fire mode and aimed at those torches. Tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic series of gunshots rang out, and astonishingly, every torch on the Black Dragon's side was severed, tumbling to the ground, some extinguished entirely, instantly plunging the surroundings into darkness. Run, a voice shouted, igniting immediate chaos on the scene. At that moment, the bound survivors demonstrated remarkable synchronicity, fleeing in unison towards a common direction. Lin Yan's gunfire had startled the likes of Black Dragon and his crew. His marksmanship was extraordinary, each shot striking true at the torches. Not a single bullet wasted. Black Dragon and his companions swiftly took cover behind a nearby vehicle, momentarily disregarding the panicking survivors. What is happening? Can a pistol shoot that far? Lao San exclaimed, astonished. Black Dragon shook his head. It certainly isn't a pistol. It must be a rifle, just like ours. What? Did they not claim that only 2 pistols were present near the RV? Lao San frowned in inquiry. Against this motley crew, there is no need for rifles. Black Dragon nodded slightly, frowning. They possess rifles and grenades. It seems we cannot approach that RV at all. Black Dragon subtly agreed. We must withdraw. The opposition is too formidable. We may have to abandon the vehicle. Nearby, Iron Tower nodded. I suggest we leave immediately. Their marksmanship is too precise. If they engage in guerrilla tactics from the shadows, we could be in serious trouble. Indeed, let us gather supplies from the base before we depart. Or perhaps we should return to our previous outpost. Black Dragon responded. There is still a fair amount of supplies at the base, and I fear our people may not be able to carry it all. Iron Tower remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. We must capture those fleeing survivors and execute AF. Upon hearing Wang Yu's introduction, Lin Yin was even more astonished. This cold-resistant garment is exceptionally sophisticated. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the underground level 3 that Wang Yu glanced at the surveillance monitor and discovered that the newly arrived team was leading the survivors from the original 8 days base out. Were they preparing to leave? Wang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. It is highly likely that they are aware of our possession of rifles and grenades, and realizing they cannot seize our RV. Retreating is indeed a wise choice, Lin Yin analyzed. Wang Yu nodded. It is better that they leave. It saves us trouble. The Black Dragon led all the survivors out of the underground garage, and the entire space fell silent. Boss, didn't you mention earlier that you wanted to search for some medical supplies? Now that we have this cold-resistant garment, I could venture out, Lin Yin proposed, suggesting he could also gather some other resources. Previously, without this garment, he had refrained from venturing above ground for supplies, but now that conditions allow, he must go out. One cannot merely rely on what has been amassed. Under the current circumstances, medical supplies are undoubtedly vital. No one can guarantee that they will never fall ill. Once illness strikes, the absence of medical treatment could mean a slow death. Thus, he must embark on this endeavor. Wang Yu nodded slightly. The purpose of providing you with this cold-resistant garment is to accompany me in searching for medical supplies. Ah, you intend to accompany me? Lin Yin was taken aback, then hurriedly objected. No, it is still too dangerous outside. You should stay in the RV. That I will leave the gun behind and return immediately upon finding the supplies. If it is dangerous outside, wouldn't leaving the gun behind be even more perilous? Wang Yu shook his head, insisting, I must accompany you. You cannot carry back much on your own. The primary reason is that by going out together, I can construct models on site, allowing me to model all the medical supplies we encounter. After all, Lin Yin alone could only bring back a limited amount. Upon hearing Wang Yu's unassailable tone, Lin Yin felt somewhat helpless. In that case, we need to bring Jun Jun along as well. Is there a suitable cold-resistant garment for her? After speaking, he anxiously awaited Wang Yu's response. No one would bring along a burden when searching for supplies. Yet, Lin Yin could not abandon Jun Jun in the RV alone. What should he do if Wang Yu declines? Wearing the clothes provided by Wang Yu and consuming the food offered by him. It felt somewhat disheartening to defy his orders. Rest assured, I have prepared one for her. If she grows tired while we are out, you may need to carry her. Wang Yu replied. As long as a model is established, without altering its internal structure, the dimensions of the model can be modified at will and then materialized. For instance, since Wang Yu and Lin Yin have different physiques, Wang Yu can adjust the length and waistline of the cold-resistant garments model to ensure a better fit when it is materialized. Upon hearing Wang Yu's response, Lin Yin immediately became excited. Yes, please rest assured, I will take responsibility for Jun Jun. She will not hinder us. Well then, hand me the gun first, Wang Yu replied affirmatively. Instructing, Lin Yin promptly returned the assault rifle he held to the storage cabinet, stating, There's no need to take the gun. It's too cold outside, and I fear it might freeze. Even if it doesn't freeze, it would be unusable. Wang Yu smiled slightly. Then I will give it a cold-resistant garment to wear. One that suffice. Lin Yin was once again taken aback. Wang Yu actually intends to dress a gun in a cold-resistant garment. Boss, do we have an abundance of these garments? Lin Yin could not help but inquire. Wang Yu chuckled. At the very least, it should suffice. Lin Yin nodded and then curiously asked, I don't believe I've ever seen such cold-resistant garments on the market. Where did you acquire them? They were custom-made, Wang Yu replied casually. Lin Yin suddenly understood. No wonder. Wang Yu assisted Jun Jun in donning a one-piece cold-resistant garment, then wrapped the assault rifle in one as well, even providing a miniature cold-resistant garment for the pistol. With these weapons secured, Wang Yu shut off the RV's power, locked it up, and said to Lin Yin, Let us go. We're off. Meanwhile, Jun Jun was already eager to step outside. As a young child, being cooped up in the RV had nearly made her ill. Now presented with the opportunity to venture out, her excitement was boundless. Lin Yin quickly caught up with Jun Jun, instructing her, Do not run off. Make sure to stay close to us. Okay. Jun Jun promptly nodded in agreement. Wang Yu handed the bundled assault rifle to Lin Yin. Lin Yin hesitated. He had thought Wang Yu would not entrust the gun to him. Given their limited acquaintance. What? Don't want it? Wang Yu asked with a smile. I do. Lin Yin reached out to accept it. then solemnly expressed, "Thank you." Wang Yu understood that he was thanking him for his trust. "No need for formality. Once we are out, I will be relying on you to protect both me and Junjun." Wang Yu replied, "Rest assured, as long as I am alive, no one will harm you or Junjun." Without this assault rifle that he could wield above ground, Lin Yin might have felt some uncertainty, but now he was absolutely confident in his ability to protect both Wang Yu and Junjun. "Well then, let us set off. Let us make it a quick trip." Lin Yin led the way towards the exit of the level 3 garage. Lin Yin and Junjun quickly followed suit. They soon arrived at the entrance of the underground garage. Despite wearing the one-piece cold-resistant garments, they still felt a chill. Activate the heating function of Junjun's garment, but keep it at a moderate level, Wang Yu advised. Lin Yin nodded and immediately adjusted the settings at Junjun's wrist. Children are prone to sweating, so it cannot be too warm. It is sufficient to slightly raise the garment's temperature to fend off the encroaching cold. "We should also run a bit to warm ourselves up," Wang Yu suggested. Lin Yin nodded. "Junjun must run as well." "Indeed, I will keep up with you." Junjun eagerly nodded in agreement. Lin Yin assessed the direction and led Wang Yu and Junjun eastward. They were headed to the pharmacy located 1 kilometer away. Shortly after their departure, another team arrived at the entrance of the underground garage. A patrolman and 3 soldiers from earlier had succumbed to the freezing temperatures along the way, all for the sake of locating a recently graduated college student. Was it truly worth it? One voiced his dissatisfaction. "This order came from the higher-ups. You have no room to question it." Another replied sternly, "Very well. But under these circumstances, can he really have survived this long?" The higher-ups claimed he possesses great fortune and should not perish easily. However, that patrolman and the 3 soldiers were found frozen nearby, and their pistols and rifles had been taken. If they fell into the hands of evildoers, the survivors here would be in grave danger. "Let us hasten inside and investigate. Idle speculation here will yield no answers." The team promptly proceeded to the 3rd level, and as they descended, they caught a faint whiff of gunpowder and laid eyes upon a scene littered with corpses. The hearts of all sank. They immediately dispersed to search for any survivors. The entire level 3 garage fell silent as they discovered shell casings and even fragments of grenades in the vicinity. "Captain, how could they have grenades? We don't even carry those on missions." The captain shook his head, his expression grave. "Everyone must exercise caution. If any survivors have obtained grenades, it poses a significant threat to our team." "Understood." The others responded in unison. "Captain, this should be Wang Yu's RV, right?" Soon enough, someone located Wang Yu's RV, where the grenades surrounding it had been disarmed before their departure. The captain hurried over, shining his flashlight. Then nodded slightly. He knocked on the RV's door, but received no response. Then he attempted to pull it open, only to find it completely locked, though Wang Yu and the others had left not long ago. The outside temperature was so frigid that the engine's warmth had already equalized with the ambient temperature. They had no inkling that the RV, one of the team members speculated. "Are there any living survivors elsewhere?" the captain asked in a low voice. The other members shook their heads in response. If Wang Yu has truly been captured, where could his captors have gone? This should be the best refuge nearby, the captain pondered, his confusion evident. Just then, a sound of something falling echoed from the entrance, causing the small team to immediately become alert, given the various traces left behind. It was clear that the survivors here possessed not only firearms, but also grenades, posing a significant threat to their group. "Turn off all the lights," the captain commanded in a hushed tone. Everyone promptly extinguished their flashlights, plunging into silence. The sounds from outside persisted. The captain whispered, "Let us go take a look, but be cautious and stay hidden." Without light, visibility was non-existent, and gestures were impossible. They could only communicate verbally. The team cautiously made their way toward the entrance. As they neared, beams of light pierced their line of sight. "It seems they are vandalizing something," one member murmured. The captain nodded slightly. The entrance. A group of individuals was toppling over the items that had been stacked there. With their destruction, the cold air from outside entered the underground level unimpeded, causing the temperature to drop further. The captain furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend why these individuals were intent on demolishing the wall that had been painstakingly constructed. With this barrier, the place could serve as an excellent sanctuary. It appeared these people bore a grudge against the previous survivors, purely seeking revenge. They might have news of Wang Yu. Another team member suggested quietly, "Should we approach them and inquire about the situation?" The captain nodded slightly, cautioning, "Everyone be careful." They then quickly moved toward the entrance, guided by the light from the other party. "Move a bit faster," urged a brawny man, reminiscent of an iron tower. He was the second in command of the previous team from Black Dragon. Nicknamed Black Tiger. "Brother Tiger, is this about enough?" one trembling individual asked Black Tiger. Black Tiger surveyed the nearly toppled wall and nodded slightly. Concerned that Wang Yu might emerge to attack them, he waved his hand decisively. "Let us retreat." Just then, the captain, concealed behind a vehicle, shouted, "Halt! We are from the Mukuchuan city base and have matters to discuss with you. We hope for your cooperation." Upon hearing this voice, Black Tiger was momentarily stunned, then immediately fired a volley of bullets toward the source of the sound before turning to flee. As he ran, he shouted, "Run! They've sent people to capture us." The others, upon hearing this, likewise fled in a panic. Observing their reaction, the captain frowned. If they were ordinary survivors, upon learning they were from the Mukuchuan city base, they would surely react with joy akin to reuniting with family. Yet, this group was fleeing without a second thought. A sudden realization struck the captain, and he commanded decisively, "Open fire immediately." The sound of automatic gunfire erupted, and the four individuals lagging behind fell to the ground. Black Tiger, who had just fired, grunted in pain but continued to run forward. Those with Black Tiger were still wielding torches. Without them to illuminate their path, they would be unable to escape swiftly. They resembled living targets, but fortunately, the entrance to the third level was a spiraling ascent, allowing Black Tiger and his group to quickly vanish around the corner. The captain's team dared not pursue recklessly. If the other party lay in ambush around the bend, they would be in danger. Noticing the torches disappear around the corner, the captain swiftly ordered, "Turn on the lights. Let us see if there are any survivors." Two team members hurried to the side of the fallen individuals while the other two maintained vigilance. Among the three, two were on the verge of death, while one had a bullet wound in his calf. The captain removed the steel pipe from the injured man's hands and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you run upon seeing us?" The man replied, "We are inmates from the Mosi prison. Taking advantage of the dropping temperatures, the guards became immobilized, and we created some chaos to escape." "Just as I suspected," the captain mused, continuing to inquire, "Why did you destroy this place?" The man hurriedly explained, "I don't know the exact reason. I only heard that Brother Tiger's group suffered losses here." "What was Brother Tiger doing here?" The captain pressed further. He was searching for a more suitable location to establish a base. However, he didn't expect to encounter difficulties here. Nevertheless, they returned with a group of survivors. The man shared all he knew. The captain quickly asked, "Among those survivors, is there anyone named Wang Yu?" The man paused for a moment, then shook his head. "I truly don't know. They returned just as Brother Tiger brought us here, and we had no time to inquire." "Captain, this level appears deserted, indicating that the group of survivors who clashed with them has likely retreated. Wang Yu probably left with one of those groups." A team member analyzed. The captain nodded slightly. Without being able to locate the group that clashed with Brother Tiger, they would have to start their search from him. He continued, "How many of you escaped from the prison?" "Many managed to escape, but only over 300 followed Dragon Brother." The man replied, 300 criminals, armed with guns and possibly grenades. Relying solely on their 5-member team would be utterly insufficient to confront them. Most critically, their firearms were rendered useless on the surface. They could only be utilized in the basement, depending on the temperature there. The extreme cold had already caused them to lose many weapons. The captain's brow furrowed. "Didn't you just mention Brother Tiger? How does Dragon Brother come into play?" The man quickly clarified, "Our base's leader is Black Dragon, the second in command is Black Tiger, and the third is Black Panther." "Are you preparing to establish dominion here?" The captain scoffed. The man shook his head. "They made us address them this way. We have no choice." "Where is your base located?" The captain continued his interrogation. "You must guarantee my safety first, and then I will tell you." The man retorted, "Do you really believe you are in a position to negotiate?" The captain replied sternly, "Then just kill me. It's all the same to me." The man retorted defiantly. The captain frowned slightly and responded, "I can guarantee your safety, so speak." Feeling he had the upper hand, the man continued, "First, treat my leg injury." The captain shook his head. "I offered you a chance, but you failed to value it. Thus, I'm sorry." With a gunshot, the man fell, disbelief written across his face. "Did you think this was still before the calamity?" The captain scoffed, then issued orders, "Let us go." We'll track down where their base is. They will surely leave behind traces in their hasty escape. As for this underground garage, there are no survivors left. Wang Yu wouldn't linger here alone. Darkness, coldness, and solitude. Such conditions can drive a person to madness. Humans are social beings. The team searching for Wang Yu departed, leaving the entire underground garage in silence. Meanwhile, the tender voice of Junjun drifted over. Wang Yu, who had been on the verge of giving up, felt a renewed sense of energy. The locked room suggested the possibility of stored medicines within, prompting him to hasten towards Junjun. Lin Yan had already arrived at Junjun's side. Attempting to force open the door, he struck the lock with the butt of his gun several times, yet it yielded no results. Upon seeing Wang Yu approach, he shook his head. It's impossible to open. It's too sturdy. This door bears marks of previous attempts at breaching, indicating others have tried as well. Wang Yu nodded slightly. I'll find a way. You search elsewhere. Understood. Lin Yan responded, continuing his search in other areas. Junjun remained, curiously observing. Watch closely. Brother will perform a magic trick. Wang Yu positioned himself in front of the lock, his hand grazing its surface. So cold, he exclaimed, immediately scanning the lock to model it. The scan was successful. The fingerprint lock was accurately modeled. Despite the brief contact, Wang Yu felt as though his fingertips had been frostbitten. This temperature is excessively low, he muttered internally, gritting his teeth as he touched the fingerprint lock again. Initiating the manifestation process, using the fingerprint lock on the door as a material, he conjured an identical lock onto his other hand. Instantly, the lock on the door vanished. Pulling the handle, he cracked the door open slightly. Then re-manifested the fingerprint lock back onto the door. Upon witnessing the door ajar, Junjun clapped her hands joyfully. Brother, you're amazing. The door is open. Hearing her cheers, Lin Yan rushed over, aware that being in a confined space without knowing the potential dangers inside necessitated his protection for Wang Yu and Junjun. Lin Yan, astonished at the sight of the slightly opened door, exclaimed, Boss, how did you manage to open it? Perhaps the lock cylinder was damaged by your strikes. I merely jostled it a few times and it opened. Wang Yu casually fabricated an excuse and continued. Let us first assess the situation inside. Lin Yan nodded slightly, raising his rifle, signaling Wang Yu to proceed with opening the door. As Wang Yu swung the door wide, he discovered it was obstructed by numerous large boxes. Lin Yan wasted no time, kicking one of the boxes aside to swiftly survey the contents. Wang Yu, impressed by Lin Yan's strength despite his previous injuries, silently envied his formidable prowess. He understood, however, that achieving such strength required years of rigorous training. There were no shortcuts to be had. As Wang Yu pondered, Lin Yan, who had dashed inside, shouted, Don't move. Place your hands on your head. Startled, Wang Yu gasped. There's someone inside. Cautiously brandishing his handgun, he peered in, finding Lin Yan aiming his weapon at a corpulent figure clad in a white lab coat, huddled in a corner, trembling and oblivious to Lin Yan's commands. Scattered on the floor were numerous heating pad wrappers, clearly indicating the figure's survival relied solely on those. Lin Yan approached, yet the figure remained motionless, continuing to shiver, clearly suffering from cold exposure. Witnessing this, Wang Yu stepped inside, pulling Junjun in and shutting the door behind them. The tremors of the figure lessened noticeably. Let us check if there are any medicines here, Wang Yu instructed. Lin Yan nodded slightly and began inspecting the boxes, soon exclaiming, They're all unopened medicines. There's a plethora. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he commanded, Retrieve one box for now. All right, Lin Yan affirmed, proceeding to open a box for the medicine. Observing the names on the boxes, Wang Yu felt overwhelmed. Lacking medical knowledge, he was at a loss regarding the purpose of the medicines and which patients they would benefit. With this in mind, Wang Yu turned to the figure in the corner, approaching and inquiring, You must be an employee here. The figure nodded, albeit faintly. You should possess some knowledge of pharmacology, correct? Wang Yu asked further. The figure nodded again. Wang Yu continued, I can save you, but you must work for me, adhering completely to my orders. If you agree, nod your head. After a moment of hesitation, the figure nodded in agreement. Wang Yu set down his backpack and retrieved a set of thermal clothing. Having conjured it temporarily, approaching the individual, he draped the thermal gear over them. Once donned, Wang Yu adjusted the clothing's temperature to 10 degrees Celsius, and as it began to warm, the figure's tremors ceased. After half an hour, the figure finally spoke. Thank you for saving me. Her voice was melodious, albeit somewhat hindered by her size. Wang Yu was not surprised, knowing that most employees in pharmacies were likely women. No need for thanks. My assistance comes with conditions. Wang Yu waved off her gratitude, asking, "What is your name?" Feng Yu. Wang Yu paused momentarily, isn't that the name of a character from a romance drama? Feng Yu nodded. "Can you begin working now?" Wang Yu queried. "Yes." Feng Yu struggled to stand, slightly unsteady. "I need to move a bit." Wang Yu nodded slightly, keeping his handgun trained on her, after pacing a couple of times. Feng Yu regained her composure, though her movements remained somewhat cumbersome due to her size. "Let us retrieve 1 box of each type of medicine from this warehouse. We will take them with us." Wang Yu issued the same directive. "Understood." Feng Yu replied, commencing to open boxes and collect the medicines. Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Could there be others coming? The remanifested fingerprint lock merely sat askew on the door, and the intruders managed to dislodge it with just 3 strikes. "How flimsy is this lock?" Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing it, both Wang Yu and Lin Yan were taken aback, having not expected to encounter the third member of the previous team. They distinctly recalled the voice from when Black Dragon attempted to seize the RV. Now was not the time to ponder why the individual was here. Wang Yu signaled Lin Yan to be ready to fire. Lin Yan nodded slightly, indicating for Wang Yu and Junjun to conceal themselves. The trio quickly hid behind a shelf. The intruder struck the door a few more times, finally breaking the fingerprint lock and pushing the door open. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sea of cardboard boxes. Some already opened, revealing boxes of medicines within. The sight elicited exclamations of joy from the newcomers. "Bro, this is a medicine warehouse. We've hit the jackpot. We will surely find the medicines we need." The third member, nicknamed Black Panther, was addressed as bro by his companions. Black Panther nodded affirmatively. "Everyone, step inside. Let us search for the medicines." Although the room was still cold, it was preferable to standing outside. At that moment, Lin Yan swiftly pulled the trigger, tat-tat-tat. The 2 individuals attempting to enter the room were immediately struck in vital areas, collapsing silently to the ground. Black Panther, who had remained outside, instinctively ducked aside, shock coursing through him. There are people inside. More importantly, they were armed. At this juncture, Wang Yu crouched down in front of Lin Yan, retrieving 2 grenades from his backpack, whispering, "Eliminate them." Lin Yan nodded slightly. A faint, peculiar sound suddenly echoed through the air, prompting Lin Yan to instinctively roll to the side. In an instant, his left hand activated a powerful flashlight, illuminating the source of the disturbance. His assault rifle was braced against his forearm, aimed directly at the spot where the flashlight shone. There, a lone figure stood, bewildered, clutching a rifle, utterly perplexed by the sudden malfunction that rendered his weapon useless. Had he been able to fire, he believed he could have injured the person who had just emerged. He contemplated taking a risk with the firearm. If he could secure the pharmaceuticals, he might ascend to the position of the new third-in-command. Alas, there were no ifs in this scenario. Lin Yan swiftly squeezed the trigger, eliminating the threat. After scanning the vicinity, he confirmed the absence of any additional adversaries. It appeared that only 4 had come this time. He casually retrieved the malfunctioning rifle from the fallen assailant and returned to the warehouse. "Boss, they seem to have sent only 4 individuals, all of whom are now eliminated. This is their rifle, and it has been rendered inoperative." Wang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The damaged weapon could serve as raw material for manifesting firearms, saving him some mental energy. Nearby, Feng Yu trembled at the news of Lin Yan's 4 kills. Observing her shivering, Junjun promptly inquired, "Sister, are you cold?" Her voice immediately captured the attention of Wang Yu and Lin Yan, who swiftly understood the reason behind Feng Yu's shivers. "They previously attempted to rob our boss's RV, but we repelled them. We wouldn't kill without cause." Lin Yan clarified his words. Feng Yu froze momentarily before nodding, uncertain if she believed him. Wang Yu, undeterred, directed, "You all need to move quickly. Gather at least 1 box of each type of medicine. And be sure to collect extra of the commonly used ones that we need to prepare for our departure." "Understood," Lin Yan acknowledged, promptly resuming his collection of the pharmaceuticals. Feng Yu hesitated briefly before springing into action. It took them another 20 minutes to organize and package the medicines into a substantial bundle, which Lin Yan hoisted onto his back. "Let us depart," Wang Yu declared decisively as he strode towards the exit. Feng Yu hesitated, But there are still so many medicines left? Wang Yu shot her a glance and replied, the group we just dispatched was not limited to 4. If they failed to return, it is likely they will send another batch. Are you sure you want to remain here with these medicines? Fang Yu hesitated, then quickly shook her head and followed suit that on their way back. Jun struggled to keep pace, being merely a 3.5-year-old child. Lin Yin cradled her in his arms. That I will carry her, Wang Yu offered. There's no need. The package may appear large, but it is not heavy. Lin Yin replied with a smile. Perhaps I could take her, Fang Yu suggested softly. Wang Yu immediately nodded. Yes, let her carry her. Lin Yin hesitated momentarily, but ultimately entrusted Jun to Fang Yu. With a child in her arms, Fang Yu was still able to keep pace with Wang Yu and Lin Yin. You have quite a resilient physique. Is there still food in the warehouse? Wang Yu inquired with curiosity. Fang Yu let out a wry smile. There is still glucose powder in the warehouse. Wang Yu paused, then quickly grasped the implications, relying on heating pads for warmth and glucose powder for sustenance. Fang Yu was in a precarious position if either was lacking. The four spent a little over 10 minutes returning to the 3rd level of the underground garage, upon observing the entrance's wall that had been piled high with debris. Now destroyed, Wang Yu's brow furrowed. Someone has been here. Boss, allow me to inspect the RV first. Lin Yin placed the package aside and said solemnly. Wang Yu nodded slightly. Lin Yin proceeded to examine the RV, confirming that it had not been tampered with before signaling to Wang Yu and the others to approach. Wang Yu unlocked the RV, opened the door, and attempted to start the vehicle. Lin Yin intervened, stating, Boss, the temperature is far too low for the vehicle to start. Forcing it could damage the components that we need to raise the ambient temperature first. With the entrance's wall compromised, the temperature had plummeted even further, now reaching a frigid -70 degrees. If only we had brought those cardboard boxes containing the medicines, we could have used them to start a fire, Fang Yu lamented. Hearing her words, Lin Yin shook his head slightly. Even if we had brought those boxes, how many could we carry? A substantial quantity of cardboard would be necessary to raise the surrounding temperature. Fang Yu frowned, then asked, so what do we do now? Should we search for flammable materials here? All the flammable materials have already been scavenged. Lin Yin replied helplessly, we can only rest in the vehicle while wearing our cold weather gear. Who says all the flammable materials have been exhausted? I still have some in my RV. Wang Yu chuckled, promptly heading into the RV and emerging with a box of charcoal and several cardboard boxes. Come, let us get to work. Light these charcoals and place them around the 2 vehicles, he instructed. Lin Yin stood momentarily dumbfounded, feeling as if Wang Yu's RV was like Doraemon's pocket, always holding surprising treasures. You all start the fire. I will fetch another box. Wang Yu set the box of charcoal down and re-entered the RV. Lin Yin immediately sprang into action, using a lighter to ignite the cardboard boxes, followed by the charcoal, placing them around both vehicles. Boss, this charcoal is smokeless, Fang Yu remarked in astonishment, noticing the flames but no smoke. Wang Yu brought down another box of charcoal. Of course it's smokeless. I even planned to barbecue inside the RV. At this, both Lin Yin and Fang Yu found themselves speechless in such dire circumstances. Wang Yu was still contemplating a barbecue. Wang Yu carried 3 boxes of charcoal in total, surrounding both vehicles with the lit charcoal, and the temperature began to rise gradually. An hour later, the temperature around the RV reached approximately 0 degrees. Boss, we can attempt to start the vehicle now, Lin Yin reminded. Originally, Wang Yu had intended to start the vehicle when the temperature dropped to -20 degrees, but Lin Yin had successfully dissuaded him. He believed it prudent to wait a while longer to allow the vehicle's materials to acclimate to the rising temperature, reducing the risk of damage. Wang Yu promptly approached the driver's seat, turned the key, and started the vehicle. With a slight shudder, the engine roared to life successfully. The nearby Jeep followed suit, also starting up. Tonight, you 2 will take turns on watch. The one not on duty can rest in the Jeep, Wang Yu instructed Lin Yin and Fang Yu. Understood. They both replied in unison. Wang Yu returned to the RV, removed his cold weather gear, and manifested 3 servings of peppered pork over rice, along with a pink insulated lunchbox. Placing 2 servings inside and stowing it in the storage compartment at the rear of the vehicle. After waiting approximately another half hour, he used the intercom to announce, "Your late-night snacks are in the storage compartment at the back. Help yourselves." "Yes, boss," Lin Yin replied. Heading towards the storage compartment to retrieve both lunchboxes, he handed the pink box to Fang Yu, explaining, "The meals are all in that storage compartment. After eating, return the boxes there." The boss's RV has a dishwasher, so we don't need to wash them ourselves. Wang Yu nodded, but then shyly asked, could you help me ask the boss if I can borrow the RV's restroom? Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded, picking up the intercom to relay Wang Yu's request. Wang Yu was similarly surprised. He had not considered this issue before, using the damaged gun from the Black Panther as material. He manifested an assault rifle and replied, let her come up. Lin Yin turned to Wang Yu. The boss has agreed. You may go up. Wang Yu nodded cautiously, carefully opening the RV door where the light was dim. Jun is asleep. Please be quiet, Lin Yan's voice cautioned. Wang Yu then noticed Wang Yu sitting at a small table, enjoying his rice dish, with an assault rifle resting beside him. Wang Yu pointed to the restroom. It's right here. Wang Yu nodded and promptly entered, locking the door behind her to AT that moment. Wang Yu picked up the intercom again, curiously asking, by the way, how do you usually handle that? Lin Yan knew exactly what Wang Yu was referring to. Nonchalantly, he replied, as a man, it's rather casual, though it can be a bit chilly on the backside. Wang Yu furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Given the current state of the surface, it was evident that he would need to remain here for a considerable duration. Upgrading the materials of the entire RV. Otherwise, the various issues arising from the low temperatures on the surface would plague the vehicle. Merely developing the wheels was insufficient. Wang Yu fervently wished that his mental prowess could directly scan and model the entire RV, allowing him to study the complete model rather than examining it in parts as he was currently forced to do. Of course, even if Wang Yu possessed a vehicle capable of operating in extreme cold, he would still need to consider the road conditions. Presently, the roads were littered with abandoned cars, effectively rendering them impassable. Wang Yu sensed that he would be here for quite some time, that it seemed necessary to establish a restroom. Wang Yu muttered to himself. Lin Yin chuckled in response, saying, actually, that's not needed. I can manage outside. You three can use the bathroom. That won't do. Wang Yu shook his head, adding, besides, it would be inconvenient for Wang Yu to keep going in and out. However, setting up a restroom was no easy task. Lin Yin sighed, that I'll take a look and see. Wang Yu replied to AT that moment. Wang Yu emerged from the restroom, bowing slightly to Wang Yu. Thank you, boss. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Wang Yu sensibly exited the RV. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had finished his meal and stepped out of the Jeep, saying, you should go inside and eat first. Wang Yu nodded. All right. She opened the car door and carefully settled into the back seat of the Jeep, cautiously removing her cold weather gear, only to be pleasantly surprised by the warmth within the vehicle. To her astonishment, the Jeep was equipped with air conditioning. While she was not surprised by the RV's air conditioning, after all, Wang Yu was the boss and would ensure comfort. She wondered about the Jeep's fuel supply. Curiosity piqued. She opened the lunchbox, and an enticing aroma wafted out. Could it be the same meal that the boss had? Wang Yu was once again astonished. She had not anticipated Wang Yu to be so considerate towards her. Having gone 2 days without food, she wasted no time in devouring her meal with great haste. Within 5 minutes, she had completely polished off a bowl of rice topped with gravy. She retrieved the empty lunchbox and, following Lin Yan's instructions, placed it in the storage compartment at the rear of the RV. You'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and wake me at midnight to switch shifts, Lin Yan instructed her before climbing into the Jeep. Wang Yu blinked in surprise and promptly replied, understood. After Lin Yan settled into the Jeep for rest, Wang Yu found herself alone, feeling the oppressive darkness enveloping her. Although she had already endured 2 days of darkness in the pharmacy's warehouse, she still found it difficult to adapt to this blind-like sensation. Lin Yan had previously advised her against carelessly illuminating her flashlight while on duty, as it could easily expose her position. Thus, despite possessing the flashlight that Wang Yu had given her, she refrained from turning it on. Wang Yu observed her standing in place, seemingly at a loss. Through the RV's surveillance, he promptly retrieved a folding chair from the storage compartment and instructed via the intercom. There's a folding chair in the rear storage compartment. Take it and place it between the 2 vehicles. Sit there and alert me if you notice anything unusual. The sudden crackle of the intercom startled Wang Yu. But upon understanding Wang Yu's directive, she quickly turned on the flashlight, made her way to the back of the RV, retrieved the folding chair, and settled between the 2 vehicles. After ensuring Wang Yu's task was arranged, Wang Yu began his work, with a large package of pharmaceuticals laid out before him. His goal for the day was to complete the modeling of all the medications. Scanning was successful. The polyethylene model was completed. The aluminum foil modeling was successful, and the glass model was ready. Once all the outer packaging of the medications was modeled, Wang Yu opened the packages, extracting one of each type of medication. Scanning success. The modeling of ibuprofen tablets was successful, which included models for isobutylphenylpropionic acid, hydroxypropyl cellulose, and pregelatinized starch. Scanning success. The modeling of the compound licorice oral solution was successful by the time Wang Yu had scanned all the medications. The clock had struck midnight that he rubbed his slightly throbbing head and collapsed onto the bed at the rear of the vehicle. Meanwhile, inside the Jeep, Lin Yan opened his eyes, glancing at the time on the dashboard before sitting up. Rubbing his face to shake off sleepiness, he donned his cold weather gear and stepped outside. Hearing the commotion from the Jeep, Wang Yu immediately stood up. Lin Yan switched on the flashlight and was somewhat taken aback to find a chair positioned between the two vehicles. Wang Yu hurriedly explained, "The boss provided that." Lin Yan nodded slightly. "All right, you can rest in the Jeep's back seat. I'll take the front." Wang Yu replied, "Understood." The air conditioning in the vehicle would shut off for 20 minutes every 2 hours. So it would be wise not to completely remove her cold weather gear, lest she risk waking from the cold, Lin Yan cautioned. Wang Yu nodded and climbed into the Jeep. In truth, even without Lin Yan's warning, she would not have removed her one-piece cold weather suit, not only for warmth but for safety as well. Wang Yu slept soundly that night, while Hei Long found it impossible to rest. Hei, who had led a team to sabotage the windbreak wall of the underground garage, but encountered an official team instead, sustaining an injury to his arm in the process. Upon returning to the base, he collapsed from excessive blood loss, accompanied by a fever. Consequently, Hei Long had no choice but to send his third-in-command, Hei Bao, to procure medication. Yet, even at this late hour, Hei Bao had yet to return. The pharmacy was merely around 2 kilometers from their base. Even crawling, he should have made the round trip by now. Thus, it was highly likely that Hei Bao had run into trouble. Hei Long's brow furrowed. Everything had been progressing smoothly, escaping the prison, assembling a team, gathering survivors to serve him. However, ever since their last venture to the underground parking garage of that commercial complex, things had taken a turn for the worse. First, they encountered an RV armed with grenades and rifles, then crossed paths with an official team, and now his left and right hands were either gravely injured or missing. He regretted having ventured to that commercial complex. "Bring someone." Hei Long suppressed his regret, instructing 2 individuals to head to the pharmacy and keep an eye out for safety. "Understood." The 2, clad in thick clothing, departed the base and swiftly made their way to the pharmacy. Upon arrival, they were met only with the corpses of Hei Bao and his team. "This seems to be the result of a grenade explosion," one remarked, furrowing his brow. "How could so many people have grenades? This has nothing to do with us. Let's hurry back and report to the boss," another replied nonchalantly. "Wait, we should check for any medications first. If we can secure some, we'll be in high spirits. The position of the third-in-command is vacant now." "That's true. The girl brought back by the third-in-command is quite enticing." With that, the 2 began searching the pharmacy, quickly locating the warehouse, as Hei Bao had met his demise not far from the entrance. Upon discovering the vast array of medications inside, they exchanged ecstatic glances. "Quick, let us gather the medicines the second-in-command needs, and then have the boss send a team to move everything back." The other nodded in agreement and began searching. They collected the necessary medications and hastily packed some commonly used cold and fever remedies before rushing back. But on their way back, the official team searching for Wang Yu caught sight of them. Rather than alerting them, the official team cautiously followed. Observing the 2 enter the underground parking garage of a residential complex, the official team's leader spoke in a low voice. "Concentrate all supplies on one person. That person will remain here to monitor, while the rest of you return to the base to report and arrange a team to handle the situation." "Understood." Everyone promptly produced their supplies and handed them over to the designated team member. The leader patted the individual on the shoulder. "Be sure to stay safe. We'll return as soon as possible." "Understood." The leader took the remaining team members and promptly departed, while the one left behind sought out another entrance to the underground parking garage. Cautiously making his way inside that moment, the 2 subordinates Hei Long had dispatched had returned to the base, promptly submitting the recovered medications. Upon seeing the supplies, Hei Long was instantly overjoyed. "Wonderful, you truly managed to bring back the medications." The Black Dragon exclaimed with delight. "What rewards do you desire?" The 2 subordinates immediately shook their heads, replying, "It is our honor to assist the boss in alleviating his burdens." Then he inquired, "By the way, Since you are capable of locating the medicine, why has the third brother not yet returned? Did you see him at the pharmacy? The black dragon furrowed his brow and asked. Yes, we saw him. He was killed. Based on the scene, it appears he met his end due to a grenade explosion, one of the subordinates said, his face etched with sorrow. What? The black dragon was taken aback. Another grenade. In the Dragon Nation, it was generally impossible for ordinary individuals to access grenades. Yet, they had encountered successive groups armed with such weaponry. What if it was the same group? A sudden thought struck the black dragon. Could it be that the convoy had been trailing the third brother? Or perhaps it was an official team? Or did the official team and the convoy share a common goal? The black dragon found himself perplexed. If the convoy and the official team were indeed allied, why had those within the convoy not proceeded to the Mukuan base, but instead lingered in the underground parking garage? Was the appearance of the official team merely to escort those from the convoy back to the Mukuan base? The black dragon began to entertain the possibility that this was indeed likely. After eternal night fell, the individuals in the convoy, for some reason, had failed to reach the Mukuan base on time. Thus, the Mukuan base had dispatched a team to retrieve them. If this were the case, then there must be someone of great significance within the convoy. The black dragon indulged in such thoughts. He inadvertently edged closer to the truth of the matter. He fervently hoped that they would swiftly escort the individuals from the convoy away, lest they linger here any longer. The black dragon began to pray. You two have achieved a significant feat this time. I hereby promote you to the positions of third and fourth captains. Lead your team and retrieve all the medicines from that pharmacy. The black dragon commanded. The eyes of the two subordinates lit up, but they soon queried, Boss, do we need to go move the medicine right now? The black dragon nodded affirmatively. Yes, we must go immediately. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. The two could only brace themselves and complied, leading their team back towards the pharmacy. Fortunately, the distance was not great. They successfully transported all the medicines from the pharmacy warehouse within 40 minutes. Observing the numerous boxes of medicine, the black dragon nodded with satisfaction. Surely, with this abundance of medicine, they could save the black tiger. However, the doctor assigned to treat the black tiger remarked that it would ultimately depend on the black tiger's own fortitude. The medicines they had procured were all oral medications, and as the black tiger lay in a state of unconsciousness, injections would still be necessary. The supplies from the pharmacy were certainly not as comprehensive as those in a hospital. They could only do their utmost, with the remainder left to fate. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the black dragon could only pray. That night, the black dragon struggled to find rest, while Wang Yu slept soundly. He remained in slumber until 7 the following morning. Waking leisurely on the bunk at the front of the vehicle, Jun had already awakened, leaning over the edge of the bed to gaze in Wang Yu's direction. Upon rising and drawing back the curtain, Wang Yu was greeted by this sight and cheerfully asked, Good morning, Jun. Are you hungry? Given that Jun had followed them so far yesterday, she had undoubtedly fallen asleep on the return journey and missed out on supper. Her stomach must have been empty for quite some time. Jun nodded. Yes, good morning, brother. What would you like for breakfast? You order, and whatever you choose is what we shall eat. Wang Yu grinned. All right. How about steamed buns with soy milk? Jun tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment before responding. Steamed buns and soy milk, please. Wang Yu nodded slightly. Very well. Now, behold our magical moment. He draped a black cloth momentarily and instantly manifested 5 baskets of steamed buns along with 4 cups of hot soy milk. Brother, you are amazing. Jun clapped her little hands in delight. Although it was not her first experience witnessing Wang Yu's magic, she remained thoroughly impressed. Let us have breakfast. Wang Yu lifted her down and placed her by the table. He then retrieved the meal boxes for Lin Yin and Fang Yu, portioning a basket of buns and a cup of soy milk for each, sealing them up and placing them in the storage compartment at the back. Lin Yin, Fang Yu, breakfast is ready. Please help yourselves. Lin Yin responded and took out the breakfast, knocking on the rear window of the Jeep. Only then did Fang Yu awaken, having experienced the best sleep since the onset of the calamity. She hurriedly adjusted her cold weather attire and opened the car door. Lin Yin handed her the meal box. Here is your breakfast. Eat first, and when you finish, I will go in for mine. It was far too cold outside to eat. Okay, Fang Yu replied, opening the meal box to reveal steaming baskets of buns and a cup of soy milk. The boss even managed to procure frozen food. Fang Yu deduced that these must be frozen steamed buns simply steamed to heat them up. Although she had never indulged in frozen foods before, the opportunity to eat this now felt incredibly lavish. She picked up a steamed bun and took a bite, only to be taken aback. The texture was completely unlike that of frozen food. It tasted just like the freshly made buns she had enjoyed at snack shops. Have frozen foods become this sophisticated? Wang Yu marveled, quickly finishing the buns and downing the soy milk. Feeling as if her stomach were about to burst. With that, she opened the car door and stepped out. I'm done eating. You can go in now. Lin Yan nodded slightly and climbed into the jeep. Just then, the door of the convoy opened, and Wang Yu emerged, dressed in his cold weather attire. Good morning, boss. Wang Yu greeted eagerly. Is there anything you need? Good morning. I'm simply taking a look around. Wang Yu replied and proceeded to the rear of the vehicle. The rear of the convoy was a wall. Wang Yu circumvented to the other side, roughly estimating that the overall thickness was around half a meter. He then returned to the rear right side of the vehicle, placing his left hand on the ground to scan for a cylindrical shape with a diameter of 60 millimeters and a length of 1 meter, angled down towards the wall. After modeling it, he immediately used the object he had touched with his left hand as the material to manifest the cylinder beside his right hand. In the next instant, a hole with a diameter of 60 millimeters appeared in the ground, alongside a cylindrical object that had been excavated. He then dug another similar hole on the left side of the rear of the vehicle. Discarding the excavated cylinder into a corner, he walked to the other side of the wall and repeated the process of digging, first scanning and modeling, then manifesting it aside. After performing this operation 3 times, a 3 cubic meter rectangular pit was formed. The 2 holes he had just dug perfectly connected to the interior of this rectangular pit. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan and Wang Yu completed the excavation of the pipeline. Wang Yu rubbed his forehead as he made his way back to this moment. Lin Yan had also finished breakfast and hurriedly approached Wang Yu upon seeing him outside. Boss, if there's anything to be done, just let me handle it. There's no need for you to do it personally. Wang Yu nodded slightly. The remaining tasks indeed require your attention. The holes have been dug, located on either side of the rear of the vehicle. I have prepared 2 toilets for you to install, and then set up a single-person tent at the toilet location. Henceforth, it will serve as your restroom. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a mixture of gratitude and astonishment. He promptly switched on his flashlight to inspect the locations Wang Yu mentioned, discovering the holes as promised. How did the boss manage to create such smooth holes in such a solid surface? Lin Yan was utterly incredulous. He had not heard any noise nor seen any drilling equipment in Wang Yu's hands. Could it be that the boss possessed some mysterious high-tech device? Though filled with questions, Lin Yan understood that this was Wang Yu's secret and did not press further. All the materials are in the storage compartment at the back. Please retrieve them and install them, Wang Yu instructed before climbing back into the vehicle. Wang Yu had already prepared 2 plastic pipes, 2 toilets, 2 single-person folding tents, 4 electric heating blankets, and some insulation cotton. Wrap the insulation cotton around the plastic pipes before inserting them into the holes, Wang Yu reminded. Understood, Lin Yan replied, opening the storage compartment of the vehicle, his eyes widening at the sight of the supplies. Who would have thought to prepare extra toilets in their convoy during a calamity? Let alone 2. Did the boss foresee the need to build restrooms outdoors? Lin Yan, lost in thought, busily moved things down. He first installed 2 toilets, then set up a single-person tent, completely lining the interior with insulation material. He laid 1 electric blanket on the ground and attached the other to the inner surface of the tent. Before they used the restroom, he turned on the electric blanket, ensuring that this solitary bathroom wouldn't be too cold. After installing the 2 restrooms, Lin Yan pointed to the one on the outside and declared, I'll use that one. All right, thank you. Wang Yu nodded. Lin Yan relinquished the restroom between the 2 vehicles to her, and naturally, she expressed her gratitude. After thanking him, Wang Yu activated the electric blanket and entered the restroom. She closed the tent securely, and after a short while, the temperature around her began to rise. Wang Yu promptly shed her winter gear and removed her white coat piece by piece. 20 minutes later, a pile of white coats appeared in the solitary restroom, along with a slender beauty clad in a short-sleeved top. After addressing some internal conflicts, Wang Yu donned her winter clothing and exited the restroom, carrying the heap of white coats with her. What is going on? Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. Earlier, to keep warm, I had nearly put on all the white coats in the storage room, but now with the winter gear, I don't need so many, Wang Yu explained. Lin Yan nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, observing through the monitor, was equally surprised. So Fang Yu wasn't he actually overweight? He picked up the intercom and said, Fang Yu, there's a set of thermal underwear and a down jacket in the storage cabinet. Please change out of your winter gear and let me know your height and measurements, so I can tailor the winter gear to fit you better. Upon hearing the first part, Fang Yu thought Wang Yu wanted to reclaim her winter gear, causing a brief moment of anxiety. However, the latter part made her blush. The boss actually wanted her measurements. Nevertheless, he was quite young and handsome. Feeling somewhat out of place, Lin Yan suggested, I'll patrol the area nearby to see if there are any cars that can be dismantled. With that, he switched on his flashlight and walked off into the distance. Fang Yu, blushing, reported her measurements and then took the thermal underwear and down jacket, heading back into the solitary restroom. She quickly changed her clothes, opened the restroom door, and was immediately greeted by a rush of cold air, making her shiver involuntarily. Despite wearing the down jacket and thermal underwear, she still felt bone-chilling cold. Put the winter gear in the cabinet and get into the Jeep to warm up, Wang Yu advised upon seeing Fang Yu shiver. Okay. Fang Yu placed the winter gear in the storage cabinet, closed the door, and then turned to enter the Jeep, activating the air conditioning. She marveled at the effectiveness of the boss's winter gear. Having worn it since coming out of the pharmacy storage, she hadn't realized its true warmth until now. After shedding it and stepping outside, observing Fang Yu's measurements, Wang Yu murmured, I never realized her figure was so good. He adjusted the parameters of the winter gear model in the system and then used the existing winter gear as a material to manifest a new set. Once the adjustments were complete, he placed the newly tailored winter gear in the storage cabinet and picked up the intercom, stating, All right, you can put on the winter gear now. The thermal underwear should be worn underneath, and keep the down jacket for yourself. Thank you, boss, Fang Yu responded promptly, stepping out of the Jeep. The low temperature outside caused her to shiver once more. Fortunately, the electric blanket in the solitary restroom had remained on, keeping it warm. She swiftly changed into the winter gear, neatly folded the down jacket, and exited the restroom. This time, it wasn't nearly as cold. Moreover, the new winter gear fit perfectly, allowing for greater ease of movement. Boss, is there anything I need to do now? Fang Yu inquired as she placed the down jacket inside the Jeep. Help Lin Yan dismantle the cars, Wang Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was momentarily stunned. She had thought Lin Yan was merely using the excuse of dismantling cars to leave. But it turned out he was serious about it. Although she was unsure why they needed to dismantle cars, she didn't ask further and simply acknowledged the request, seeking out Lin Yan. Wang Yu was quite pleased. Both Lin Yan and Fang Yu were discreet and not prone to excessive chatter, making them suitable partners. After scanning a vast array of pharmaceuticals yesterday and expending considerable mental energy constructing the solitary restroom today, Wang Yu's mental capacity had noticeably advanced. He checked and discovered that his mental scanning and manifestation range had reached 1.2 meters. The pace of improvement over the last 2 days seemed swifter than before. Could it be due to the thoroughness of each use? Wang Yu pondered. Previously, he had been alone and needed to conserve ample mental energy for unforeseen circumstances. However, with trustworthy partners now by his side, he no longer needed to reserve so much mental energy and could use it freely, honing his abilities. If that were the case, he would continue on this path, despite having nearly exhausted his mental energy. He still manifested a sniper rifle. Observing the 1.12-meter-long AWP sniper rifle that appeared beside him, Wang Yu contentedly closed his eyes and rested. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and sleep was the quickest way to recover. Time passed, and the intercom buzzed beside him. Boss, he dismantled some car parts and brought them back. Wang Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied, Thank you for your hard work. Just leave them outside for now. He checked his phone and noted the time. It was already 11:30 a.m. He hadn't anticipated that he had slept for over 3 hours. After preparing lunch, he packed meals for Lin Yan and Fang Yu and placed them in the storage cabinet. Lunch is ready. Please help yourselves, Wang Yu instructed over the intercom. Lin Yan, this afternoon, please teach us how to use firearms. Hearing Wang Yu's command, Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, boss. Lunch consisted of 3 dishes, a soup, and a bowl of rice. Fang Yu marveled at the abundance of food in her lunchbox. Did the boss have so many supplies? Wouldn't they run out if they ate like this at every meal? Shouldn't they save a little and consume it slowly? Though she thought this internally, she showed no restraint, devouring the food rapidly. After lunch, Lin Yan couldn't help but ask, Boss, if we eat like this, will we run out of food quickly? Wang Yu shook his head slightly. For now, there's no need to worry about food. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin refrained from further questioning. Inside the RV, after finishing lunch, Wang Yu cheerfully inquired, Junjun, would you like to go out and play? Yes. Junjun's eyes lit up. Staying in the RV had indeed been a bit dull. Despite this, she didn't fuss or complain. Observing Junjun's obedient demeanor, Wang Yu mused that perhaps he should get some toys for her. He dressed Junjun in winter gear, suited up himself, gathered all the firearms in the RV, and packed a backpack full of ammunition. Opening the door, he dragged the backpack outside. Utilizing the light from the RV, Lin Yin immediately spotted the long weapon on Wang Yu, the AWP sniper rifle. Lin Yin instantly recognized it. Wang Yu nodded slightly, instructing, go to the storage cabinet and grab some more torches to light up the area. Suppressing the urge to snatch the sniper rifle, Lin Yin walked to the cabinet and collected a pile of torches. Noticing that the torches seemed to be made from the same mold, he curiously asked, Boss, did you buy so many torches? Better safe than sorry, Wang Yu replied. Lin Yin nodded, promptly igniting the torches while Fang Yu helped place them around. With so many torches, the darkness was finally dispelled. Junjun, you can only play in the areas lit by the torches. Don't wander off too far, or just stay here and watch us shoot. Wang Yu cautioned. Junjun nodded. Okay, brother, I want to run around. Fang Yu immediately volunteered. I'll watch over Junjun. Wang Yu glanced at her. You also need to practice using firearms. Huh? I have to too. Fang Yu was completely taken aback. Yes, I'm not expecting you to become a sharpshooter, but at least you should have the ability to defend yourself, Wang Yu affirmed with a nod. Okay, thank you, boss, Fang Yu replied, knowing that practicing shooting would consume ammunition, which was more challenging to find in Longhua. Wang Yu waved his hand, having completed the modeling of all the car parts that Lin Yin and Fang Yu had disassembled. He then instructed Fang Yu to place these components on the roof of a distant vehicle. Let's practice with handguns first, Wang Yu declared. Lin Yin nodded slightly, picking up a handgun to explain in detail the crucial actions involved in gripping the gun, aiming, and firing. This is all the theoretical knowledge. You will need more practical shooting training, Lin Yin concluded, signaling to Wang Yu that they could commence shooting practice, adding, I will correct any mistakes you make during training. Wang Yu nodded slightly, handing a magazine to Fang Yu. Saying, you first, Fang Yu nodded, inserted the magazine into the grip of the handgun, and began firing at the distant car parts. The sharp crack of the gunfire echoed through the underground garage after exhausting 3 magazines. Fang Yu felt a slight soreness in her arm and wrist. Take a break. Your movements are fine, but your accuracy still needs work, Lin Yin advised. .3 magazines, 30 shots, and not a single hit. Fang Yu embarrassedly nodded and handed the handgun to Wang Yu. Wang Yu switched to a new magazine and, adhering to Lin Yan's instructions, began shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Remarkably, by his 3rd shot, Wang Yu had hit one of the car parts. Lin Yin was astounded. Have you ever shot a gun before? Wang Yu shook his head. No, this is my first time shooting. Previously, he had only thrown grenades. You certainly don't seem like a novice, Lin Yin exclaimed in amazement. Perhaps I've awakened the battle instincts of a Dragon Country citizen. Wang Yu replied with a smile. Lin Yin paused in surprise, then nodded. Indeed, many citizens from the Dragon Country display remarkable prowess when shooting at firing ranges abroad, despite it being their first encounter with real firearms. After hitting the target once, Wang Yu continued to hit every shot with perfect accuracy. Lin Yin was utterly shocked. It's such a pity you never served in the military. Wang Yu chuckled and shook his head, aware that his current capabilities were undoubtedly linked to the enhancement of his mental strength. Without the awakening system, his mental prowess would not be so formidable, nor would his learning be so rapid. Fang Yu, observing Wang Yu's performance, was left speechless. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? She had fired 30 rounds without a single hit, while Wang Yu had only missed 2 at the start. Let's strike while the iron is hot and discuss the use of assault rifles. Wang Yu urged Lin Yin to continue his instruction. Suppressing his astonishment, Lin Yin began explaining the use of assault rifles. Wang Yu's subsequent performance left Lin Yin in awe. While Fang Yu struggled to stabilize her aim, Wang Yu was once again hitting every target with unwavering precision, even with the sniper rifle. Wang Yu, as a novice, could rival a marksman who had trained for a year. The underground garage resonated with the sounds of various firearms throughout the afternoon. Wang Yu trained for just an hour before returning to the RV. The remaining time was Fang Yu's. Wang Yu instructed her to finish off all the remaining bullets and collect the shell casings, though he could materialize ammunition using his mental energy without any raw materials. Using raw materials was far more efficient. After replacing the torches twice, Wang Yu finally managed to hit a slightly larger target. "All right, that's enough for today. Go home and rest well," Lin Yan said with a smile. Wang Yu nodded, rubbing her sore shoulders and arms as she walked toward the jeep. Lin Yan gathered all the shell casings and stored them in the cabinet, extinguishing the surrounding torches, plunging the underground garage back into darkness. During dinner, Lin Yan reminded, "Prepare a spoon for Wang Yu." Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Why? After such intense shooting practice, she won't be able to use chopsticks," Lin Yan explained. "We experienced the same when we first practiced shooting." Wang Yu suddenly understood. "All right, fortunately, I won't need to practice for as long. Geniuses are indeed different from ordinary people." Lin Yan remarked, "If you praise me so much, I might become conceited." Wang Yu replied with a smile. "In terms of shooting, you truly have a reason to be proud," Lin Yan replied earnestly. "I've never seen a soldier who could achieve such accuracy so quickly." Wang Yu shook his head slightly. "Changing the subject, now that I've practiced shooting sufficiently, we should seek out that previous team." Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, then frowned. "But we don't know where their base is located. Let's look around." "We have nothing else to do," Wang Yu replied with a grin. "In that case, let me scout ahead." Lin Yan nodded slightly, saying, "All right, but let's postpone the reconnaissance until tomorrow. We should rest well today," Wang Yu replied. "Understood," Lin Yan responded. After finishing dinner, Wang Yu collected the shell casings and, utilizing them, materialized new bullets. Upon exhausting the shell casings, he still had plenty of mental energy left, just as he was about to expend the remaining mental energy to materialize more ammunition. An alarm suddenly blared from the surveillance system, but he quickly glanced at the real-time monitoring footage, spotting 3 shadowy figures at the garage entrance, cautiously approaching the RV with glow sticks in hand. "Someone's coming," Wang Yu whispered. Lin Yan immediately grabbed the nearby assault rifle and inquired, "Should we shoot?" Though only a few days had passed, Lin Yan's mindset had completely transformed. Initially, he was reluctant to open fire on other survivors. But now he could shoot without hesitation at those encroaching on their territory. Wang Yu pondered for a moment, then replied with a cold smile, "Perhaps this is our chance to find them." The trio's clear objective was the RV, and they were likely affiliated with the previous team. There should be no other survivor groups nearby. Lin Yan paused, then nodded, drawing his pistol and aiming towards the 3 figures as he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The crisp gunshot rang out, causing the 3 individuals to immediately drop to the ground, then swiftly turn and scramble away. "Boss, I'll follow them," Lin Yan exclaimed, setting off after them. "Take the sniper rifle too. Stay safe, and return once you confirm their base's location," Wang Yu instructed. Lin Yan took the sniper rifle, prepared by Ming Gu of the Bagan Kingdom as a retreat weapon, designed with the possibility of nighttime extraction in mind. "Understood, boss," Lin Yan nodded, retrieving the sniper rifle from the cabinet and quickly following suit. Concerned about being discovered, Lin Yan refrained from using a flashlight, opting to follow the faint glow of the glow sticks. Cautiously keeping pace, if unsure about the terrain, he would use the sniper's scope to observe before proceeding. The 3 seemed thoroughly frightened by the gunfire, making no stops as they hurried toward a nearby residential complex. Although Lin Yan had an injury, he managed to keep up effortlessly. Once the trio entered the underground garage of the complex, Lin Yan hesitated briefly before seeking other entrances to the garage. Just then, he heard faint footsteps approaching from a distance, and he quickly entered a building, ascended to the 3rd floor, found a room, and hid by the window. He disassembled the sniper scope to use it as binoculars. Cautiously observing the outside, before long, he spotted several dim lights. Through the sniper scope, he saw a fully armed squad. "Is this a base established by the authorities?" Lin Yan pondered with a frown. However, seeing the squad in a combat stance, he quickly dismissed the notion. If this were an official base, they wouldn't return in such a manner. Are the authorities preparing to assault this base? It seems this base isn't established by good people. Lin Yan thought to himself. He observed the squad entering the underground garage through another entrance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan decided to retreat. It was now clear that the base of the earlier trio was indeed located within this complex's underground garage. With the official squad now involved, he deemed it unnecessary to further entangle himself. With this in mind, he descended from the building, circumvented the garage entrance, and hurried back. 20 minutes later, Lin Yin returned. Did you find them? Wang Yu immediately inquired. Lin Yin nodded. Yes, but it seems the authorities have also arrived. The authorities have arrived? What does that mean? Wang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Yin recounted the situation he had just witnessed to Wang Yu in its entirety. Wang Yu, taken aback for a moment, nodded. In that case, let us wait and observe the unfolding events. Everyone should rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall go and take a look. Understood, boss, Lin Yin replied. Wang Yu glanced at the temperature display outside the mobile home, which remained steady at around 70 degrees. That it seemed that the surface temperature had stabilized. Wang Yu muttered to himself before settling into bed to prepare for rest. Meanwhile, at the Black Dragon base, the three individuals who had been frightened away by the gunfire were reporting back to Black Dragon that we were spotted before we could even approach the mobile home, and they opened fire immediately. Fortunately, we managed to take cover quickly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it back. Black Dragon frowned slightly. Can you discern what type of gun they were using? It was likely a handgun. It definitely wasn't the sound of a rifle. One of the subordinates replied. Given their accuracy, if it had been a rifle, at least one of us would have been hit. Black Dragon nodded slightly. Did anyone follow them? Probably not. Boss, haven't you noticed that the people in the mobile home seem reluctant to come out? Indeed, Black Dragon acknowledged. However, he was puzzled. Previously, Black Tiger had encountered an official team in that underground parking garage on the 3rd level. So why hadn't they taken the people from the mobile home away? Was it possible that those in the mobile home were unfamiliar with the officials, and he had misjudged the situation? But why had the official team appeared in that underground garage? Was it merely to search for survivors? Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Black Dragon decided not to dwell on them and ordered, the night shift must remain vigilant. With the recent appearance of official teams, they may very well find us here. If we wish to avoid being imprisoned again, we must not be complacent and must protect our base. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The ordinary survivors, upon hearing Black Dragon's words, trembled in fear. They finally understood why Black Dragon and his group were so ruthless. They were indeed criminals. Initially, those who defied Black Dragon were beaten to death. After witnessing the gruesome deaths of those individuals, no one dared to resist any longer. Yang Xing, who had followed Black Panther Heilung, nodded slightly. At this moment, the official team was gnawing on compressed biscuits that resembled ice blocks. Captain, the opposing side has stationed those survivors on the periphery. We are unable to proceed any further. One of the team members expressed with some hesitation. The captain furrowed his brow. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and his companions were enjoying their heated sandwiches. Should we wait for Fang Yu and Junjun to join us? Lin Yin inquired with a frown. He felt conflicted. If he ventured out with Wang Yu, only Fang Yu and Junjun would remain here. That it wasn't that he doubted Fang Yu's capabilities, but he worried that others might find their way here and that Fang Yu would struggle to handle the situation. Wang Yu pondered for a moment before replying. Let's take them along. We can find a room for them to hide in later. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. In this weather, no one would venture into the buildings on the ground to search for people. After the four finished their breakfast, donned their winter attire, and armed themselves, they made their way to the surface. As soon as the quartet reached the ground, they were greeted by a cacophony of creaking sounds surrounding them. What is that noise? Wang Yu frowned slightly and switched on his powerful flashlight to illuminate the area. Under the beam of the flashlight, they finally discerned that the walls of the surrounding buildings were cracking, with debris continuously falling. Crack! The commercial complex before them appeared to have been detonated, crumbling directly and scattering debris across the ground. Nearby buildings met a similar fate. This is bad. Run! Lin Yin shouted urgently. Scooping up Junjun and sprinting towards the adjacent parking lot, Wang Yu and Fang Yu followed suit. The parking lot was the only open space in the vicinity, devoid of towering structures. By the time the four reached the parking lot, the surrounding high-rises had completely vanished. What is happening? Wang Yu gazed in shock at the ruins before him. The temperature must have dropped continuously, causing the buildings to freeze and break. Lin Yin replied solemnly. Can buildings really be frozen and damaged? Wang Yu was even more astonished. Lin Yin nodded. The materials used in construction, such as concrete, steel, and bricks, all have specific temperature tolerances that in such extreme cold, it is highly likely they would be compromised. At this moment, Fang Yu finally grasped the situation and expressed her relief. Fortunately, the boss brought us along. Otherwise, Jun and I would have been buried in the underground parking lot. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt a wave of dread. Had Jun truly been buried below, how would he face the captain, who had sacrificed himself to save him? Wang Yu directed his flashlight towards the entrance of the underground parking lot, confirming that it was indeed piled high with frozen debris. Surely the underground parking lot won't collapse? Wang Yu asked uncertainly. Lin Yin paused, then shook his head. That's hard to say. Theoretically, the temperature underground should be slightly higher, making it sturdier. Especially after the buildings above collapsed, burying the entrance, it effectively seals it off, preventing cold air from entering, which should raise the temperature. Wang Yu chuckled. So, the freezing of the buildings above is actually a boon for the survivors below? Lin Yin nodded but then shook his head again. That's debatable. While the burial blocks the cold, it also obstructs their path to search for supplies. Without resources, they will still starve. Wang Yu inquired immediately. Even if they managed to come out, how many supplies could they possibly find? Lin Yin hesitated, surveying the ruins once more, and shook his head. Even if there were supplies, the majority would be buried beneath the debris, and currently, no machinery could operate on the surface to clear it. Moreover, the supplies would also likely be rendered unusable by the cold. This meant that the resources painstakingly unearthed could very well be worthless. Observing Wang Yu's calm demeanor, Fan Yu cautiously asked, "Boss, it seems our supplies may also be buried, yet you appear unconcerned about the situation." Wang Yu patted the backpack on his back and replied, "I still have some supplies in my backpack. There's no need to worry for now." To conceal his special abilities granted by the system, Wang Yu always carried a large travel backpack whenever he ventured out. "Should we still head over there?" Lin Yin asked with a furrowed brow. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu responded, "Of course we should. That's precisely why we came out. Is it really necessary to go over there now that everything has turned into this?" Though he was filled with doubt, Lin Yin ultimately obeyed Wang Yu's command and led him toward the nearby community. Fortunately, the community was relatively close. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to locate. The surface was now a wasteland, making it nearly impossible to discern any pathways. What would normally be a 10-minute journey took them a full half-hour to reach the vicinity of the community. Lin Yin scrutinized the surrounding environment before quietly stating, "That should be the community ahead. The residential buildings are quite dense, and the entrance to their underground parking lot is likely buried." Wang Yu nodded slightly, preparing to lead them in a circuitous route to assess the specific situation when suddenly, distant flickers of light appeared. Lin Yin immediately used the scope of his sniper rifle to observe, stating gravely, "It's the official team." At that moment, a throng of torchbearers emerged behind the official team. "Quick, let us stop them. Don't be afraid. Their guns are useless," the group trailing behind the officials shouted. To eliminate that official team, Heilong had arranged for 200 men to pursue them. The sheer number of adversaries, 10 times that of their own, was precisely why the official team had opted for a strategic retreat. Even though the official team was well trained, in such frigid conditions, they could not fully unleash their capabilities. Moreover, they were up against ruthless criminals, making it imperative to remain cautious. Seeing the swarm of pursuers, Wang Yu smiled and remarked, "It appears that the entrance to the underground parking lot in this community isn't completely buried after all." He retrieved the sniper rifle from his back and instructed Fan Yu, "Take Jun and move back a bit. Find a place to hide." Fan Yu nodded and led Jun away. Through the sniper scope, Wang Yu recognized that the individuals pursuing the group were the very same ones who had previously attempted to seize his RV. "Boss, should we engage?" Lin Yin asked. "Of course. They want to take my RV. What purpose would they serve?" Wang Yu countered. "Understood." Lin Yin affixed the suppressor to his sniper rifle and added, "Hitting moving targets is different from stationary ones. It requires a certain amount of prediction." Wang Yu nodded slightly, aimed at a moving target, calculated the lead time, and decisively pulled the trigger. The sniper rifle emitted a soft sound as a bullet swiftly flew through the air, narrowly missing the two adversaries. "What just flew past?" one of them questioned. "What are you talking about? You must be seeing things. Hurry, catch up to them. We need to return to the basement quickly. It's freezing up here." With that, they continued their pursuit of the official team. Lin Yin reassured, "It's perfectly normal to miss a moving target on your first try. Just practice a bit more." With that, he squeezed the trigger, and the last member of the opposing team immediately fell. The pursuers were so focused on their forward chase that they didn't even notice their comrade had fallen behind. Seeing Lin Yin's accuracy, Wang Yu took a deep breath and focused again on the last target, recalibrating the lead time based on the previous shot before firing again. Thud, the individual crumpled to the ground. Lin Yan, observing through the sniper scope, was astonished by Wang Yu's precision and gave him a thumbs up. They should be realizing what's happening soon. Go all out, Wang Yu urged. Lin Yan nodded and began picking off the pursuers one by one with his sniper rifle. By the time he took down the third individual, the group finally reacted. Quick, take cover. There's a sniper, someone shouted loudly. Halung's subordinates immediately dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, the official team was left bewildered. Captain, when did you arrange for a sniper outside? One of the team members could not help but ask. The captain shook his head immediately. I didn't arrange for a sniper. Besides, can't you think critically? Firearms can't be used on the surface. Unless a campfire was lit nearby. Upon hearing the captain's words, all the team members began to scan their surroundings, finding only darkness surrounding them, devoid of any light. With the buildings collapsed, if there were any illumination, it surely wouldn't be obstructed. A team member voiced his confusion. The captain, equally perplexed, pondered for a moment before instructing, the pursuers are unlikely to dare chase us any further. Let us pause and ascertain from which position they are firing. Perhaps we might find a way to reach them. What if they decide to attack us as well? One team member expressed his concern. The captain shook his head slightly. We did not deliberately evade them just now. If they truly intended to strike us, we would have already suffered casualties. The other team members nodded in agreement. Although the minions of the Black Dragon lay concealed amidst the ruins, some remained exposed within the line of sight of Wang Yu and Lin Yan. Their prone position was Wang Yu's preferred target practice. Hitting stationary targets, he was certain to be on point. Bang, bang, bang. Within a mere 10 seconds, Wang Yu had dispatched 8 or 9 of the crouching Black Dragon henchmen. Not good. They can still see us. We need to extinguish the torches or toss them aside. Someone shouted urgently. A portion of the group immediately hurled their torches far away, while others sprang up to flee towards the entrance of the underground garage. Lin Yan was determined not to allow these individuals to escape unscathed. Bang, bang, bang. The sniper rifle crackled continuously, and those who had stood up fell one after another. The remaining individuals dared not move recklessly, obediently discarding their torches and taking cover among the ruins. With those few shots, the captain of the official team swiftly deduced Wang Yu's location. That he immediately led his team toward Wang Yu. Although the Black Dragon's minions had discarded their torches, their figures remained visible through the sniper scope. Wang Yu continued to mark his targets with precision. Suddenly, Lin Yan interjected, "Boss, the official team is approaching." Wang Yu paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow and commanded, "Warn them not to come any closer." Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement and responded, "Understood." He promptly raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot at the area in front of the official team. Bang! Upon seeing a bullet hole appear in the ruins ahead, the captain immediately signaled for everyone to halt. "Which faction's comrades are assisting us in repelling the pursuers?" the captain inquired quietly. "The presence of a sniper indicates they are likely military personnel." Lin Yan glanced at Wang Yu, seemingly seeking guidance on how to respond. Wang Yu, putting away his sniper rifle, stated, "You keep an eye on them." Lin Yan nodded and continued to monitor the Black Dragon's henchmen with his sniper rifle. Wang Yu moved slightly closer to the official team and replied, "We are merely ordinary survivors. What brings you here, and which faction controls this underground garage?" The captain was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "We were dispatched by higher authorities to locate a survivor named Wang Yu. That we just happened upon this faction's team and engaged in conflict. Capturing some of their members, we learned that this faction was established by a criminal organization known as the Black Dragon, comprising individuals who escaped from prison." The captain disclosed the situation without reservation. Upon hearing the captain's explanation, Wang Yu was somewhat astonished. This team had come in search of him. After a brief contemplation, he pressed further. Did the higher-ups specify what they wanted with Wang Yu? Not specifically, but it was said to be a request from a high-ranking official. "We are merely soldiers executing orders and lack detailed information." The captain shook his head in response. That it seemed the dragon army was indeed intent on locating him. Wang Yu muttered to himself before continuing, "Are you planning to take Wang Yu back?" "No." The captain shook his head. "We were instructed to ensure Wang Yu's safety and bring him to the Muxuan base. Relay to your superiors that they should cease their pursuit of Wang Yu. He will not be entering Muxuan base for the time being." Wang Yu contemplated briefly before adding, The captain was taken aback. "How do you know this?" Because I am Wang Yu. Wang Yu declared his identity and insisted. Tell me the location of Muxuan base. Should the need arise, I will go there myself. The captain stood in stunned silence. The very person they had been searching for was so near. Wang Yu. You should return to the base with us. The conditions at the base are certainly superior to those of an ordinary survivor gathering point. The captain quickly urged. Wang Yu shook his head. Are you certain the conditions at the base will remain so favorable after this drop in temperature? The captain hesitated, realizing that with the ground structures in such disarray, he could not be certain of Muxuan base's current state. Since you are unwilling to come, we shall not insist. The captain understood they could not force the issue. Given that the opposing side sniper rifle was functional, it was likely their other firearms were as well. The origin of their weaponry was now of little consequence. The captain hesitated once more before speaking again. May I pose one final question? Certainly. Ask away. Wang Yu replied. How is it that your firearms remain operational in such frigid temperatures? The captain inquired, voicing his curiosity. Wang Yu pondered briefly, feigning to retrieve a set of cold-resistant gear from his backpack before tossing it over. The captain instinctively caught it. This is our self-developed cold-resistant gear. When applied to firearms, they can continue to function. Our supply is limited, but I will give you a set for your examination. Wang Yu explained. Upon hearing this, the captain's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks. Wang Yu waved his hand, preparing to send them on their way. Suddenly, Lin Yan exclaimed, Boss, it seems the individuals from the underground garage are emerging. Wang Yu immediately turned his gaze toward the entrance of the underground garage, where a throng of torches surged forth. The faces of those emerging were etched with terror, as though they had encountered something utterly horrific within the garage, just as the collective anxiety reached its peak. One survivor shouted, Run! This is our only chance. The majority of the survivors promptly reacted, scattering in all directions, while the Black Dragon's faction remained huddled together. What should we do now, boss? Xia Zai anxiously inquired. Observing the fleeing survivors, that he had only recently become the third in command, and if he lacked capable survivors to command, his title would hold little meaning. Before Black Dragon could respond, one of his subordinates, still crouched outside, shouted, Boss, get down. The enemy has a sniper. Hearing this warning, Black Dragon swiftly repositioned himself behind a nearby pile of ruins and asked, What's the situation? Are you certain they have a sniper? We've already lost over 20 men. There is definitely a sniper. The subordinate's response left Black Dragon dumbfounded. Under such cold conditions, firearms should be inoperable. Just moments ago, Black Dragon and his men had stood together, yet Lin Yan had not found a direct angle to eliminate him. Evidently, Black Dragon was more experienced than the others, realizing the necessity of hiding within a depression surrounded by debris. Seeing that the official team had not yet departed, Wang Yu remarked, You may gather those fleeing survivors. The construction of the base requires manpower, and we shall handle the Black Dragon's faction. Upon receiving Wang Yu's dismissal, the captain nodded and replied, Understood, be cautious, and I hope to see you soon at Muxuan base. Wang Yu waved his hand. The official team promptly departed, collecting the fleeing survivors, while Wang Yu and Lin Yan continued to eliminate the Black Dragon's men. Having learned from the official team that these individuals were escaped criminals, Lin Yan felt no lingering psychological burden, and his shots became increasingly fluid as he observed the consecutive takedowns of the Black Dragon's henchmen. Black Dragon finally discerned Wang Yu's position, promptly warning, Everyone, be advised, the sniper is to our east. Seek cover behind obstacles, preferably in a location surrounded by cover, as the sniper may change position. With Black Dragon's alert, the henchmen quickly adjusted their hiding spots, and Wang Yu and Lin Yan found their shooting angles compromised. They were unable to relocate, primarily concerned that Black Dragon's faction might charge in and, failing to find them, instead discover Fang Yu and Jun Jun, which would spell trouble. Meanwhile, Yang Xing had begun to regret her earlier decision. She lamented why she hadn't fled with the other survivors. Now, she was under the sniper's watch, and any moment of exposure could prove fatal. The biting cold made returning to the underground garage unthinkable, leaving her in a dire predicament. Even if she wished to stand and declare herself a survivor, the situation felt increasingly hopeless. Even if the sniper refrains from targeting her, the Black Dragon and his companions would not allow her to escape. Moreover, whether the sniper believes she is a survivor remains uncertain. She cannot afford to take that gamble. At this moment, Black Dragon furrowed his brow. If the underground garage base were still tenable, he would fear no team approaching. However, the load-bearing columns in the garage had developed numerous cracks, likely due to frost damage. He dared not linger within the garage. Should the columns collapse, he would truly be entombed beneath the earth. The cracks in the columns were likely caused by the fallen buildings failing to obscure the garage's entrance, allowing the frigid air to invade unchecked. Resulting in a steadily decreasing temperature, it is now uncertain whether the unburied entrance is a blessing or a curse. The outside is unbearably cold. If this stalemate continues, all will perish from the frost. Everyone, if we continue to wait like this, we will all freeze to death, and we cannot outrun bullets. Our only chance for survival lies in rushing forward and eliminating their sniper, Black Dragon declared. There should only be 1 or 2 snipers on their side. If we all charge together, we can certainly overpower them. Indeed, waiting any longer is not an option. It is too cold. 50 brothers, follow me as we flank from the left. Shrimp immediately echoed. 50 brothers, follow me to the right. The 4th captain, Ashui, called out. Black Dragon nodded slightly, greatly pleased with his newly appointed 3rd and 4th captains. The rest of you, advance towards them from the front. Black Dragon commanded as well. Seeing Black Dragon's division into 3 groups approaching, Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Boss, do we have any grenades? Before he finished speaking, Wang Yu was already retrieving grenades from his backpack. Will 20 be sufficient? If not, I can grab a few more. Wang Yu inquired. That's enough. That's enough. Lin Yan hurriedly nodded. With assault rifles and these 20 grenades, the opposing numbers are hardly a concern. Wang Yu produced several clips for the assault rifles, stuffing them into Lin Yan's cold weather gear, saying, You are responsible for preventing them from getting close. I'll keep an eye out for anyone attempting to flee. Understood, boss. Lin Yan replied solemnly. As they drew near, Wang Yu feigned panic, firing continuously yet failing to hit the enemy. Observing Wang Yu's antics, Black Dragon burst into laughter. Brothers, did you see that? They are in disarray. Everyone, halt at about 20 meters and await my signal. Black Dragon exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Black Dragon's followers were invigorated. Before long, they reached a position approximately 20 meters from Wang Yu. When we engage, we must all charge out simultaneously. Only then do we have a chance to take them down. Is that clear? Black Dragon reiterated. Understood. The group responded in unison. 3, 2, 1, attack. Black Dragon shouted. Upon hearing Black Dragon's countdown, Lin Yan immediately pulled the pins from 2 grenades and hurled them left and right. He then grabbed 2 more grenades, pulled the pins, and tossed them straight ahead. Black Dragon and his team suddenly noticed several round objects being thrown their way, and panic ensued. Not good. They have grenades. Black Dragon shouted. Get down. Boom. 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 4 grenades exploded, sending shrapnel flying, and those charging forward fell en masse. Immediately after, Lin Yan burst forth, assault rifle in hand, unleashing a barrage upon those who had escaped the grenade's blast. Rat-a-tat-tat. The enemy had not yet reacted when Lin Yan's rifle mowed them down. Wang Yu, who had been keeping an eye on Black Dragon, gasped in surprise. He realized that Black Dragon's movements were much swifter than those of the others, in terms of both reaction and speed. Black Dragon surpassed the rest, and no wonder he could be the leader, Wang Yu mused. Fortunately, he had refrained from firing earlier. Black Dragon's speed had suddenly surged. Even if he had shot, he would have missed, only alarming the enemy. At this moment, Black Dragon had hidden himself once more, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. The enemy still possessed rifles and grenades. With such weaponry, why did they still employ sniper rifles? They could have emerged with rifles and decisively ended the confrontation. Why wait until now to reveal them? Although he did not understand why the enemy had initially refrained from using rifles and grenades, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Black Dragon glanced at his surroundings and immediately crouched low, fleeing with all his might. I knew you would try to escape. Wang Yu once more located the fleeing Black Dragon through his scope. Perhaps due to hearing the continuous gunfire from Lin Yan's assault rifle, Black Dragon had grown careless, believing both snipers were preoccupied with dealing with those approaching them. Thus, when he fled, his body was positioned slightly higher. It was that slight elevation that provided Wang Yu with the opportunity to take aim. Thud. Wang Yu squeezed the trigger of his sniper rifle. Through the scope, he saw Black Dragon's head jerk violently to the side before he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, Black Dragon was shot dead, landing close to Yang Xing. Seeing the leader of this group fall, Yang Xing realized she could no longer wait idly. She immediately began to cautiously move away. However, her movements were entirely captured within Wang Yu's scope. "It is time to end this," Wang Yu murmured, then aimed for Yang Xing's calf and fired. Yang Xing felt a sharp pain in her leg and could not suppress a cry of agony. At this moment, Lin Yin had already taken care of the nearby enemies, now wielding a sniper rifle to clear out those who were fleeing in panic. Wang Yu approached Yang Xing, rifle in hand. Seeing someone in a spacesuit approach, Yang Xing hastily protested, "My lord, I am not with them. I was captured by them. I am a good person, a good person." Wang Yu scoffed, "Would a good person sell me to a black organ factory?" Hearing Wang Yu's familiar voice, Yang Xing was utterly stunned. You are Wang Yu. Indeed, it seems we are quite fated to meet repeatedly," Wang Yu remarked with a hint of sentiment. I was forced into this. It was the physical examination agency that arranged for me to do so. Please save me," Yang Xing immediately explained, pleading for mercy. Is that so? When you handed me over to Minggu, you certainly did not say that. Wang Yu shook his head slightly. "You sold me for 300,000. I was wrong. Please spare me." Yang Xing begged earnestly. "I warned you. Earning such money comes with the risk of losing your life." Wang Yu continued, "You must experience the sensation of freezing to death in despair. This is what you owe me." Yang Xing felt as though she could no longer comprehend Wang Yu's words. Yet she persisted in her pleas. Aren't you doing well now? Let the past be bygone. Can we start anew?" Wang Yu felt a wave of disgust wash over him. "Start anew? You truly dare to utter such words? As long as you spare me, I will do anything you ask." Yang Xing felt increasingly cold, continuing to plead for mercy. Wang Yu shook his head. Stepping aside to quietly observe Yang Xing at this moment, Lin Yin had resolved all threats and approached Wang Yu with Fang Yu. Seeing others arrive, Yang Xing turned to them for help. "Help me. I am so cold." Fang Yu, noticing that the individual was a woman, felt a twinge of compassion and was about to speak when Lin Yin shook his head at her. Fang Yu furrowed her brow slightly, but refrained from continuing. Thus, Yang Xing's voice grew fainter until it finally ceased. Meanwhile, the resentment within Wang Yu dissipated with Yang Xing's demise. In that instant, Wang Yu felt an expansion of spirit, as if his mental fortitude had surged significantly. Previously, his mental scanning range was merely 1.2 meters. Now it had directly increased to 1.5 meters. "Let us clear the battlefield and prepare to return," Wang Yu cheerfully called, making his way toward the entrance of the underground garage, where supplies brought by Black Dragon awaited. Lin Yin did not immediately follow Wang Yu, but instead maintained a distance, quietly addressing Fang Yu. "Do you feel that the boss is rather cold-blooded?" Fang Yu furrowed her brow, asking, "Does the boss have a deep-seated grudge against that woman?" Although she had only recently joined the team, she had spent a day with Wang Yu. In her impression, Wang Yu should not be so cold-hearted as to torment a woman. Lin Yin nodded slightly. "That woman is named Yang Xing. She exploited the boss's feelings to lure him to Beijing and sold him to a black organ factory. Had it not been for the patrols that took down that factory, the boss's organs would likely have been harvested." Upon hearing Lin Yan's explanation, Fang Yu was stunned, then immediately filled with rage. "So she is that wicked? I should have given her 2 more shots earlier." Lin Yan nodded slightly, then spoke with significant meaning. "Remember, the boss is kind to his own, but cruel to traitors." Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. She realized Lin Yan was subtly alluding to her. "Rest assured, I will never betray the boss," Fang Yu declared emphatically. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement and then followed suit. The items brought by the Black Dragon were all food. Yet they had frozen solid. Most crucially, these provisions already had corresponding models in Wang Yu's system, rendering them utterly useless to him, which left him somewhat disheartened. In contrast, Lin Yan was overjoyed to see the food and immediately began to pack it up. Trailing behind, Fang Yu covered Jun's eyes to shield her from the gruesome scenes, for Jun was still quite young. However, when she caught sight of the Black Dragon collapsed beside Yang Xing, her heart stirred. She covered Jun's eyes with one hand while reaching out towards the Black Dragon with the other. Fang Yu observed clearly from behind that this individual was the leader of the group. If there were anything of importance, he would surely be carrying it with him. After a few tentative touches, Fang Yu's hand found a book within the Black Dragon's embrace, her eyes lighting up as she called out, "Boss, it seems this leader has something on him." Upon hearing Fang Yu's alert, Wang Yu hurried over, flipping the prostrate black dragon onto his back and retrieving a somewhat tattered book from his grasp. Taoist Qigong? Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at the 4 characters on the cover, surprised to discover that the black dragon believed in such things. Since he carries it with him, it must be of great significance, Wang Yu speculated. Lin Yan, overhearing their conversation, approached and said, Qigong does exist. It can strengthen the body. I once met a Qigong master whose physique surpassed that of soldiers who trained all day. However, it is quite difficult to master. Wang Yu paused for a moment, then recalled the black dragon's distinct performance compared to the others. The black dragon's speed and reflexes were superior. Could it be attributed to his practice of Qigong? That is quite possible. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Then I must study this thoroughly. Wang Yu tucked the book away and activated the system to scan and model it. Storing it in the system would ensure its safety. Even if it were lost in the future, he could recreate it. The scan was successful, and the Taoist Qigong modeling was complete. Immediately after, the system unexpectedly provided a prompt, stunned by the sudden notification. Wang Yu wondered if the system could indeed recognize the content within the book and conduct modeling research. That if that were the case, he should rush to the library. The library housed a plethora of books that could be modeled, allowing him to gradually study their contents. He could potentially derive models of plants, animals, various instruments, and even technology from the book's information. Had he known this, he would have spent all the 200,000 yuan Nen had given him on books. If he sought food, he would purchase books related to flora, fauna, and cuisine. That if he desired weapons, he would acquire books on firearms and various military supplies. That of course, the contents of these books would need to be exceedingly detailed. However, in the next moment, Wang Yu recalled that the system's research queue was limited, currently consisting of only 1 item. If he were to buy all the books now, it might take an eternity to derive models. And he could very well starve in the process. It would be far more reliable to scan and model physical items. Wang Yu muttered to himself, then selected No within the system. The research queue was currently focused on wheels. On the verge of completion, he couldn't just cancel it now. Besides, the Taoist Qigong had already been successfully modeled and could be researched at any time. There was no rush. Wang Yu stuffed the book into his backpack and was about to signal Lin Yan and the others to leave when he noticed a group approaching from the distance. It was the official team along with the survivors. Lin Yan whispered a warning. Wang Yu frowned slightly. He had just sent them away, and they had returned. Were they planning a surprise attack? The team halted approximately 30 meters away from them. We heard intense gunfire earlier, so we came to check if you were all right. The captain of the official team spoke again. We're fine. Wang Yu replied curtly. The captain immediately sensed Wang Yu's displeasure and quickly apologized. Please don't misunderstand. We merely wanted to offer assistance. Since you are unharmed, we will take our leave. With that, the captain signaled for his team and the survivors to retreat. Satisfied with their response, Wang Yu nodded and instructed. Lin Yan, let's go. With that, he took the lead in the opposite direction. Boss, wait a moment. Lin Yan called out to Wang Yu. I can't carry all this food by myself. Although there wasn't an abundance of food from the Black Dragon's side, it was still more than one person could feasibly transport. Seeing the pile of large and small bags of food, Wang Yu frowned slightly. There was too much to carry. Not only would it exhaust his energy, but it would also waste time. More importantly, the food was frozen and inedible without heating, making it quite cumbersome. Wang Yu pondered briefly before calling out, Captain, wait a moment. The captain of the official team halted at Wang Yu's call and turned back, asking, Did you call for me? Wang Yu nodded. Yes. What is it? The captain inquired curiously. You can take that food with you back to the base. Wang Yu gestured towards the heap of provisions brought out by the Black Dragon. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Boss, the official base undoubtedly has ample food, but our supplies are limited. Wang Yu immediately interjected. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Now is not the time for lofty ideals. Besides, they may not need this food more than we do. Wang Yu glanced at the two of them. You haven't been going hungry these past 2 days, have you? We have enough food. There's no need to carry this burden. At his words, Lin Yan and Wang Yu were completely taken aback. Why was Wang Yu so confident? His backpack was limited in size. How much food could it possibly hold? Even if there were still plenty in the RV, they might not even be able to return to it now. Wang Yu wanted to say something more, but Wang Yu raised his hand to interrupt her. Right now, I am the boss. You must follow orders, with no choice. Wang Yu fell silent this moment. The captain spoke up. Mr. Wang Yu, Are you truly prepared to give us all this food? Wang Yu nodded affirmatively. The survivors immediately erupted with excitement. This gentleman is truly benevolent. I will never forget this great kindness. Someone murmured under their breath. That food was originally ours. Another voice chimed in. This remark drew immediate condemnation from the others. Once the black dragon seized it, it no longer belonged to us. Now that this gentleman has reclaimed it, giving it to us is a favor. Not giving it is the norm. One must not be ungrateful. Faced with the collective disapproval, the dissenting voice quickly retreated into the crowd. The captain offered a solemn salute to Wang Yu, saying, "Thank you." Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively and beckoned to Lin Yan and Fang Yu. "Let us move." Lin Yan and Fang Yu cast reluctant glances at the food before hastily following Wang Yu. "Captain, is there truly such a kind-hearted person in the world to give away food so freely?" A team member remarked, watching Wang Yu and the others disappear into the ruins. The captain shook his head slightly and replied, "I believe they probably do not lack food. However, even if they are well off, it is still a kindness to share with us." The team member nodded but remained puzzled. In such circumstances, who would dare claim they are not in need of food? The captain paused, shaking his head once more. "Indeed, but now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Gather the survivors and bring all the food. We need to report back. It is far too cold here." The official team, along with the survivors, hastened back to the base. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and his companions returned to the site of the commercial complex, now reduced to ruins. They cautiously approached the entrance of the underground parking garage. It doesn't seem to be completely buried. Fang Yu exclaimed with delight. Wang Yu nodded slightly. "Everyone, be careful. Let us go take a look." Almost all the items left on the surface had been damaged by the frost, yet Wang Yu still wished to salvage his RV, as it would spare him the long trek to Duannan's area in the future. The entrance to the garage leaves only about 2 meters of space. They switched on their flashlights as they walked. Observing their surroundings, they soon arrived at the basement level, where they examined the load-bearing walls and columns. Unlike the underground garage of the residential complex, there were no signs of frost fractures or collapse. This might be attributed to the fact that the entrance was buried for the most part, coupled with the spiral design of the mall's entrance, which prevented cold air from descending directly. It is likely that the load-bearing structures remained intact due to these factors. Of course, it is also possible that the residential complex had skimped on construction quality, or that the building materials used were different, with the commercial complex employing more frost-resistant materials. Regardless of the reason, the absence of collapse was indeed good news for Wang Yu and his companions. The 4 of them proceeded to the 3rd basement level, where, due to the entrance being mostly buried, the temperature was surprisingly not as low as before. Wang Yu glanced at the thermometer outside the RV, which had risen to approximately -60 degrees. Following their previous method, they started both vehicles. Wang Yu immediately climbed into the RV with Jun. "You should get inside and warm up a bit. Although we have thermal suits, the surface temperature is excessively low, and we have been reluctant to activate the heating function of the suits, so it still feels a bit chilly. I'll turn on the heating function of the thermal suit. You go and warm up in the vehicle for a while. I'll take a look around," Lin Yan said, switching on his flashlight and moving aside. Fang Yu nodded slightly and climbed into the jeep. Wang Yu, meanwhile, lay down on the bed, flipping through a book on Taoist Qigong. Qigong is a traditional method for health and wellness, aiming to strengthen the body and develop potential through the regulation of breath, body, and consciousness. While Wang Yu was engrossed in his studies, the official team had already traversed 4 hours to reach the Muchuan base with the survivors. At the entrance of the base, someone was clearing away debris. "Halt! Who are you?" The guard at the entrance immediately noticed them and inquired, "It's me, Lu Jun." The captain stepped forward promptly and replied. The guard immediately saluted, saying, "Captain Lu, the city lord has been quite worried about you." Lu Jun nodded. "I will go see the city lord right away. These are the survivors we rescued from the Heilong base. Please make arrangements for them." "Yes," the guard responded and began leading the survivors into the base. Lu Jun then walked directly to the city lord's office. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Jun lightly tapped on the door. "Come in." A middle-aged man's voice came from within. Lu Jun pushed the door open, and upon seeing him, the city lord immediately stood up. "Wonderful. I was concerned that the recent drop in temperature might put you in danger." City Lord Shinji exclaimed joyfully as he approached. "It would have been a great loss if we had endangered you all just to find an ordinary person." Lu Jun slightly shook his head. Wang Yu is no ordinary person. Hearing this, Shenji was taken aback and asked, "You found Wang Yu?" Lu Jun nodded. "If it weren't for his intervention, even if we managed to return, we likely would have suffered casualties exceeding half our number." "Are you implying that Wang Yu saved you?" Shenji was even more astonished. "Please, elaborate on the matter," he urged, pulling Lu Jun down onto a nearby sofa. Lu Jun recounted the events of their mission in detail. After hearing his account, Shenji was utterly astonished. "So you mean Wang Yu not only had firearms, but also a type of thermal gear that enables guns to function normally on the surface?" Lu Jun nodded. "Not just one type of gun, but also grenades. Has he stumbled upon an arms depot?" Shenji's brow furrowed. Lu Jun shook his head. "It doesn't seem so." "How do you know?" Shenji asked, puzzled. "When you instructed me to locate Wang Yu, I utilized the Tianyan system to track his movements. Before the disaster, he had been under the surveillance of the Tianyan system, visiting several markets and supermarkets, and ultimately entered the underground parking lot of the commercial complex, after which he never emerged," Lu Jun explained. Shenji nodded. "After the disaster, we have tightly controlled all the arms depots in Muchuan City. And there were indeed no reports of theft. But where did he acquire his weapons?" Lu Jun sighed, shaking his head. "I have no idea. Not only that, but he also provided me with a thermal suit. It is precisely because of that suit that the firearms he possesses can be used on the surface." As he spoke, Lu Jun produced the thermal suit resembling a spacesuit. Shenji unfolded the suit, examining it closely, and remarked, "It seems there was no such garment before the disaster. At least I have never seen one. This outfit appears to be specifically designed to withstand extreme cold, seemingly prepared for this disaster." Lu Jun shook his head. "It appears that the person we were instructed to find is indeed extraordinary." Shenji mused. "Yes, he even donated all the food he seized from Heilong to us." Lu Jun continued. Shenji was even more astonished. How thoroughly prepared was he? He didn't even keep any food for himself. Lu Jun shook his head and added, "The information we previously gathered about Wang Yu was erroneous. He is certainly not an ordinary person." Shenji wholeheartedly agreed. How could an ordinary individual possess so many firearms and wield them with such proficiency? Lu Jun had witnessed firsthand as Wang Yu used a sniper rifle to take down several criminals. His marksmanship was undoubtedly not something that could be achieved in just a year or two. Fortunately, he targeted only criminals and did not harm ordinary survivors. Shenji felt relieved. Lu Jun slightly shook his head. "There was one survivor, a woman named Yang Xing. Wang Yu merely shot her in the calf and then sat by, watching her succumb to the cold." Shenji was taken aback. "Why? Does Wang Yu hold a grudge against this Yang Xing?" "I believe so," Lu Jun replied. "Wang Yu gives me the impression that he is not the type to indulge in bloodshed. Although he may seem somewhat distant, he is fundamentally righteous." Shenji continued. "Have you invited him to the Muchuan base?" "We did, but he declined. He only inquired about the location of our base, stating that should he ever require assistance in the future, he would come over himself." Lu Jun responded. Shenji nodded slightly. "In that case, we shall wait. City Lord, the research on the thermal suits must be expedited. With them, our weapons will have a chance to function on the surface." Lu Jun pointed to the thermal suit beside him as a reminder. Shenji immediately stood up, taking the suit towards the laboratory. "I will have them assess whether it can be replicated." In the laboratory, Shenji found experts in materials science and related fields, handing over the thermal suit to them. "Please study this thermal suit thoroughly and see if it can be replicated," Shenji instructed. The experts immediately gathered around. Approximately an hour later, the experts provided their feedback that it can be replicated, but the effectiveness may not match that of this thermal suit. Continuous improvements will be necessary. "Then let us expedite the replication process and conduct tests." Shenji promptly issued the command. Yes, while the Muchuan base was fervently engaged in replicating thermal suits, Wang Yu had already begun attempting to practice Qigong. All the survivors hoped to strengthen their bodies to survive in such harsh conditions. Even with the system, Wang Yu was no exception. He quickly discovered that he was unable to practice at all, as many of the terms were completely foreign to him. For instance, the concepts of Xuanqi and Shouyin Xiao were mentioned, but Wang Yu had no idea where the Huyin acupoint was located. It seemed that to practice Qigong, a deeper understanding of meridians and acupoints was necessary. With a sense of helplessness, Wang Yu closed the book. Looking at the time, it had already reached 6 in the evening. What should we have for dinner? Faced with an overwhelming number of choices, Wang Yu found himself at a loss. He thus picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "What do you two want for dinner tonight?" Hearing Wang Yu's words, Lin Yan and Fang Yu, who were busy dismantling a vehicle, were momentarily stunned. "Can we even order food in this situation? Hurry up, don't dawdle," Wang Yu urged. Lin Yan promptly replied, "Ladies first. Let Fang Yu choose." Fang Yu hesitated for a moment before responding. In this cold weather, some hot soup would be just fine. After saying this, she worried that her request might be too much. To her surprise, Wang Yu continued, "Are you accustomed to mutton soup? Some people can't stand the gamey taste that I can." Lin Yan replied. Fang Yu immediately responded, "I'm used to drinking it. I love lamb soup the most." "All right, then we'll have lamb palma tonight," Wang Yu chimed in, falling silent thereafter. Fang Yu paused for a moment and then uncertainly asked, "Brother Lin, are we really going to have lamb palma? Do you not trust the boss?" "The boss's RV is a treasure trove. It has everything inside." Lin Yan chuckled and said, "We should hurry and take these parts over while the temperature isn't too low." Fang Yu nodded and continued moving the components. Inside the RV, Wang Yu had already conjured 2 bowls of lamb palma and was enjoying them with Jun. He had scanned the model established in a small eatery in Muchuan City. Unsure of its authenticity, however, he could confirm that the lamb and the soup were genuine, rather than a product of technology and harsh methods. If it were a matter of technology and harsh methods, Wang Yu would have been able to identify any additives during the scanning and modeling process. Without any natural disasters, he could even utilize the system to become a defender against counterfeit goods. Previously, while scanning food models, he indeed encountered some peculiar meats. Barbecue stalls were a disaster zone. Although there were also some conscientious vendors, he had established numerous barbecue models with those honorable merchants, and there was an opportunity to enjoy skewers and beer. However, the RV was still quite cramped, and he needed to expand it when possible, provided his mental strength was sufficiently robust. After finishing a hearty bowl of lamb palma, he conjured some for Lin Yan and Fang Yu. Considering they were engaged in physical labor, Wang Yu also added an extra rugiamo for them. "Your dinner is ready. Come back to eat," Wang Yu announced over the intercom. "Okay, we'll be right back," Lin Yan replied and began sliding an engine toward the RV. Once back at the RV, Lin Yan told Fang Yu, "You eat first. After you're done, come out for your shift. I'll take the second half of the night." Fang Yu nodded, retrieved the lunchbox from the storage cabinet in the RV, and sat in the Jeep. Upon opening the lunchbox and inhaling the fragrant aroma of lamb soup mixed with rugiamo, she was nearly entranced, swallowing hard. Fang Yu immediately began to eat. Just as Wang Yu finished his meal and stepped down from the RV, preparing to stroll around, Lin Yan pointed to the engine he had pushed over and said, "Boss, we just dismantled a sports car. This is its 6-cylinder engine." Wang Yu nodded slightly, revealing his finger from within his cold-resistant outfit to tap on the engine. Scanning complete, the 6-cylinder engine model was successfully established. If only he could scan and model without physical contact. Wang Yu mused while scanning the other parts. He then stepped aside and began to wander. In Lin Yan's eyes, Wang Yu seemed to merely tap the dismantled items with his finger, paying no further attention. He could not comprehend the significance of Wang Yu's actions, though he didn't understand. Lin Yan never inquired further. As a worker, there was no need to know so much. The night passed quietly, and Wang Yu rested exceptionally well. Early the next morning, he was awakened by the system's notification. Research on low-temperature anti-skid tire model successful. Wang Yu's eyes brightened, and he immediately began modeling research on Taoist Qigong. During the modeling process, it was estimated that a Taoist Qigong practice model would be obtained in 24 hours. Wang Yu was somewhat surprised. He had thought that such a mysterious cultivation method would take a long time to establish a model, yet it could be done in just 24 hours. However, upon further reflection, he began to understand. If this technique was indeed correct, the system merely needed to model it according to the written material, which would not require much time. This 24-hour effort must have primarily been for verifying the correctness of the technique. Wang Yu shook his head, no longer fixating on the research duration, and instead turned his attention to the recently completed low-temperature anti-skid tire. The tire comprised both the rim and the tire itself, with the rim being made of metal. Thus, the model included a low-temperature resistant metal model. With this metal model, he could replace all the components with low-temperature resistant parts. This would ensure that the various parts of the vehicle would not be damaged by freezing temperatures. Additionally, low-temperature resistant batteries, engine oil, and fuel were also necessary. Wang Yu felt he had an overwhelming amount of research to undertake. Without these developments, the RV would forever remain immobile. Fatty, you must hold on for a bit longer. Wang Yu silently prayed, quickly finishing his breakfast and instructing, if we don't find other types of vehicles, there's no need to continue dismantling cars. In the past couple of days, Lin Yin had nearly dismantled every vehicle in this underground garage. There was no need to repeat the labor. Yes, boss. Lin Yin nodded slightly, and then asked, what's the next task? Wang Yu pondered for a moment before replying, teach us some self-defense techniques. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback and then responded, we haven't trained in self-defense. We only know close combat techniques. Then teach us close combat. Wang Yu decisively declared. All right. Lin Yin agreed. Fang Yu timidly asked, do I have to learn too? Of course, while you don't need to master it, at least you should have a basic understanding. Wang Yu affirmed, fine. Fang Yu replied somewhat reluctantly, but ultimately acquiesced. Once Lin Yin and the others finished breakfast and took a brief rest, Wang Yu descended from the RV and lit up a large area nearby with a torch. We can begin now. Wang Yu looked at Lin Yin. Lin Yin nodded slightly and began his introduction. The close combat training I underwent in the military combines a series of techniques such as grappling, Muay Thai, and Wing Chun. First, you'll familiarize yourselves with the fundamental moves. And then we'll discuss practical applications. I'll demonstrate the basic moves for you too. I'll try to keep it standard, but I have an injury on my foot, so some aspects may not be perfect. I'll accompany my demonstration with verbal explanations. Lin Yin continued. Wang Yu and the others nodded, with Jun sitting nearby, listening attentively. Lin Yin commenced the demonstration, and Wang Yu quickly activated the scanning function. Scanning Lin Yan's demonstration moves. The scanning continued uninterrupted as Lin Yin demonstrated, slowly depleting Wang Yu's mental energy. It actually works. Wang Yu had only been testing. He wasn't sure if he could scan continuous movements. But to his surprise, the system was remarkably intelligent. During the leg movements, Lin Yin, due to his injury, could only perform them while explaining the proper techniques. When Lin Yin paused to explain, the scanning did not cease. It merely halted on the recently captured movement. Wang Yu was astonished to discover he could manipulate the drawn character, adjusting its movements for precision. This system is incredibly intelligent. Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Soon, Lin Yin finished his demonstration. Close combat technique modeling successful. He gestured for Wang Yu and the others to stand up. Next, you will practice slowly with me. In their first attempt at this close combat technique, both Wang Yu and Lin Yin ended up sweating profusely. However, they persisted through 3 rounds before stopping. Wang Yu felt as if the clothes beneath his cold-resistant outfit were nearly soaked with sweat. Considering Fang Yu was likely in a similar state, Wang Yu suggested, you should go wash up in the RV. There's a washer-dryer combo. You have 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu paused momentarily, then joyfully asked, boss, can I really go wash up in the RV? She usually bathed daily, but after several days without washing since the calamity, she felt sticky. Yet, she knew that surviving was a blessing, and who would care about bathing every day? Now, having the opportunity to wash up, Fang Yu was understandably thrilled. Wang Yu glanced at her and replied, 2 hours. I'm already timing it. If you dawdle any longer, you might miss your chance. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Fang Yu immediately stood up, expressing her gratitude, and rushed into the RV with Jun Lin Go, watch me perform a move, and point out any mistakes. Wang Yu rose to his feet and addressed Lin Yin. Lin Yin, being older than Wang Yu, had generously imparted his knowledge without reservation, teaching him not only the use of firearms, but also close combat techniques. Recent skirmishes had demonstrated that Lin Yin was indeed a reliable companion, prompting Wang Yu to affectionately refer to him as Brother Lin. Upon hearing this designation, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, then responded with delight. All right. Although it was merely a change in address, it signified Wang Yu's genuine acceptance of him. Wang Yu immediately began practicing, while Lin Yin observed intently as Wang Yu executed his movements. Lin Yin's eyes widened in amazement. In their previous 3 sessions, Lin Yin had guided them through each action step by step, lacking any fluidity. Yet at this moment, Wang Yu seamlessly completed all the fundamental close combat maneuvers without a hint of awkwardness. Most impressively, he executed them with even greater precision than Lin Yin himself. Brother Lin, were there any mistakes or irregularities in my movements? Wang Yu inquired after finishing. Lin Yin promptly shook his head, exclaiming, "None at all. It was exceptionally precise. You are truly a genius. If you were to join the military, you would undoubtedly become the next king of soldiers. You grasp firearms effortlessly and can master combat techniques with just one viewing. What kind of prodigy is Wang Yu?" Wang Yu paused slightly, then shook his head. "I don't think I am suited for military life. I tend to be rather laid back." "Laid back, you say?" Lin Yan mused, unconvinced that a person of such leisure would hardly take the initiative to practice firearms and combat techniques, especially to the level of mastery, when their basic needs for food, warmth, and safety were met. Considering that Fang Yu would likely take some time to emerge, Wang Yu suggested, "Brother Lin, could you share some insights about real combat?" After glancing at the time, he turned to Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded and began to elucidate the practical applications of combat. As he spoke, he also demonstrated alongside Wang Yu. Lin Yan's combat experience had been honed through the crucible of blood and fire, and Wang Yu absorbed this knowledge ravenously, transforming rapidly. After 2.5 hours, Fang Yu and Junjun finally opened the door to the RV. "I apologize, boss. We lost track of time," Fang Yu said cautiously as she approached Wang Yu. Junjun chimed in immediately. "Sister, even helped me take a bath?" Wang Yu paused, then waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. Brother Lin, you should take a shower as well. I'll continue to ponder things on my own." Lin Yan nodded and promptly made his way toward the RV, almost fleeing that he felt that Wang Yu's growth rate was terrifying. In just over 2 hours of practical application, Wang Yu had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lin Yan felt he could no longer match him. Had it not been for his injured legs, he might have still been able to hold his own, but now that opportunity was lost. With the system's assistance and an enhancement in mental acuity, Wang Yu's speed of learning anything was astonishing. Wang Yu continued to practice his techniques, contemplating how to apply them in real combat. With a solid grasp of the fundamentals, he could instinctively utilize them during actual encounters. Observing Wang Yu's earnest training, Fang Yu felt a surge of admiration, thinking to herself, "The boss looks so handsome when he's serious." After completing another round of close combat techniques, Lin Yan emerged from the restroom. "Men shower quickly. Boss, I'm all set. You should go wash up," Lin Yan reminded him. Wang Yu nodded in response. "You two should change out of your cold weather gear and place them in the storage locker. I'll clean them up and return them to you shortly. For now, put on your down jackets to stay warm. If it becomes unbearable, retreat to the restroom or the jeep." "Understood, boss," Lin Yan and Fang Yu replied in unison. Having sweated, their cold weather gear would undoubtedly be stained, and keeping it on would likely lead to unpleasant odors. The cold weather gear was not ordinary clothing. It could not be laundered in a washing machine. Instead, it required a transfer via the system from one hand to the other. By utilizing the existing cold weather gear as raw material, he could materialize a new set, effectively removing all the dirt and sweat stains. This method was far quicker than traditional washing. While Lin Yan's clothing could be treated this way, it required Wang Yu's touch. Lin Yan was fine with a gentle tug on his clothing. But for Fang Yu, it would be unacceptable. She would undoubtedly label him a pervert if she discovered him touching her intimate garments. Although Wang Yu was unconcerned about his image, he did not wish to be branded as a deviant. Thus, it was best for them to use the washer-dryer to clean their clothes. Wang Yu quickly finished his shower, transformed his clothing into a pristine new set, and emerged from the restroom by 2 in the afternoon. He rematerialized Lin Yan's and Fang Yu's cold weather gear, then conjured 4 servings of beef and potato over rice. "Your cold weather gear has been cleaned, and lunch has been placed in the storage locker. Please help yourselves," Wang Yu announced via the intercom to Lin Yan and Fang Yu. Lin Yan emerged from the nearby single restroom, retrieved his cold weather gear, and hurried back inside. Fang Yu, meanwhile, stepped down from the jeep. Shivering as she grabbed her cold weather gear and 2 lunchboxes from the storage locker, quickly returning to the jeep. Observing their actions from the RV, Wang Yu muttered, "Wouldn't it be better to have an additional vehicle?" As a former soldier, the principle of prioritizing civilians had been deeply ingrained in him, prompting Lin Yan to always take great care of Fang Yu. Furthermore, given that she was a woman, he was particularly cautious. Having an extra vehicle would allow them to each have one, making things much more convenient. However, there were no usable vehicles left in the garage at the onset of the natural disaster, as people scrambled for vehicles. Much damage had been inflicted. Later, survivors dismantled anything that could be burned to find fuel, causing further destruction. Thus, no functional automobiles remained. Lin Yan donned his cold weather gear and exited the restroom for the remainder of today. There are no tasks. Everyone is free to move about. Wang Yu instructed while enjoying his beef. Understood. Lin Yin and Fang Yu replied in unison. After finishing lunch, Fang Yu inquired, should we venture out to search for supplies? The temperature on the surface seems to be dropping further. We have sufficient supplies for now, so there is no rush to go out. You may explore the underground garage, but don't wander too far. Wang Yu shook his head. All right, can I continue practicing my shooting? Fang Yu asked. Wang Yu paused briefly, then replied, of course. I'll prepare the ammunition and place it in the storage locker. Feel free to retrieve it whenever you like. Thank you, boss, Fang Yu replied with a smile. Given the choice, she would naturally prefer to practice shooting, as training in close combat would lead to excessive sweating, and she couldn't bathe in the RV every day. Lin Yin, overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of astonishment. Just how much ammunition does the boss possess? The bullets expended over these days would far exceed what any police precinct would typically have. Earlier, while washing up in the RV, he had caught a glimpse of the interior and noticed numerous boxes, but he had no idea what they contained. Could it be that those boxes held a wealth of weaponry? Although Lin Yin was curious, he would not dare to pry open those boxes uninvited. Boss, I'm going to explore other areas to see if there are any newer models. Lin Yin organized his gear and made his way toward the garage exit. All right, but avoid the surface for now and stay safe, Wang Yu cautioned. Yes, boss, Lin Yin acknowledged before swiftly disappearing into the shadows. After spending most of the day practicing close combat techniques, Wang Yu felt somewhat fatigued. Jun, I'm going to rest for a bit. If you get bored, you can chat with Sister Fang Yu over the intercom. And if anything happens, wake me immediately. Wang Yu placed the intercom on the table outside. Okay, brother. Jun nodded. Wang Yu returned to the rear bedroom of the RV, conjured an automatic rifle along with dozens of magazines, fully exhausting his mental energy before drifting into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until 6 in the evening. Awakening to find Jun seated at the table, staring intently at the intercom. Jun, what are you staring at the intercom for? Wang Yu asked with a smile. Jun snapped back to reality and replied, brother, it seems like Lin Su hasn't said anything for a long time. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow as he grasped the intercom, asking, has brother Lin not returned yet? Fang Yu responded promptly, not yet. I was just about to check the upper 2 levels of the garage. She wouldn't dare leave easily while Wang Yu was still asleep, but let's wait a bit longer. Wang Yu quickly interjected. Brother Lin had left with an assault rifle, so he should be fine. Amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd, a beam of light finally pierced through the entrance of the garage. The intercom also fell within the range of communication. Lin Gu, is that you? Wang Yu inquired directly to It is I. Lin Yan's voice resonated from the intercom. Wang Yu let out a slight sigh of relief and asked, why did you take so long to return? I discovered a van on the first underground level and spent some time disassembling it. I brought back some parts, while others will be moved tomorrow. Lin Yan explained. I see. Tomorrow, I'll come over. There's no need to move them here. It's too troublesome. Wang Yu replied. Let's have dinner first. After dinner, make sure to rest well. All right. Lin Yan responded. As they spoke, Lin Yan had already reached the RV. Placing a bundle of parts down, Wang Yu added, in the future, if you find new models, disassemble them on site without bringing them here. Just call me over once you're done. Understood. Lin Yan nodded. The night passed without incident. And at 6 o'clock the next morning, Wang Yu was awakened once more by the system's notification sound. The Taoist Qigong cultivation model has been successfully researched. Wang Yu immediately commenced the research on the oil model. Determining the direction of research for low-temperature resistance. The model research indicated that low-temperature resistant oil would be ready in approximately 48 hours. The research time for this low-temperature oil is even shorter than that for the wheels. Wang Yu mused in surprise. He speculated that the wheels, composed of entirely distinct materials, hub and tire, required more time for research. Nevertheless, he did not delve into the reasons, as a shorter research time was advantageous for him. Subsequently, Wang Yu eagerly began to examine the Taoist Qigong cultivation model. The previously elusive positions could now be directly located on the model. The system's cultivation model was established based on Wang Yu's physique. Thus, he merely needed to follow the directives of the system's model to practice. Wang Yu soon found himself in a remarkably peculiar state, as if his soul had detached from his body. The once obscure theories of Qigong suddenly became exceedingly clear. Breathing exercises and guiding energy flow became remarkably smooth. What is going on today? It's nearly 8 o'clock, and the boss still hasn't risen. Fang Yu wondered. Typically, by this hour, they would have already finished breakfast. Although Lin Yan shared the same curiosity, he remarked, "Let us wait a bit longer." "Are you hungry?" Fang Yu immediately shook her head. "Not really. Just a bit worried. Should we go check on him?" Lin Yan slightly shook his head. "The boss didn't instruct us to go up, so let us refrain from doing so. I'll inquire via the intercom." With that, he picked up the intercom and quietly asked, "Boss?" Soon, a soft and adorable voice emanated from the device. "Lin Su, my brother is busy. We mustn't disturb him." "Busy? With what?" Lin Yan inquired curiously. "I'm not sure. It just feels like he's very occupied," Jun replied, unable to articulate her thoughts. "Children often possess a keen sensitivity to certain energies. "Is my brother all right?" Lin Yan asked again. Jun cautiously approached the partition curtain, peering through a gap before stealthily returning to the front of the vehicle. "I took a quick look, and my brother seems very happy." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Fang Yu grew even more curious. What could he possibly be so happy about alone in the bedroom? She quickly shook her head. It shouldn't be anything concerning. Jun is still on the vehicle. He must be mindful of the impact. As Fang Yu's thoughts wandered, time gradually advanced to 9 o'clock. It was only at this moment that Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, his face alight with astonishment. He sensed a significant surge in his mental energy. He immediately checked the data within the system. The range for scanning or materializing had skyrocketed to 9 meters, 6 times the previous limit. This was truly a windfall. Wang Yu was ecstatic. He had never anticipated that the Black Dragon would provide him with such a boon. Glancing at the time, he widened his eyes in shock. How is it already 9 o'clock? It felt as though he had only practiced for a few minutes. Yet 3 hours had elapsed. He casually materialized 4 servings of breakfast, prepared them for Lin Yan and the others, placed them in the storage cabinet at the back, and walked out of the bedroom. Jun sat at the table, eagerly waiting. "You must be hungry." Wang Yu smiled as he set the breakfast in front of her. Jun shook her head, yet her stomach protested with a rumble. "Grr, hurry and eat." Wang Yu affectionately ruffled Jun's hair and chuckled, then picked up the intercom. "Lin Go, your breakfast is in the storage cabinet. Help yourselves. Today's breakfast is a bit late." "It's fine if it's a bit late. Are you all right on your end?" Lin Yan replied. "Earlier, I asked Jun to check, and she said you seemed quite happy, so we didn't want to disturb you." Wang Yu paused in surprise before chuckling. "Thank goodness you didn't interrupt. Had you done so, I would have suffered a great loss." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan grew curious. "Boss, what were you doing this morning? Do you remember the Qigong manual we obtained from the Black Dragon?" Wang Yu countered with a smile. Lin Yan nodded. "Of course, I was practicing that, and I was in a crucial phase. Had you interrupted, the results may not have been as favorable as they are now." Wang Yu briefly explained. "I see." Lin Yan and Fang Yu nodded in understanding. "You two go ahead and eat. Once you finish, take me to see the van you discovered yesterday," Wang Yu instructed. "Yes, boss." Now that the range of his mental prowess had reached 9 meters, many tasks could be prioritized. In the future, when encountering smaller vehicles, Lin Yan would no longer need to disassemble them. A single comprehensive scan and modeling would suffice. Including his own RV, it could be entirely modeled as well. As Wang Yu enjoyed his breakfast, he concurrently initiated the modeling of the RV. Although his mental energy had increased to 9 meters, scanning and modeling still necessitated physical contact with the objects. He pondered when he might be able to model from a distance. Wang Yu sighed, quickly finishing his breakfast. Lin Yan and the others were already waiting outside. Jun, put on your warm clothing. Let us go explore the first underground level together," Wang Yu beckoned. "All right." Jun was thrilled at the prospect of going out. The 4 of them descended to the first underground level, where the temperature had noticeably dropped. "Let us turn on the heating device. We won't be staying here long before heading down," Wang Yu reminded. Lin Yan and the others nodded in agreement, activating the heating device, and they instantly felt warmth enveloping them within their winter attire. Lin Yan led them briskly to the van he had discovered, which had already been completely disassembled. Wang Yu felt a twinge of regret. It could have been scanned in its entirety, but now it could only be scanned in parts. He had never anticipated that his mental energy would surge to 9 meters. Fortunately, scanning was not too laborious, and he quickly completed the task. Upon completion, the modeling of the diesel engine was successful, as was that of the van's cargo area. "All right, let us take a quick look around the first level to see if there are different brands of vehicles. If we find any, just call me." and there's no need for disassembly, Wang Yu instructed, retracting his numb fingers. Understood, Lin Yin and Fang Yu acknowledged, beginning to search around. Wang Yu walked behind, guiding Junjun after a quick tour of the first level. They indeed found 2 more vehicles. Wang Yu swiftly approached, touched them, and then led them back to the 3rd underground level. Thus far, the system model in Wang Yu's possession already encompassed over 90% of the sedan models available on the market, while the only truck model was that of the van. Next, Wang Yu intended to design vehicles suitable for the southern region. The foremost requirement was that the vehicles must be resistant to low temperatures, capable of functioning normally at the current surface temperature without sustaining damage. The research on low-temperature resistant metal parts and wheels had been completed, and the oil was currently under investigation, expected to be finalized the day after tomorrow. Once the oil research was complete, Wang Yu planned to proceed directly to the research of the complete vehicle, streamlining the process. Moreover, the vehicle's power must be sufficiently robust. With the surrounding ruins, only a vehicle with ample power could navigate through the debris. Finally, the vehicle's space is sufficiently ample, ideally allowing Lin Yin and Fang Yu to reside there as well, facilitating mutual care and support. However, his psychic control range is limited to 9 meters, making it impossible to manifest a vehicle exceeding that length. Wang Yu pondered briefly and immediately conceived a solution. He could partition it into several sections, akin to a train. This would enhance privacy, eliminating the need for curtain partitions when manifesting items. Coincidentally, he had just modeled a box truck's cabin today. He could use this model as a template to design each section. Given the current state of the team, he could initially design it as 3 sections, interconnected by 3 trailer hitches, while also installing retractable steps for ease of movement and communication between the compartments. Wang Yu took up a pen and paper, sketching on the blueprint until 2 o'clock in the afternoon before finally pausing. Once the research on the engine oil was completed, he could commence the overall vehicle study. He gazed contentedly at the blueprint depicting a motorhome towing 2 sections and mumbled to himself. Junjun looked at him curiously, her brother's smile igniting her intrigue about what was drawn on the paper that could elicit such joy. Yet, she recalled Lin Yan's words, urging her to be obedient, maintain silence, and refrain from speaking out of turn. Wang Yu set down the blueprint and, noticing Junjun's inquisitive expression, cheerfully inquired, "Junjun, would you like a larger house where you can run and jump?" Junjun nodded, then immediately shook her head, replying, "This place is great." Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback and then shook his head. The motorhome hardly provided any room for activity for a lively child. It was akin to imprisonment. The space was cramped, filled with supplies, leaving only a narrow pathway to traverse. The bed in the front was also piled high with boxes, forcing Junjun to sleep in a tiny area in the middle. During mealtimes, both Wang Yu and Junjun sat amidst the boxes, and after eating, the only option for a stroll was to exit the vehicle. This was why Junjun was always elated at the prospect of stepping outside. Yet, she never proactively requested to play, her understanding nature evoking a sense of heartache. "Would you like me to use magic to make this motorhome a bit larger?" Wang Yu rephrased his question. "Really?" Junjun's eyes widened with curiosity. "Of course, but my magic isn't quite ready yet. It will take a few more days." Wang Yu replied with a smile, "But that's wonderful. Our house is going to get bigger." Junjun cheered joyfully. Wang Yu picked up the intercom and instructed, "Next, move all the various parts of the surrounding vehicles that can be transported close to the motorhome." Upon receiving this command, Lin Yin and Fang Yu were momentarily stunned, then promptly responded. Though unsure of Wang Yu's intentions, this was not the first time they had been left in the dark. They simply followed their boss's orders. Meanwhile, Wang Yu intended to clear the exit path. Previously, his psychic power had been too low to manifest an entire vehicle, making relocation cumbersome. Now that his psychic energy was sufficient, he merely needed to shift the vehicles from his left to his right, thereby clearing a passage. Lin Yin and Fang Yu had already begun their work, and even Junjun joined in, assisting by moving smaller parts closer to the motorhome. Wang Yu approached the exit, touching a vehicle to scan and model it, then immediately manifested that vehicle nearby using it as raw material. In an instant, the vehicle vanished from its original location, appearing at Wang Yu's other side. After clearing 10 vehicles, Wang Yu felt his psychic energy waning. Clearing a path to the surface entrance would likely take 2 to 3 days. He rubbed his aching forehead and returned to the motorhome for a well-deserved rest. The following day, Wang Yu continued to clear the route to the surface. The materials brought in by Lin Yan and Fang Yu nearly surrounded both the motorhome and the jeep. "Boss, should we continue moving materials?" Lin Yan inquired. Wang Yu glanced at the mounds of materials on either side and nodded slightly. "That should be sufficient." Unable to restrain his curiosity, Lin Yan asked, "Boss, what exactly are we doing?" "Preparing to build a train." Wang Yu replied with a smile. Lin Yan and Fang Yu were momentarily taken aback. They then shook their heads, assuming Wang Yu was merely sharing his purpose for the task. Wang Yu offered no further explanation. Prepared dinner for them, and then rested. The recent effort to clear the passage had drained his psychic energy significantly, yet he was astonished to discover that his psychic power had plateaued at 9 meters. Even practicing Qi Gong had failed to enhance it further. It merely refined his psychic energy that he couldn't identify the reason behind the stagnation in his psychic growth, but he was not overly troubled, as his current capacity was sufficient for his needs. After a night of silence, the system notification rang out punctually the next morning. Research on low-temperature resistant engine oil model successful. Wang Yu immediately gathered the low-temperature resistant engine oil model, low-temperature wheel model, 6-cylinder engine model, box truck cabin model, and a host of related models, aligning them according to his plan to determine the research direction before initiating the study. The modeling research indicated that it would take an estimated 120 hours to obtain the extreme cold track motorhome model. 5 days seemed quite lengthy. Even with prior preparation, Wang Yu couldn't help but express his astonishment. The model being researched was designed to operate in extreme cold weather, necessitating that all its components, such as glass and batteries, be resistant to low temperatures, requiring further study. In light of this, 5 days felt quite short. Upon commencing the research, Wang Yu diligently practiced Qi Gong for 2 hours, enjoyed breakfast, and resumed clearing the path to the surface. He anticipated that, by the end of the day, he would successfully reach the ground as for the surface road. They would address it once the motorhome was manifested and they could ascend. Moreover, the motorhome model he was developing boasted immense horsepower, adaptable to various terrains, and might very well be able to traverse effortlessly. With the task of moving automotive materials complete, Lin Yan and Fang Yu found themselves with free time. Wang Yu provided Fang Yu with ample ammunition, encouraging them to practice their shooting skills while also spending time playing games with Jun when they grew weary. However, Lin Yan could not remain idle and began roaming around. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the entrance of the 3rd underground level. Upon witnessing the vehicles that had previously blocked the exit now cleared to the side, revealing a passable path. His eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that someone had come through? No, it must have been their boss who had done this. The motorhome was equipped with surveillance cameras. If anyone had approached and cleared such a number of vehicles, they would surely have been captured on camera. Yet, Wang Yu had not indicated any recent visitors to the 3rd underground level. This could only mean that Wang Yu was responsible for the clearing. How had the boss accomplished this? Lin Yan was filled with curiosity. Though intrigued, he refrained from proceeding further up, trusting that Wang Yu would eventually share the truth with them. That day, Wang Yu successfully cleared all vehicles obstructing the route to the surface. Emerging to find the temperature reading on his thermometer at -98. Had the temperature risen slightly? Wang Yu muttered to himself. Just 2 days prior, it had plummeted below -100. He shook his head, preparing to return to the 3rd underground level. At that moment, a flurry of pristine white snowflakes drifted into the beam of his flashlight. It's snowing. Wang Yu paused, then glanced up at the sky, where snowflakes continued to fall, his brow furrowed with the snow. The roads might become even more treacherous. Sighing, he made his way back to the 3rd underground level. Upon reaching the entrance to the 3rd underground level, Lin Yan was waiting there. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "It's snowing outside." At this, Lin Yan paused, then responded, "Snow is a good thing." Hearing Lin Yan say that snow was beneficial, Wang Yu was slightly taken aback. Snow acts as a blanket, preventing cold air from entering underground. "Our temperature should rise a bit," Lin Yan elaborated. Wang Yu instantly grasped his meaning. For those hiding here, snow was indeed a positive development. However, Wang Yu had intentions of venturing out, while he could overlook the others. He was determined to look after Duan Nan. Captured in a black factory in Pugan country, Duan Nan was the only one who had kept him in mind and reported to the authorities. After Wang Yu escaped from that factory, Duan Nan had promptly transferred him 200,000. Without that sum, Wang Yu's supplies would have been significantly diminished. In fact, The very motorhome he resided in was purchased with funds provided by Duan Nan. But we still need to go outside, Wang Yu stated calmly. Out? Lin Yin was momentarily stunned. Where are we going? Find a brother, Wang Yu replied in a low voice, if you are unwilling to follow me. I shall leave you some supplies. Lin Yin decisively shook his head, saying, without you, boss, both Junjun and I might have perished. Wherever you go, we shall follow. Wang Yu nodded slightly, responding with a smile. Very well. As they spoke, they approached the RV, where Fang Yu was playing games with Junjun. They utilized nearby components to engage in a game reminiscent of bowling. Boss, you're back, Fang Yu exclaimed upon seeing Wang Yu, rising to greet him. Wang Yu nodded and remarked, it's snowing outside. It's snowing. Fang Yu and Junjun chorused in unison, their voices filled with delight. Observing their joy, Wang Yu contemplated and said, after dinner, we can take a stroll outside. Isn't it better not to go out at night? Lin Yin frowned slightly. Wang Yu chuckled and countered, is there really a difference between day and night now? Lin Yin paused, then helplessly shook his head. The entire blue star had succumbed to eternal night, leaving no trace of day. The group swiftly finished dinner, donned their winter gear, and made their way to the surface. Fang Yu was astonished to discover that the cars blocking the road had been cleared aside, revealing a pathway. Who cleared these cars? Could it be that others have arrived? Fang Yu expressed her concern. Wang Yu shook his head. There are no outsiders. It was I who cleared them. You? Fang Yu was even more astonished. How could you possibly clear so many vehicles alone? Wang Yu replied with a smile. Haven't I been practicing my Qigong? My strength has significantly increased. He was not deceiving Fang Yu. After training in Qigong, his strength had indeed grown considerably, though he was not yet capable of effortlessly lifting vehicles. Is Qigong really that powerful? Fang Yu asked, brimming with curiosity. Why not give it a try? Wang Yu inquired playfully. Is it really possible? Fang Yu's interest was evidently piqued. Wang Yu nodded. Once we return, I will show you the book that if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. All right. Thank you, boss, Fang Yu responded excitedly. In a post-apocalyptic world, no one would pass up the opportunity to enhance their own abilities. Lin Yin, too, was quite intrigued. You two can take turns reading it, Wang Yu suggested to Lin Yin. Yes, thank you, boss, Lin Yin replied, equally elated. Upon reaching the surface, they switched on their flashlights and beheld the flurry of snowflakes cascading down, prompting Junjun to joyfully run in the snow. Fang Yu followed suit, playfully gathering snow from the ground and tossing it at Junjun. Junjun promptly retaliated by scooping up snow from the ground to counterattack. Their laughter echoed like silver bells in the snowy expanse. How wonderful it would be if this calamity had not occurred. Lin Yin lamented. Indeed, but we cannot control such events. Since the disaster has come, we must confront it, Wang Yu replied. Lin Yin nodded, then asked, Boss, do you think the sudden disappearance of the sun was caused by aliens? You still believe in aliens? Wang Yu expressed his surprise. The universe is vast. If the first Earth could exist, the likelihood of a second one is undeniable, Lin Yin responded. Wang Yu paused, raising his thumb in acknowledgement. That makes sense. As for the sun's disappearance, whether it was the work of another civilization, I cannot say. After a moment, he continued, however, I sense that this disaster is not solely directed at humanity, but at all life on Blue Star. Lin Yin nodded. Indeed, in such extreme cold, it is unlikely any creature can survive normally. There may be some, but they must be exceedingly rare, Wang Yu replied. Fang Yu and Junjun eventually returned from their frolicking in the snow. It's getting late. We should head back, Fang Yu suggested. We can't waste the battery power of our winter gear. Wang Yu nodded and stood up, making his way to the underground garage. Over the next 4 days, the snow fell intermittently, accumulating to a depth of 30 centimeters. On the 5th morning, Wang Yu awoke early, fixated on the research queue, eagerly awaiting the countdown to conclude. Research on the extreme cold tracked RV model successful. Upon receiving the system notification, Wang Yu promptly initiated research on the extreme cold tracked trailer RV model, using this model as a foundation. During the research, he noted that the completion was expected in 2 hours. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Only 2 hours required. This was the shortest research period he had ever experienced. Merging the sniper rifle model had taken 24 hours, although he was uncertain why the research time had suddenly decreased. He welcomed it. The shorter, the better, with the model in hand. The next step was to materialize it. However, before doing so, Wang Yu needed to confirm Fang Yu's choice. He picked up the intercom. asking, "Fang Yu, are you awake?" "I'm awake." Fang Yu promptly responded, "If all goes as planned, we shall be leaving here tonight or tomorrow morning. Will you accompany us?" Wang Yu asked directly. Fang Yu hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, "Of course, I will follow you. But why must we leave? ISNT this place quite good. I need to find my brother." Wang Yu replied solemnly, "Do I see that is there anything I need to prepare?" Fang Yu inquired. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she understood that clinging to Wang Yu's side was their only chance of survival. "In that case, let us finish breakfast quickly and move all the supplies from my RV." Wang Yu instructed. "Lin Yin, you help as well." Lin Yin and Fang Yu were taken aback. "Move all the supplies from the RV? Are we abandoning it?" Lin Yin thought it over and quickly grasped the situation. The RV could not navigate the surface normally. They would likely need to rely on their own legs to find Wang Yu's brother. Fang Yu came to the same realization. They hastily finished breakfast, donned their winter gear, and began transferring supplies from the RV. "Boss, with so many supplies, we probably won't be able to carry everything," Lin Yin remarked while moving boxes. After all, there were only 4 of them, and it was impossible to transport all the supplies. "We can make a sled. Pulling it should save effort," Fang Yu suggested as she lifted a cardboard box. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied, "You didn't think we were going to walk, did you? What else would we do? Most vehicles likely can't operate on the surface now." Lin Yin frowned slightly. Wang Yu chuckled mysteriously, "You'll see soon enough." Lin Yin and Fang Yu were filled with curiosity, while Junjun chimed in with a smile. "Brother can do magic. He can make this house bigger." Hearing Junjun's words only deepened Lin Yin and Fang Yu's confusion. "Let us get to work," Wang Yu urged, and the 4 of them quickly set to work, soon emptying the RV. Lin Yin and the others sat nearby, curiously watching Wang Yu, eager to see what he would do next. Wang Yu pressed one hand on the RV and the other on the pile of materials they had collected, internally commanding the materialization of the extreme cold-tracked RV. Lin Yin felt a flash before his eyes. The original RV and the pile of materials vanished in an instant, and in the next moment, a uniquely shaped vehicle about 7 meters long appeared before them. Most astonishingly, the vehicle's wheels were tracks. "What is going on?" Fang Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The RV, which had been less than 6 meters, had transformed right before her eyes. Lin Yin was equally shocked, but immediately thought of the cleared path. The boss must have used this ability to clear the cars from the road. As the extreme cold-tracked RV materialized, Wang Yu's mental energy was nearly depleted. He opened the door and stepped inside. "Please don't disturb me. I need to rest." Wang Yu tossed out the remark and lay down on the leather sofa within the RV. The door to the RV closed automatically, and Lin Yin and the others could not discern anything inside. "Is the boss a deity?" Fang Yu inquired. That in her view, only deities could possess such abilities. Lin Yin shook his head and replied, "I do not know. But since the boss has chosen to demonstrate this capability before us, it signifies his trust in us. You must not betray that trust." Fang Yu discerned the implication in his words and immediately assured him, "Rest assured, Brother Lin, I am certainly not one to gossip. I will not disclose the boss's abilities to anyone." Lin Yin nodded slightly. "As long as we continue to follow the boss, our lives will surely improve." Wang Yu, reclining on the sofa, was roused by the system's notification sound. Research on the extreme cold track trailer model has been successfully completed. Wang Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling that his mental strength had recovered considerably. After a moment's reflection, he dragged the assault rifle model into the research queue. His aim was to develop a model of an assault rifle suitable for extreme cold conditions, eliminating the need for cumbersome cold weather gear. The model was expected to yield results in 6 hours. "Is it really going to be that quick?" Wang Yu mused, somewhat astonished. However, he quickly realized that he already possessed cold-resistant metals and lubricants, essentially allowing him to assemble the assault rifle model into a new form. With only minor adjustments needed for a few components, Wang Yu descended from the trailer, where Lin Yin and the others were still on guard outside. "Why are you still sitting here? You could warm up in the Jeep," Wang Yu said with a smile. "Wearing cold weather gear, it isn't cold here," Lin Yin replied as he stood up. "Boss, have you rested well?" Wang Yu nodded slightly and instructed, "Please bring down the supplies from the Jeep as well." They had now understood what Wang Yu intended to do. Therefore, they swiftly unloaded the items from the Jeep. Once they had finished, Wang Yu utilized the Jeep and nearby materials to manifest another trailer. This trailer lacked a driver's cabin and essential components like an engine, thus consuming minimal mental energy. Observing yet another trailer without a front, Lin Yin understood that Wang Yu's earlier mention of creating a train had not been mere jest. Wang Yu entered the driver's cabin of the trailer, adjusted its position, and connected the newly created trailer to the rear of the vehicle. Lin Gu, attached that trailer to the vehicle. Wang Yu's voice came through the intercom. The newly constructed trailer also boasted excellent sound insulation. Even if he shouted inside, the outside would remain oblivious, allowing communication solely through the intercom. Upon hearing Wang Yu's command, Lin Yin quickly regained his focus, picked up a nearby toolbox, and connected all 3 trailer hitches. At that moment, Wang Yu approached, carrying 2 or 3 steps. Install these steps at the junction of the 2 trailers. Wang Yu handed the steps to Lin Yin. Given that installation holes had been pre-drilled, Lin Yin needed only a brief glance to discern how to proceed. Wang Yu noticed Fang Yu still standing by, seemingly in a daze. You shouldn't be idle either. Move everything into the second trailer. From now on, this trailer will be your living space. How you arrange it is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was taken aback. This trailer is for me. All of it? She found it somewhat unbelievable and sought confirmation. Wang Yu nodded and replied, indeed, but a portion of supplies must remain in your trailer, and the dining area will be here as well. Can you cook? Fang Yu immediately nodded. I can, though my skills are average, as long as it is edible. In the future, when I am unable to provide food promptly, you will need to manage on your own. Wang Yu responded. Understood. Thank you, boss. Fang Yu earnestly bowed to Wang Yu. Wang Yu rolled his eyes. Are you preparing to send me off? Fang Yu quickly waved her hands. No. No. Boss, you will surely live a long life. Wang Yu chuckled, opening the side door of the second trailer. Hurry and start moving things. All right. Fang Yu promptly began to transfer items onto the vehicle. She carried a cardboard box into the trailer. She was utterly astonished. The interior was brilliantly lit, furnished, and most importantly, remarkably spacious, larger than the room she had rented prior to the calamity. Noticing Fang Yu lost in thought, Wang Yu approached and explained. The front of this trailer is a bedroom, the bathroom is at the rear, and storage space is generally arranged above. Fang Yu nodded, placing the box aside, suddenly recalling a question. Boss, if I live here, where will Brother Lin stay? Wang Yu smiled gently and replied, there is also a third trailer. Fang Yu paused, uncertain, and asked, can the front vehicle pull 2 trailers? Wang Yu responded with a smile, rest assured. It can handle it. Fang Yu sheepishly admitted, I was indeed overthinking. Your ability to consider such matters shows that you care for our convoy. Keep it up. Wang Yu encouraged her. You continue to tidy up. The medicines we collected will be stored in your trailer, while other items can go in the third trailer. Understood. Fang Yu nodded in response to this moment. Lin Yin had already installed the retractable steps. Boss, is there anything else that needs to be installed? Lin Yin approached to inquire. Wait, we still need to install these on the third trailer. Is it all right for you to stay in the third trailer? Wang Yu asked. Lin Yin hesitated briefly before replying. Actually, it's unnecessary. I can just sleep in the driver's cabin. Wang Yu shook his head. Resting in the driver's cabin is too tiring. Normally, you drive, and when it's time to rest, go to the third trailer. Thank you, boss. Lin Yin no longer declined and gratefully clasped his hands. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. With 3 trailers, Jun can now move around more comfortably. The previous trailer was too cramped. Lin Yin nodded enthusiastically. Thank you for taking such care of Jun. You are too polite. She is so understanding, and the daughter of a martyred is only right to look after her as best as we can. Wang Yu replied that I will take a short rest, and in about an hour, I should be able to conjure the third trailer. All right, I will help Fang Yu with the moving. Lin Yin nodded and walked towards the supplies. Wang Yu sat on the sofa, closed his eyes to recuperate for an hour, and by the time he emerged, his mental strength was much restored. He immediately utilized the remaining materials to manifest yet another trailer. Fortunately, many vehicles had remained here after the calamity. Otherwise, Wang Yu would have needed to search for raw materials. Most vehicles on the ground were buried under rubble, making it quite challenging to utilize those vehicles as resources. The third trailer was conjured behind the second one, and Lin Yin quickly connected the 2 trailers and installed the steps. Have all the supplies been moved up? Wang Yu inquired. Yes, they have all been brought up. We can divide some into the third trailer later. Lin Yin replied, but let's sort them now. Once we head out, it will be too cold outside, and with the snow falling, it will be inconvenient to move items. Wang Yu suggested. Understood, boss, Lin Yin replied, opening the passage at the junction of the two trailers and beginning to transport the goods. Soon, most of the supplies had been transferred to the third trailer. Lin Yin primarily considered that the second trailer would serve as the dining area, so Fang Yu would need some space to cook, while the third trailer was merely a place for him to rest. So it could be packed more tightly. However, it wouldn't be too cluttered. The original trailer was small, and now that the items from that small vehicle were being divided among three larger trailers, it certainly wouldn't be filled to capacity, leaving plenty of room. Everyone has worked hard. I have already input your facial data into the trailer system. When we record your fingerprints, I will also share the passwords for each trailer, allowing you to enter using any of the three methods, Wang Yu announced as they finished moving the supplies. The trailer was equipped with a surveillance system that had already captured their images, enabling direct permission settings within the system. Understood, Lin Yin and Fang Yu replied in unison. Everyone take a hot shower. We will have lunch, and then set off immediately, Wang Yu continued. Yes, the two individuals responded in unison. At this moment, the heating systems of the three connected RVs had been activated. Although the fuel consumption was relatively high, it posed no burden for Wang Yu. The interior temperature was maintained at approximately 20 degrees, allowing for the comfort of a light garment. Fang Yu removed her winter attire and hung it behind the door before stepping into the spacious bathroom, where she turned on the shower, letting the warm water cascade from the shower head, washing away her fatigue. After her refreshing bath, she donned a new set of light clothing, feeling rejuvenated. Wang Yu utilized the system to materialize outfits identical to what they were wearing. Unfortunately, he had no models of other clothing styles. All cleaned up? Let us gather in the second RV. Wang Yu pressed the intercom button on the wall of the RV and announced. The three RVs were equipped with an internal calling system, eliminating the need for walkie-talkies. Communication with the outside world was the only instance requiring them. Understood, the other two replied. Wang Yu conjured some dishes and carried them towards the second RV. Upon arrival, Lin Yin and Jun Jun were already present. Wang Yu shivered slightly and remarked, "It's quite cold. We should consider some windproof and cold-resistant materials at the junction of the RVs. Those old buses with that accordion-style rubber connector in the middle could be useful here." Fang Yu gestured animatedly. Wang Yu nodded slightly. "That is indeed worth considering. Let us eat first." Fang Yu opened the various dishes Wang Yu had brought and arranged them on the round table. Dompa pork, Westlake vinegar fish, plunging shrimp, and beggar's chicken. Seeing such a delectable spread, Fang Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. Clearly, these were all local delicacies from Muchuan City. "Let us dig in," Wang Yu urged. "Later, I will set aside some rice, flour, cooking oil, vegetables, and fruits for you to organize yourself." "All right, thank you, boss." Fang Yu nodded eagerly. "Lin, do you want to store some in your fridge?" Wang Yu casually inquired. Lin Yin immediately shook his head. "Better not. It might spoil over there." "That is fine. Just take whatever you want from my fridge," Wang Yu replied. "Okay," Lin Yin affirmed, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Will keeping the air conditioning running continuously in these RVs cause any issues?" Even if Wang Yu has plenty of gasoline and diesel, those generators and air conditioners can't run indefinitely without risking damage. If they break down, it would be troublesome, and we would have to wear winter clothes inside the RVs. Wang Yu smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, each RV is equipped with two power and heating systems that operate alternately." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin was somewhat astonished. "2 sets? Then there's no problem." Fang Yu took a bite of her rice, then pointed to the enormous window beside the dining table, asking, "Should we install curtains?" Wang Yu responded with a smile. "Did you notice the interior of the house when you were outside?" Fang Yu paused momentarily. Lin Yin explained from the side, "This is one-way glass. It should be able to withstand the external cold temperatures, right?" He glanced at Wang Yu uncertainly, who nodded slightly. "To be precise, this is reinforced, explosion-proof one-way glass. As long as it's not directly hit by an anti-tank missile, there shouldn't be any issues." Upon hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Fang Yu appeared unfazed, while Lin Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. The ability to withstand an anti-tank missile was far beyond mere bulletproof glass. There likely wasn't any glass on Blue Star capable of such resilience. Anti-tank missiles were primarily designed to target lightly armored vehicles and possessed armor-piercing capabilities. Ordinary glass would be utterly ineffective against them. Yet Wang Yu claimed that the glass in this RV could withstand such firepower, which was simply incredible. Despite feeling somewhat incredulous, Lin Yin still believed Wang Yu's words. The extraordinary capabilities of Wang Yu and his companions had thoroughly captivated him. The water in our RV shouldn't freeze, right? Fang Yu still expressed concern. Wang Yu replied with a smile. No, the supply of water and electricity in the RV will remain uninterrupted. Though it may consume some fuel, Wang Yu added silently in his mind, realizing he needed to continue researching to develop more efficient generators. After finishing lunch, Wang Yu instructed, Fang Yu, please tidy up here. Lin, come with me to the first RV. We are about to set off. Brother, can I stay with sister? Jun suddenly asked. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but smiled and replied, of course, with 3 RVs. You can choose whichever you like. Thank you, brother. Jun replied joyfully, then turned to Fang Yu and asked, Sister, can I stay with you? Absolutely. Our little princess is most welcome to stay with me. Fang Yu beamed, cradling Jun's little face. Now, could you help tidy up the dining table? Jun nodded earnestly. Wang Yu and Lin Yan exchanged greetings before heading towards the first RV. In truth, Wang Yu had intended for Jun to stay with Fang Yu, as he was not adept at taking care of young children. Moreover, Jun being a little girl made it easier for Fang Yu to look after her, putting Lin Yan's mind at ease as well. Upon entering the first RV, Lin Yan inquired, where are we headed? We'll exit the basement and head east first. Wang Yu pondered briefly before responding, my brother lives on the eastern side of Muchuan City, and I suspect all the road signs have frozen over, so we'll have to rely on our instincts. We can connect the phone to the satellite. Perhaps the navigation will still work. Lin Yan suddenly suggested. Wang Yu was momentarily surprised. My phone won't work. Can yours? Lin Yan nodded and produced his phone. Previously, Lin Yan had been unaware that Wang Yu intended to venture out to find someone, so he hadn't considered using his phone to connect to the satellite. Even if they managed to connect, it would be of little use since the satellite communication systems of the carriers had already collapsed, and any messages sent would likely go unreceived. Unless both connected to the satellite, they would have a chance to exchange information. Even so, it seemed futile. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Who would come to their rescue? Besides, Lin Yan and the others were well taken care of by Wang Yu, negating the need for a rescue call. While many ground infrastructures had been damaged by the frost, the satellites above remained unaffected. As the temperature in space was inherently low, and satellites were designed to operate in such frigid vacuum conditions, if they could connect to a satellite and use offline maps, navigation would still be feasible. Wang Yu took Lin Yan's phone, fiddled with it, and immediately initiated a scan. The scan completed, and the satellite mobile terminal was successfully modeled. Truly advanced. Wang Yu sighed inwardly. His phone indicated a mobile communication terminal during modeling, whereas Lin Yan's was a satellite mobile terminal. Wang Yu returned Lin Yan's phone and said, then let us follow the navigation. Lin Yan nodded and promptly started the RV, contrary to the expected roaring sound. Only a gentle hum emitted. He was somewhat anxious about whether the vehicle could effectively pull the 3 connected sections. However, Lin Yan soon realized his concerns were unwarranted. The RV glided effortlessly along the path Wang Yu had previously cleared. Once above ground, he briefly oriented himself before continuing eastward. The city was now a wasteland, devoid of recognizable roads. Relying solely on the navigation for guidance, we've reached the surface. The ground is uneven. So both of you, fasten your seatbelts, Wang Yu reminded Fang Yu. All right, Fang Yu replied promptly, immediately securing Jun's seatbelt. This moment, the floodlights outside the RV were activated, illuminating the situation on either side. They beheld ruins and debris, enveloped in darkness and silence, devoid of any signs of life. It felt as if the entire world, apart from their RV, had ceased to exist. Wang Yu glanced at the outdoor temperature, -92. It had dropped further compared to previous days. He hoped the temperature would soon return to normal. With a sigh, Wang Yu instructed Lin Yan, full speed ahead. I'm going to rest for a bit. Call me if anything comes up. Understood, boss. Lin Yan responded affirmatively. Subsequently, he endeavored to navigate the smoother stretches of road, hoping that the boss would find a more restful slumber. The ground temperature was perilously low, with buildings shattered by the frost and supplies buried beneath the rubble, compounded by the falling snow, rendering any search for resources futile. The journey taken by Wang Yu and his companions was fraught yet tranquil, until they finally reached the vicinity of Duan Nan's villa around 7 o'clock in the evening. As they drew closer to Duan Nan, Wang Yu began to feel a sense of trepidation. Boss, which villa are we heading to? Lin Yan inquired. Number 88. Wang Yu replied in a low voice. Upon entering the villa district, Lin Yin observed that every structure had succumbed to collapse, with no exceptions. In the face of such a calamity, all edifices bore the same tragic fate. Boss, according to the offline map, this should be Villa 88. Lin Yin halted before a stretch of ruins, gesturing towards the debris before them. Wang Yu furrowed his brow as he surveyed the remnants of the once-standing house. Park the vehicle properly. Let us descend and investigate, he commanded. Lin Yin hesitated momentarily before suggesting, Boss, allow me to scout the area first before you join me. Wang Yu shook his head slightly. Let us descend together. With that, he donned his cold weather gear and instructed Fang Yu. We shall go down for a brief exploration. You all remain in the vehicle. No matter who approaches, do not open the door. Understood? Understood, Fang Yu replied. Wang Yu stepped down from the RV first, making his way towards the ruins. Boss, the ground is strewn with debris. Perhaps we should enter through the underground parking garage. Lin Yin followed suit, frowning at the sight of the devastation. Wang Yu shook his head, kicking aside the accumulated snow to reveal his fingers, which he then pressed against the exposed rubble, estimating its depth, and issuing a scanning command. Scan a cylindrical area with a 2-meter diameter and 3 meters in depth. Upon completion of the scan, the modeling of the reinforced concrete debris was successful. Immediately after, Wang Yu conjured the cylindrical structure into existence beside his other hand. The mass he materialized tumbled to the ground, disintegrating into a cloud of powder. Before him, a cylindrical passageway began to extend downwards. The snow that had not been thoroughly cleared cascaded down into the opening, where a faint glimmer of light flickered within. Clang, crash. Just as this passage had been created, both Wang Yu and Lin Yin heard what sounded like a security door being forcefully breached. Ha! Did you truly believe that a security door could withstand us? How naive, one of the assailants exclaimed. What are you doing? Why are you vandalizing my home? I heard you acquired a substantial amount of supplies before the calamity struck. Hand them over, and perhaps I might spare your lives. You are breaking the law. Breaking the law? The nation no longer exists. What law remains? Stop wasting breath and attack. Hearing this exchange, Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement upon recognizing Duan Nan's voice. Without hesitation, he leapt down. Lin Yin followed suit without a moment's pause. Thud. Wang Yu landed squarely atop a cardboard box, instinctively steadying Lin Yin, who staggered after him. Their descent drew the attention of those besieging Duan Nan, who immediately turned to look in their direction. Duan Nan found himself cornered, and upon witnessing two figures clad in what resembled space suits descend from above, his heart plummeted. The basement's security door had been smashed open, and now intruders were emerging into his home-s cellar. It seemed his earlier acquisition of supplies had drawn unwanted attention. I care not who you are. Leave at once. This place is mine. One of the assailants stepped forward, speaking haughtily to Wang Yu and Lin Yin. Your words hold no weight, fat man. All that lies here belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Wang Yu replied with a smile. Despair had already gripped Duan Nan, but upon hearing these words, his eyes brightened with astonishment as he asked, Boss, is that truly you? Wang Yu, clad in his all-in-one cold-weather suit, spoke with a voice that was somewhat muffled, prompting Duan Nan to seek confirmation once more. You ungrateful wretch. You cannot even recognize your own leader's voice? Wang Yu chided playfully. Realizing the connection, the assailants understood that the newcomers were allies of Duan Nan. Even if you are allies, what can you do? There are so many of us. Do you truly think we fear the two of you? One of them sneered. 6 of you, take them down. Instantly, 6 individuals rushed forward. Boss, run. There are too many of them, Duan Nan shouted. Wang Yu disregarded Duan Nan's warning and instructed Lin Yin. Use your weapon. Eliminate them all. Leave no survivors. Understood, boss, Lin Yin affirmed, retrieving an assault rifle from behind him. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 6 assailants charging forward were immediately felled to the ground. Their assault halted in shock by the gunfire, causing them to retreat several paces. They have guns. Run. However, it was too late. Lin Yin activated semi-automatic mode, picking them off one by one. Only after the last adversary lay defeated did Duan Nan finally process the scene before him, uncertainly asking Wang Yu and Lin Yin, You truly are the boss? Should I reveal the name of the artistic film you and I enjoyed together? Wang Yu teased in response. No need for that, Duan Nan exclaimed. But how do you possess a firearm? That is a tale for another time. Where are your parents? Wang Yu glanced around. Noticing the absence of Duan Nan's mother and father, my father was injured and is in another room. Duan Nan's expression darkened, uncertain if his father would survive. Come, lead me to him. Wang Yu spoke gravely. How could your father be injured? Duan Nan explained. About 5 days ago, when my father went to retrieve supplies, the house collapsed due to the frost, injuring his leg. He has lost a considerable amount of blood and has been in and out of consciousness. As they spoke, Duan Nan guided them to a door. Gently, he opened it, revealing only a dim yellow light within. Who is it? Mei's voice trembled with alarm, clearly aware that someone had broken into their home. Mom, it's me. Duan Nan quickly responded. Wang Yu is here. What? Wang Yu is here. How did he come? Mei seemed taken aback. Auntie, now is not the time for discussion. We must first check on Uncle's condition. Wang Yu stepped forward assertively. Hearing their conversation, Duan Haochuan weakly spoke up. Wang Yu, you have come. Wang Yu swiftly approached the bedside and replied, Uncle Duan, I have arrived. Good. It's wonderful to see you. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you would achieve great things. To have made it here under such extreme conditions speaks volumes of your bond. Thus I have a humble request. Duan Haochuan seemed to be struggling for breath. What is it, Uncle? Wang Yu nodded slightly. I hope you can look after Nanner and his mother, ensuring their survival. It appeared that Duan Haochuan sensed his time was short and wished to entrust his family to Wang Yu. Wang Yu gently shook his head. Realizing Wang Yu's refusal, Duan Haochuan sighed, understanding that it was a tall order. After all, it was a miracle to care for oneself in such dire straits. How could one extend their concern to others? They still need you to guide them. Wang Yu's words momentarily stunned Duan Haochuan, that he weakly shook his head. Alas, I too wish to see them survive. Then strive to survive. You must not lose hope. As Wang Yu spoke, he retrieved 2 sets of cold weather gear from his pack, handing them to Duan Nan, instructing, you and your mother each take a set and quickly change into them. Ensure Uncle is kept warm. We must venture out. Duan Haochuan, hindered by his injuries, could not don the cold weather gear and instead wrapped himself in several blankets. Duan Nan hesitated. Venture out? The hospital must be overwhelmed by now. There are no facilities here to treat Uncle. We must take him to my place. Wang Yu explained. Let us not waste time. We must move. Duan Nan paused momentarily, then promptly donned the cold weather gear. The instant he was dressed, he was astonished to find that he felt no cold at all. Boss, this cold weather gear is remarkably warm. As Duan Nan tenderly covered his father with a quilt, he curiously inquired, since it is called a warming garment, can it not be warm? Wang Yu chuckled in response. Are you ready? Duan Nan nodded, while Mei, who had also donned the warming attire, expressed her astonishment. However, her thoughts were consumed by Duan Haochuan's injuries, leaving her little room for wonder about the garment she wore. At some point, Wang Yu had moved a wooden board to the side. Everyone, be careful and move Uncle Duan onto the board. Wang Yu called out. Duan Nan immediately stepped forward, wrapping his father in the quilt and carefully lifting him onto the board. While Wang Yu secured him with a few bandages. Auntie, please watch from the side. Duan Nan and I will lift Uncle up. Wang Yu continued. Mei nodded in agreement. Together, Wang Yu and Duan Nan hoisted Duan Haochuan towards the exit. Fortunately, Duan Nan had purchased ample supplies, and cardboard boxes were piled up at the opening Wang Yu had just created. They climbed onto the boxes and reached the gap. You hold on first. I'll go up, and then I will pull you up, Wang Yu said in a firm tone. Perhaps I should go first. Can you manage to pull me? Duan Nan expressed concern about Wang Yu's strength. Trust me, Wang Yu replied, swiftly climbing out. Once on the surface, he immediately instructed through the intercom. Fang Yu, have Junjun play in the first carriage while you tidy up the second. We have an injured person coming up who needs your assistance. Understood, boss, Fang Yu acknowledged. After briefing Fang Yu, Wang Yu tossed down a rope for Duan Nan to secure the wooden board. Duan Nan quickly tied it as instructed. Boss, it's done. In the next moment, the board was effortlessly lifted. Duan Nan was again taken aback. When did the boss become so strong? Soon, the rope descended once more. You are tied to it. I'll pull you out. Wang Yu's voice resonated from above. All right. Duan Nan promptly secured the rope around his mother's waist. With this arrangement, Wang Yu easily pulled them all out. Upon emerging, the Duan family shivered. The outside temperature was still far too low. Let us get into the vehicle. Wang Yu motioned for Duan Nan to lift Duan Haochuan. Duan Nan hesitated briefly, replying, the brother who came with you is still below. Let him stay down to watch the supplies. I will pull him up shortly, Wang Yu replied. Duan Nan nodded and lifted his father, asking, where are we going? Wang Yu shone his flashlight ahead, revealing a train with 3 carriages, but astonishingly, the wheels were tracks. Arriving at the second carriage, Wang Yu immediately instructed via the intercom, Feng Yu, open the door. Okay. Feng Yu swiftly opened the door of the RV. The bright lights inside momentarily blinded the Duan family. Previously, they had to rely on small lamps for illumination in the basement to conserve power. They then noticed the steam rising. It was evident that the temperature inside the vehicle was significantly warmer than outside. Stop dawdling. Let us hurry inside, Wang Yu urged as the two adjusted to the light. Oh, right, Duan Nan quickly responded, following his father into the RV. Once everyone was inside, the door was shut. Wang Yu promptly shed his warming garment and pulled off all the quilts from Duan Haochuan. Inquiring, where is uncle injured? Seeing Wang Yu in only a single layer, Duan Nan and Yin Mei were momentarily taken aback, then quickly pointed out Duan Haochuan's wounds. Feng Yu immediately stepped forward to examine him. There's some inflammation. The wound needs proper cleaning. Moreover, the issue of blood loss is urgent. I need blood of the same type. At this moment, Duan Nan had already removed his warming attire, rolling up his sleeves and declaring, my blood type is the same as my dad's. I'll donate. Lying on the sofa, Duan Haochuan immediately shook his head. No need. You still need to take care of your mother. Ignoring Duan Haochuan's words, Wang Yu directly commanded Feng Yu, collect uncle's blood immediately. Everyone was taken aback. Duan Haochuan had already lost too much blood. Taking more from him would surely be detrimental. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Wang Yu clarified, just a milliliter will suffice. Hearing this, though still unsure of Wang Yu's intentions, Duan Nan and Yin Mei felt a slight relief, as the required amount of blood was minimal. Feng Yu seemed to have an epiphany and nodded. The large pharmacy she had previously worked at had sterilized sampling bags, as well as needles and syringes. Originally, she hadn't planned to bring these items, but Wang Yu had insisted that they must take one of everything. Hence, she had brought those supplies, unexpectedly finding them useful now. She drew a small amount of Duan Haochuan's blood into the sampling bag. Wang Yu took the bag, walked into a nearby bedroom, disinfected his hands, and then touched Duan Haochuan's blood, scanning and modeling it. What type of blood is most suitable for transfusion into a patient who has lost a significant amount of blood? The answer was his own blood. Utilizing the system's modeling capability, he was able to materialize Duan Haochuan's own blood, eliminating any concerns regarding blood type compatibility. Contemplating this, he materialized 3 large bags of blood. It was not his intention to conceal this ability from Duan Nan and his family. Rather, the process of materializing blood appeared somewhat gruesome, prompting him to retreat to the bedroom for the task. Wang Yu felt no need to hide his abilities from the Duan family, as they would undoubtedly discover them eventually. After all, with limited supplies in the RV, once he could produce resources indefinitely, they would inevitably notice the anomaly. Upon completing the materialization, Wang Yu retrieved the 3 bags of blood, along with the infusion tubing and needles, and handed them to Feng Yu. Prepare to transfuse uncle, Wang Yu instructed. The others were momentarily taken aback. Duan Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. But it seems you only drew a tiny bit of blood? Do you trust me, fatty? Wang Yu asked again. Without hesitation, Duan Nan nodded. I do. If it weren't for you, our family might have perished long ago. If Wang Yu hadn't warned him to prepare supplies in advance, they wouldn't have had such a substantial stockpile. After all, wealthy people typically buy fresh goods and do not stockpile too much food and daily necessities. Then let us proceed swiftly. Start the transfusion. Wang Yu smiled. Feng Yu promptly began the transfusion for Duan Haochuan, while also administering a bottle of saline and glucose. Wang Yu donned his warming attire again, saying, you all rest here. I will go retrieve your supplies. Upon hearing Wang Yu's intention to fetch the supplies, Duan Nan immediately stood up. I'll go too. Let him accompany you. I'll keep watch here. Yin Mei interjected. What? Are you afraid I will steal your supplies? Wang Yu chuckled. You should rest here. Once uncle recovers, you can assist. Duan Nan paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. Wang Yu exited the vehicle again, calling Lin Yan, who was still in the basement, to help move the supplies. To facilitate the transport of the goods, Wang Yu utilized the system, first scanning and modeling a staircase, then materializing it outside. The remaining pieces formed just another staircase. The The two worked swiftly to transfer all the supplies from the basement. However, Duan Nin had purchased an excessive amount of supplies, and the third carriage could not accommodate everything. So they had to cram some into the first carriage, looking at the RV once again filled to the brim. Wang Yu felt somewhat helpless. He would need to gather materials to materialize another carriage. Given Wang Yu's current capacity for mental energy, he was not yet able to create a carriage out of thin air. He needed to collect some materials first. The last time he materialized a carriage, it nearly depleted his mental energy, even with the presence of raw materials. Thus, he knew he needed to gather raw materials to create an additional carriage. After arranging the supplies, Wang Yu moved from the first carriage to the second. As he entered, Fang Yu gestured for him to be quiet. It turned out that Duan Nan and Yin Mei had fallen asleep beside the sofa. "How is Uncle?" Wang Yu whispered. Fang Yu motioned for him to enter the bedroom, and once inside, she spoke. "He is much better now. His previously pale face has regained some color, and his breathing has stabilized significantly." "That's good." Wang Yu nodded, surprised by your adeptness at administering injections and 4 drips. "Of course. I am an exemplary student at the medical school," Fang Yu replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "Then why haven't you joined a hospital?" Wang Yu inquired. His curiosity piqued. "I offended someone and lacked the necessary connections. Now, I can only sell medications at a large pharmacy," Fang Yu admitted, a touch of resignation in her tone. "No worries. Within our convoy, you can fully showcase your talents. No one will dare to undermine you again," Wang Yu continued. Fang Yu nodded in agreement. It seemed that Fatty and his mother had been anxiously worrying these days. Undoubtedly not getting adequate rest, Wang Yu remarked with a sense of sympathy. Indeed, if it weren't for Uncle Duan's improving condition, they might still be holding on by a thread without sleep. Fang Yu mused. "Let them rest well. Dim the lights," Wang Yu instructed. "We are uncertain about Uncle Duan's blood loss. Let us first administer a bag of blood to assess the situation. If he shows improvement, perhaps not all of it needs to be transfused." "I understand," Fang Yu nodded. Wang Yu slapped his forehead. "You are the professional. I, an outsider, shall refrain from giving unwarranted directives." Fang Yu stifled a laugh. "If you're bored here, go to the first carriage. Each RV's living room is equipped with cameras, so you can monitor his transfusion there," Wang Yu said as he prepared to leave. "All right," Fang Yu replied. "I'll go with you." The two donned their winter attire and stealthily made their way from the second carriage to the first. Upon entering the first carriage, Fang Yu was taken aback to find it piled high with supplies. "Did Uncle Duan's family prepare all these provisions?" she asked. Astonished, "I informed Duan Nan in advance. He purchased them," Wang Yu clarified succinctly. Fang Yu was momentarily stunned again. "You told Duan Nan in advance, and he believed you?" Wang Yu nodded. "Not only did he believe me, but he also transferred 200,000 for me to procure supplies." Fang Yu exclaimed in surprise. "No wonder you sought him out. You both completely trust each other." "Indeed," Wang Yu responded, glancing at Lin Yin and the others. "In fact, we can also trust each other wholeheartedly." Lin Yin and Fang Yu nodded in unison, and even Jun, who was nearby, nodded in understanding. "Everyone has worked hard. Let us take a moment to rest, as we may need to squeeze in a bit later." Wang Yu continued. "Boss, it's really not cramped at all. That we can allocate the third carriage to Uncle Duan's family, and I can manage in the driver's cabin without any changes." Lin Yin chuckled. "Exactly. The RV's environment is so pleasant that even sleeping on the floor would be tolerable." Fang Yu chimed in. Jun immediately added, "I can sleep on the sofa. It's very soft and comfortable." Wang Yu paused, then gently pinched Jun's cheek, saying, "You don't need to sleep on the sofa. You can share the bedroom in the second carriage with your sister. Lin Gu can manage on the sofa in the first carriage for now." "All right, I have no objections," Lin Yin agreed. "Rest assured, this situation will not last long. Once we gather sufficient materials, I will arrange for another carriage." Wang Yu smiled. Lin Yin furrowed his brow slightly. "Will there be too many carriages, leading to inefficiency?" "No worries. If conditions allow for a better life for everyone, there's no need to suffer unnecessarily," Wang Yu replied, shaking his head. "Even in the event of an attack, we can simply abandon the carriages at the back if necessary." After a brief pause, Wang Yu continued, "Moreover, considering the defensive capabilities of our carriages, aside from official teams, it would be challenging for other survivor groups to inflict harm upon us." Lin Yin nodded slightly. As the group engaged in casual conversation, time flowed slowly. Duan Haochuan completed his blood transfusion, and Fang Yu conducted an examination, deciding against further transfusions for the moment. Wang Yu and the others quickly resolved their dinner before retiring for the night. The extreme cold assault rifle had been successfully researched, and Wang Yu initiated the study of other extreme cold weapons, aiming to refine all the weaponry at his disposal for more convenient usage without the need for winter attire. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Duan Nan awoke with a start, evidently having experienced a nightmare. In his dream, a vicious group of survivors stormed their basement, brutally murdering his parents. His shout jolted everyone in the second carriage awake. As Inmei stirred, her first instinct was to glance at Duan Haochuan. Duan Haochuan had also been startled awake by Duan Nan's scream. He felt significantly better, devoid of the near-death sensation he had previously experienced. I cannot believe I have survived, Duan Haochuan thought. Incredulous, Fang Yu adjusted the lighting slightly brighter as she emerged from the bedroom. Good morning, Uncle Duan. How are you feeling now? Fang Yu greeted, taking his temperature with a forehead thermometer. Much improved, Duan Haochuan replied promptly. Thank you. No need for thanks. I am merely working for the boss. Fang Yu smiled gently, noting that his temperature was normal and any inflammation seemed to have subsided. Duan Nan had regained his composure from the nightmare, and seeing his father's improved condition filled him with immense joy that he hurriedly asked, Where's the boss? Upon hearing Duan Nan's inquiry, Fang Yu realized that he was referring to Wang Yu. The boss is in the first carriage, Fang Yu responded, then activated the intercom. Boss, Uncle Duan and the others are awake. All right, I'll be there shortly. Wang Yu's voice echoed through the intercom. Duan Nan curiously observed the intercom system. Wang Yu soon arrived from the first carriage. Boss, Duan Nan greeted eagerly. Wang Yu nodded and approached Duan Haochuan, inquiring, Uncle Duan, how do you feel? Much better, though still a bit weak, Duan Haochuan replied, clasping his hands gratefully. I cannot thank you enough. If there is anything you need us to do, please command us. Uncle, you flatter me. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively and turned to Fang Yu, asking, What foods are good for replenishing blood? Fang Yu promptly replied, In terms of medications, we have dextrin iron granules and ferrous gluconate syrup. For food, blackbone chicken, donkey hide gelatin, and red dates are excellent options. Other tonics such as red ginseng and ginseng can also be beneficial. Wang Yu directly accessed the system to search for relevant medication models, confirming the availability of the two medications, while the food options were limited to ready-made blackbone chicken soup and red dates. As for tonics, Wang Yu scanned and modeled several from the large pharmacy, all of which turned out to be starchy substances with little nutritional value, though they posed no risk of harm. We have those medications. Please confirm the dosages, Wang Yu instructed thoughtfully. Understood, boss. Fang Yu nodded in agreement. Wang Yu approached the dining table and, as if performing magic, produced an entire table filled with steaming hot food. Along with a selection of the two medications Fang Yu had just mentioned, seeing the abundance of medications, Fang Yu felt somewhat speechless. Boss, medication should be taken in moderation. This amount seems a bit wasteful. No worries, just manage the usage. Wang Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. Everyone, let us eat. Fang Yu was accustomed to this, while Duan Nan's family was utterly astonished, gazing at the freshly cooked, steaming buns and youtiao. Duan Nan widened his eyes. Boss, how did you manage this? This is why I was able to anticipate the arrival of the eternal night extreme cold. Wang Yu offered a simple explanation. Duan Nan wished to inquire further, but Inmei tugged at him, subtly shaking her head. Some matters, no matter how familiar, should not be probed too deeply. Duan Nan seemed to realize this, and halted his line of questioning. Producing these items does come at a cost for me. But sustaining our lives is certainly not a problem, and there is still plenty of surplus. Everyone can rest assured. Wang Yu continued. The group nodded in agreement. Let us eat. Feel free to choose what you like. IVE prepared blackbone chicken soup for Uncle Duan. Wang Yu called out once more, subsequently utilizing the RV's intercom system to notify Lin Yan, who was still in the first carriage. Fang Yu returned to the bedroom, dressed Jun, and led her outside. The Duan family had yet to meet Jun, as she had already been sent to the first carriage before their arrival. Now, with the sudden appearance of a charming little girl, Duan Nan was momentarily taken aback and immediately inquired, Boss, could this possibly be your? Don't be ridiculous. She is the daughter of a martyr and is quite obedient. Hence, I decided to keep her on the vehicle. Wang Yu retorted, rolling his eyes at that moment. Lin Yan limped into the scene. Now that everyone is present, allow me to formally introduce this gentleman. This is Lin Yan, a former soldier who was injured in battle and has honorably retired," Wang Yu proclaimed. Upon hearing that Lin Yin was once a soldier, the crowd's gaze turned to him with newfound respect. Lin Yin offered a salute and stated, "My current role is that of the boss's bodyguard. And this is Fang Yu, an outstanding student from the medical school, serving as our team's doctor." Wang Yu continued with the introductions. Fang Yu smiled and greeted Duan Nan and the others. "Duan Nan, why don't you introduce yourself?" Wang Yu suggested. Duan Nan nodded. "I am Duan Nan, a college classmate of the boss from the same dormitory. Our relationship is quite solid that my parents run a small business." "The Chuanmei Group is your family's enterprise, correct?" Fang Yu suddenly inquired. Duan Haochuan was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. "Indeed, it is our family's. That is certainly no small business," Fang Yu remarked, surprised, as it is a notable enterprise in Muquan City. Duan Haochuan shook his head helplessly. Regardless of the size of the business, all lives are equal now. Fang Yu was slightly taken aback before nodding. "Indeed, no amount of money can keep one warm." "That cannot be said. Having sufficient funds can indeed purchase numerous heating devices," Wang Yu responded with a smile. "But one must anticipate such weather in advance to prepare." Duan Haochuan shook his head. "All right, everyone, let us eat quickly. Otherwise, the food will get cold." Wang Yu called out again. Duan Nin immediately grabbed a small steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. That it was a bit too hot. Yet, he couldn't bear to spit it out, so he continued to blow on it. After a while, he could finally consume it, and he said with immense satisfaction, "It's been half a month since I've had a warm breakfast." Although they had ample supplies prepared, they had been consuming cold food to conserve electricity. Regardless of how well prepared they were, they dared not waste resources frivolously. No one could compare to Wang Yu, whose air conditioning hardly ceased after the natural disaster, and hot meals were never lacking. Even the official base could not achieve such a feat after enjoying a warm breakfast. The group felt invigorated. Only Duan Haochuan appeared somewhat fatigued that he needs more rest. "Recuperation is also a means of restoring vitality," Fang Yu remarked. "Then let us have Uncle Duan rest in the bedroom of the third carriage." Wang Yu nodded slightly and instructed. "Third carriage? How many carriages do we have in total?" Duan Nen asked with curiosity. They had not noticed the adjacent carriages when they lifted his father onto the vehicle. "We have 3 in total. Currently, the RV is quite stocked, taking up our living space that I plan to gather some raw materials to expand by adding another carriage," Wang Yu replied. "This space is sufficient for our living." Duan Nan was momentarily stunned. Such a quality living environment was already commendable. One could not be too demanding. Without conditions, one can endure hardship. With conditions, one should also enjoy comfort. Wang Yu responded with a smile. "Wait, did you just mention expanding?" Duan Nan suddenly widened his eyes. "Are you saying you can construct an additional carriage?" Wang Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed, but it requires a significant amount of raw materials." "Raw materials? Such as glass and steel?" Duan Nan inquired with curiosity. "Yes, or items containing those materials will suffice," Wang Yu replied. Duan Nan was once again taken aback. "What about the remnants of those vehicles that were frozen?" "That is indeed possible," Wang Yu nodded. "Then we are certainly not lacking in raw materials," Duan Nan exclaimed with excitement. "However, those raw materials must be gathered together," Wang Yu remarked, somewhat exasperated. "That's simple. I'll help you collect them." Duan Nan immediately volunteered. "Of course, what else would it be?" Wang Yu retorted. Duan Nan pouted. "I thought that with our relationship, I could get it for free. Turns out I was mistaken." As he spoke, he wiped away non-existent tears from his face. After his father had emerged from danger, Duan Nan returned to his cheerful self. "All right, let us hurry and assist Uncle over to rest," Wang Yu said, somewhat exasperated. Duan Nan nodded and went forward to support Duan Haochuan. "In fact, if we have ample food and heating supplies, we could easily enlist the help of other survivors," Duan Haochuan suddenly interjected. "Of course, this is contingent upon having a continuous supply of resources." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him. "Indeed, why should we do it ourselves? Uncle Duan has quite the idea. I am merely considering how to quickly gather sufficient resources from a commercial perspective." Duan Haochuan shook his head. "Regardless of the perspective, as long as it benefits our team's development, it is a good perspective," Wang Yu replied with a smile. "Uncle Duan, please rest well. Once you recover, we will need you to manage our team's business." Upon hearing this, Duan Haochuan's eyes lit up. "If you do not mind, I shall give it my all." "How could I possibly mind?" However, your current task is to rest well. Wang Yu chuckled as he produced a set of winter clothing. Put on this warm clothing before heading out. Duan Nan took the set of winter clothing and helped Duan Haochuan into it. Yin Mei and Duan Nan also donned their winter clothing before opening the door leading to the third carriage. Observing their actions, Wang Yu murmured, "It seems the connection points need to be addressed promptly. Otherwise, moving between the carriages is quite troublesome." Lin Yan beside him nodded. "Indeed, it is cumbersome. However, Uncle Duan's proposal is quite excellent. Only in this manner can we swiftly gather the necessary materials." "Exactly. We must hasten to discuss how to entice those survivors to come and work for us." Wang Yu agreed, nodding. Just as Wang Yu and the others were preparing to discuss, Duan Nan re-emerged from the third carriage. "Boss, my dad said that to get everyone to help us, we must first provide them with basic equipment. And the price for this equipment should not be set too high. Although it may result in a loss, it serves as an initial investment." Hearing Duan Nan's words, Wang Yu nodded slightly. Uncle Duan is indeed thoughtful. Basic equipment would consist of warm clothing and lighting devices. For warm clothing, we have winter garments. As for the lighting devices, we can utilize flashlights within the winter clothing. Lin Yin began to analyze. In other words, we need to sell our winter clothing at a very low price to build a good reputation, encouraging others to come and assist us. Wang Yu nodded slightly. "What do you all think is an appropriate price for a set of winter clothing?" "Currently, we need the most metal. How about 10 kilograms of various metals for one set?" Fang Yu suggested 10 kilograms is rather insufficient. There should be heaps of abandoned vehicles on the roads, although covered with snow. Excavating them is not difficult. We should raise the amount. Lin Yin gently shook his head. "Then let us set it at 25 kilograms, Duan Nan proposed, adding that each person would be limited to one set. If anyone wished to purchase a second set or more, it would require 50 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu nodded slightly. "The limit on purchases is a good approach. Then we shall go with 25 kilograms. Since Wang Yu had made the decision, the others naturally had no objections. "How shall we promote this next?" Lin Yin inquired. Duan Nin immediately responded. "Let us take a loudspeaker to the basement and call out. If there are survivors, they will surely hear us. To attract them, we could also distribute a free egg." Wang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us directly give out some warm breakfasts." "Wouldn't that be too much of a loss?" Duan Nan asked uncertainly. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "This amount of food is still manageable." Duan Nan became even more curious. "So, are we saying that we have an ample supply of food?" "Indeed, the issue of basic sustenance is certainly resolved. Now we must strive for a better quality of life." Wang Yu nodded in response. "Boss, you are truly remarkable," Duan Nan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "Let us seek some maintenance." Wang Yu rolled his eyes and said, "First, let us finalize our speech. We shall go out and make announcements shortly. I can handle that." Duan Nan immediately replied, "Good news, good news. A generous distribution of campervan benefits. Tomorrow morning, anyone who arrives at the campervan's location will receive a warm, complimentary breakfast. All you need to do is collect some metal to exchange for a set of thermal clothing. Banishing the fear of the bitter cold. Each person is limited to one set. This is a rare opportunity that should not be missed." Wang Yu looked at him in astonishment. "When did you learn all this?" "Supermarket promotions are always announced this way," Duan Nan shrugged. "All right then, the task of announcing will be entrusted to you." Wang Yu nodded. "Lin Gu, you accompany him to ensure his safety." "Yes, boss," Lin Yin responded solemnly. "Fang Yu, I will prepare some breakfasts and thermos containers. I need your assistance in packaging." Wang Yu continued to instruct. "Of course, boss." Fang Yu replied, "That I can help too." Jun immediately raised her hand. Wang Yu smiled slightly and nodded. Naturally, Jun is quite the capable worker. After assigning the tasks, Duan Nin directly inquired, "Boss, do we have a loudspeaker?" Wang Yu shook his head. Who would prepare such a thing in a post-apocalyptic world? "Can't you transform something?" Duan Nin asked, somewhat puzzled that I cannot create items out of thin air. "I need at least a template." Wang Yu replied helplessly, "The things I can create now are partially due to your contributions. If it weren't for the 200,000 you transferred to me, I might not have been able to gather so many templates." Duan Nan was momentarily taken aback, then appeared contemplative. "If that's the case, shouldn't we acquire some templates that you don't possess?" he asked uncertainly. Wang Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is necessary. It seems the survivors still have some items they are willing to trade." Duan Nan stroked his chin in thought. The current dilemma is how to persuade those survivors to part with their resources. Only when they do so can the boss ascertain what he possesses. Lin Yin frowned slightly. After a moment's reflection, Duan Nan proposed, "We need to attract those survivors to the vicinity of the camper van first." Wang Yu agreed, nodding. "Exactly. Once they experience the benefits, they will naturally be inclined to continue trading with us. In that case, let us commence." Duan Nan immediately stood up, turning to Lin Yin. "Lin Go, we shall set off now. Shouldn't we find a loudspeaker first?" Lin Yin asked, furrowing his brow. Duan Nan replied with a smile. "Since they're ISNT1, I'll use my own voice." Lin Yin was momentarily stunned, then nodded. "All right, let us go." The two donned their thermal clothing, preparing to head out when Wang Yu called them back. Duan Nan and Lin Yin looked at him in confusion. Wang Yu conjured 2 assault rifles, handing them over. "Boss, I already have an assault rifle." Lin Yin raised the one wrapped in his thermal clothing. "This is the newly developed extreme cold assault rifle. It can function normally without being wrapped," Wang Yu explained with a smile. Lin Yin's eyes widened. "Is that true? If it doesn't need to be wrapped? It would be much more convenient to use. Of course. I'm giving these to you. It's perfect for testing." Wang Yu nodded with a smile. Lin Yin then accepted the assault rifle, returning the previous one to Wang Yu. Duan Nan took the assault rifle, his excitement palpable. Boys have an innate fascination with firearms. Don't get overly excited. Once we're out, you must heed Lin Gu's commands, Wang Yu promptly reminded. "Rest assured, boss, I can discern the urgency of the situation." Duan Nan swiftly nodded in agreement. "Well, the weapon in your hands is merely for intimidation. If a real attack is needed, leave it to Lin Gu." Wang Yu continued, "When you have some free time, you can practice shooting. There are plenty of bullets." "Really?" Duan Nan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Certainly. If you don't believe me, ask Fang Yu how many bullets she has shot." Wang Yu replied. Fang Yu immediately chimed in. "I can't even count how many bullets I practiced with. The boss always provides ample ammunition." "All right, then I need to hurry back to practice shooting." Duan Nan promptly opened the door and stepped outside. Lin Yin hurriedly followed. Seeing Duan Nan leaving in such a rush, Wang Yu shook his head helplessly. Even after graduating from university, he still possesses such a fiery temperament, lacking any semblance of composure. Soon, Duan Nan and Lin Yin arrived at the entrance of the basement, where they found the entrance equipped with a rolling shutter door, now ajar, allowing just enough room for one person to enter. Perhaps it was due to the rolling shutter that the basement's temperature was not as harsh. Lin Yin switched on his flashlight, grasping the assault rifle cautiously as he ventured into the basement. Once he confirmed everything was safe, he gestured for Duan Nan to enter. Upon entering, Duan Nan immediately began to shout at the top of his lungs. "Good news! Good news!" A strong aroma of grand opening promotions permeated the entire basement. The survivors huddled in the basement, struggling to endure, were taken aback by this announcement. "What? Free warm breakfast. Food is extremely precious now. How could it be free? Something must be afoot. Are they trying to lure us to the camper van? And then what? What significance would it hold to draw us over? Surely it's not for our flesh." Now that you mention it, that does seem plausible. Conversations of this nature echoed throughout the various basements. Some survivors chose to remain hidden in the safety of the basement, deeming the outside too perilous. However, a portion of them decided to take a chance, as their food supplies had nearly run out. There was nothing worse than starving to death. These survivors donned several layers of down jackets, carefully venturing outside. Although they wouldn't receive the free breakfast until tomorrow morning, their curiosity compelled them to assess the situation ahead of time. Before long, they reached the surface, stealthily positioning themselves about 100 meters from the camper van, observing from a distance to align with Duan Nan's announcements. Wang Yu had illuminated the various lights on the vehicle, casting brightness around the camper van. Naturally, the survivors could also see the uniquely designed extreme cold tracked camper van. Though they were unfamiliar with one another, they began to whisper among themselves. "This vehicle can actually operate under such conditions. Aren't they afraid of wasting electricity with all those lights? Do you think that announcement was genuine? Who knows? Let us wait and see." At this moment, Duan Nan had shouted until his throat was dry, his voice slightly hoarse. Fortunately, he had completed the announcement throughout the entire basement. The entire process went smoothly, and they encountered no one attempting to rob them. Perhaps there were survivors who considered it. But upon seeing the assault rifles in their hands, they promptly abandoned the idea that on their return, Duan Nan and Lin Yin spotted the survivors observing the camper van from afar. They paid no mind to them and headed straight into the camper van. When the door opened, a rush of warm air escaped, accompanied by a cloud of steam. It must be incredibly warm inside the camper van. Indeed, I wish I could reside in that camper van. It appears this team possesses formidable strength. I genuinely believe we should give it a try tomorrow morning. Absolutely, we must give it a try. My food supplies have been depleted. Yes, let us return tomorrow morning to see. The survivors departed, and despite their heavy layers, they still felt the biting cold. Upon returning to the camper van, Duan Nan removed his thermal clothing and gulped down 3 cups of warm water before finally pausing. Wang Yu, observing his actions, promptly retrieved a box of throat lozenges and handed them over. You've worked hard. Soothe your throat. Duan Nan was not being polite. He took the food, tore off a piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. It would be ideal to find one of those small speakers that could play recordings on a loop. Otherwise, it would be too taxing on the throat. Duan Nan said hoarsely. Wang Yu felt somewhat helpless. That depends on whether the survivors here have such a device. We'll see what we need to do next, Duan Nan inquired. Are we going out to gather supplies? No need. Everyone should take a break. Wang Yu shook his head and continued. This afternoon, we should arrange the site a bit. We can't have everyone rushing to the RV to exchange items. Very well, then I shall return to check on my father, Duan Nan replied, and then made his way to compartment 3. In the bedroom of compartment 3, Duan Haochuan lay on the bed while Yinmei sat beside him. It is simply astonishing. I never imagined Wang Yu would possess such a luxurious RV, Yinmei remarked, gazing at the compact yet well-equipped bedroom with a sense of wonder. Duan Haochuan nodded in agreement. This indicates our son has a discerning eye. Thankfully, you both trusted Wang Yu's prior warnings. Yinmei shook her head. I was merely taking a gamble. I never expected Wang Yu to have such extraordinary abilities. His ability to conjure items from thin air is truly astonishing. Duan Haochuan expressed his amazement as well. At that moment, a knock sounded at the bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Yinmei promptly rose to open the door, revealing Duan Nan standing outside. Mom, how is Dad doing now? His voice remained hoarse. What happened to your throat? Yinmei asked, somewhat startled. I just had to serve as a human loudspeaker for a while, and I may have overdone it. Duan Nan chuckled in response. Yinmei paused, then quickly realized what he had just done and replied. You could have spoken more softly. The basement is spacious, and your voice would still carry. I sentied a concern that the announcement might not be effective. Duan Nan retorted, then entered the bedroom to look at Duan Haochuan. Dad, how are you feeling? Duan Haochuan responded. I feel excellent. I believe I can get out of bed and work right now. Perhaps it's better to take some time to recuperate. Duan Nan shook his head, as there was currently no work to do, just waiting for other survivors to arrive. Duan Haochuan nodded. Indeed. The supplies Wang Yu has are unique. Such a monopoly makes for an easy business. With clients coming to us, I'll tidy up the sofa. Otherwise, I'll be sleeping on the floor tonight. Satisfied that his father was in good condition, Duan Nan stepped outside. Previously, due to the accumulation of supplies, compartment 3 had been nearly devoid of space. Thus, Duan Nan needed to organize a spot for himself. I'll help you. Yinmei followed him out. No need. I can manage on my own. Duan Nan gently pushed Yinmei back into the bedroom. Just take good care of Dad. Before long, noon arrived. And Fang Yu brought over lunch to at the same time. She checked on Duan Haochuan's condition once more. He's recovering well. In another couple of days, he should be able to get out of bed. Fang Yu nodded slightly. It shouldn't take 2 days. I feel quite well. Duan Haochuan shook his head. The boss doesn't need to worry about my meals any longer. Duan Haochuan felt it was somewhat inappropriate to call Wang Yu by name directly. So he joined Lin Yin and Fang Yu in referring to Wang Yu as the boss. Fang Yu smiled and shook her head. Your feelings aren't reliable. Follow the doctor's orders. Exactly, Dad. You should listen to the doctor. Duan Nan immediately chimed in. Duan Haochuan nodded in resignation. Duan Nan opened his lunchbox, which contained a serving of potato and beef stew over rice. The boss truly understands me. Knowing that potato and beef are my favorites, Duan Nan exclaimed joyfully. You all enjoy your meal. After eating, please return the dishes to compartment 2, where there's a dishwasher, Fang Yu instructed. All right, Duan Nan responded promptly. After lunch, Duan Nan took his family's empty lunchboxes to compartment 2. Has lunch finished? Are we starting to work now? Duan Nan asked. observing Wang Yu, who was resting on the sofa that we just finished eating. Let us take a break for now. We'll start working at 2 in the afternoon. Wang Yu waved his hand in dismissal. Duan nodded. Perfect. I can take a short nap. Saying this, he sat beside Wang Yu, who promptly shoved him away. When was the last time you took a shower? Wang Yu asked with evident distaste. Duan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What time is it? Must we still be concerned about hygiene? Besides, it's far too cold to bathe with water. Each compartment has a bathroom where you can take a shower. Wang Yu retorted immediately. Go wash up. Really? That is fantastic. Duan exclaimed. I must inform my mother. She will be even more delighted. Wang Yu suddenly recalled something and said, bring one of each style of clothing from your family so I don't have to design them myself. Mainly, Lin Yin and Fang Yu didn't bring many clothes either. Duan paused slightly, then nodded. No problem. Saying this, he headed towards compartment 3 to inform his parents of Wang Yu's request. Let us take those new clothes we bought. The worn ones can be left behind. Duan Haochuan pondered before speaking. All right, I'll go gather them. Yinmei replied, opening their suitcase to begin organizing. They indeed had some unopened clothing, which Yinmei retrieved entirely. Before long, Duan returned to compartment 2, cradling a pile of new clothes. Wang Yu looked exasperated. Couldn't you have taken a shower first before bringing the clothes over? This shows my strong sense of execution. Duan replied with a laugh. You can take your time with those clothes. I'm off to shower. With that, he returned to compartment 3 and informed his mother. Yinmei, Mom, each compartment has a bathroom where you can bathe freely. Upon hearing this, Yinmei's eyes lit up. Before the calamity, she used to shower almost every day. However, after the disaster, she hadn't bathed for over half a month. This was a torment for someone as cleanliness-oriented as Yinmei. Mom, I'll go first. Duan grabbed his change of clothes and squeezed into the bathroom amidst the supplies. 3 minutes later, Duan emerged, freshly washed. Yinmei looked bemused. Your shower speed is astonishingly fast. Hee. I'm just being efficient with time and conserving water resources. Duan replied with a smile. However, considering that the leader is not able to provide resources indefinitely, the price should not be excessively low. Duan immediately expressed his opinion. Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing at all? Wang Yu rolled his eyes that I articulated my thoughts with utmost clarity. How can that be equated to saying nothing? Duan feigned grievance as he spoke that we need to discuss specific prices, such as for food, water, and warm clothing, and determine the selling prices. Wang Yu continued. Let us exchange 4 pounds of metal for 1 pound of rice, Lin Yin suggested, adding, this price does not have to be set in stone. We can adjust this exchange rate according to the market. As for water, I believe everyone should have enough. We can collect the snow from outside, melt it, and boil it for consumption, Fang Yu interjected. Indeed, however, boiling snow requires energy. Leader, can we manage the energy? Duan inquired. This shouldn't pose a significant issue. We have charcoal, alcohol, gasoline, diesel, and various batteries available, though the batteries are likely unusable at the moment and will require an upgrade. Wang Yu replied. Upgrade? You can actually upgrade items? Duan expressed his astonishment once again. If not, when has there ever been a vehicle in Muquan City capable of withstanding extreme cold like mine? Wang Yu retorted, Muquan City is inherently a southern city. It is indeed improbable to have such vehicles designed for extreme cold weather. Leader, I am thoroughly impressed. Duan gave a thumbs up. Wang Yu shook his head slightly and then furrowed his brow, stating, establishing an exchange rate is a monumental task. In fact, we do not need to present too many types of resources. We can start with 2 or 3 and gradually increase the variety later. Duan continued. That is a commendable idea. Wang Yu nodded slightly, deciding to offer 6 items: rice, chicken, greens, water, solid alcohol, and winter clothing. After much discussion, it was agreed that the price of rice and greens would be the same. With 4 pounds of metal exchanged for 1 pound, chicken would be priced at 8 pounds of metal for 1 pound. Solid alcohol would be 2 pounds of metal for 1 pound. Primarily to ensure survivors can cook their food. As for water, the majority of survivors likely wouldn't exchange for it, so we will set it as 1 pound of metal for 10 pounds of water. These are all trial prices. We shall observe the survivors' reactions before making adjustments. Once these matters were settled, Wang Yu stood up and took out a pre-drawn blueprint, stating, this afternoon's task is to install some fences according to this blueprint. The diagram showed that the fence would completely encircle the three sections of the vehicle, leaving a single entrance wide enough for one person. The fence consists of 5 layers, with the outermost layer approximately 50 meters from the vehicle, and an additional layer every 10 meters thereafter, primarily to deter survivors from charging at the vehicle. Additionally, the cameras on the vehicle constantly monitor the surroundings, and should anyone approach, an alarm will sound. These fences won't be damaged by the cold, will they? Duan Nan inquired with some concern. Wang Yu replied with a smile. Our vehicles won't be damaged by the cold, so neither will these fences. Duan Nan paused for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Right? We can use the metal used to create the vehicles to make these fences. I must have frozen my brain, hearing their conversation. Wang Yu suddenly gained insight. The time for research is growing shorter. It seems previous research results can be directly applied to new studies. The vehicle designed to withstand extreme cold has already been developed, and the metal materials that resist extreme cold can be directly utilized in other models, such as assault rifles. This includes some tools he recently developed that can be used under extreme cold conditions, as well as the cold-resistant metal and oil from the vehicle, all of which can be directly employed. Let us get to work, Wang Yu called out. Lin Yin and Duan Nan each took a percussion drill to make holes, while Wang Yu and Wang Yu inserted the metal pipes into those holes. Hot water was then poured into the holes, instantly freezing and securely anchoring the metal pipes in place. Finally, they fastened the horizontal pipes with rivets. Completing the fence, the tools provided by Wang Yu were exceptionally effective. They finished constructing the fence in just 2 hours. Leader, is there nothing left to do next? Duan Nan asked while mimicking the shape of a gun with his hands. Wang Yu rolled his eyes. You want to be free of it. He then tossed him a pistol, an assault rifle, and a pile of magazines. The afternoon is free. Manage your time as you please. Wang Yu added. Hey, finally I can practice shooting. Duan Nan exclaimed with immense excitement, clutching the 2 guns and the ammunition, and immediately rushed towards the 3rd section of the vehicle. Dad, look what I have. Duan Nan proudly showcased his findings to Deng Haochuan. A gun. Deng Haochuan paused momentarily, cautioning, be careful. That thing is very dangerous. Duan Nan replied with a smile. With a gun in our hands, if there is danger, it will be to others. The leader said everyone must learn to use a gun, so you should practice too. Deng Haochuan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Have you finalized the details of the trade? Almost. We just completed the fences outside, and we can start trial operations tomorrow. Duan Nan elaborated on the items they had decided to trade. After listening, Deng Haochuan fell into contemplation. Dad, I'll go practice shooting for a bit. If you have any thoughts, let me know when I return. Duan Nan was already quite impatient. Deng Haochuan waved his hand, signaling him to hurry out and not disturb his thoughts. Duan Nan promptly exited, but then poked his head back in. Dad, do you need a laptop? Deng Haochuan, who was about to usher him away, nodded immediately upon hearing this. Yes, that way I can jot down my thoughts at any time. Upon hearing Deng Haochuan's response, Duan Nan replied, I'll request a laptop from the leader. With that, he dashed away. Inmei furrowed her brows slightly. Would that be inappropriate? It's fine. This will enhance our work efficiency. The boss certainly won't refuse. Deng Haochuan replied with a smile. Inmei nodded. I just worry that Nan might not control the situation well. Although they had a good relationship before, one shouldn't be too reckless. Rest assured, I have faith in Nan. Deng Haochuan assured. Inmei looked at him in surprise. You didn't believe in Nan like this before. That was in the past. There's no need to dwell on old matters. Deng Haochuan smiled and shook his head. This moment, Duan Nan had already arrived at the first vehicle, noticing Wang Yu munching on snacks while watching the surveillance videos. Duan Nan felt a pang of nostalgia. Others are striving to survive, yet you are indulging in life. Wang Yu glanced up at him and replied, Take whatever you want. Don't be shy. I won't hold back. Duan Nan moved to the side, grabbed an apple, and continued. My dad likely has some additional thoughts regarding the trade rules. Is there a laptop available? Wang Yu tapped on the laptop in front of him and retorted, Do you think there is one? Saying this, he manifested about 10 laptops using the system. Distribute these laptops. One for each person, Wang Yu commanded. Duan Nan was momentarily taken aback, then marveled. Your ability is truly astonishing. You are the one who is astonishing. Wang Yu teased, Hurry and distribute these items. All right, Duan Nan exclaimed, grabbing 4 laptops and heading towards the second vehicle. Since Lin Yin was in the first vehicle, He only needed to deliver one to Wang Yu in the second vehicle. The remaining 3 were for his family. After handing the laptop to Wang Yu, Duan Nan returned to the third vehicle with the other 3 laptops. Seeing Duan Nan return with 3 laptops, Deng Haochuan was slightly surprised and chuckled. The boss is indeed quite generous. It's primarily due to the leader's incredible abilities. It feels as though there are no limits at all. Duan Nan remarked. Deng Haochuan shook his head slightly. There must still be limitations. Otherwise, he would have constructed a 4th vehicle by now. Duan Nan nodded. That's likely true, though these small items seem to have minimal restrictions. The leader seems able to manifest them at will. Enough of speculating about the boss's abilities. Deng Haochuan waved his hand, urging him to go practice shooting. As he spoke, he opened his computer and began typing away vigorously. Duan Nan had no choice but to set aside his own laptop, don his winter attire, and venture outside with a firearm in hand. Soon, the sound of gunfire echoed in the air. Lin Yan, upon noticing Duan Nan practicing his shooting outdoors, made his way down to join him. Let me share some fundamental techniques with you. Duan Nan nodded eagerly. That's wonderful. How could I forget your profession? Should we summon the boss and the others to join us as well? No need. I've already instructed them previously, Lin Yan replied, shaking his head. Indeed, with firearms and a coach, they must have mastered it by now. Duan Nan pondered for a moment before exclaiming, I need to hurry, otherwise, I won't keep up with them. Lin Yan smiled faintly, secretly thinking, no matter how fast you are, you won't catch up to the boss. Of course, he kept this thought to himself, fearing it might dampen Duan Nan's enthusiasm for learning to shoot. Under Lin Yan's guidance, Duan Nan quickly learned the techniques, though his accuracy left much to be desired. You've grasped the essential movements. Now, all that remains is continuous practice to enhance your accuracy, Lin Yan remarked, giving a slight nod. Duan Nan, feeling a sense of pride, asked, Instructor, am I learning at a commendable pace? Lin Yan affirmed, Indeed, quite impressive. And how do I compare to our boss? Duan Nan innocently inquired. Lin Yan cast a glance at him, silently thinking, This isn't my fault. You asked, he promptly responded. The boss's learning capability is astonishing. I taught him just once, and he mastered it, hitting stationary targets with a 100 success rate after only 2 or 3 shots. Duan Nan was left utterly dumbfounded. Is the boss really that formidable? Certainly. I have yet to encounter anyone with such an extraordinary talent for shooting. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Duan Nan felt somewhat disheartened. I thought I had a bit of talent. Turns out I'm just a weakling. Lin Yan quickly shook his head. Not at all. In terms of shooting, your learning ability surpasses Wang Yu's. Duan Nan rolled his eyes. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Absolutely. Lin Yan asserted, nodding earnestly. Well then, I'll practice diligently to avoid falling behind the boss. Duan Nan replied, but I'll head back now. Don't stray beyond the fence, Lin Yan cautioned. All right. Duan Nan responded cheerfully, returning to his shooting practice. The survivors who had initially retreated to the basement, upon hearing the gunfire, emerged once more, witnessing a lone figure practicing marksmanship near the RV. This caravan possesses firearms. Could they be an official team? Probably not. Their earlier announcements indicated they are a private group. But how could a private group possess firearms? Brother, given the state of the world, it's entirely possible some survivors have stumbled upon an arms depot. No, I believe they are indeed an official team. How can you be so certain? It's simple. In this kind of temperature, standard firearms would be rendered useless. They fired without any insulation measures, indicating they've developed new cold-resistant materials. You think a private group has the capability to independently develop such materials? Exactly. These 2 or 3 carriages wouldn't even accommodate a laboratory. It's utterly impossible to conduct research. Moreover, given the nature of military weaponry, it's likely this team was arranged by the authorities, which brings us a glimmer of hope. This hypothesis seemed plausible, and it appeared that tomorrow morning, I too would come to observe. Those who initially had no intention of coming for a free breakfast changed their minds upon witnessing Duan Nan's shooting practice. Wang Yu, observing the sneaky survivors from his vehicle, remarked, Perhaps the fat guy will gain some unexpected benefits from practicing shooting. Lin Yan nodded. At the very least, it might deter those who covet our supplies for a while. Wang Yu added, Moreover, it could also attract more survivors. Lin Yan paused, quickly realizing that a team with firepower, yet choosing to engage and trade with other survivors, would likely be more enticing to them. During dinner, Duan Nan brought a laptop to the second carriage. There's a document on the desktop written by my dad regarding our caravan's trading affairs. You should take a look when you have time. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, frowning. Why hasn't Uncle Duan taken proper rest? My dad said he feels much better. Typing doesn't tire him, Duan Nan replied with a smile. Wang Yu shook his head slightly. Mental work can be even more exhausting. Duan Nan paused, then nodded. I understand. I'll ensure he takes more breaks. Do you still want to review this? He raised the laptop in his hand out of course. This is Uncle Duan's labor of love. Wang Yu took the laptop, opened it, and began browsing. As he delved deeper into the reading, Wang Yu's eyes gradually lit up. No wonder Uncle Duan has managed to expand the business so significantly. His way of thinking is simply different from ordinary people. The others looked at Wang Yu with curiosity as he relayed Duan Haochuan's ideas. Besides some detailed and trivial suggestions, the most significant proposal was the membership recharge system, or, in other words, the caravan's own currency system. In simple terms, it would allow survivors to exchange resources for caravan points, which they could then use to purchase the supplies they needed. With such a medium of exchange, everything could be priced in a unified unit. After all, the resources survivors dealt with were incredibly varied. During their last discussion, they only established a metal exchange ratio. Should the caravan require glass, rubber, or other resources, they would need to renegotiate the terms. Moreover, the resources survivors wished to purchase differed. For instance, if a survivor brought 1 kilogram of metal, they might require food, water, and winter supplies, necessitating separate evaluations of that kilogram of metal, which complicates operations. With this point system, they would merely need to convert resources into corresponding points, allowing survivors to use those points to purchase items, thus simplifying the process. After Wang Yu's explanation, everyone gazed at Duan Nan with admiration. Why are you looking at me? If it were me who proposed it, Duan Nan shrugged. I lack the talent for business. If I had it, I would have taken over the reins long ago. Even if it was your dad's idea, you at least played a part in executing it. Wang Yu replied with a grin. That's true. Duan Nan nodded. The challenge lies in convincing everyone that our points can be exchanged for goods and ensuring they feel secure storing their points with us. Fang Yu remarked with a slight frown. Uncle Duan also addressed this concern in his proposal. Wang Yu continued, since it's a membership system, there should be special channels and purchasing discounts. In that case, should the outer fence be adjusted? Lin Yin inquired. Wang Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, adjustments are necessary. We'll make those changes after dinner. For now, let's eat. After finishing their meal, everyone promptly began to modify the fence, making way for a new passage. Then, Wang Yu and the others discussed the ratio of resources to points in the second carriage before returning to their respective quarters to prepare for rest. Upon returning to the third carriage, Duan Haochuan, hearing the commotion, hurriedly asked, Nan, what does the boss think of my proposal? They were astounded. Duan Nan exaggeratedly replied. Duan Haochuan rolled his eyes. Speak plainly. They were quite surprised. Duan Nan replied helplessly. And they have already begun implementing your plan. Duan Haochuan nodded. Good. As long as the boss adopts it. You needn't worry. Just rest well. Duan Nan replied with a smile. I'll be on duty during the first half of the night. I'm heading to the monitoring room. Just don't doze off. Duan Haochuan couldn't help but remind him, no worries. The boss said our monitoring system will trigger an automatic alarm if any moving objects approach our RV. Duan Nan responded cheerfully. Still, don't be careless, Imei advised. Yes, Mom and Dad. Duan Nan immediately performed a rather unconventional military salute before departing. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Wang Yu was once again awakened by the voice prompt indicating that the research had been completed. The lightweight cold weather suit model had been successfully developed. This was a project Wang Yu had initiated with the intention of selling the cold weather suits to the outside world. The fundamental principle was that only discarded equipment could be sold externally. It was imperative to ensure that one's own side maintained an equipment advantage. The previous cold weather suits had appeared somewhat bulky. While they sufficed for normal living, they would undoubtedly hinder performance in actual combat. The newly researched lightweight cold weather suit was significantly thinner, and the helmet had also been slightly reduced in size, yet its overall warmth was superior. Wang Yu materialized 7 sets of lightweight cold weather suits and summoned Lin Yin and the others to the second carriage. Good morning, boss, everyone greeted enthusiastically. Wang Yu nodded slightly and placed the lightweight cold weather suits on the table. I have upgraded the cold weather suits. Please hand in your original suits so I can reorganize them and prepare to sell them to other survivors. Wang Yu declared. Upgraded? Duan Nan inquired. Somewhat puzzled, isn't our current cold weather suit already quite satisfactory? It works fine for daily life, but it would certainly have a significant impact during combat? Wang Yu shook his head gently, adding, moreover, we plan to sell these cold weather suits to other survivors. We must ensure our equipment advantage. Duan Nan gave a thumbs up. The boss is indeed thoughtful. Let me try on the new cold weather suit. Wang Yu rummaged through the suits, retrieved Duan Nan's, and tossed it to him. Duan Nan quickly rushed to the restroom to change into the latest lightweight cold weather suit and emerged shortly thereafter. Boss, this upgraded cold weather suit seems a bit too thin, doesn't it? Will it be warm enough? Duan Nan remarked, scrutinizing the lightweight suit with a frown. The temperature inside the RV was constant, and wearing or not wearing the cold weather suit made little difference. Why not step outside and see for yourself? Wang Yu replied with a smile. Duan Nan promptly donned the cold weather suit and exited the RV. Has the outside temperature risen again? Duan Nan exclaimed in surprise. Feeling no chill at all, he unzipped the cold weather suit, and a biting gust of cold wind rushed in. Wow, that's freezing. Duan Nan quickly zipped up the suit. Indeed, the new cold weather suit's thermal retention capabilities were markedly superior. After this experience, Duan Nan promptly returned to the second carriage. Boss, this upgraded cold weather suit is incredible. I felt no cold at all outside. Duan Nan exclaimed with excitement. Wearing the previous cold weather suit on the surface had still resulted in a slight chill. But the new suit had eliminated that sensation entirely. Observing the lightweight cold weather suit on Duan Nan, the others became animated. Nobody relished the idea of wearing cumbersome clothing. Wang Yu smiled and added, the upgraded cold weather suits will make it more convenient for everyone to move around outside. Let us all change out of the old suits. The survivors will be out shortly. Everyone promptly retrieved their cold weather suits, with Duan Nan taking those belonging to Duan Haochuan and Inmei. Boss, it seems some survivors are already approaching outside. Feng Yu alerted. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. So early? In these conditions. Free breakfast is quite enticing, Feng Yu replied. Wang Yu nodded slightly. The early bird catches the worm. Let us have them line up to collect breakfast and distribute flyers to them. Understood, Feng Yu responded. Everyone, finish your breakfast quickly. Lin Gu and Fatty will primarily maintain order. If anyone dares to storm the RV, they will face dire consequences, Wang Yu instructed. Yes, Lin Yin and Duan Nan responded in unison. The group resolved their breakfast in just 10 minutes and swiftly positioned themselves according to Wang Yu's instructions. Lin Yin and Duan Nan carried an enormous thermal box down from the vehicle, placing it beside the door while keeping a watchful eye on the crowd with their assault rifles. Wang Yu announced via the loudspeaker, all survivors here to collect breakfast, please enter the designated area in an orderly fashion. We are providing a complimentary thermal lunchbox for you to enjoy at your leisure. The survivors approached cautiously, filled with a mix of skepticism and curiosity as they entered the fenced-off area. This is a free breakfast, along with promotional flyers from our convoy. Feng Yu handed a tightly wrapped lunchbox, insulated with thick thermal material, to the first survivor and then slipped them a flyer. After collecting your breakfast, please exit from this side. Do not return the same way. Duan Nan guided the survivors who had collected their breakfast to the other side. The survivor nodded and followed Duan Nan's lead. There were not many survivors in the villa area, and Feng Yu distributed only 138 breakfast sets, with no additional survivors arriving. Observing this outcome, Wang Yu furrowed his brow. Should we consider relocating to a place with more survivors? Having too many survivors can complicate management. Let us take our time, Lin Yin replied. Wang Yu paused for a moment before nodding. That makes sense. Once the survivors could exchange cold weather suits, they would surely spread out in search of more resources, eventually encountering other survivors, which would naturally attract more people to us. This gradual expansion could also benefit our development, Lin Yin analyzed. Indeed, then we shall wait. Wang Yu agreed. The temperature seemed to have stabilized over the past few days, fluctuating only between -80 and -90 degrees. Stability is good. If it were unstable, nobody would dare to venture out. In the event of a significant drop in temperature, they would truly have to remain outside, Lin Yin remarked. After waiting a while longer with no more survivors arriving, they carried the enormous thermal box back into the RV. Boss, I wonder how effective this will be. Why hasn't anyone brought resources to trade with us yet? Duan Nen seemed a bit anxious. Even if they want to trade, they must first gather resources. Wang Yu rolled his eyes in response. Duan Nen shook his head. I've seen the content on the flyers. If they have some special resources at home, they can come and directly trade for goods. This is a villa area. There might be all sorts of high-quality items. Even if they bring something, they must consider whether it's worth it. It won't happen that quickly. Be patient, Wang Yu replied with a smile. While they discussed, those who had received free breakfasts had returned to their underground shelters. Upon removing the thick thermal wrapping, an exquisite thermal lunchbox appeared before them. Opening the box released a plume of steam. Inside were 8 small steamed buns and a tea egg. Lifting the top layer revealed steaming soy milk. With 2 small packets of sugar and salt set aside, most survivors hadn't had a hot meal in over 2 weeks. Now, witnessing this piping hot breakfast, their eyes sparkled with delight, and they transformed into ravenous wolves, devouring the food voraciously. After finishing breakfast, they felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. If only we could have such a breakfast every day, was their shared sentiment. They then carefully perused the convoy's promotional flyers. And upon finishing, they were filled with astonishment and began discussing among themselves, "Do you think the content on this flyer is true? Who knows? Trading some metal for food seems a bit too simple. Especially since it's scattered everywhere on the surface. Perhaps they actually need metal? And what about those special items mentioned? I wonder if the red and white wines in my cellar count. They should count. Those are all high-quality goods. Haven tea, you consumed them in the past half-month. I've used some white wine since it helps warm the body, but the red wine hasn't been touched at all. However, some bottles have frozen and shattered. The wine has turned into ice chunks. It should still be drinkable once thawed. Drinking shouldn't be an issue. But do you think that convoy wants that kind of wine? We should ask first, and that point system looks promising. I find the point system a bit dubious. It feels like a recharge scheme that I've encountered instances where I've prepaid, only for the vendor to shut down or disappear. I think this convoy seems reliable. Even if they deceive me, I'd only lose a bit of labor. If it's genuine, purchasing supplies with points will be much cheaper. Suit yourself. For now, I still prefer bartering. Before long, a survivor approached near the RV, inquiring, "Excuse me, can we trade our smart vacuum cleaner for supplies? I possess 2 bottles of fateful. May I exchange them for 2 pieces of winter clothing? My home boasts a plethora of fashionable garments. Could I trade a few for today as complimentary breakfast?" Observing the throng of individuals seeking counsel, Wang Yu discerned their burgeoning interest. "Please form an orderly queue." One at a time, Wang Yu cheerfully beckoned as long as the models were not present within his system. He welcomed all that he assessed their value based on demand in the frigid apocalyptic context and dispensed appropriate resources. The vast majority of survivors opted for bartering, while 3 chose to become members and transact using points. After a moment as contemplation, Wang Yu proclaimed, "After thorough consideration, we are pleased to reward the first 3 members with a set of winter clothing each, hoping they will continue to trust and support our enterprise." Upon hearing this announcement, all survivors present were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the 3 survivors who had joined the convoy as members sprang up in excitement. Those who had not yet departed rushed back, clamoring, "We too wish to become members and utilize points. Grant us a set of winter clothing as well." Wang Yu smiled and retorted, "Rewards are reserved solely for the first 3 members. Do you still wish to join?" At this statement, the survivors hesitated once more, but a small fraction resolutely decided to become members, while the majority chose to observe. After processing the membership information for those willing to join, Wang Yu continued, "Membership levels will increase with the total amount spent, with each level offering corresponding discounts, the maximum reaching 50. Let us all strive diligently." With that, Wang Yu ceased further commentary, prompting renewed discussions among the survivors. Are the membership discounts truly that substantial? Don't be deceived. It must require a significant expenditure of points to elevate membership levels. Indeed, he must be referring to the tier with the highest discounts. Only such an allure could entice everyone to become members. However, the flyer seems to indicate that members enjoy numerous privileges. Are you referring to the exclusive members lane? There are only a few of us. We don't come to exchange supplies daily, so even queuing wouldn't take long. Members can purchase a wider variety of items. In this scenario, surviving is paramount. Is it still necessary to pursue quality of life? The basic supplies offered by this convoy are already sufficient for our survival. Hearing your remarks, it appears there is indeed little necessity. At this juncture, the first three members had already received the winter clothing presented by Wang Yu. Naturally, they obtained the first-generation one-piece winter apparel. When registering their membership information, their basic physical parameters were recorded. Thus, the winter clothing provided to them was tailored precisely to their specifications. This winter clothing doesn't appear impressive, does it? That helmet seems rather cumbersome. It must be inconvenient to wear. You're merely expressing sour grapes because you cannot partake. Didn't you notice that everyone in the convoy is wearing such winter clothing? I am not envious. I simply ask, have you ever seen this type of winter clothing before? I haven't, but have you ever encountered those tracked vehicles? Have you seen firearms that can function in temperatures below -80 or 90 degrees? The other party found themselves momentarily speechless. They had indeed never witnessed such peculiar vehicles or firearms resistant to extreme cold. That it is evident that this convoy is extraordinary. Hence I believe their winter clothing is genuinely effective. While the crowd debated, the three individuals could hardly contain their eagerness and don their winter clothing over their existing attire. Other survivors quickly gathered around, inquiring with curiosity, "How does it feel? Is it warm?" The three survivors, clad in the winter apparel, appeared somewhat dazed. They no longer felt the previous bone-chilling cold, but rather a sense of warmth. This was primarily due to their excessive layering. Adding another layer of winter clothing naturally resulted in a warmer sensation. Observing how they had seemingly forced themselves into the winter clothing, it was evident the garments were ill-fitting. You know nothing. With the winter clothing, there is no need to wear so many layers underneath. Indeed, you three should be careful not to stretch the winter clothing beyond its limits. Do share your impressions of how it feels. I need to decide whether to exchange for this winter clothing. Warm, the three survivors exclaimed in unison. The surrounding individuals were momentarily stunned. To declare warmth in an environment exceeding -80 degrees seemed rather inappropriate. Brothers, isn't that a bit exaggerated? It does feel somewhat warm. If I remove most of my inner layers, I should no longer feel this way, but I certainly want to be cold. Exactly. I'll return home and shed some clothing. I've long wished to wear less. It is simply too cumbersome. Yes, wearing the winter clothing should facilitate resource gathering significantly. Why don't we form a trio and share the points earned from resource exchanges? Good idea, but let me be clear. If either of you two tries any underhanded tricks, I'll immediately leave the group. That is only natural. I will too. Now, let us tidy up before heading out. We should be able to bring back a considerable quantity of supplies before nightfall. Let us reconvene here in 10 minutes. The three agreed upon a time and promptly returned to the basement to prepare, instructing their families to guard the home before stepping out again. This time, the trio appeared visibly less bloated. Their winter clothing fit them exceptionally well. Had they truly discarded their inner garments? Are you still in doubt? This isn't acting. If they weren't warm, they wouldn't be able to perform like this without perishing. Then I must quickly retrieve valuable items from home to see if I can exchange for a set of winter clothing. Considering the current low surface temperatures, Wang Yu provided everyone with insulated transport carts to carry items from home. After all, most goods couldn't withstand such extreme cold that a survivor approached the RV to request a transport cart. Soon returning. "Boss, do you think I can exchange these items from home for some winter clothing?" the individual asked, his face brimming with hope. "Please hold on. We need to ascertain the value of the items within." Wang Yu pulled the insulated cart into the RV. Upon opening it, 2 gift boxes were revealed. Wang Yu took one gift box, astonished. "Is this ginseng?" Quite substantial. He decisively unwrapped the packaging, grasped the ginseng within, and commanded the system, "Scan and model." Upon completion, the model for a 100-year-old wild ginseng was successfully created. The other gift box contained lingji. Similarly, the scanning and modeling were completed successfully. Wang Yu activated the loudspeaker and declared, "I see you are a member. Thus, I shall assess the value of these items based on points. The 100-year-old wild ginseng can be exchanged for 500 points, while the artificially cultivated lingji is worth only 50 points. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange?" "What? The lingji is artificially cultivated? Damn it, I've been deceived." The individual cursed angrily before hastily inquiring, "How many points for the winter clothing?" "The first set is 500 points, with a 5 discount for members. However, as you are the first member to utilize points for purchasing items, you can enjoy an additional 20 discount on the member price. The first set is 500 points. Isn't the price for the second set different?" the individual asked, intrigued. Indeed, it varies. This winter clothing entails some technical specifications. The price of 500 points is already a loss for us, merely intended to provide you with the basic conditions for survival while facilitating your resource gathering. Which also benefits our convoy, Wang Yu explained. The survivor nodded slightly and then inquired, do I receive a 5 discount on other items as well? Indeed, Wang Yu confirmed with a nod. Can I purchase cooked food directly? Just like today's breakfast? The individual continued to ask. Wang Yu pondered briefly before responding. Cooked food is available in limited quantities, exclusively for members. Currently, we offer steamed buns, tea eggs, soy milk, beef noodles, and potato chicken bowl. Upon hearing this, the individual's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, how many points for the beef noodles and potato chicken bowl? Both are 20 points each. Wang Yu replied, the breakfast set from this morning is 6 points. The other party hastily inquired, is the membership still at a 5 discount? Indeed, Wang Yu responded. Wonderful. May I now purchase a bowl of beef ramen? Of course. Then I shall take a set of winter clothing along with a bowl of beef ramen. Having made their decision, Wang Yu delegated the subsequent transaction to Fang Yu. After applying the discount, the winter clothing amounted to 380 points, while the beef ramen was 19 points. After calculating, Fang Yu informed the other party of the points to be consumed in this transaction and then asked, the items you are offering are valued at a total of 550 points. Do you confirm the transaction? Confirmed. The other party replied. Very well. After the transaction, you will have 151 points remaining, which have been deposited into the account under the adeptly tie-by. Fang Yu operated on the computer and confirmed with the other party. Wang Yu wondered whether Li Tai-bai was indeed his real name, but he paid it no mind. After all, the name Li Tai-bai corresponded to this individual. Wang Yu and his team had collected the fingerprints and irises of all members, utilizing 2 systems discovered in Duan Nan's basement. They had a safe that employed a fingerprint and iris recognition system. After modeling, Wang Yu directly implanted these 2 identification system models into the computer, creating an entirely new program to record member-related data. Fang Yu first handed over a set of winter clothing to the other party and then asked, the thermal containers distributed this morning can be directly exchanged. If you have already discarded them, you will need to use points to purchase a new container for the beef ramen. Are you saying that I can directly exchange an old thermal container for a new one? Li Tai-bai asked in astonishment. That is one way to interpret it, Fang Yu replied. But I haven't cleaned mine. Li Tai-bai frowned slightly. We have cleaning and sterilization equipment. Fang Yu smiled gently and responded. Li Tai-bai paused for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Please wait a moment. I will go get my container. All right. Fang Yu replied. As Li Tai-bai hurried back, he pondered to himself, although the 5 discount might seem modest. Having 6 meals of beef ramen would equate to saving 1 breakfast, which was quite significant. Not to mention purchasing a substantial item like winter clothing, the discount saved him 25 points, enough for several breakfasts. Joining as a member was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Upon returning to the basement, Li Tai-bai quickly shed 3 down jackets and donned a single shirt, shivering slightly as he put on the winter clothing. Instantly, he felt warm. The winter clothing was indeed remarkable. Spending 500 points was worth it. Li Tai-bai mused. Could I hoard some winter clothing to sell to the outside survivors? However, he quickly dismissed that thought, realizing it was too perilous. Without a certain level of combat capability, he would undoubtedly be robbed. It was better to develop slowly here and wait until he had strength before engaging in such ventures. He wondered whether the convoy sold those tracked vehicles to the outside world. Li Tai-bai muttered to himself, then grabbed a nearby container and headed out. After exiting the basement, he felt a slight chill. Yet it was entirely bearable. With a bit of movement, he could dispel the cold that in the future, for physical labor, wearing a shirt and the winter clothing would suffice, if not engaged in strenuous work. He could simply add a sweater. With this thought, he approached the RV and handed over the wrapped thermal container. Fang Yu then presented him with another thermal container. Thank you. Li Tai-bai expressed his gratitude, then took the container back to his basement. Upon opening it, a rich aroma of beef wafted forth. It truly was beef ramen. Li Tai-bai's eyes widened. Surely, not all 3 compartments of the train were kitchens. But that was not his concern. He quickly devoured the bowl of ramen, feeling immensely satisfied. It seemed he needed to earn more points so that he could enjoy hot meals in the future. Li Tai-bai mused. Yet the other party mentioned that cooked food was limited, so he would likely have to queue for purchases daily. Fortunately, there weren't many members now. In the future, the membership would undoubtedly increase. So he needed to gather more food before that influx occurred. Having made this decision, Li Taibai strode out. Currently, searching for supplies was relatively straightforward. Once more survivors arrived, they would have to compete for resources. Meanwhile, Wang Yu casually handed over the ginseng he had just acquired to Duan Nan. "Fatty, take this to Uncle Duan," Wang Yu instructed. "This is a century-old wild ginseng, and the other is cultivated lingxi. Its efficacy is likely limited. Anyone who wants it may take it." Duan Nan was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "You mean you can replicate this wild ginseng too? What else would you expect?" Wang Yu retorted, "Wow, boss, your abilities are simply extraordinary. If it weren't for the natural disasters, we could sell wild ginseng in bulk," Duan Nan exclaimed. "With such a miraculous ability, you're just using it to sell ginseng?" Wang Yu replied sarcastically, "Isn't that a quicker way to earn money?" Duan Nan chuckled. "You should hurry and deliver the ginseng. There's a simple kitchen in car 3. You all can tidy it up." "All right." Duan Nan promptly rushed towards car 3 with the wild ginseng in hand. At that moment, Fang Yu interjected, "Boss, we should actually set up a large screen outside. This way, we can continuously display the supplies we urgently need and also publish tasks." Wang Yu paused slightly, then nodded. "Good idea, but we will need some LED screens for the building's exterior. Then let's assign tasks to the survivors," Lin Yin suggested. "Once someone submits resources, we can convey the tasks to them." Wang Yu agreed, noting that those capable of submitting resources demonstrated they were already active, showcasing greater initiative. Lin Yin nodded in agreement. Just then, 3 figures slowly approached the RV, each dragging a pile of items behind them. They stopped intermittently, returning to pick up something from the ground, moving at a very slow pace. "Why do they keep looking back?" Fang Yu observed the 3 figures on the monitor, unable to discern what they were doing. "It seems the surface metal is too brittle. During the pulling process, it may have vibrated and broken," Lin Yin speculated. "Once the metal breaks, it becomes difficult to drag." Wang Yu nodded slightly. "That's very likely. It appears we need to provide them with a trailer suitable for extreme cold conditions. Otherwise, their efficiency in gathering resources will be too low." Lin Yin agreed. As they spoke, the 3 figures had already arrived near their RV. "Boss, we are here to submit resources," one of them called out. Fang Yu immediately donned her winter clothing and stepped outside. "Please place the metal resources you have gathered on that scale." The 3 promptly unloaded their collected resources onto the scale. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Are you all weighing together? Will the points be divided equally?" One of them nodded. "Yes, the points will be divided equally." Fang Yu glanced at the number displayed on the scale, 123 kilograms. Currently, every 100 G of metal could be exchanged for 1 point, totaling 1230 points. Divided equally, each person would receive 410 points. Fang Yu clarified, finally asking, "Do any of you have objections?" The 3 were already astonished by this figure. They had only spent half a day collecting resources and each earned 410 points, which was close to the cost of a set of winter clothing at 500 points, especially with the member discount. "None," they replied in unison. Fang Yu nodded slightly. "Please move these resources to the other side of the vehicle, and then you may return to register for your points." All right. The 3 immediately began transporting the items. During the process, Wang Yu used a megaphone to announce, "The convoy is issuing resource tasks. Task 1. LED display screens for the exterior walls. Whole pieces are not necessary. Fragments will suffice. Upon submission, points and material rewards will be granted, with specific rewards determined by task completion." Task 2. Connecting devices and packaging materials for 2 bus compartments. Completeness is not required, but effective parts are needed. Rewards are the same as Task 1. Upon hearing the 2 tasks, the eyes of the 3 survivors sparkled with excitement. Although Wang Yu did not specify the exact rewards, they had already savored the sweetness of being the first to take a bold step. And naturally, they would not miss the opportunity to complete these 2 tasks. The trio was the first to join the convoy's membership, resulting in their acquisition of 3 sets of complimentary winter apparel. Surely, the rewards for being the first to complete the convoy's tasks would be equally generous. "Let us have lunch first, and then we shall continue," one of them suggested. "I concur, but cooking now would be too time-consuming. Could we perhaps purchase some compressed biscuits or something similar to tide us over?" Another proposed. Such food was not included in the items previously announced. Inside the RV, Wang Yu overheard their conversation and promptly reiterated the decision to supply prepared meals to members. After speaking, he licked his lips, remarking, "Indeed, a large screen is necessary. Having to repeat this every time leaves my mouth parched." Upon hearing this notification, the three survivors outside the RV were immediately filled with excitement. They had not anticipated that membership would come with such an advantage. This would certainly save them time, allowing them to avoid lengthy food preparation. However, this beef noodle soup seems rather expensive, one noted. After all our efforts, we can only afford 20 bowls. Can that really be considered costly? Another countered. Precisely. Back when I was working on the construction site, I could barely manage 10 bowls in a day. You have experience working on construction sites? This is a villa area. One cannot afford to buy a house here with mere manual labor. I was here to renovate the villas. No wonder you have more stamina than the two of us. Perhaps those with weaker constitutions are the ones who get eliminated in this disaster. One cannot say that. Without encountering this convoy, even my good physical condition would be of little use. That is true. We must cling tightly to the convoy as our lifeline. The other two nodded in agreement. Let us hasten to purchase food, and after we eat, we must promptly embark on our tasks. Indeed, we should retrieve the insulated lunch boxes from breakfast first. Although we have accrued quite a few points, we should not waste them on lunch boxes, right? Half an hour should suffice for everyone to eat. Yes, that will be ample. They quickly consumed their lunch. And Wang Yu mentioned, I know where there is a large external screen not far from here that if all goes well, we should be able to return to the convoy before nightfall. Indeed, as someone in the renovation business, you must have traveled extensively. Your exposure to building materials surely surpasses ours. Together, the three of us can carve out our own space in this apocalyptic world. The others nodded in agreement and then returned to the basement to retrieve their breakfast boxes. Each returned with 3 or 4, indicating they were not alone. Noticing the number of boxes among them, one suggested, why don't we merge our groups for mutual support? That might not be prudent. After all, we don't know each other well, and in the event of a conflict, it could jeopardize our collaboration. That is a valid point. Let us at least inform each other of our respective locations. Should any danger arise, we can extend a helping hand. That sounds reasonable. I'm in basement 63, I'm in 52. I'm in 53. What a coincidence. It seems we were destined to be together. Indeed, once we complete today's tasks, I plan to have the others in my household register as members to secure their spots. Yes, I wonder how the limit on prepared food works. Is it 1 portion per person? Or is there an overall daily cap? There's no need to ponder that. We can simply ask the convoy. As they spoke, the trio arrived in front of the RV. Upon hearing their inquiries, Wang Yu turned to Wang Yu and asked, given their appearance, they seem intent on purchasing lunch for their families. How can we impose limits? Wang Yu pondered briefly, then picked up the megaphone and stated, each person may purchase up to 3 portions. With a total daily limit of 100 portions for each item. Since this is your first time purchasing, you may buy as many boxes as you bring, but this is a one-time offer. Thank you, boss, the 3 replied joyfully, and then they resumed their hushed discussions. The IT seems we need to expedite their membership registration. Indeed, the member discount of 5 could save a significant number of points. Let us all go together this evening. After purchasing their lunches, the trio hurriedly departed. Boss, won't producing so much food every day be too exhausting? Wang Yu asked with a frown. Wang Yu shook his head slightly. For me, this is also a form of training. My capabilities will gradually strengthen, and perhaps in the future, I could construct a building impervious to extreme cold. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Really? Wang Yu nodded. Of course, but it will take time. Time is no concern. At least there is hope. Wang Yu replied excitedly. Recently, Wang Yu had manifested many items. Although the upper limit of his mental control range remained at 9 meters. His mental capacity had significantly increased. The number of items he could manifest at once was also rising. That he felt that if he could maximize his mental capacity, he might be able to expand his control range once more. Just then, Lin Yan approached swiftly. Boss, I received satellite messages from the officials. Wang Yu paused momentarily before inquiring, are you only just realizing this? The satellite mobile terminals have yet to become widespread, and initially, they were likely too occupied to notice. Lin Yan shook his head slightly. It's also possible that I hadn't activated the satellite communication feature, which prevented me from receiving their messages. Wang Yu nodded and continued. What did the officials communicate? Lin Yan placed his phone before Wang Yu and explained, after the eternal night descended, the state immediately sought to ascertain the cause of the eternal night and extreme cold. They launched dozens of rockets, but only a few were successful on the first morning. All subsequent attempts failed. They shared the findings from the initial launches, notifying the world and inviting humanity to analyze them in hopes of uncovering the cause of this calamity. Wang Yu picked up Lin Yan's phone and examined it closely. Due to the certainty of the extreme cold's arrival, the rockets that had been prepared were launched without hesitation. Holding onto them would have been futile, as they would have succumbed to the cold, resulting in waste. Thus, the Dragon Nation rapidly launched its entire stockpile of rockets within a short time frame. It was only at this moment that the world realized the extent of the Dragon Nation's strategic reserves. On the first morning of the disaster, all launch sites and maritime launch vessels of the Dragon Nation were activated, sending over 100 rockets skyward in just 3 hours. Even more astonishing was that not a single rocket failed. Unless faced with extremely harsh external conditions, the Dragon Nation's rocket launches were bound to succeed. At that time, the internet had not yet completely collapsed, and other nations were left astounded as they witnessed the Dragon Nation launching rockets one after another. Reminiscent of festive fireworks displays, how could the Dragon Nation have prepared so many rockets? Indeed, the actions of the Dragon Nation pose a significant threat to global security. We lodge a formal protest. Yet, 2 individuals upstairs seemed oblivious, asking, "What does it matter to you if we launch rockets into the sky?" Exactly. Just because you cannot successfully launch doesn't mean you can dictate our actions. The Dragon Nation paid no heed to the online discussions from various countries. Soon after the network collapsed, the chatter ceased entirely. Every survivor gathering became an isolated island, cut off from external information. Only those equipped with satellite mobile terminals could receive messages disseminated by the officials via satellite. Of course, these terminals needed power to operate under such extreme cold conditions. Nearly all phones and satellite mobile terminals were rendered inoperable in the current temperatures. Very few survivors could access official information, primarily those in survivor enclaves. Yet, even if they received such information, it was of little use. The official communications were limited and included some ambiguous photographs. Wang Yu perused the information but found nothing of significance. "This is no different from what we observe on the ground," he remarked, somewhat exasperated. The satellite launched by the officials had only captured an expanse of darkness. However, certain automated return satellites are equipped with a sampling function that has successfully retrieved those enigmatic black substances. Laboratory analyses reveal that this black matter possesses the extraordinary ability to completely absorb light, as well as the thermal energy present on the blue planet. This could very well explain the rapid decline in surface temperatures. After perusing the information, Wang Yu returned the phone to Lin Yan. "Boss, what is your perspective on this?" Lin Yan inquired with curiosity. "That I'm merely lying down and reading," Wang Yu replied with an eye roll. "If the national research institutions have yet to uncover anything, how could I possibly know? But didn't you foresee the impending arrival of the eternal night's chill?" Lin Yan furrowed his brow. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "That was merely a stroke of luck. I received word of the impending disaster." Lin Yan paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding. Could this black substance potentially be a weapon employed by an advanced civilization to attack our blue planet? Lin Yan continued to speculate. Wang Yu nodded slightly. "It is a possibility. Such a massive quantity of black matter cannot be attributed to the technological capabilities of the blue planet." Wang Yu, who had been quietly listening nearby, interjected. "Then should we not gather all this black matter together and resolve the issue? It's not so simple. We can no longer launch rockets. We cannot send any spacecraft into the sky, let alone undertake the task of collecting the black matter." Lin Yan shook his head. Wang Yu blinked in surprise, then nodded. "I understand. So what should we do now?" Wang Yu replied. "We should eat and drink as usual, and not dwell on these matters. We will wait for the official announcement before taking any action." Wang Yu nodded, then added, "Boss, could you assist in developing rockets that can withstand extreme cold? Currently, our mental resources are insufficient to undertake such development." Wang Yu shook his head, continuing, "Moreover, the current official bodies are not the same as they once were. We cannot be certain of their intentions. It is best to refrain from engaging with them for now." Both Lin Yan and Wang Yu nodded in agreement. After the natural disaster, there will undoubtedly be some opportunists attempting to seize control of the base. This poses a risk for all bases worldwide, as no base can escape it. If the official base falls into the hands of these power-hungry individuals, the lives of the survivors will become exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, if Wang Yu's abilities are exposed, he is likely to be subdued and turned into a mere tool for others. It is wiser to focus on personal development for a while before considering cooperation with the authorities. After all, once the blue planet returns to normalcy, Wang Yu's life will improve as well. While Wang Yu and his companions discussed the official information, the resource-seeking trio had already arrived at a commercial complex that existed prior to the disaster. The exterior of this complex was entirely covered in display screens. Although the structure had crumbled, we should be able to find some fragments. Let us gather as many as we can. All right, everyone, split up and collect. Don't forget the metal. No problem. The boxes provided for collecting supplies are incredibly convenient. They and the chains are surprisingly resilient to freezing. The team has always been full of unexpected surprises. I've grown accustomed to it. Wait, it seems someone is approaching. One of the survivors suddenly exclaimed. The 3 survivors who had ventured out to gather supplies had purchased multifunctional flashlights designed for use in extreme cold conditions from Wang Yu, making it easier to locate resources in the perpetual night. Upon spotting other survivors, those survivors also noticed them and began to converse. Their flashlights are still operational. Indeed, and it seems their clothing is not overly thick. Aren't they cold? 5 against 3. Shouldn't we just take them? Absolutely. It would be a shame not to see such excellent equipment. Let us go. After a brief discussion, the 5 individuals immediately charged towards them. Dressed in excessively bulky clothing due to the severe cold, the 5 looked comically round as they approached, while the 3 exchanged knowing smirks. Who gave them the audacity to attempt to steal from us? There's nothing more to discuss. We need to handle them swiftly. The mission is paramount. The trio promptly drew out their special rubber batons, which they had also acquired from Wang Yu. In extreme cold conditions, many materials become brittle, and only special materials can withstand such low temperatures. Wang Yu had researched materials resilient to extreme cold for his all-terrain vehicles, including extreme cold batteries, bulbs, and rubber, which significantly reduced research time for related items. This is why he possessed so many pieces of equipment suitable for use in such frigid conditions. As the opponents drew closer, the trio adeptly evaded the charge of the 5, simultaneously striking at their heads with their rubber batons. The charging survivors, clad in several layers of down jackets, lacked agility and were unable to dodge the blows. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull thuds echoed as the opponents stumbled and fell to the ground. The thick clothing worn by the attackers mitigated the impact of the rubber batons, resulting only in their falling due to the force of the blows. The 2 remaining survivors observed this scene, their greed intensifying. If we could obtain such cold-resistant gear, we too could be unaffected by the frigid surface temperatures, they thought, and thus charged again. It seems they have yet to grasp the situation. Let us awaken them. I'll deal with the ones on the ground. The rubber batons were swung with such speed that they blurred through the air, as the 5 found themselves surrounded by the 3. Although the damage inflicted was not significant with each strike, the relentless assault would inevitably lead to injury. We surrender. Please stop hitting us. You can't just surrender because you say so. You can't just stop because you want to. It doesn't work that way. Ouch, that hurts. We truly see our errors now. After delivering a thorough beating to their opponents, the trio had alleviated much of their pent-up frustration. As they watched the 5 round individuals cower after a rough assessment of their surroundings, they continued their hurried trek towards the bus terminal. The terminal boasted an expansive parking lot, within which lay 2 bus carriages. With a mere tap of their rubber batons, they managed to dislodge the rubber connections and winches at the center. Unexpectedly, the low temperatures offered this advantage. Everything shattered with just a strike. However, it seemed that some parts of the connecting winch and rubber had indeed broken. No matter, we shall gather all the fragments and haul them back. The trio swiftly tidied up, piling the substantial rubber connections onto 3 trailers as they made their way towards the villa district. Upon their return, they encountered other survivors arriving to submit metal resources, who also informed them about the 2 tasks. Neither task appeared particularly arduous. I must promptly venture out to retrieve these items. I fear some may have already taken action. Yet, should they act, they ought to know where the exterior wall display screens are located. I am well aware of their whereabouts. I feel you need not concern yourself with completing these 2 tasks. Look, others have already returned. At that moment, the survivors submitting resources spotted the trio approaching with the massive rubber connections. Instantly recognizing them as task completers, Perhaps they have only accomplished one task, one survivor speculated. The three approached the RV and announced, "Boss, we are here to submit our tasks." Wang Yu, having observed the hall through the RV's surveillance, was filled with delight. "I can't believe they found what we needed so swiftly." Uncle Duan's business acumen has indeed proven invaluable, Lin Yin remarked beside him. Wang Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed, let us descend to verify the task items." "Boss, let Lin Ge and me go down instead. It's too risky for you to go personally." Duan Nan interjected immediately. Lin Yin concurred. "That's right. The two of us can handle it." Wang Yu shook his head. "No. Do you have a means to ascertain that the supplies they bring are indeed what we require?" At this, Lin Yin and Duan Nan paused in unison, then shook their heads. "Then that's settled. I will only verify once you transport the supplies inside the fence, as those survivors cannot approach, given the scarcity of usable weapons on the surface. It should pose no issue." Wang Yu continued. Lin Yin hesitated. He had to concede that Wang Yu made a valid point, yet he frowned, saying, "What if some survivor base has developed extreme cold weapons? Wouldn't that be perilous? If that were the case, you would also be in danger venturing out." Wang Yu smiled slightly, adding, "Since they have not attacked you, they are unlikely to assault me either. We are all clad in winter gear, and they cannot distinguish our identities." It seemed somewhat reasonable, yet nonetheless, there remained inherent risks. Anyone in our team could be sacrificed, but not you. Duan Nin shook his head in opposition to Wang Yu's decision to venture out. "Rest assured, even if some survivor faction discovers us, they won't immediately attempt to eliminate us. Rather, they'll investigate the source of our supplies. Being able to produce such valuable materials makes finding the source paramount. To them, we are merely information sources, at most subjected to interrogation, not summarily executed. Such an action would bear no significance." Wang Yu analyzed. Seeing Wang Yu's determination to go out, Duan Nan and Lin Yin could only relent. "When we step outside, I will lead, with Duan Nan bringing up the rear, keeping a vigilant watch on our surroundings," Lin Yin declared solemnly. "Understood, Lin Ge," Duan Nan promptly responded. Following this arrangement, Lin Yin descended from the RV first, cautiously surveying the area. This situation was unlike previous ones. The convoy had not previously revealed any resources nor attracted survivors. However, now the convoy had provided an abundance of precious food and winter gear, fully exposed before the survivors, undoubtedly drawing their attention and thus presenting a certain danger. Wang Yu and Duan Nan followed closely behind him. "Boss, you stay hidden in the shadows. Duan Nan and I will bring the supplies collected from the survivors over for your verification." Lin Yin spoke firmly. "All right." Wang Yu nodded slightly. As long as one remained in the shadows, aside from certain specialized devices, it would be challenging for ordinary people to locate objects concealed in darkness. Moreover, those specialized devices were currently ill-suited for extreme cold conditions, necessitating further research into suitable materials. Consequently, remaining in the shadows significantly enhanced their safety. Lin Yin approached the trio submitting their tasks, inquiring, "Which task are you here to submit?" "Both tasks together," they replied. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. "You have completed both tasks?" The trio nodded. The other survivors still lingering nearby overheard their conversation, their hopes thoroughly dashed. How could they have acted so quickly? Wasn't this task just announced? How could they have completed it already? I recognized these three. They were the first three to become members of the convoy, and their winter gear was a reward from the convoy. No wonder they acted so swiftly. That winter gear must have aided them significantly. It seems we must expedite our resource collection to exchange for a winter outfit if we wish to be as agile as they are. The surrounding survivors murmured among themselves. Lin Yin and Duan Nan began transporting the submitted resources towards Wang Yu. They completed both tasks. Wang Yu is similarly astonished that that's what they claim. "You should verify the specifics," Lin Yin responded. Wang Yu approached the crumpled rubber at the connection point of the carriages and lightly touched it. Scanning complete. Damaged articulated canopy modeling successful. He then located the articulated plate beneath. Scanning complete. Damaged articulated plate modeling successful. Wang Yu instructed Lin Yin and Duan Nan to help move the articulated canopy and plate aside, revealing the fragments of the exterior wall display screens below. Scanning complete. Exterior wall LED display screen fragment modeling successful. After completing the modeling of all resources, Wang Yu nodded slightly. The supplies they gathered are indeed legitimate. They have satisfactorily completed both tasks. They truly accomplished it. Duan Nan remarked in astonishment. Have we not yet confirmed the task rewards? Wang Yu pondered briefly before replying. The reward is 2,000 points plus a set of winter gear. Is that the reward for one task or both? Lin Yin sought clarification. For one task. Wang Yu confirmed that if they do not require the winter gear, it can be converted into points at the corresponding purchase price. Wang Yu explained. Understood. Lin Yin nodded slightly. I will first relay this to the team that submitted the tasks. All right, I shall head back. Wang Yu turned to make his way back to the RV. Lin Yin returned to the trio submitting their tasks and announced. Congratulations! Both tasks have been completed, and the reward for each task is 2,000 points plus a set of winter gear. If you do not need the winter gear, it can be converted into points for you. The trio responded with elation, one of them quickly replying, Can we discuss this? Certainly. As long as you come to a consensus promptly, you may collect your rewards at any time, but please do not take too long. Lin Yin nodded in response. All right, we will be quick. The trio immediately began discussing among themselves and soon reached an agreement that we have settled on the distribution of this reward as follows. Zhao Jia, 1,400 points and one set of winter gear. Sun Yu, 1,050 points and one set of winter gear. Wu Liang, 1,550 points. Zhao Jia, the renovation worker, provided the locations of the resources and was responsible for verification, thus contributing more than the other two. Hence, he received the larger share, while the other two valued the winter gear at 500 points, sharing it equally. Although purchasing the winter gear at member prices would be slightly cheaper. Neither Sun Yu nor Wu Liang quibbled over the details. Fang Yu was responsible for allocating their points to the corresponding accounts and retrieving the 2 sets of winter gear to hand over to them. Congratulations! Your rewards have been fully dispensed. Fang Yu smiled as she said. Zhao Jia accepted the 2 sets of winter gear and then spoke again. Boss, I have something to report. Fang Yu paused, inquiring, What matter? On our recent expedition to procure supplies, we encountered other survivors who may very well have followed our trail, Zhao Jia replied solemnly. Despite Zhao Jia and his companions exercising utmost caution, the unmelting snow on the ground could easily reveal the traces of their dragged belongings to any observant pursuers. Unable to keep this information to himself, he felt compelled to inform the convoy in advance. Inside the vehicle, Wang Yu, who was organizing the research team's roster, paused momentarily upon hearing Zhao Jia's words. Then promptly seized the walkie-talkie. Thank you for relaying this information. We are already aware. You need not worry about attracting their attention. Each of you will receive a reward of 50 points. Understood, boss, Fang Yu nodded. Then smiled at the still-dazed Zhao Jia, saying, I have already credited the rewards to your accounts. Feel free to check at your convenience. It was only then that Zhao Jia came to his senses and promptly exclaimed, Thank you, boss. The points from the convoy were exceedingly valuable, and he had no intention of being modest about it. Boss, may I transfer my points to my family or friends? Zhao Jia inquired, choosing not to depart just yet. Fang Yu hesitated slightly before nodding. Of course. Then if my family becomes members, can they purchase warm clothing at the member price? Zhao Jia continued to ask. Indeed, Fang Yu affirmed once more. Thank you for clarifying this. Zhao Jia respectfully clasped his hands together in gratitude. He and his companions then exited the convoy. Fang Yu announced over the loudspeaker, the current task has been completed. Other survivors may continue to gather resources and exchange them for points or supplies. Though without the task rewards, the remaining survivors could only shake their heads in dismay. What a pity. I heard the rewards this time are quite generous. One lamented. Just picking up a fragment of an LED screen could net 2,000 points and a set of warm clothing. Indeed, that is quite substantial, especially now that the convoy was offering prepared food, albeit limited to members. 2,000 points could last for 2 months if spent wisely. Why is it only open to members? I would also like to exchange resources for food. Doesn't the convoy offer food exchanges? You could just trade for it yourself. Those are all raw. Cooking them takes too much time and effort. I see your demands are rising. Just a few days ago, you were begging me for a bit of rice. That was when there were no options. With better conditions, one must certainly strive for more. Pursuing more is quite simple. Just join their membership, and everything will fall into place. Exactly. I don't understand what you're worried about. Even if you fear they might abscond after converting resources into points, you could simply spend them all. This way, you can continually enjoy membership services without worrying about your gathered resources going to waste. What a brilliant idea. I must have been frozen silly to not think of this. I'll sign up for membership right away. At that moment, The remaining survivors flocked to the convoy to register as members. When Zhao Jie and his companions returned with their friends, they found a long line at the membership registration window. "What is going on?" Zhao Jie asked, a bit surprised that it seems everyone has come to their senses and wants to sign up for membership. Wu Liang responded that I'll definitely be coming here to grab prepared food in the future. Zhao Jie nodded slightly. Yes, let them queue for registration while we procure some supplies. Wu Liang and Sun Yu both agreed, sending their relatives to stand in line as they proceeded to purchase rice, chicken, leafy greens, and solid fuel that in the event they could not obtain prepared food later, they could still cook for themselves. After purchasing the food, they suddenly realized they lacked cooking utensils suitable for extreme cold. They had some, but most had been damaged by the freezing temperatures. Zhao Jie directly inquired of Wang Yu, "Does the convoy have any cooking utensils available?" Wang Yu paused for a moment before replying, "Yes, but we need to confirm when they will be released." "All right, I'll return to purchase them once they're available." Zhao Jie nodded and walked aside with the food, seeing that no one else was approaching for transactions. Wang Yu returned to the vehicle to report to Wang Yu. "Someone just inquired if the convoy has cooking utensils for sale." Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, "I hadn't considered that. Let us make one steamer and one frying pan available. Both will be priced at 50 points. Although these were merely the simplest steamer and frying pan, they were crafted from metal capable of withstanding extreme cold, thus possessing a degree of technological merit." "Understood." Wang Yu nodded slightly and noted it down. Meanwhile, the person responsible for registering members was Duan Nan's mother, Yinmei. Duan Haochuan had mostly recovered and could now walk around within the third vehicle. Thus, Yinmei could confidently assist the convoy. After she completed the registration of the waiting survivors, it was already quite late. "Aunt Mei, you've worked hard," Wang Yu remarked as Yinmei returned to the second vehicle. Yinmei waved her hand dismissively. It wasn't particularly hard. It was just that the survivors were bundled up quite heavily, making registration a bit cumbersome. "If we could set up a dedicated hall for registration or transactions, it would be much more convenient." "Yes, we could consider constructing a separate carriage to serve as a transaction hall." Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Duan Nin immediately interjected, "Isn't that a bit extravagant? If it improves work efficiency, it's not extravagant at all." Wang Yu countered, shaking his head. Lin Yin pondered briefly before suggesting, "Actually, this might work well that I propose we install a front on the transaction hall, allowing it to be relocated without disrupting our living arrangements." Duan Nan frowned slightly. "Wouldn't that mean we have to operate 2 trains?" "No need." Duan Haochuan's voice interjected from the side. Wang Yu and the others turned to see Duan Haochuan walking from the third vehicle to the second on his own. Duan Nan and Yinmei quickly stepped forward to assist him, but Duan Haochuan waved them off. "I'm not that weak. I can walk just fine. Uncle Duan, you've just recovered from a serious injury. You should sit down and talk," Wang Yu urged, motioning for Duan Haochuan to take a seat. Duan Haochuan slowly made his way to a nearby sofa and sat down, stating, "Do you know that many trains can be pulled from both ends?" Everyone paused momentarily before nodding in understanding. Wang Yu quickly grasped Duan Haochuan's meaning. The transaction hall's front could serve as another front for our vehicle, thus enhancing the mobility of the entire train. Duan Haochuan elaborated. His explanation was clear, and everyone comprehended what he meant. A single-headed train transformed into a double-headed train. To change direction, they would simply need to activate the other front in the event of danger. They could even detach, with each front taking half the carriages to flee, thereby increasing speed and allowing for escape in different directions. What a splendid idea, Wang Yu praised. The other's eyes lit up with excitement. "Dad, how did you come up with this?" Duan Nin asked curiously. Duan Haochuan shook his head slightly. "Perhaps it's just my age. I've had a bit more experience. It seems experience is indeed invaluable." Wang Yu mused. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. "Our next carriage will include a front. Let us hope those survivors will put in the effort to find us enough metal soon. More than 500 have joined as members today. I believe many will venture out to gather resources tomorrow." Yinmei added, "Indeed, not to mention the allure of warm clothing. The prepared food we offer alone will compel them to gather resources fervently." Duan Haochuan asserted with great confidence. "Absolutely." Wang Yu nodded slightly. "Since Uncle Duan is here, let us settle our dinner." Wang Yu immediately suggested, "There are some prepared meals in the insulated box. Let us have those for dinner." The prepared meals in the insulated box had been set aside by Wang Yu for trading with the survivors, And since they hadn't tea sold out, Fang Yu proposed this suggestion. Wang Yu shook his head. Let us eat the fresh ones. Those can be saved. The survivors will eventually redeem them. Boss, I love your extravagant spirit. Duan Nan chuckled softly nearby. Wang Yu shot him a glance, attended to his hand hygiene, and proceeded to prepare dinner. Though it was not a grand banquet, it comprised a substantial 8 dishes and a soup. Duan Haochuan partook of some, but his staple was a bowl of millet porridge brewed with that mountain ginseng. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective compartments to rest, with Lin Yin and Duan Nan continuing their shift rotation. The night was exceptionally tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. The following morning, survivors gathered near the RV, forming an orderly queue. Each held a thermos, and most carried various metals that it was unclear whether they had scavenged these at night or retrieved them from their homes. Wang Yu had already announced the operating hours of the convoy. The flyer indicated that service commenced at 9 in the morning and concluded at 5 in the afternoon, with a possibility of extension, though it typically would not end earlier. Special circumstances could warrant exceptions, such as holidays for the convoy. However, all the survivors were anxious about not securing cooked meals, hence their early arrival to queue up. Zhao Jie and his group were naturally among them. Old Zhao, how much prepared food do you think the convoy will have? Wu Liang inquired. Zhao Jie shook his head. I have no idea, but regardless of how much they prepare, we can only purchase one portion. Wu Liang nodded slightly. Let us hope they prepare more. We can't guarantee we'll always be at the front of the line. Indeed, Zhao Jie responded. Wang Yu and the others leisurely finished their breakfast inside the RV. Fang Yu suggested, Boss, there are so many people queuing outside. Perhaps we should start early, as we have nothing pressing to attend to. Sure, I'm indifferent, Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, engrossed in reviewing his research queue. The model study on the coupling mechanism of the RV had 7 hours remaining. The materials acquired yesterday were damaged, and Wang Yu needed to reanalyze them, ensuring the new model not only was intact, but also capable of withstanding the current frigid surface temperatures while maintaining adequate strength. After a night of research, only 7 hours remained, which was impressive progress. Fang Yu had already initiated transactions, with Duan Nan assisting in receiving the metals. Once over 500 members had exchanged their breakfast. The survivors were astonished just how much food was prepared on that vehicle. The convoy's capacity was truly formidable. How could there be such an abundance of supplies? After a hearty breakfast, they needed to hasten their metal collection while supplies were plentiful. Indeed, let us finish our meal and get to work. All the survivors hurried back to the basement, consuming the same breakfast as the previous day, yet feeling elated. Currently, the vast majority of humanity could not enjoy warm breakfasts, let alone freshly steamed dumplings and soy milk. After finishing their meal, they promptly dragged the small trailers provided by Wang Yu outside. The nearby roads were cluttered with vehicles. They merely needed to collect the wreckage and bring it back. This was pure physical labor, the only challenge being the extreme cold and darkness brought by natural calamities. The biting cold forced them to wear thick down jackets, making it difficult to bend their arms. Although they could still pick up items, their efficiency was severely hampered. Fortunately, they had brought some metals from home to exchange for illumination devices to combat the cold, allowing them to search for supplies without groping in the dark. Those survivors clad in warm clothing had it much easier. Zhao Jie and his group quickly filled their small trailers, then dragged them to the other side of the RV for weighing. Once the weights were confirmed, they would take a weight slip to Fang Yu to exchange for points, credited to designated accounts. Witnessing Zhao Jie and his group hauling in loads of metal to exchange for points, other survivors were envious. Damn it, I need to get myself a set of warm clothing. Indeed, their efficiency is astonishing, at least 5 times ours. The nearby metals were nearly depleted. Once they finished collecting those, they would need to venture further afield. There's no helping it. Our down jackets are too bulky, completely hindering our movements. Under Zhao Jie's influence, the actions of the other survivors seemed to quicken. The designated resource storage area swiftly morphed into a small hill. Duan Nan gazed at this mound and remarked, if it were just us few gathering, it would likely take 2 or 3 days. Lin Yin nodded slightly. Indeed, to gather so much in merely half a day, it truly demonstrates the strength of numbers. Yet, I wonder if this bounty is sufficient for the boss to construct new compartments and a new engine. Duan Nan continued. Lin Yin pondered momentarily, estimating, it should be about right. We collected a similar amount last time. However, Even if it suffices, I doubt they will commence production now. We must avoid drawing the attention of these survivors. Duan Nan nodded in agreement. Exactly. As they spoke, more survivors delivered medals, and the two continued weighing and issuing receipts, even hastily consuming lunch. By nearly 4 in the afternoon, a notification finally chimed from the system. The model study of the RV coupling mechanism has been successfully completed. Wang Yu's eyes brightened. With this, his RV train was now complete. At this moment, the resources received outside the RV had already formed 3 small hills. Even though the survivors worked at a slower pace, with over 500 of them, the speed of resource collection was still remarkably swift. Of course, another reason was that they were just beginning their search, and resources in the vicinity were relatively abundant. Thus, even if their pace was sluggish, their efficiency remained commendable. Although the model and resources were now sufficient, Wang Yu still decided to wait. He could showcase his materialization abilities in front of Duan Nan and the others. But he needed to exercise caution around the other survivors. Time swiftly passed to 5 in the afternoon, and Wang Yu promptly announced, "The acquisition of supplies for today has concluded. The materials you collected can be taken back for now. And you may return tomorrow for weighing." "What about me? Can't you extend the work hours a bit?" "This is the regulation. If you have objections, feel free to refrain from trading with our convoy." Wang Yu's tone was unyielding. Upon hearing this, the individual immediately wilted. The convoy was their only source for various resources. My apologies. I acted impulsively. I will take my resources back and return tomorrow to trade. The survivor departed in a dejected manner. He didn't consider that if they extended for him, the next person would also request an extension, and the convoy would never be able to close for the day. At this point, why must we be so rigid about clocking in and out? Besides, they can rotate shifts. Are you teaching them how to work? Do you know how many people they have? What if there aren't enough to rotate? Surely not. There are only 4 people outside. They can't possibly house just 4 individuals in all those compartments. I suspect it's possible. Otherwise, where would they store so many supplies? Such a small number dares to conduct business. Why wouldn't they? They have guns. Who would dare to rob them? Be careful not to get shot. Why the urgency? Surely the supplies gathered during the day are sufficient for everyone to buy food for several days. It's not as if we can't eat, so there's no need to force an exchange today. Exactly. Let us head back and see if we can cook a meal using solid alcohol. With no possibility of trading, the survivors returned to the basement. The surface was dark and cold, rendering it unnecessary to freeze outside. After wrapping up their work, Lin Yin and the others took showers and then gathered in the second compartment. At this moment, Duan Haochuan approached, looking noticeably better and more vigorous. "Indeed, my own blood is the most suitable for me. Uncle Duan, you seem to have recovered well," Wang Yu remarked with a smile, assessing Duan Haochuan. Duan Haochuan nodded. "Indeed, I feel entirely back to normal now. I can resume work tomorrow." Wang Yu shook his head immediately. "At least one more day of observation is necessary. You may move about the compartment or even step outside. But there's no need for you to work just yet." "Exactly. Dad, you should relax and recuperate." Duan Nan chimed in cheerfully. "We can manage for now." Imei also smiled encouragingly. "You'll have plenty of work to do. Just rest for one more day." Duan Haochuan felt a sense of helplessness and could only nod in agreement. "To celebrate Uncle Duan's recovery, let us indulge in some barbecue this evening," Wang Yu proposed with a smile. He then conjured a mound of skewered barbecue from a pre-prepared platter. The tantalizing aroma of cumin grilled meat wafted through the air, causing everyone's mouths to water. "Boss, by conjuring up fully cooked meat skewers like this, it seems to lack some of the charm of barbecuing," Duan Nan remarked, swallowing hard. "Then I shall prepare some raw ingredients for you to grill for yourself." Wang Yu feigned the act of conjuring. Duan Nan quickly held him back, saying, "Boss, I was merely joking. Please don't take it seriously." With that, he pulled a lamb skewer from the platter and began to devour it. "Delicious," Duan Nan praised. Wang Yu, smiling, conjured some fresh vegetables and delicate, thin pancakes that he also summoned an assortment of alcoholic beverages and soft drinks. However, these drinks were all conjured into prepared containers. Wang Yu's conjuring required contact, making it most convenient for bulk items. If he wished to conjure packaged drinks, he would first need to manifest the outer plastic bottle, then the beverage to fill it, and finally, conjure the unopened cap for the bottle's mouth. He often pondered whether he would ever have the opportunity to conjure items from a distance. "Help yourselves, drink freely, and I shall replenish what is lacking," Wang Yu beckoned. The crowd eagerly approached to select their preferred drinks. Duan Haochuan picked up a glass to pour some liquor, but was immediately stopped by Yin Mei. You still haven't fully recovered, and you wish to drink? Yin Mei exclaimed with wide eyes. Uncle Duan, you really must refrain from alcohol. There will be other opportunities. For now, just endure a little longer, Wang Yu advised. With a hint of reluctance, Duan Haochuan settled for a glass of orange juice, sipping it somewhat dejectedly. Boss, have we gathered enough metal today? Duan Nan casually inquired. Wang Yu nodded. Indeed, it is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Duan Nan eagerly asked, when will you begin constructing the vehicle? So far, he had only witnessed Wang Yu conjuring small items, feeling more like a magic trick. Conjuring a vehicle compartment felt like a grand illusion. Let us wait until nightfall. Those survivors should cease their activities on the surface after dark, Wang Yu contemplated before responding. All right. Will we soon have the fourth compartment and another engine? Duan Nin appeared quite excited. Wang Yu nodded slightly. First, let us enjoy our meal. After dining, we must make some preparations. Understood, Duan Nan replied. After a sumptuous barbecue feast, Wang Yu proceeded to the junction of the existing compartments, utilizing his conjuring abilities to create several bolt holes at both ends. There were some connection holes on the model of the compartment's hinge, and he aimed to create them first, allowing him to directly conjure bolts to insert later, when conjuring multiple items at once. He preferred to split them up to avoid exhausting his mental energy all at once. Observing Wang Yu's actions, Duan Nin curiously asked, aren't we supposed to be constructing the compartment? Why are you drilling holes here? Lin Yan, standing nearby, spoke in a low voice. The boss must have already sorted out the components for connecting the compartments. Wang Yu nodded. Precisely. Shortly, I will create the connection points for the compartments. These are all installation holes. Duan Nan's eyes brightened. Then we won't need to wear our winter gear to move between compartments. Indeed, there will be heating at the junctions. Wang Yu replied with a smile. That is absolutely fantastic. Duan Nan cheered. Wang Yu looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You're quite grown up. Can you not be a bit more composed? I'm still young and don't wish to be like an old fossil. Duan Nan chuckled in response. Wang Yu shook his head, finishing the connections for each compartment before returning to the first compartment to rest with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Duan Nan ceased to disturb him and instead took his gun to continue practicing his marksmanship outside. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Yu opened his eyes. Feeling his mental energy remarkably replenished, he stood up, ready to begin conjuring. Lin Yan, who had been resting in the driver's seat, heard the commotion behind him and rose to follow. During the day, while gathering resources, Wang Yu had instructed them to pile the resources he needed for conjuring near the mobile home. Thus, he only needed to step out of the vehicle to commence his conjuring. As Wang Yu exited the vehicle, Duan Nin immediately spotted him on the surveillance. Donning his winter gear, Duan Nin swiftly descended from the third compartment to follow. Boss, are we about to start? Duan Nan's voice barely concealed his excitement. Wang Yu nodded slightly and approached the space between the first and second compartments, lightly touching the metallic material with his left hand while his right hand pressed against the space between the two compartments. Suddenly, a metallic coupling plate appeared, connecting the two compartments, followed by a rubber hinge cover that completely sealed the contact points between them. Witnessing these objects materialize before him, Duan Nan's eyes widened. Boss, with your abilities, you should perform magic at the Spring Festival Gala. It would be a terrible waste otherwise. Wang Yu shot him a glance and continued to address the connections of the other compartments. Once completed, Wang Yu approached the largest pile of metallic resources, preparing to conjure another engine and compartment. If I happen to faint, do not worry. Just help me to the bedroom in the first compartment to rest. I have prepared plenty of food in the second compartment. Fang Yu is aware if I do not awaken by tomorrow, the convoy's transactions can be postponed. Wang Yu instructed that in truth, he could have rested before conjuring the engine and compartment. But pushing his mental limits could be beneficial for his mental growth, providing an opportune moment to see if he could achieve a breakthrough. Duan Nin paused in surprise, immediately expressing concern. Fainting? Does this ability to create objects have an adverse effect on your health? Wang Yu smiled and shook his head. It will deplete my mental energy. Once it is exhausted, I will simply faint. However, it is not a significant issue. Generally, a good night's sleep will restore me. Duan Nin nodded slightly. I understand. Having arranged everything, Wang Yu promptly began to conjure. The mountain of resources before him vanished instantaneously, replaced by an extremely cold tracked mobile home. As expected, Wang Yu fainted, and Duan Nen quickly supported him. You take the boss to the vehicle. I will connect this compartment to our original one. Lin Yin spoke. Understood. Duan Nen promptly carried Wang Yu into the first compartment, placing him in the bedroom. He then rushed back outside, watching as Lin Yin maneuvered the mobile home to connect with the third compartment. The coupling plate and hinge cover at the rear of the third compartment were already prepared, allowing for the quick installation of the securing bolts, thus completing the connection. After the connection was established, Lin Yin activated the heating in the fourth compartment, opened the connection door, and also raised the temperature at the junction. Although Wang Yu mentioned that heating would be provided at the junction, it required the installation of a warm air outlet. For now, the compartments had yet to be modified, so the heat had to be allowed to escape through the open door. All connection doors between the four compartments were opened, and the warm air from inside quickly spread to the junction, raising the temperature to around 20 degrees. Duan Nan exclaimed in amazement. I never expected the hinge cover created by the boss to not only withstand freezing, but also provide insulation. Lin Yin nodded. Indeed, this is exceedingly convenient. The ever-energetic Junjun began to jog between the first and fourth compartments, giggling joyfully. All right, stop standing around, Duan Haochuan called out. They had previously agreed to shift a portion of supplies to the fourth compartment, and it was time to commence the transfer. Lin Yin nodded. Uncle Duan, please monitor the surveillance while the rest of us handle the moving. Duan Haochuan could only nod in agreement. First, Lin Yin and the others transported all the supplies from the first compartment before moving some items from the second and third compartments. The fourth compartment was specifically prepared to serve as a trading compartment, hence its layout was somewhat different. The trading counter inside was set up similarly to a bank, allowing both parties to communicate via intercom. With the glass of the counter designed to be bulletproof, items for trade had their own separate entry and exit points. Due to the absence of specially designated bedrooms and sofas, there was ample space for storing supplies. Most of the items from the other three compartments were moved here, resulting in a significant increase in space within the remaining compartments. Once Lin Yin and the others organized the four compartments, everyone's living space expanded drastically. Duan Nin settled himself onto the sofa in carriage number 3, exclaiming, At last, I can enjoy this sofa all to myself. Previously, I had to share it with several boxes. If we refrain from hosting guests in this carriage, we could convert the sofa into a bed, suggested Duan Haochuan. Indeed, once the boss has rested sufficiently, I'll ask him to assist me in getting a proper bed. Duan Nan responded with a nod that I'll leave the first half of tonight to you. I'm off to rest. Lin Yin bid farewell to Duan Nan and promptly lay down on a single bed in carriage number 4. Duan Nan nodded and then addressed Duan Haochuan. Dad, you should also retire early. The sooner you recuperate, the sooner you can resume work. Duan Haochuan nodded slightly. Be vigilant and attentive with the monitoring. Do not be careless. Rest assured, Dad, I cannot bear to part with this blissful life. Duan Nan replied with a smile. Duan Haochuan waved his hand and returned to his bedroom. The others also retreated to their respective carriages for rest. And the night passed in silence. Early the next day, the survivors arrived once more, eager to queue for a warm breakfast in such frigid weather, although they had procured some food supplies for home. Cooking consumed both food and energy, making it far more convenient to purchase directly from the convoy. Upon arriving near the camper, they were startled to observe a remarkable change. How did the camper become connected by rubber? Indeed, it feels just like the junction between those two buses. Was this not the task they had been assigned? To find the articulated canopy, had it been applied so swiftly? Could resources be utilized within a single day? That seemed implausible. The resources they had gathered could not withstand extreme cold. Were the articulated canopies already in place yesterday? Impossible. When I returned home, I specifically checked this train, and there were absolutely no articulated canopies between the carriages. With the nighttime temperatures so low, did the convoy manage to install these canopies overnight? Indeed, the temperature at night was more than 10 degrees lower than during the day. Why not choose to work during daylight hours? They possess ample winter clothing, so the conditions are essentially the same in both day and night. That's a valid point. Hearing the survivors' discussions, Lin Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating, it seems we need to construct some walls in the future. Otherwise, Wang Yu's unique abilities will soon be discovered. This matter required discussion with Wang Yu, yet he had yet to awaken. Time slowly ticked towards 9 o'clock, and Wang Yu remained in slumber. The survivors outside began to grow impatient. Didn't they open the doors at 8:30 yesterday? Why are they still closed today? Indeed, the convoy shows no signs of response. They wouldn't he consider fleeing, would they? Surely not. I just exchanged 100 points yesterday. I told you, distributing that much breakfast daily is bound to be unsustainable. Fortunately, I exchanged some rice yesterday. I'll just cook some porridge at home, so yesterday's points for collected supplies have all gone to waste. Guess I'll consider it exercise. Regardless, the convoy had indeed provided ample food. Otherwise, many would still be going hungry despite this. There lingered an unsettling feeling of deception among the crowd. As discussions continued, some survivors began to drift away. Inside the camper, anxiety mounted. Duan Nen had already checked on Wang Yu in his bedroom 3 times, but Wang Yu remained unresponsive. However, his breathing was steady and strong, leaving Lin Yan and the others with no choice but to wait. Duan Haochuan observed the departing survivors outside, his brow furrowing that if we don't open the doors soon, it will severely tarnish our credibility. Shall we open the doors then? Temporarily refrain from selling cooked food? Lin Yan suggested. Duan Haochuan nodded. Yes, let us open the doors. We'll find a reason to explain that the cooked food is still being prepared, while other exchanges will proceed as normal. And let us add a note about the restructuring of the trading hall. Lin Yan agreed. The others had no objections, and thus they promptly opened the door to carriage number 4. Duan Haochuan took up the megaphone and announced, "Greetings to all survivors. Due to the restructuring and relocation of the trading hall, we have experienced some delays. The cooked food is still in preparation, so we kindly ask for your patience. All other exchanges and transactions are proceeding as usual." Upon seeing the camper door open and hearing the announcement, the anxious hearts of those still in line finally relaxed. Meanwhile, those who had left the queue paused in surprise, then promptly attempted to rejoin the line, only to be met with protests from others. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? I was in line here, but you already left. If you wish to rejoin, you must start from the back. I merely had to relieve myself. Now I can hold it." "Even if you can hold it, once you leave the queue, you must start anew." Amidst the crowd's disdain, the survivor who had left the line begrudgingly resumed his place at the end of the queue. "I told you this convoy is formidable. How could they possibly flee? I have always believed in the convoy's leader, which is why I've remained in line." Just a moment ago, someone was eager to leave. At this moment, Duan Nen stepped out of the camper, addressing the queue. "Those preparing to purchase cooked food, please form a separate line. Those exchanging other supplies, proceed forward." Even though Duan Haochuan had made the announcement, most still opted to first secure some rice for storage. The first in line was Li Taibai, who had previously produced wild ginseng. He approached carriage number 4, awaiting Fang Yu to conduct the exchange. However, Fang Yu's voice came from within the carriage. "Please enter the hall for material exchanges." Upon hearing this, Li Taibai hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to open the camper door. A warm and bright light spilled out. Accompanied by gusts of hot air, Li Taibai hurried inside and swiftly closed the door behind him. This was his first time entering the camper, and he curiously surveyed the interior arrangement. The entrance measured approximately 1.5 by 3 meters, while the remaining space was outfitted with iron railings and glass. All were one-way glass, preventing him from seeing what lay beyond. "Hello, may I ask what supplies you wish to exchange?" Fang Yu's voice came from behind the glass. Li Taibai snapped back to attention and replied, "Food that I would like to exchange all my points for food and solid alcohol, if possible. Of course, but I would advise against it." Fang Yu responded, "Storing such a large quantity of food at home is not safe, and over time it may lose its freshness. It's wise to stockpile some, but there is no need for excessive amounts." Li Taibai hesitated briefly before inquiring, "Will your convoy continue to exist?" Fang Yu paused, smiling as she replied, "If our convoy were to cease to exist, it would mean that no survivors remain on Blue Star." Hearing Fang Yu's confident response, Li Taibai nodded slightly. "All right, then I would like to exchange for 10 jin of rice, 2 jin of chicken, 1 jin of vegetables, and an additional kilogram of solid alcohol." Fang Yu nodded slightly and promptly prepared these supplies for him, while deducting the corresponding points from Li Taibai's account. After purchasing winter clothing and food, he still had over 100 points remaining, sufficient for these items. Once Fang Yu had packaged the supplies, she placed them at the supply window, and the items slid out. Li Taibai acknowledged this with a nod, gathering the supplies, and expressed, "Thank you, boss." He then exited with a cheerful demeanor. Fang Yu called out through the megaphone, "Next, please." Seeing Li Taibai successfully acquire supplies, the other survivors felt a sense of reassurance. Although gathering those resources had not been overly taxing, their efforts were always accompanied by the desire for some form of reward. Moreover, the convoy's ability to provide supplies represented their hope for survival. The crowd waited for nearly another hour, yet the convoy still had not produced any cooked food, and restlessness began to stir once more. Hasn't it been long enough? The dumplings should have been steamed by now. Could it be that they have run out? Not necessarily. Didn't they say they were modifying the trading carriage yesterday? That might have delayed the preparation of the cooked food. Exactly. What is the rush? Everyone has been well fed these past few days. Can't we exercise a bit of patience and wait a little longer? I can exhibit patience, yet I am concerned about the absence of food for the convoy. Even if it is prepared and steamed on the spot, surely the first batch should be ready by now. Indeed, the soup dumplings must be steamed in successive batches. Once the first is done, it can be served immediately, without the need for a simultaneous release. It seems that there must be an issue with the convoy's cooked food supplies. In that case, we should purchase additional rice. Alas, I was just misled by that saleswoman and did not exchange all my points for food. I, too, find myself in a similar predicament. It appears I will need to queue anew to redeem supplies. As the crowd engaged in discussion, they formed a line once more to exchange for provisions. The survivors awaiting breakfast were few and far between. Inside the RV, Duan Haochuan and Lin Yin anxiously awaited Wang Yu's awakening. Lin Yin, has the boss experienced anything like this before? Duan Haochuan inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Lin Yin shook his head. It seems he has never fainted before. He has only been extremely fatigued and recovered after a few hours of rest in the RV. This time, however, it has been too long. I just checked on him. His breathing is steady and strong, so he should be fine. Let's remain patient. Inmei interjected. The survivors in the villa area had completed their registration. Allowing Inmei a moment of respite, that moment, Fang Yu hurriedly approached the first compartment. Has the boss awakened? She asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Lin Yin shook his head. Not yet. This is troublesome. The food left for me by the boss is nearly depleted due to the survivors redeeming it. Fang Yu frowned. Instantly, everyone's expression soured. The survivors outside the RV seemed to have noticed the convoy's predicament. Could it be that the other supplies for exchange have also ceased? Indeed, surely the convoy hasn't truly run out of supplies. Then did we labor in vain yesterday? Upon hearing the discussions among the survivors, Duan Nan immediately raised his voice. Fear not, everyone. Our convoy still possesses ample supplies. The staff simply require a moment to rest. Please remain calm. Boss, we can't merely speak empty words. We must produce supplies. Precisely. We cannot continue to paint grand visions. Are you suggesting we work for your convoy without compensation? Duan Nan narrowed his eyes in response. If you do not believe us, you may withdraw from the convoy membership. We will convert your points into supplies, and we shall not take advantage of you. However, do not expect to redeem any supplies from the convoy in the future. If I must withdraw, then so be it. Just exchange all my points for food. I never intended to join in the first place. One individual shouted. Duan Nan squinted. Very well. Who else wishes to exchange their points for food? Line up behind him. And we will process all your requests together. Gradually, over 100 more individuals stepped forward. What a fickle group. Duan Nan silently scorned these survivors, yet he communicated via the walkie-talkie. Fang Yu, process their exchanges and then delete their membership information. Fang Yu frowned slightly, unsure of how to respond to Duan Nan, as the inventory of supplies was also dwindling. Just then, a voice interrupted. Let us proceed as the fat man suggested. Everyone turned towards the bedroom. Where Wang Yu stood, invigorated, Duan Nan, having heard Wang Yu's voice over the walkie-talkie, exclaimed excitedly, Boss, you're awake? Yes, you've done well. Keep a close watch on these 100 or so individuals, ensuring they redeem their points thoroughly. Then blacklist them from our convoy membership system. Wang Yu continued to issue orders. Understood, Duan Nan promptly replied, feeling emboldened by Wang Yu's awakening. Fang Yu immediately returned to the fourth compartment, followed closely by Wang Yu. Boss, the supplies you prepared are nearly all redeemed. Fang Yu continued her report. Wang Yu nodded slightly, then waved his hand, producing packages of rice and other food items. Fang Yu was utterly astonished. Previously, the food Wang Yu conjured was always in bulk. This time, however, everything was packaged. Boss, what is this? Fang Yu asked, taken aback, unsure how to phrase her inquiry. Upgraded. Wang Yu simply explained. After manifesting the fourth compartment and the front of the RV, his previously stagnant mental prowess had finally broken through. This breakthrough meant he no longer needed to engage in contact scanning and manifestation. Now, within a radius of 1 meter around him, he could perform scanning, modeling, or manifestation operations. It could be understood that he could now project his mental power outward. With the projection reaching a distance of 1 meter, once his mental power was projected, it became akin to a part of his body. Fundamentally, it still constituted contact scanning and manifestation, merely achieved through mental power. Consequently, he could effortlessly manifest packaged items without the previous complexities. Moreover, the enhancement of his mental power allowed Wang Yu to scan and manifest with greater ease. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned before her spirits lifted. Their convoy relied on Wang Yu's unique abilities, and his upgrade was monumental news for the team. "This is wonderful," Wang Yu nearly exclaimed in joy. "Let us process these individuals' exchanges first." Wang Yu gestured for her to proceed. "Yes." Wang Yu nodded and began the exchanges. Meanwhile, Wang Yu picked up the megaphone and announced, "Since you all have completely lost faith in our convoy, upon completing your exchanges today, you will be placed on the convoy's blacklist. And we shall never engage in business with you again. If we don't, then we won tea. I don't believe I can't survive without your convoy," someone retorted, turning to head toward the basement. In the next moment, Wang Yu declared, "Today, thank you for your patience. The cooked food is now ready for purchase. Those in need may line up." Upon hearing this announcement, everyone was momentarily stunned. They had all resigned themselves to the thought that they would not obtain cooked food today, only to be pleasantly surprised by Wang Yu's revelation. The individuals who had been blacklisted had not yet departed when they heard the announcement of cooked food sales and immediately halted in their tracks. "What? They still have cooked food for sale? Did we not just miss out on a great opportunity?" Just as they were blacklisted, the convoy launched its cooked food offerings, and they suspected it was intentional. "I suspect it's a ruse. Let us wait here and see. I refuse to believe they still have cooked food." Regardless of whether those who had been blacklisted believed it, the other survivors quickly formed an orderly queue. And this time, Li Taibai was the first to seize the opportunity. He re-entered the fourth compartment. "May I inquire which cooked foods you wish to purchase?" Wang Yu asked. "1 breakfast set, 1 beef ramen, and 1 potato chicken rice bowl, please." Li Taibai promptly replied that "I only have 1 thermal lunchbox. The other 2 can be purchased with points." "All right, please hold on," Wang Yu responded. Soon, 3 thermal lunchboxes were delivered from the supply outlet, accompanied by a small box of chocolates. Seeing the box of chocolates, Li Taibai paused momentarily. "A token of appreciation for your trust in our convoy. This box of chocolates is a gift from us." Wang Yu's voice came from behind the counter. Hearing this, Li Taibai's eyes brightened, and he immediately responded, "Thank you, boss." He carefully packed the box of chocolates and then carried the 3 thermal lunchboxes as he made his way outside. The other survivors outside looked at him, seemingly hoping to confirm whether there was indeed cooked food available. Li Taibai raised the 3 thermal food containers in his hand and declared, "I have purchased 1 portion of each of the 3 types of cooked food. You all must trust the convoy. This time, there is an additional reward for the team. As for what it is, you will discover it yourselves when you go in to buy the food." With that, he leisurely made his way towards the basement. The survivor in second place hurried inside. Before long, he emerged, beaming with satisfaction, clutching his thermal food container. To his surprise, purchasing cooked food today also earned him a box of chocolates as a reward. What a windfall. This revelation excited all the survivors. Chocolates, such a high-calorie treat, could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Would this reward only be available to the first few in line? Had I known, I would have stayed in line. Perhaps I could have been among the first. Surely, those of us at the back have no chance at all. At that moment, Wang Yu immediately spoke through the loudspeaker. "Everyone, please remain calm. All members purchasing cooked food today will receive chocolates. This serves as a reward for everyone and a compensation for your long wait." Upon hearing this, all the survivors erupted in unison, shouting, "Thank you, boss. Long live the boss." Meanwhile, those who had been blacklisted were utterly stunned. They were actually giving away chocolates. Just how many supplies does this convoy possess? Damn it. This time we've suffered a great loss. I want to rejoin the convoy membership. Are you out of your mind? They've already blacklisted us. Our irises and fingerprints have been collected. They will never trade with us again. How about we just rob them? Absolutely not. Our previous actions have already offended the convoy. They have shown mercy by not exterminating us completely if we attempt to rob those members. It's as if we are declaring we no longer wish to remain here. They are armed. Then what should we do? Should we just watch as they enjoy their lavish meals? We must unite and discuss a plan. The blacklisted survivors returned to the basement, their heads hanging low, and began to deliberate. What if we sell the collected supplies at a bargain to those members? No way. That would be too much of a loss. We can't sell the supplies we've worked hard to gather at a discount. It's better than having nothing at all. Actually, I have an idea. We could bring in new members to buy supplies on our behalf. But cooked food is limited to members. Even if we see, why must we take the initiative? Because we have encountered conflicts with that convoy, rendering it impossible to continue our dealings with them. Does that convoy possess a substantial amount of provisions? Indeed, they have plenty, including even prepared and heated meals. What resources are required for trade? They require a multitude of resources. Merely scavenging from the debris on the ground could yield ample food supplies. Is it truly that straightforward? It is indeed not difficult. But the conditions on the surface are exceedingly harsh. Very well, we shall proceed. A similar dialogue unfolds in the basements of various survivors scattered throughout the vicinity of the villa district. Soon,